18 years old, that's when I got really interested in chess because I went to the chess Olympiad and I remember walking in and I saw 2,000 people, everyone coming from all over the world, South American countries, Asian countries, European countries, African countries, North American countries. And I was like, I'm seeing so many people that I would never meet in my life if I wouldn't be here. For me, that's one of the coolest things with chess, that you get to meet people from all over the world. I have not noticed any difference in playing style. I think that everyone is just trying to play good chess. So no, I can't tell you if there's any difference. Is the Bong Cloud opening? Why is it a meme? Yeah, I mean, it's a meme because of how bad it is. Like, I think Magnus Carlsen, he always says it, like it shouldn't exist or something like that. I think I saw him say. The Bong Cloud opening is when you, on move number 2, push your king forward. Now, this is objectively one of the worst things you can do in chess because it's all about checkmating your opponent's king, and you're, instead of protecting your king, you're putting it in the middle and you're just not protecting it in any way, and you're never going to be able to castle. But I think it was Hikaru that popularized this. And I think Hikaru and Magnus played it against each other in some game, and it became an iconic meme just because you're seeing the 2 best chess players in the world basically playing the worst opening there is. So yes, I've myself never played this because it kind of hurts my soul, but it's it's possible, it's just not recommended. What's the real secret behind the Sicilian defense? Why does everyone love it? Okay, I love this question. The Sicilian defense is my love, okay? I've played it ever since I was a little kid because my mom once said, Anna, if you want to win games with the black pieces, you got to play the Sicilian defense. And that stuck to me. Typically, when you play with the black pieces, you kind of have a disadvantage because you're 1 tempo down, white starts. So you typically end up getting a little bit of a passive opening, but not with the Sicilian. So the Sicilian goes like this. White goes e4, and now you go here. Now, what is the reason of you going here? Well, the reason is that you kind of want to prevent white from getting a lot of space immediately. So you're immediately saying, hey, if white goes for this setup, which is the idea that white typically has to get the 2 pawns in the center, then we're going to capture this pawn and we're going to eliminate this and we're going to try to get our pieces out very quickly. So the Sicilian typically goes something like this. And now you can do a bunch of different moves. There's like 10 different variations within the Sicilian. You can get your knight out, you can push one of these pawns, you can go here and try to get a sniper bishop all the way from here. But it can become a lot of different things. But the key move in the Sicilian is c5 on move number 2. From there, you can learn a bunch of different lines. People say it's not good for beginners. I think it can be good for beginners. So I think you should try it. It's such a great opening for black. Help! I've been stuck in ELO hell for years. What do I do to escape? I'm very sorry you've been stuck with your ELO. Just watch the videos, improve, play more. I'm sure you'll get out of there. I believe in you. Yeah, that's it. I've been grinding on chess.com for years and I finally got to 1500 ELO. How much longer do you think it'll take me to be a grandmaster? I'm 15, by the way. Hashtag on the grind. Okay, listen, I love the positivity you have, and I love how much you want to become a grandmaster. It's amazing. There's a long way from 1500 to grandmaster, but you just keep playing, and we'll see where you go. But it gets exponentially harder. But don't let that stop you from achieving your dreams. If you want to become a grandmaster, keep going, keep grinding. I believe in you. What is one thing I should know/learn to beat most people at chess? I don't want to be the best, just better than most. I feel like I'm seeing a red thread, which is that everyone just wants to improve at chess and everyone is stuck at just not knowing how to improve. But I think that, I mean, in real life, most people are not that great at chess. So if you just reach like 1300 online chess rating, you're gonna be better than all your friends. And already that is a great flex. If you're able to just pull up a chessboard and challenge all your friends and destroy them, who cares if you're 1800 or 1300? You're already flexing on your friends. Just watch master players play, watch games, try to improve from your games, watch a lot of videos, and just become better. Okay, final question. Could a noob beat Magnus Carlsen if they had like 30 queens? You, my friend, are very lucky because the Esports World Cup just tested this. Click here to watch the video.
Hello guys, we are here with Team Liquid. We're talking about topics, incredible topics. Today, we speak about hopes and dreams, all right? What did you guys want to do besides esport? And what are you going to do when you quit esports? What is the dream situation? I'm not talking about I'm going to take my winnings and invest them. I'm talking about opening the LAN cafe, you know, starting a little chef place. Ace, you're a man I think is devoid of any hopes or dreams. Prove me wrong.
What kind of thing is that? What do you mean?
Prove me wrong right now. What do you want to do when you're done?
Hopes and dreams.
That's what I was talking
I don't know,
about.
like, I think I'll just like move out somewhere, fucking chill with my close like family, and make some big ass like nice ass gamer room.
A gamer room.
Cellar, yeah, with like a lot of like chill stuff, and just hang out with my bro, play some games.
Just a terrible answer. Just absolutely abysmal. Come on, a gamer room? You could do that right now with your family.
That's what it does.
Oh,
that's why he likes esports.
That's what I know.
Yeah, why do you think I'm here? I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer, bro.
Come on, bro. You could like start a business. You could
but that's
hire an assassin.
You could start a gaming room business.
You could do a gaming room business.
Design people's gaming rooms. Sure, but like it's not like I'm gonna do business all the time, you know.
That's true.
Like there will be some business as well.
All right, so just a gaming room. Well, I'll open it up to the floor then.
No,
you guys have any?
But like a big like place, like almost like a farm, like house here, house here, house here. My bro's family, my family.
Okay, now
like,
this is getting interesting. You'd like to make a compound.
Yeah, if that's what it's called.
Interesting. With many people living together, all sharing gaming rooms. A LAN center, if you will, of your family.
Oh.
That's pretty base. Where would this be located? What country?
Just like Denmark, I think. I like Denmark.
Very good. All right, all right. Does anyone have any dreams but after Dota? The floor is open.
We're gonna take out slacks. That's our dream.
What was that assassin part about?
Yeah, we're gonna kidnap him.
I was just wondering.
I'm gonna put him in the pool cooler.
The pool, not the pool cooler. Not again. But no, you guys don't have any like big like. I've talked to players in the past and they're like, yeah, I'd love to get a crazy car. Some guys have done that. I'd love to open up my own LAN center in the Philippines, you know. But no.
I mean, there's many different like ideas or things you want to do, but thoughts, like I don't know, can always change, adjust, like improve, or like just do things that I liked or wanted to do 2 years ago are maybe different now. Where there's not a specific, I retire, I want to get into this line of work, or I want to continue this passion more.
Okay.
Where there's, I don't know, a lot of interesting things in the world where it can go from traveling to redecorate or move into a different home, be more with friends, have like more or longer trips and travel.
Okay.
And have different experience too. I don't know, maybe you try your hand at painting now, or the instrument that you haven't touched for 20 years, even your parents told you about.
I'm getting hype. What did little Tofu want to do when he was just a wee boy?
I don't know. He never knew. He just threw himself out there to like see what is there.
Little 6-year-old Tofu who didn't want to be an astronaut?
That's true.
Or sometime.
What did, what did little Mickey want?
Football star.
I don't know. I don't live in the future or the past. I just live in the moment. And there's no like, I like think myself 5 years from now, I'm gonna be like, become like Slacks, interview people. I just like live by the day, you know? Today I have an interview with Slacks. Tomorrow I have a game, and that's it.
That's pretty based, honestly. I'm sorry that you're living in this moment right now.
He's a philosopher.
But that is philosophy right there. What did you want to be when you grew up, Boxy? Little Boxy?
No, I thought that was, when I was a kid, I thought that was pretty stupid.
What?
To like, to like wanna be something. Cause I
thought it was stupid to dream?
Yeah, because when I was a kid, I was like, man, I'm like stupid right now. So whatever I think is like not gonna be correct, you know? Because I'm like, all kids are like stupid. That's what I thought.
What do you mean, dude?
No, because like I knew like all the kids were like dumb.
In yourself.
When I was a kid, I knew I was stupid.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I knew like whatever like I wanted now, it's like not gonna be like later. You know
That's
what I mean?
fascinating, dude. I've never heard
but right
anything.
now,
Then you were kind of smart.
was just realistic.
Then you were like the smart one.
You are a very
like
smart
every adult
child.
I knew, like nobody was like living their dream, you know? It's just sad.
Everybody's out there playing Pokemon, having fun. You're like, this is meaningless. This is so.
But right now, no, I have I want to start a band.
A band? That's cool. That's sick.
I've been playing drums to
redirect my anger from my pubs.
That's
into,
awesome.
the drum
Hell
set.
yeah.
So my goal is to get paid maybe in a beer and some food.
Okay.
I think it's attainable.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try bring all the boys on a snowboarding trip. Trying to get Mickey to go skiing.
There you go. Now that's
break my hand and legs.
Yeah, because when we're out of esports, then you can break your hand.
Yeah,
it's
I guess
okay.
so.
Is that what esport players dream of? Is after they're finally done, they can do all the risky hand things?
Yeah.
Finally experience.
Yeah, you can finally play five-finger fillet. You've been waiting for years.
The
Yeah.
knife one.
The knifey handy game. Yeah. Well, that's really cool. You actually have dreams, bro.
Be outside more, I think. Yeah.
Wow.
Some nature.
Nature's good.
Maybe hiking, but like the nice one when you have like a couch in your tent with like a.
So
Glamping?
Yeah.
glamping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned from a lot about glamping from Insania 2 years ago on this
yeah,
interview.
that's nice.
That guy doesn't even get a tent. He just goes to a place where there's houses. It's just
Yeah.
called going somewhere.
Yeah. No, I mean I remember that actually.
Yeah.
Age and money changes perspective.
Yeah, it really does change people. Man doesn't even want to sleep in a tent anymore. Well, that's really interesting. I wish you the best in your band. What kind of music would you guys play?
Depends on whoever will have me, but I think some like not too complicated. Maybe some rock, some indie, like a little pop, a little chill.
Okay.
Whatever pays the bills at that point.
that. Would you join his band, Ace, if you were invited?
Oh,
I'll be a spectator.
Spectator.
I'll
not
share
sure what
one.
instrument I would be
Do
playing. but
the sorry dance on the
Sorry.
stage.
The what?
The what now? What is this?
The Justin Bieber sorry dance. You haven't
The
seen it?
Justin Bieber sorry
You haven't
dance.
seen it?
You want to show him, Mick?
No, I don't
Go
want to
ahead.
show it.
That's
for
the
another time.
podcast. All right. That's a shame. We just lost a lot of TikTok viewers, but thank you so much. All right, cool. Well, that is good to know that our esports players still have dreams. All your little child versions have now grown up. You have so much more left in your lives. Is retirement close at all for any of you? You guys still kicking?
It depends if Liquid kicks me or not. I don't know.
Okay, so if Liquid kicks you, you're retiring? You don't want to go for the revenge arc?
What is there to revenge?
I don't know. You get pissed about something.
It's like we'll see how the year goes.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
All right. Well, I hope you guys don't retire for many, many years. You're carrying the scene. And it's good to know that you guys at home keep your dreams alive too, just like Team Liquid. Stick around here at EWC for some more dank conversations.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler, one, you're done. Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
Okay, if you had to pick like the new generation of Creepwave, you guys kind of, let's say you guys made it, because you said the plan was to be picked up by teams.
Okay.
New players, you put them in Creepwave to be picked up by teams. Who do you pick?
I feel like there's no
The
one.
current players.
Up and coming, anyone,
Up and coming.
whatever. You need to replace yourselves.
I don't think you can.
Do you have candidates?
Pastille.
Okay.
I put Pastille.
Oh, everyone can put one person.
I put
You put
Pastille,
Pastille in Creepwave. Okay. Creepwave 2.0.
I will put Curtin Kalle. Curtin Kalle Pastille would be a fucking master combo. Yeah, Curtin Kalle Pastille would be a master combo.
All right, that's already strong, very strong foundation.
The thing is,
We're building Jordan team.
the thing is, viewers doesn't know. Only you know.
Okay, they don't know.
You know what we're talking about.
All right, okay. If the names are, it's true, the names are not known. You're right about
But
this.
they're iconic.
We have
All
to
right.
finish, Amar. Call you. I mean, I will say Nagato. Okay, I'm post 5. I choose the post 5. You choose
All
the
right.
post 1.
If I have to choose a player, I.
We have 3, we have meat, we have 5.
Niet remember, je hebt Pastille.
I mean, actually, Pastille is universal.
Yeah, he can play hardcore. He can play hardcore. The thing is, I don't want to choose new upcoming players. I'll just choose Arteezy.
Okay, you put Arteezy.
Why do you put Arteezy?
Why you put Arteezy in Creepwave?
You can. There were no rules about this. You can. What? And on a more serious note, like I'm thinking, like what do you think? Because there is a lot of success in this group, right? Obviously, you guys like all notable players now and made it on big teams and with big results now. So, do you think there's anything special that happened in Creepwave, or like I don't know, a way to look at the game, a way to practice, maybe sharing your experiences or anything that helped you? You think being in this group?
Yeah, the
For
coach.
today?
Matri.
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 Yeah.
Without Matri.
You're saying this?
In the mark can tell you, I was a piece of before I met them.
You're saying this seriously? You really
You saw my picture. I look like a gangster. I was actually a gangster.
I mean, without Coach Mitrim, like this guy was like flaming his ven and flaming my axe in the middle of official, and we were like, we don't know what to do.
How young were you when you joined anyway?
15.
15.
Oh my god.
You weren't much better, Amar. You remember the Thunder Predator loss?
Dude, we lost to Thunder.
I mean, I am a witness of him playing OD offlane in a game and not talking for the whole game.
OD
offlane. I still remember that.
Yeah, I remember that script.
So the coach played a big role in like helping you guys grow and stuff. And what about like, so you guys were like, but because you're more than 5, so how are you playing? You're playing games together, like as in, you know, tier 2 tournaments games, or just playing pubs and queuing pubs at the same time?
I mean, we actually like our team, like we have a Discord, we like 9 of us. Like we always try to play this tier 2 when he's like on. When we're all on previous organization, and even now we always try to play this tier 2 tournament, it just never works.
With whoever is available or like ready?
Yeah, we always try to make team and it just never works. Either the tier 2 team doesn't want to invite us or like one is missing and then we just can't play.
Okay. And back then you were playing these tournaments already?
Yeah, when we were like a team together, but we never played after we disbanded.
Obviously,
never worked.
Quite more busy. And did you have, and everyone had like the, I guess the ambition to go pro, to join like a tier 1 team? Or some of you guys were just playing casually?
I mean, we had so after I did the betraying move on them first.
What was the betraying move? Like
I just left. I
I mean,
left
he just left and he basically betrayed me.
Oh, you just left the group?
Yeah, I just said
it's not when you joined the team. You just left the group.
Yeah, I just we didn't qualify to Division 1 and I was like, this team so I just left.
Is this the Tidehunter accident?
What Tidehunter incident? What is that?
What do you mean?
It was in Sumbufi show. I saw.
He ravaged Ancients.
Yeah, ravaged Ancients.
Like, who cared? It was like funny.
Dude, that's not even the best.
I think you have to tell the story how we actually didn't qualify to Division 1.
I feel like
how we didn't qualify to Division 1.
Was it the IO game?
No, it's not about even tiebreakers. It's before.
Okay.
It's before. So there was a team. I can't remember their name. So it was Brehm, Helber Smashers, and us, and we were like it's obvious we're gonna qualify. But what happened is a team got disqualified, and that team won a game against Brehm. So suddenly we tied as 3 people, 6-1 scores.
Okay.
So we played tiebreakers, which was the nightmare of our first creep wave.
Why?
Because this guy played Void Spirit and bought Witchblade, which is like the worst ever. And this guy played like, what did he play?
IO.
This guy played IO carry.
He played IO core?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the second game he played Bristol Cottle. We had 2 starts, IO Tusk and Bristol Cottle. And both him and Fishman never played these heroes. And this guy played Void Spirit.
I mean, we were owning like the whole game. It was
Wait,
like
so you guys lost the tiebreakers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we lost. The tiebreaker happened because the team got disqualified.
Else you were through already?
Yes.
Yeah, we was already through.
Tough one. And then after that you left?
Yes.
So it was because of the IO?
No, because I just said that and I believed like I will get better people.
Because you didn't want to take any responsibility on the loss back then?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I would say so though.
And what is the Tidehunter incident?
We played officials against some CIS team back then. It was for Sweet Snow, some tournament. I think I was just because I'm playing that, like my keys are C and V on Anchor and Ravage. And I was just farming normally. And then I accidentally clicked B.
And up until this day, you guys still talk about this one Ravage that you missed.
There is even one better. This guy knows
No,
it.
of course. I'm not gonna talk. You cannot talk about it. Like you either you were there or you weren't. Okay.
Yeah, I mean there is a clarity incident. It's so funny, but like me explaining it will just ruin it. So what happened is that Crystallis had 6 slots and like 3 like backpack full, and he was like picking up Aegis. So he dropped his clarity, and I picked up his clarity, but the clarity was very far. So I just went to pick it up. And I started farming, and Crystallis was going high road, and he died 3 times while I was farming with clarity.
He went to pick up the clarity so that he doesn't lose the 50 gold.
It's hard to explain because that's not really what happened. So I was going high ground. I called for high ground. Amar, as he always does, goes to farm ancient cans for no reason whatsoever, goes back and forth, and then in replay later we watch like, okay, Amar, why the am I here on this high ground for like 1 minute straight, and is my timbers are just missing until the very end. Then we start looking, and you see Amar like farming the ancients, and he finishes the ancients like 30 seconds before I die like 3 times. But then he starts walking like back and forth, and we start looking, why is Amar walking back and forth here? And then we start to notice that there is a branch on the floor and a clarity in his inventory. And I'm like, okay. And then you see the replay, you see him walk back and forth like 4 times, dropping the clarity, picking up the branch, then starting to walk, then walk back, then dropping again the branch, picking up the clarity, and then he does it like 3 times.
He's dropping it back where he found it.
I don't know what he's doing. But then he goes back, then he comes back again, and then he finally decides to come to the mid lane after I'm already dead 2 times. And then in the replay, Amar says, guys, check the clarity. And then we didn't notice before. Then it says owned by Crystallis. So he spent the whole game, the whole time.
No, the funny part is that we didn't know it was your clarity.
Yeah,
we had to investigate it was my clarity.
At the very end, we realized that he did this whole thing just to like bring me my clarity instead of his branch.
That is some
losing us to scrim.
That is some dedication.
Iconic. It was, but it's not like you can't like explain it in a way that it was as funny as it was to us back then when we were like actually like there with like Fishman and me and the Mark.
I mean, what I sense, okay, well, I'm gonna have to put you guys through like an exercise of like, because obviously you guys know each other really well, and you're quite, you're always cracking jokes on each other. I need you guys to let's go this way. Okay, I'm gonna go the other way actually, because you were too bashful with Crystallis. So to the guy on your left, you will tell me what you think is his biggest strength in Dota, at Dota. But you have to be honest about it. You have to, so I will say, what is your best strength in Dota? And I will say something, okay, or I will just say something good about you in Dota. So you have to do this about Marine has to do this about BCM about Crystallis, and Crystallis about Amar.
I don't want to.
You're not gonna do it.
We never said it like warm words to each other. It's like never.
But that's what I can feel. So that's why today I will trigger this for once.
Can we, like,
you'll thank me later. Okay, I will just give you the freedom of who wants to start.
Can I start on another one?
No one wants to start. I can already tell. Like, no
okay, as long you can start on anyone. You pick first then, but everyone has to be named. So who do you want to talk about?
BZM.
Okay, you will say something about BZM. It cannot be sarcastic. It has to be honest.
For me, about
he will say something. But he's going to call BCM like the better mid laner, and he's already flaming Valorant.
It's never going to be something genuine here.
It has to be genuine. One good side about BZM's Dota.
He's better than me.
I don't know if I can accept that.
No.
The only thing I can think of.
Okay, BZM, you want to start? You want to show the way?
Yeah, sure.
Who do you pick?
I mean, I already had Remco.
All right.
Biggest strength in Dota.
Oh, this is hard.
I mean,
I can give you a hint.
actually.
I'll give you a hint.
Yeah, but I know.
Don't give him a hint.
I know, but
don't
it's not like a word, you know. It's like.
It can be anything, as long as it's positive.
I mean, he's like.
Don't say anything nice, please.
All I'm gonna say is. You're the closest thing we've ever found to Doracio. That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Like,
I see what this means. This is positive.
Yeah.
This counts.
This is negative positivity.
No. This counts.
My time.
Like
I'm the referee. This one counts. This one counts.
My second time is related to Dota. He was making the positive vibe by playing on piano.
Playing on piano.
I was doing that back. I was already doing that back then.
Wait,
That's kind of funny.
Piano, like playing music.
I had like a keyboard, and someone was like in the middle of like drafts or whatever. I would just randomly start playing like.
Okay, that's cool.
I wasn't good, but still learning. Cool. I'm still good now, but I'm playing sometimes.
Oh, that's very nice. But you have to pick somebody else, because now these are 2 positive things about Crystallis.
No, keep them coming.
No, don't get used to it. Don't get used to it. Don't get used to it.
A little bit.
You can go on somebody else, Marine.
Amar.
Good luck.
Your biggest strength in Dota, power in Dota, will be called as honor. Amar will be always stayed and always gonna fight until his honor is gonna fall down.
All right. So resilient.
Yeah.
Resilient in the game. Okay. That works too.
Never tilt, never rage until his success.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Big strength.
I mean, he's gonna rage on you, but not on team.
Okay, sure.
No, this is validated. This is validated. Amar and Crystallis, you're the 2 left.
Okay, okay, old first.
Wait, didn't you already say something?
No. I said you is better.
No, but
Yeah, you said that. Yeah.
Yeah, but does it count?
it didn't count.
Can I go first, though?
Okay.
You're pretty funny.
Okay.
Yeah, you're pretty funny.
This is my biggest power in Dota.
Yeah, you're pretty funny.
Yes, that is true. That is very true.
He's funny.
Nice. And now we have Amar about BZM, but genuine.
Well, yeah, it was being genuine. He meant it.
The thing is, I'm being genuine. This guy always beats me and Malri. Like, what should we do?
Okay, so you put him on a pedestal.
I told
But that's not the.
Do you accept it?
The thing.
Do you accept it, or do you think?
I think you should ask him if he accepts
I will
it.
interrupt. Sorry. He's saying it's better than dinner, but every time, like 90% of matches, I destroying this guy in lane, but I'm still losing, and he's still calling me worst in lane. I'm coming on like most of matchups and just deleting him in the game.
Okay, so Amar, you have to find something without comparing him. Just BZM, like he's the only Dota player that exists.
What? But it's true. He always beats me on Malrine. What should I do?
He beats you on mid too?
No, I mean like no. Lane is bad.
Oh, you mean like okay. You guys always go back to something negative. Okay, I will accept it, guys. I think. Thank you for putting the effort, you know? Like, I felt a lot of positivity.
I don't think he put the effort at all.
Okay,
He's trying to blame me every time.
You will figure it out with each other, but I felt so much positivity and support from you guys to each other. Really, this was very wholesome.
Thank you, Amar, for this. I will try to become better.
This was very wholesome. Honestly, you guys always balance the positive with negative, but we're heading in the right direction.
I hope to see you in finals again.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a nice thing to say, guys.
Because I want them to lose to me again in finals.
And what about you, Amar? Closing statement. Give me something positive.
I will give biggest positivity.
Please.
Bujidar, I hope you make it with rank 300 carry.
Thank you. Great. That was Creepwave in a nutshell. That was pure Creepwave for you.
Oh. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
A very good morning and welcome to the 4th day of group stages here for Dota 2 live at Esports World Cup in Paris. We got a lot to talk about as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the group stages, which for Group A and B is already tomorrow. That means tomorrow we gotta have to crush some keys. Very excited for that. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Today is a day that the teams must perform, they must deliver. And we're going to talk all about it. We're also going to talk a bit about what happened yesterday with the people to my left. Seb, how are you doing this morning?
I am great. More Dota today. We had a nice evening. France has won its World Cup run.
Yes.
Everything is just, I'm cruising, cruising, vibing.
How did you watch?
How did I watch?
Yeah.
With friends, you gather up in front of the TV, watch the game. It's that time of the year. Usually means also good luck for Dota, for me, like nice coincidences. So looking forward for the day ahead.
The 2 World Cups at the same time is quite a treat.
What else can you ask?
What else can you ask for? How are you doing, Lacoste?
Doing good. My team got eliminated way earlier in the tournament, but there are a lot of Dota teams that I'm rooting for in this tournament, and it seems like we are at that stage where things are shaping up, and they are shaping up in a manner where you are going to be seeing who the clear favorites are as well. Maybe some upsets, but nothing too crazy yet. We haven't seen teams like no big underdog stories yet. We haven't seen anybody take like 2 games off of a favorite.
Yeah, it seems like we're starting to see the Dota be a little bit more decided, a little bit more fleshed out. All the series yesterday were 2 O's on our stage. We could take a look at the SDC rewind soon. That will tell us a little bit about how yesterday went, because the 2 O's kind of the result of people just more aware of what type of Dota is good.
Yeah, I think to me, like, the biggest storyline so far is how strong Nigma is looking. They probably have cemented themselves amongst one of the best teams here, which I think you could call, I don't want to call this like an upset, or maybe they weren't underdogs per se, but, it is quite refreshing, I guess, to see Nigma really on top of Tier 1 Dota. So that part to me is super exciting.
Yeah, it was a very good showing from Nigma. I think they are a team that showed I would say, the most like creative drafts that we've seen so far in the tournament. You would see maybe like a crazy pick here and there, but the whole strategy that they did in this series against Liquid, it was definitely on point. You could see like one game prior to yesterday where they were kind of trying to test things out to see how it's going to go with the similar strategy with a lot of heals. It did work out for them, but these two games, they were really not close at all. Like I think a lot of us expected Enigma Galaxy to take one game off of Liquid, but 2-0, it was a bit of a stretch. But after seeing the way they've been playing, it looked like, yeah, they could potentially take this 2-0.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were expecting Team Liquid to adjust a little bit more. They didn't. We are going to find out if they adjust today instead. Of course, after that, we had Team Spirit with a pretty strong victory against Vici Gaming. Another series where it was just clear who was the better team. This series, I was actually expecting LGD versus 1W to be a little closer. It was not, especially the second game of this one.
Yeah, 1W looking really strong, actually. I think also strategically yesterday they have demonstrated that they have a lot of depth to what they bring to the table, maybe a little bit more than LGD was able to bring yesterday. I think that was really the deciding factor, more than, you know, kind of individual level and how well they play as a team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we see it here in Group A, like in the first group, right? Falcons are really now starting to dominate where we expect. And then we have like the second tier of the group, which is Extreme and BBT mainly. These teams we know could, obviously they have the same score as Falcons, but I do think that they have a little bit more to prove than Falcons right now.
Yeah, I just want to remind people that the top one goes through to our single elimination playoffs directly. Number 2 will be in the second day of the survival stage, and in the first day, the 3 and 4th place of each group will battle it out amongst each other with a bunch of best of 3s to decide who moves forward. So there's a lot on the line, and there will be, when I look at this, there is no doubt in my mind that there will be tiebreakers.
Oh, absolutely.
There is so much yet to be decided, Lacoste.
Yeah, most definitely. Level Up and L1 team, even though they took one game, like Level Up, I caught a couple of their games, they just don't seem to be on pair with other teams as well. And the big fours, like P-Time, this is a team that we talked about them not being even an underdogs in this one, but it's a pretty stacked group as well, especially because Enigma Galaxy, I don't think many people kind of expected them to perform this way. And now on top of their group with Aurora, Liquid as well, P-Time, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, especially with knowing that Aurora and P-Time are going to be playing each other.
Yes.
Today, as we take a look at Group C, there's only 2 teams left that are undefeated, and P-Vision and 1W are those 2 teams. So P-Vision has a very strong hold on Group C. With the middle of the... Well, okay, I want to point out the bottom first, because this is, I think, the clearest group that we have. This is the one where it's like, okay, it looks like this is the way. We'll see this at the end of the day.
I mean, I think maybe it's a little bit early, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I feel like P-Vision right now is like the strongest team so far this tournament, like from what they've shown, whether it is in terms of plays or strategies and how prepared they seem to be. To me, they are the most impressive team, and by quite the margin so far. Obviously, there are a lot of teams here that can challenge them, and these kind of tournament, it's all about picking up some steam, getting some momentum. You also have to factor in the fact that this is the group stage, so not everybody has enough like headspace and time to look at each other's, but you should like be sure that once the playoff come, then every team will be up to speed with everything, and it's going to be a much more even ground in that sense. One thing to also remember is everything will be played on single elim, right?
Yeah.
So in that sense, it brings a lot of tension, because no matter how good you are, single elim is tricky to every single team.
It is very tricky, and I know we did the math. There's a day of games missing in those scores. Don't worry, we'll get you the updated ones at some point. But first, let's focus on what's coming our way today, because 4 series will be shown on this stream. We have 3 streams live at the same time, and this is what you're going to watch right here today. We're going to end today with the group of death, LGD Gaming versus Yandex. Before that, it's P-Vision versus Mouse. P-Vision versus Aurora before that, and okay, there was a little bit of a discussion, I'll be very honest. Sony story of the day. We choose one match that is the match to watch. And I think today was the day that we just didn't really agree. I went with you guys' choice because, you know, I gotta follow my expert, and democracy did win, yes. But it is close. So we chose as our Sony story of the day, Extreme Gaming versus BB Team. We also saw it in the standings. These two teams are very close to each other, so this match could be incredibly deciding for what's happening in the next stage of play. But Lacoste, why do you feel that this series was the series?
Because they're so close, and like whoever wins this one could potentially challenge the first spot in the group as well. Falcons are going to be playing with slightly easier matchup than what these two teams are facing today, so I feel like it's gonna put us in direction to see how it's gonna go, because you kind of want to get that first spot in the group because it gets you to top 8 immediately. Second place, like you skipped the first round of the survival, so it's still like there's still a lot to play for, and you can feel that maybe some nerves are especially kicking in for these like lower caliber teams. In this one, XG against BB, a lot on the line, and both of them, they did lose one game yesterday, so gonna be very close because teams are not on top of their game at the moment.
Yeah, they're 4-2 for both of them, so definitely wanting to pull ahead from each other here in this 2-game series. I hope for their sake it's not a tie, because I think that will be I mean, they're actually, you know what, for our sake, maybe there's going to be more matches.
It should be a gentleman's agreement to say like whoever wins the first one shouldn't win the second one.
Gentleman's agreement.
Yes.
Let's make it the best of one. Nah, this is gonna be a good one. I think the type of Dota we've seen from both of these teams has been. I mean, they're 4-2, so obviously not super consistent, but it's been good, because I think for Extreme Gaming especially, Seb, we want consistency from them, and I kind of feel like we're kind of getting that.
Yeah, we are. I think like everybody is looking at Chinese teams this year, because obviously TI is going to be in Shanghai, and that's like a massive cornerstone, I guess, for the Chinese scene. And Vichy, the other Chinese team that's here is Vichy Gaming, and they're not doing so hot right now. They seem to be a little bit behind the highest level of play in this tournament. So then the team that's remaining is Extreme Gaming. Obviously, they were in the last TI finals.
Yeah.
Like, this team is, you have to expect, like, look at it from their perspective. They fall short, like, they're in TI finals. This year, TI is in China. There's only one way.
There is only one way. And when you look at Extreme Gaming's roster, you see a roster of superstars. You see the uncrowned king in that as well. And you see a team that has done very well this year. And to learn a little bit more about their year, we're going to check out their road to EWC.
Extreme Gaming has been a powerhouse of Chinese Dota for many years, and they remain that way to this day with their current roster of Ame, Nothing to Say, XXS, FY, and XNova, which was built in the last few months of 2025. While Extreme Gaming is an incredibly strong team, it would be considered by most to be the strongest team in China by a fairly large margin, they do struggle against the top teams on a global scale.
Snuck them out! Extreme Gaming! Even with the extra lives, they have nothing on Yandex!
They have a large amount of top 5 finishes, but you'd have to go back multiple years to see big tournament wins for the team. Their road to the Esports World Cup 2026 was more spread out than almost any other qualifying team. With no tournament wins to speak of, the majority of their points instead came from getting top 4 in Dream League Season 27, Dream League Season 28, and even ESL 1 Birmingham 2026. Will Extreme Gaming finally manage to break free from their pattern of getting barely within reach but not quite making it to the end? Tune in and find out here, the Esports World Cup 2026.
Yeah, it must be frustrating that after not making it in the grand finals at last TI, to not make a grand finals at all in the entire year. We'll see if they can make a difference here at EWC in that. Their opponents in BB Team, they have managed to be in a finals, and they have managed to take that finals as well, but they want more, they want better, and they want to be consistently at the top. And to hear how BB Team feels this morning, we're checking in with Save.
I mean, yeah, I know GPK for like 6-7 years, I guess. We know each other very well. So in game, we have very good understanding of each other and how we see the game. That's why me and him, we always, create something on the map, like some kills, some map pressure. It's I guess this is what Bedboom known for, for some early aggression and stuff, laning phase. That's like what we try to do in all our rosters,
Can they achieve those kills here versus Extreme Gaming? That is a question we are going to have answered. Lacoste, I want to know about this playstyle for both teams. Want to focus on BB team first? What can we expect from them?
Yeah, very speedy team, Shiver. I mean, the average game time right now at EWC is 42 minutes. Their average game time is slightly below that. And then you have Extreme Gaming, who are sitting at 50 minutes. Like, we've seen this team... we've seen this team really struggle in the early stages. And nothing to say kind of did step up heavily in some of these games, especially the game that he played in Nature's Prophet, where he was solo carrying the team up until a point where this team, they feel much more comfortable playing like the 30-40 minute fights compared to some of these early engagements. And I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work against BB team, who are heavily focused on the lanes. This is the team that if they're off to a good start, they can close out the game pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, to me, BB team is like some of the most stable, standards of Dota out there. Like, their laning phase is super crisp, their rotations are good, they're smart, they hit their timings, they know their strategies. The drafts, I think, also are always very balanced. I think it's really rare that you look at a BB draft and you're like, yeah, I don't think this is gonna work, or they actually kind of carried themselves away. So it's actually maybe a tough matchup for Extreme, this one. Like, not that these teams ceiling are that much apart, but I do feel like BB's strength really will hurt Extreme, because that's exactly what they're weak at. I think Extreme is much more of a creative, flashes of brilliance team, but you need to get a game in order to reach that point.
I think Extreme Gaming, when they went up to Gamer Legion earlier this week, I feel like Gamer Legion in the laning stage sent there like a BB team light. They do also very well in the laning stage, and we did see Extreme struggle in the laning stage, but then they were able to put their heels in the sand and not give way anymore. Lucas, you're saying that this time around, because Gamer Legion was able to be stopped, you think that for a BB team, they are not going to be able to be stopped?
I think it's not going to be easy for Extreme Gaming. I would give them like 25% in this matchup compared to 75 on the other side.
Both teams are 4-2.
They are, but the clash of different playstyles, I just feel like this is not a good fit for Extreme Gaming.
That sounds like a clashing of playstyles that's indeed not very favorable for Extreme Gaming. But as said, they have had the practice against Gamer Legion, so potentially all that practice will be put into work right here in our upcoming series. On top of that, if we know the speed of which BB team plays, so does Extreme Gaming. So I can only imagine that they have prepared for this and they are aware of this. Before we get to our first series of the day, though, we are going to start the series on the stage.
Hello out there, world. Yes, it is us here at EWC 2026. It's Sir Action Slash with Milo. So good to see you again, my friend. We have another fantastic day of Dota coming your way. And I gotta say, before we start things off, I get so blue out there sometimes in the morning. I wake up, I'm waiting for something, and then I hear Shiver Gaming's voice, and it makes me so glad to just see her up there and all of our wonderful staff here that we have at EWC to bring you some hype stuff, especially you, Milos. All right, let's reel and get back up. Here we go. We are back into the game, my friends. We are here for another fantastic day. How you doing?
Slacks, you're looking grand today, though I have to say,
thank you.
I am surprised that you made it out of that room. I thought I had you on lock and key, but happy to have you on here with us today. We've been chatting about everything that's been going on so far in our group stage. There's been some surprises, a couple of days that are full of absolute slobber knockers when it comes to how things really work out in our standings. They're all over the place. and especially our first game today, there is a big fight for second place in here.
Absolutely. Both these teams need to win this one. They need to prove themselves. Now, I'm not trying to be toxic, but in Group A, Falcons came out swinging. They came out strong. We saw the strength of this team. These two teams need to do the exact same thing. You're talking about the TI Grand Finalists from last year. You're talking about a team that has already won a championship this year, but where are they here today? Well, let's find things out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage our first team of the day. It's going to be Extreme Gaming. Now, I've been saying this all day, baby. Extreme Gaming is a team not only of classic players, but of classic play styles. You have got Lone Druid spammed all tournament with these boys. Nobody else really daring to do such a thing. It has become a new meta, but for these gentlemen, they are strong in their ways, they are strong in their emotions, and they are strong in their Dota. See if they're strong enough to beat our next team.
I can tell emotions are high here, Slacks, and that's not just you, but it's all the other side of that stage over there. But it is not complete without their opponents, BB Team! And here they are walking out. You've seen BB successful over the past year, but still, Crown eludes them. We are here at the Esports World Cup, an opportunity for them to crack that glass ceiling and get to the top. We talk about teams like Falcons. They're waiting up in first place in their group, but BB want to stand tall amongst them right by their side, and today is an opportunity to prove that, escape that survival stage, and make it straight ahead into playoffs.
Straight ahead indeed.
My friends, please BB Team, please Extreme Gaming, take your seats, place your keys. We have our game on the way. Uncrowned Champion is looking to crown himself at some point today.
Absolutely. The keys are in, the ignition is starting, and the game's about to roll our way. So let's go ahead and get to that game right now as we head back to the panel.
Extreme Gaming versus BB Team here as our first series of the day will be a good one. We are seeing, hopefully, what Extreme Gaming has learned on how to deal with pressure in the laning stage. And I'm curious, Seb, if there's something that when you see the draft play out, is there something that you're looking for that is a sign that Extreme Gaming is ready for the aggression that we know BB Team will bring?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think they need to maybe switch priority on some hero picks. We'll have to see if they do it today. But to me, the biggest point with Extreme is I think they have some really cool ideas, like ideas that actually brought them wins already and that they should keep building upon. I do believe that sometimes their drafts lack a little bit of balance in their, especially core heroes combination. And they don't really have the tools to play a game as fast as they need, or to to kind of protect themselves from an over-aggressive opponent. So in that sense, I'm just hoping that they will find the proper adjustments, because I do believe that team has a much higher ceiling than what we've seen so far. And if they manage to fix these couple things, they could look very quickly to be on par with the strongest teams in the tournament. So I'm just excited to see them every day, basically, and hoping that we get a stronger version than the day before.
Yeah, most definitely. Extreme Gaming, they can sometimes be hit or miss. Like yesterday when they were playing against Poor Rangers, they banged out Morphling. First time Morphling of the tournament, probably the last one that we're going to be seeing as well. No. This is the hero that doesn't really fit well in the meta, because this hero is very slow. Like, we are seeing some of these carries getting involved relatively early on, like 20 minutes in. We are seeing quite a lot of twin gate rotations as well. Like, we have seen Shadow Fiend multiple times that we've seen Shadowfiends go for 6-minute rune, go for twin gate rotation, like being the most active hero on the map. Morphling is not that type of a hero, so I want to see Ame on something different. I want to see something that he can contribute early on, because nowadays you also have two of your supports playing with a mid laner. They also try to break the game with that Nature's Prophet pick, which did work out for them because he was playing it from the mid lane. Nothing to say, had some like really great performances so far at EWC, and I want to see him kind of play the same level, because in this series he's gonna need to be on top of his game.
Yeah, does that mean that you're gonna look mostly for the carry position and seeing what they get their hands on? Because it's the same thing also set to be for Kirtich?
Yeah, I would say so. I think like Ame, I don't think he's gonna be getting his lone druid in this series. I feel like BB team, they saw that game. They did a lot of research. You are playing one series a day, and you definitely look at this and you're like, this is also a big issue that a lot of teams have different approaches to it. There's a lot of equations, a lot of things that you need to solve in this current meta, because it seems to be quite a lot of them. Most of them coming out from the carry role with the draw rangers, Shadowfiends. I feel like some of these picks have been answered. Shadowfiend, not as much. I feel like this hero just has to go if you don't have the first pick. Darkseer, Sven, we've seen like different approaches, but it works sometime, but it's not really reliable because he's that strong of a laner, and he's just gonna pop off. He's gonna dominate this Darkseer in the laning stage, and also playing for a certain timing. This hero's extremely strong once we get to his Aegis #2 with the banner. Once they go for the high ground, this is his peak timing.
But with that being said, I think it's not impossible that BB try to break the lone druid, because we've seen actually an answer like Arise against Lone Druid. We've seen a bunch of Enigmas. Like I think yesterday 1W beat Lone Druid against LGD. Who was it? I think LGD actually did it to OG, also beating the Lone Druid. So the hero has started to lose some games, and we've seen like Enigma be a pretty good answer. Miero is like one of the best Enigmas out there, so I'm sure that he's been looking at it and he probably feels very confident that he can also execute. And again, I think BB kind of enjoys playing versus a lineup that don't really have a lot of tools to stop them in the early game. So on the extreme side, I think it's very important for them to not be overly greedy with the draft and to factor in every sequence of the game. You can't just be looking at Ame's carry matchup or how the scale is going to look like. Like they need to think of the laning phase, they need to think of the early timings, they need to think of the support and mid hero combination, which is something, Save mentioned in his interview we listened early on, where he's very comfortable playing with GPK, and they talk a lot about how they want the game to be played. And you can also be assured that they're also talking about which heroes they want to play and how these heroes complement each other's when they run around the map. So I'm just hoping that Extreme will invest the same level of effort in what FY and Nothing to Say are going to do together.
With that in mind, you want them then to focus mostly on themselves. There's nothing on the side of BB team that makes you think like, oh, they also should really focus on this one player in particular and try to shut him down.
No, I think BB team will just, go with their game plan. They're going to do what they've done so far. Maybe improve a little bit their strategies, pick up what other teams are doing, because this is a team that's capable of executing anything. That's also good to mention, like in the sense that the players are so good individually that any idea they will see, they can make it theirs the next minute. So in that sense, they can keep improving. On extreme side, I think that if they get a game, honestly, if the game is 50-50, I would favor them in that matchup. I think they're a little bit more creative when Dota allows you to be. But they have a lot of issues they need to fix on their way, and so far they have shown some weaknesses, that they tend to give some openings to the opponents, and I don't think you can afford that against BB.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also want to pick your brain a little bit more about Lone Druid. Do you feel like if you give this, because you said it was solvable, if you give this hero too good of a start, do you feel like there's too much pressure on it? Because like back in the days, like when Anti-Mage, like he gets the free farm, he gets his battle free, which is not a hero right now. Spectre as well, if she's off to a good timing, do you feel the same way about the Lone Druid?
I mean, to me, the issue with Lone Druid is, like when you play with Lone Druid, the hero is very slow. Like you need to get to the Mjolnir and you need to get to the Aghanims, and then you also need to be able to force the enemy team to play the map, because you don't want to run into a team fight with like Mjolnir, Aghanim's Lone Druid. If they have the proper heroes, it might just be completely. I mean, now actually BB team decide to ban it, so we're not gonna get to see it. So perhaps irrelevant. But it's not a hero I believe will necessarily stay in the first phase ban of the tournament. I think some teams are gonna feel pretty okay playing against it because it's one of the slowest carry heroes out of everything we've seen. I think SF is much faster, Draw in a sense is faster. Lone Druid is like the slowest by far.
Well,
none of these heroes. Ame is not gonna play any of these, so Ame is being heavily targeted by BB team right now.
Yeah, before we get to the first picks, I feel we're talking a lot about, because Extreme Gaming in this sense is coming in as a little bit of an underdog, especially based on playstyle as well. But BB team has the same score. Surely they're not invincible. What is their weakness? If they're gonna dominate the early game and then close out games that well, why don't they win every game?
To me, I think of BB team's weakness, it's always been the fact that it's like the reverse of their strength. They're so disciplined, they're so perfect that it makes them a little bit scripted. It's like you see their draft and you know what's going to happen. It's really rare that they allow themselves to go outside the script and to try crazy things. You're never gonna see. Yesterday we watched Sumail play and he has his BKB on cooldown and he's playing Alk and he's just running around blinking in the fog. You will never see that from BB team, ever, from any of their players. Like, they are extremely disciplined and they respect timings. If this isn't their timing, they're just not gonna take the fight. They'll punish you the second they see an opening, but that can be a weakness because I think, especially in these kind of, in the highest tier of tournaments, you need a little bit of initiative and risk-taking. Yeah, I think they don't take enough risks, if that makes sense, and some teams can abuse that.
Maybe some PTSD back in the days, a couple of TIs ago, when Tormentor was a thing where it was their arch nemesis, which killed them. They were risking too much, sometimes going for the high ground when maybe they shouldn't. So this team did become more tame. And to check some of the openings, Bane picked up by Extreme Gaming, super solid position 5. This is also one of Kataomi's most played heroes, so they definitely know the insides and outs of this hero. He's going to be playing Winter Wyvern on the other side, and I feel like Bane has shown some weaknesses as well. Coming out from the off lane, Miero being the Zoo expert from the off lane, so we could start thinking about potentially maybe getting that Lycan online, because this is one of the hardest matchups for Bane to trade in the lane. They already banned out Beastmaster, so want to see how they're going to approach it, because there was only one Lycan game that we've seen, at least the games that we covered, and it looked, again, unstoppable. There was another game of Lycan yesterday where 33 played it, showing the strengths of the hero. I feel like this hero is going to be heavily bumped up in priority. Maybe once we see these teams that are not top tier, once they get eliminated, it's going to get quite a lot of priority in the drafts.
We could definitely see Lycan and Enigma. They have banned the Beastmaster to start protecting the Bane. One thing to mention is that Bane can be played on position 4, so it isn't impossible to see that kind of answer to an early summon hero be picked to, punish the Bane on the lane, and then you get yourself like an Ange, for instance, or something that plays better versus summons. I like the Bane first pick in the sense that maybe this is a sign that Extreme understands that they don't want to fall too much behind during the laning phase. Obviously, Bane, one of the most dominant laners, so maybe this is them starting to secure a solid start to the game and make sure that they don't fall into the typical BB trap where you're losing 3 lanes and you just never get to play the game.
Yeah, BB was also making sure that they don't fall into a trap. They took a very long time to think about the Enigma ban that they end up going for.
Interesting.
They also have the pick out of this, so also that is not coming instantly. So there is a lot to talk about for them.
It's a weird ban because Enigma would have been a good pick for them, and Wyvern typically a decent answer against Enigma, both on the lane and in the game. So they must be talking about a carry hero that really hates playing versus Enigma.
I think they might be looking for some like Wind Ranger, maybe even Ringmaster out of this phase, because they love to run it as a position 4. It also could be carry. I'm a big fan of Ringmaster in general. It's a hero that gives them quite a lot of team fight, and it's also one of the best, maybe like second best hero in the game when you play against Bane. First one would be Silencer, but he's nowhere as strong as Ringmaster because you can just drop the box, save somebody immediately after the Fiend's Grip, and now you have double saving support, which are sometimes they can be abused in certain situations. So I want to see how Extreme Gaming is going to approach this one.
And the reason why Ring is that good against Bane also is because one way for Bane to scale into the game is the Ags. Like we've seen it, we've seen Bane's actually rush it, like either lands into Ags straight, like brown boots. Like they're so excited about getting that item because it has so much impact against Ring, it's never going to be an issue.
Because you throw the ultimate and all the illusions also interrupted?
No, you put the Fiend's Grip target in the box. I forgot the name of the spell, and all of a sudden it interrupts the Fiend's Grip, whether Bane has Ags or not. So, and on top of it, it's a pretty decent lane, to be honest, because the Ringmaster actually can dish out a lot of damage. If you, it's kind of hard to tank all the Ring spells, and you outrange the Bane also on top of it with your auto attack. So, just a very popular answer to the Bane, and very efficient also. That's an early Storm pick for nothing to say. There's not going to be a Cuddle to help him in this game. It's been banned by themselves. Okay, Mirana, interesting. It used to be a Dota con, like back in my days, where nothing is relevant anymore, by the way, but I'm still going to drop it out there. Mirana was considered as a Wyvern counter in the sense that whenever Wyvern cold embraces somebody, then you know that the hero is going to be stunned for 5 seconds because Mirana will just take that opportunity to arrow.
I think that's a bit outdated nowadays, especially with the better. It can work, but I feel like there are a bunch of other spells that you can throw in.
Extreme seems to agree with me, so go Extreme, I guess.
And the Bane Mirana is a classic combo. You know, that also stems from that same time period.
It's probably outdated. And this Ember pick is terrifying to me. I think, you know, you could think of the Extreme Gaming heroes as like being able to kill Ember, but not with Wyvern Ring behind him. Like, he will reign supreme in the early game. I think the matchup is pretty okay. I've seen it go both ways, Storm versus Ember, but obviously GPK, maybe top 3 laners in the world. Like, he will not falter on the lane. If he's supposed to win it, he will win it. So I think this Ember pick is very strong. And now you add a Largo with it. I think, what was it that we saw? I think it was Lornoff, right? Lornoff and Davai playing Ember Largo.
Yeah, the Croak
combo.
of Genius, like you're just dishing out so much damage, and
the damage was crazy.
Even Ember Spirit, in some, like, we've seen it yesterday, even if he doesn't have that good of a lane, like, this hero can recover easily because he can farm relatively quickly. And this is the Spirit's Vessel buyer, so having extra bit of a damage, extra bit of a heal on top of that, double saving support. They also picked Mirana into Ringmaster on top of that, which is not the easiest. Like, let's say you land a combo and there's still going to be a box coming through. Right now, it's a very single target oriented lineup from Extreme Gaming, and they're going to be picking up the Doom, seeing that there is good amount of heals on side of BB team, Largo, Winter Wyvern. Good pickup, but I feel like something is lacking right now for XG.
I think, again, like, XG is thinking about how the game is going to scale and develop, and I would favor them in that regard. Like, think of Doom versus a Largo, Ringmaster, and Wyvern lineup. Like, whoever gets doomed will die. These heroes cannot save from Doom. So in that sense, they have the team fight condition on their side. Think of Moonlight Shadow, so Bane, you know, Night Vision. So they have vision advantage, and they have Doom. They have clear initiation with Storm. Like, mid-game is easy in a sense, like, if they get there. And that's probably what they're talking about. But you need to get there against BB team. They will make you pay the hard price if you give openings before. And I see a lot of openings before. They lack damage, like Bane, Storm, Mirana, running together, trying to contest runes. They don't have enough damage to cut through an Ember Shield with Cold Embrace behind them. So this might be a game of BB team, you know, dominating the early game, getting all the power runes, GPK, you know, causing a lot of issues. Maybe you have to concede some objectives. And this is exactly what BB team enjoys. This is the position they want to be in. I like the Storm pick in a sense. I think it was cool, like against Wyvern Ringmaster, but the Mirana is to me the big question mark. Even though I like the hero, I think they needed something a little bit more aggressive, like a Skywrath. Like, they needed to bring more damage to the Bane Storm combo, and I'm just a little bit worried about how the first 15 minutes of the game are going to play out for them.
Yeah, something that the BB team did extremely well. I was covering some of their games like a month ago, maybe even slightly more, where they were playing Largo, and in 2 of the games they were bringing Largo 6 minutes in, 8 minutes in, understanding that if they bring an extra hero, like even though their support is definitely stronger than what XG can bring in these first 5-6 minutes, Miro, he's the type of a player that will sacrifice himself just to make sure that GPK is also having a good time.
So what are the Doom answers? Like one thing we've seen a lot is the Vengeful Spirit.
I was
yeah,
about
you mentioned
to mention it. Yeah, I like it a lot. It might be the first time that we could actually see it because of the Aghanim Scepter. You're kind of like budget Raid King in a sense. Better version, but because Raid King's not a hero.
I think they need that kind of heavy physical objective taking hero. It also stops the Doom from being an issue. Okay, it's actually pretty bad against TB though. The matchup against TB is horrible, so probably not an option anymore.
Is it horrible because TB has high base armor?
Yeah, it's like Illusion, like Venge, even though she goes for the Hydra's Breath, Illusion hero is still too much. You have Reflection, so you get the Venge aura. And Venge respawning, you die to 3 TB or 4 TB Illus killing you, you respawn, you just die again instantly. Like it just doesn't work. Like the matchup is really tough.
Ooh.
Okay, they go for PL. That's a win condition for sure. Like besides Storm, they have nothing versus PL. I mean, Doom can buy Radiance. Basically, if you lose the early game really hard as PL, Doom can become good, but the Doom needs to stay ahead for that. If it's a 50-50 or PL is ahead, Doom is probably one of the worst heroes against PL.
I'm just very excited to see PL against TB 2026. Some bangers are coming back. It looks very good throughout the whole game. Like you did mention Radiance. Other than that, there really isn't much. He's not afraid of the supports. They can't really itemize in a sense. Neither can Storm Spirit. Very difficult to target the PL as well. With the Doom, there are multiple ways of resetting the fight on their side with the box, with the Winter Wyvern Curse. Maybe heal, not so good against Doom, but he can't Doom everything. So it does feel like BB team, they have an upper hand early, and also don't underestimate how strong of a PL like in the lane is. Like this hero is very in the right hands, and all these Eastern European carries, they know how to utilize PL.
I feel like both teams have quite solid lanes, and interestingly enough, I don't favor any team in any lane this game. I think it's a 50-50. It's gonna come down to execution on all 3 lanes.
Okay.
So interesting, like who outplays who. They both have the possibility to win their lanes.
And therefore, in the mid game, we can't say anything useful about that either, because it really depends on who does well in the laning.
The trio of supports plus mid laner, I think, heavily favors BB team. So in that sense, they might pick up some pace. Much more than Extreme in the mid game.
So ideally for Extreme, they have at least a little bit of a lead to be able to buffer.
Yes, if they can secure lead in the laning phase, that would fix all the issues. It would be amazing for them.
Random question, does the draft for BB team make sense now with the Enigma ban?
A good question actually. No. I would say no. I would say it doesn't. But, you know, it's understandable. Sometimes you ban Enigma because you're planning to pick a carry and then they pick something else and now you just, you know, go somewhere else.
They got so long about that. You know.
Just the complexity of drafting in Dota.
Yeah, that's why if you have second pick that you only get 1 ban, you have to like 5-head think about anything that might happen. But yeah, there's no Enigma in this game. We got 10 heroes on the board, and it seems like we might have an even game on our hand. If one player is gonna absolutely pop off Lacoste, who is it? Which player is set up for success most?
I think it needs to be NTS on side of Extreme Gaming. He needs to be in the driving seat. He needs to be making all the right moves because he does have Doom with him, which is not a hero that makes moves early on.
Let's see if Nothing to Say on his Storm Spirit will pop off as we head over to Cap and SVG for game 1.
Thank you, Sheever. That's right. We've got a Phantom Lancer. A Phantom Lancer, this will be the 3rd time it's picked up here at EWC. And the team who has been playing quite a bit of Phantom Lancer is Team Yandex, which is, talking to some of the players, that is the team that everybody is looking at. Everybody's expecting them to end up in the grand finals. They're kind of the front runners, apparently.
According to who?
According to some of the players that I talked to. I talked to Yatoro, Maureen, Amar.
Must have good scrim results. Everyone's getting bodied. You're like, well, we're going to see you there. Just hope you're the other squad.
you got to put this PL in an Eastern European carry's hands, right? I mean, this is their hero. I feel I can't even think of a player outside of that region that has had a lot of long-term success on the hero other than Ana.
Okay,
He's the one player that comes to mind. So this is a very stylistic hero. You need to have a hero specialist for it. You need to kind of understand the timings and know when to adjust those timings. If you're going to fight early, if you're going to fight with an Ags rush or a Diffu rush, depending on what the itemization is in the meta. And you need to know how to micro the illusions in a way that's maximum disruptive. You're gaining an information advantage for your team. You're super confusing in the fights. There's players that do this well. There's players that don't do it at all. And that is the big difference maker on this hero. It's a very good PL game here. This is a true 1v5 Phantom Lancer game. Kiritich should be very confident he can put this game on his back.
Okay, so Extreme, knowing that, what are the moves that we're going to see from them to keep this Phantom Lancer from getting out of control? Are we going to see heavy rotations into his lane, try and shut him down early? Or is it more just about, trying to end the game faster? Just win the other lanes, take early Roshan, close out the game by that second Rosh?
I would say it's just winning the team fights and playing the map better. Like, you have this Bane Mirana with the Storm. You have a lot of pickoff potential if you can force BB to split up on the map. Their lineup is pretty strong when they group. They have double saving supports, a Largo for sustain, and Ember to just kind of lead the pack. So you definitely want to split this lineup up, start picking them off. You can get 1 or 2 kills on that PL with the Storm in the early mid game. You're going to have a window to maybe get some of those Aegis for the Terrorblade and start pushing. Outside of that, though, I really do favor BB here. It just looks a lot more straightforward for them. Like, they have great team fight. They have saves to bail the PL out, even if you somehow manage to grip him or something. And he just has insane matchups. Like, the Doom matchup's super one-sided. The Terrorblade matchup's very one-sided. And the 2 supports here do nothing. And these are, like, the 2 worst supports to have against Phantom Lancer of all time.
Is the Doom matchup that one-sided still? Because we have not had a Phantom Lancer meta in a really long time, and some of the item builds, there have been some changes to Doom, right? Late game Doom, he gets the permanent Scorched Earth, for example. He's got AoE Doom that he could just put on himself, combined with Chasm Stone, a new item that looks really good on Doom when you go that kind of builds. Ashiva's, Aghanim's, Doom that gets in there in a fight. Could that be a problem for PL?
Gives you a little more playability, but I still think this matchup's very one-sided. It's just not fun. You can't hunt him around the map. He just runs. He can just doppel run at you with 10 illusions in the fight. And, like, what is your response? You can't do anything. Scorched Earth, Shiva's Radiance, yeah, it does a little bit to this hero, but honestly, he doesn't care. You're in theory going to play against Shiva's Radiance every game. Somebody can always build it. So the hero either functions first or he doesn't. And I think he more than well can take care of it in this meta. And again, you have a lot of sustain here. You have ways to bail you out if you somehow get into trouble. It's as good a PL game as you're going to find.
I would put up a stronger argument, but I think maybe if Doom still broke, if you still had that talent, AoE break on Phantom Lancer, that does sound like actually kind of debilitating, but that's no longer the case. They took that out, and now you just only have the Doom applies mute. As it stands, though, it's looking pretty good for the Phantom Lancer in lane. No surprise there. Ember Spirit is neck and neck with the Storm Spirit. Mid lane, 22 and 5 for both of them.
Should be a very even laning phase, at least, which, again, should be comfortable for VB team here. They're under too much pressure to make some crazy moves. I think XG will have some more openings in the second half of this laning phase with the Bane Mirana. If they can get some roam going, if they can kind of play through Storm with some power runes, I think they have more opportunity to jump and start killing people here. I think the damage could be a little low for BB. You have this Ringmaster Wyvern support duo that's going to scale really well. It gives you a lot of teamfight presence, but their nukes are not doing a lot directly in the early game. So if I'm Xnova, if I'm XFY, I want to get something going here, at least a little bit, like find a cheeky support kill, could test a rune against the Ember, maybe get some deep wards out that can set up some kills later for my Storm, something of this nature. You're not a great stacking team, so again, I think that also pushes you in the aggressive direction. Like, you don't want to just go stack with Mirana here. Who are you really stacking for? You don't want to play that kind of style of game. The more you can find some opportunity, the better this game is going to feel for you.
Man, all in all, things pretty quiet. A little bit of trade of damage here and there, but as you said, laning phase looks pretty chill. Support's having little battles on the sides, but nobody's really going to come out with a kill out of it. Just a bit of harassment here or there. Storm Spirit has already made a jaunt off into the jungle, huh? He's going to go pick up the bounty rune. I get that, but...
Could surprise with a gank up top if he wants to commit the resources, but that does give a lot of time and freedom to GPK, who's top net worth in this game. Kind of just cruising through this mid lane right now. Going to have a very fast phase boots Vessel if he wants to go that route. 6-minute power rune will count for a lot here. I kind of expect both teams to send all their supports mid and look for this, particularly Extreme Gaming. They really need the power runes on the Storm to sort of accelerate the skirmish power here.
Unfortunately, the Ember Spirit does kind of have the advantage here, being able to play both sides. Nothing to say. Does manage to get it, though.
Wow.
Grab the Haste Rune ahead of both Save and GPK jumping back into the Remnant for him.
It's probably the biggest play of the game so far.
Yeah, seriously.
That's a nice rune to pick up. A great one to take away from the Ember, who arguably uses the haste better than the Storm Spirit, but Storm happy to collect the resources here. And Ame just going to meta top, start swinging on this tower with a catapult.
XXS
no one's going to rotate.
Taking some damage here, but he still has a Lotus and a healing salve in his back pocket, so...
Also got the early Polywog Charm for FY, giving you a little extra regen down here to play with. Benefit of the Mirana, being able to jungle a little bit. Get that neutral item online nice and early. Let's see what NTS can do with the Haste Rune. He's going to place the obs behind the tower. It does get scanned. BB team reading this move. And a lot of times in these types of slow games, it's pretty easy to read these moves, though they linger around here.
And Heritage still going to be spotted here. The Remnant doesn't do the damage to the Phantom Lancer hero. Second Remnant lands, and they're splitting up their damage here. Not sure which is which, but they've got him. Nothing to say. Very easy kill. Yeah, it's surprising. I mean, I guess they didn't expect the Storm Spirit to make that large of a wraparound. They expected him to just go straight to the tower, but he spots the PL. They get the Kataomi kill as well.
Double
Great
kill.
rotation. I mean, that's 2 galvanized stacks for you.
That's huge. Every time you can translate these power runes on the Storm into some sort of momentum on the map, it buys you so much time, particularly if it's against the PL. And not only are you accelerating your Storm, you're slowing down BB Team's win condition here. You're going to take his tower off that move as well. Very influential. And yeah, as you mentioned, I feel like BB Team just kind of gave it to him. Like, they scanned it and then they lingered there and nobody TP'd. There was no sort of move from GPK to counterplay this. I think that's a move you could turn around with an Ember rotation. Instead, you just kind of give it to XG, and they make the most of it.
They are going to try and punish X-Nova mid, but the rotations are already coming in from Extreme. A Doom placed on a GPK, so they not only isn't going to die, but they're going to pick up another 2 kills. Frankly, I just feel like this is just a bit slow and sloppy from BB Team. It feels like they haven't woken up yet.
Nice moves from XG. They're in the right place at the right time. But it definitely feels a little clunky from BB. We normally don't see them play this slow around the mid lane in particular, like just kind of walking into these plays. The prize is mine. Get a D-ward here as well. Nice experience, not denied.
Kataomi almost snagged that. GPK coming back in with the Remnant that he placed earlier. Will finally get the kill on X-Nova, so at least he gets a bit of revenge.
Some earn charges as well. Pretty nice for him.
Yeah, very important. A lot of attention, though, to mid and bottom. And the one who's most happy with that is good old Ame. Hard carry Ame on Terrorblade, 72 CS right now.
Just going to retreat into the jungle. He has some decent experience because he got a lot of solo leveling up here. Going to be able to pull waves with illusions, continue to farm.
I feel like
fastest
he
rate in
can
this game.
play lane if he wants to, though. Because they don't have very fast damage on the Radiant side. I feel like most of the time he's going to be able to get off Asunder, right? Nice body blocking with the illusion. See if that extra damage actually mounts up enough for them to go for the kill. These constant slows, looks like it's good enough. So another good pick off for BB Team.
An annoying chase down there for XXS. He doesn't want to TP, doesn't know where the Ringmaster is. He makes the right call, would have gotten canceled.
GPK getting into the... Oh, we got hit by an arrow. Nightmare arrow. Is it enough, though? Not quite. Had a ton of magic wand charges. And that is the only thing that keeps him from death.
We'll be able to heal and get back here for the power room contest. So honestly, he got some decent spells out of XG going into this next objective here. See if he can snag one. First 2 were taken away from him.
Play for bottom. Extreme hoping it's top, and it's an arcane rune top.
Damn.
The best of all the runes for both these heroes.
NTS getting the better of the rune war.
Man, if he can hold on to this, farm up neutrals, complete his Kaya, and then make a rotation rune with... Well, he's going to pop it now, actually, but I was thinking, you know, you get that Kaya and then pop the Arcane rune, make a big play.
I would like to see them make some objective-based play with this rune. I think it's really strong here. Again, Storm is really good against the BB supports, especially in the early game before they have all the ults online. You're still missing Curse.
Yeah, you could make a move to your Terrorblade. He could take that tower easy.
Oh, absolutely. You're not worried about Largo doing anything to your Storm here.
Hell.
And it will free up some space for XXS, who's just chilling in this bottom lane. So that seems the natural place to go. I think running into the Ember mid is pretty difficult. Just don't have the damage to bring this guy down. But if you go to the Terrorblade, he can give you some extra DPS here. See if Ame just pushes it in solo. He has another catapult up here. Yeah, he's just going to drop the meta. Dare someone to go on him, and I don't think anyone wants to really go up here. It would have to be the Ember, and the Ember is currently smoking bottom. This is a peculiar play. I'm not sure why they want to send the Ember bottom here. It's going to get blocked by FY anyway, but even if this game connected on the Doom, is Doom the biggest target in this game right now?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think he's exerting any pressure.
I think both Storm Spirit and TB at this point are more important.
I agree. So Ame gets a free tower. Now look at this. He's going to swing behind mid with the same meta. Maximum efficiency. He is having himself a game right now.
This feels really good. BB team going to lose so much ground here. A lot of map control being given up. A lot of net worth lead being given to Extreme Gaming. Up 3K and in a good position. They're probably all going to stick around for a 12-minute power rune.
And I like the tempo that Ame is creating in this game with the tower pressure. It's going to open up space, secure more power runes for Storm. This one's just guaranteed because you can't get the lane up far enough. And it means Ame can join earlier fights as you have more angles to connect on. This is the type of game you want to play in these, disadvantaged carry matchups. You don't want to just perma AFK. Yeah, he's 0-0-0, but he has some solid building damage under his belt. That counts for a lot here.
If I'm BB team, I'm already talking about, okay, are we going to defend our Wisdom Shrine in 2 minutes, or are we going to try and take theirs? Because I feel like Extreme Gaming, they're in a good enough position, right, that they've taken all the tier 1 towers. They're going to have another meta up. They're going to have this power rune holding in the Storm Spirit's pocket, right? I mean, I feel like they could just kind of keep forcing things, force objectives.
You have to plan to defend here if you're BB. You cannot aggressively take. Maybe Ember can plan to steal one, but you're worried about getting slept or gripped into arrow this game.
Right,
or Doom.
yeah.
Like, the Bane setup's really scary for GPK to play aggressive, so I think you just have to look for yours. XG could attempt to contest that with a Smoke Storm Spirit going in there. Little risky to fight very deep into BB's side of the map when they have so much turnaround potential. Both teams can punish an overextension out of these two Spirit mid laners. There's the hammer. I don't know if Miro's going to get a lot of tower damage value out of it. Pretty hard for him to push far up top, but he can definitely farm. Missed wheel.
I mean, that wheel is just... that is a prayer right there against a Mirana. And they're going to pop the Moonlight Shadow and make a move. Look at the Bane circling around behind. Only 2 heroes down here. But they get out with both the Remnant and the Unicycle.
Look at him go. Living his best life.
Yeah. He's got the new set as well.
Oh, he's chilling. Damn, that spell is fun.
Very good addition to the game. Well, no actual move for the Wisdom Shrines. Playing for another power rune. BB team say, okay, this time it'll be top. Nope.
Well, luck is not on their side in this one.
And BB team have guessed wrong every single time.
Another great rune for NTS. Finishes up a Yasha Kaya very early here, too. He is strong, and there's the sleep they're looking for. This should be guaranteed.
Fiend's Grip, Doom, Arrow. Yep. They have so many options here. They're going to pop 2 of the ultimates to guarantee it.
This is the risk for GPK in this game. He has to continually push waves, but any initial stun setup is just guaranteed death.
And his supports aren't super mobile, so it's hard for them to keep up with him and just play behind him all the time.
It has to be a box that saves you there. Even then, if you're doomed, it's not bailing you out. It's just awkward. You can't follow Ember in this type of game. You don't want to have to follow him the whole game. This is where the map can become really awkward for BB to play. They get forced into this split-up action, and XG can just find little pickoffs that lead into more time for the Terrorblade to farm, more space Alme's absorbing. The Storm's getting more of the power runes. Like, this can contribute to a significant snowball, and we're kind of seeing it. 5k gold lead really hasn't come off the back of teamfighting. It's just controlling more space, being really annoying with these supports. Like, honestly, I think FY has done a very solid job just playing in BB's face in this lower jungle and pushing his hero to the limit. Like, what are you going to do about me, right?
Yeah.
Look at all the time he's wasting here. He's going to die to the Ember, but that's 3 heroes in a part of the map that's not doing a lot for BB team. I'm okay with that death.
He also managed to deny the Observer Ward kill.
Sure.
So. Quick smoke up from BB team. They're going to go through the gate. Head to top, and if they can successfully kill the Terrorblade, they might be able to get the tower, but it's already got scanned. So Ame is heading for the hills here.
Very heads up scan. One still bailing that. They get another power rune in the river. And this is just farming the Radiance on the Doom. It's going to be a strong scaling Tricore.
Yeah. Extreme, I mean, if they keep hunting, Extreme could take the fight. They have so much vision in this area. 3 different wards surrounding the Radiant Triangle.
Is it just going to straight up push a tier 2? You can get cursed here.
Maintaining a good spread. With a shield rune on Ame, he's not too afraid of getting cursed. It's going to set up some other abilities, though. Do they have any saves to bail out the TB? He's going to be all in.
Yeah,
quickly killed. Okay.
Don't know about that one.
Extreme had a terrible misread of that situation. I think, in part, doesn't Winter's Curse apply a basic Dispel? Am I remembering that right? Because he had a shield rune and it just disappeared.
Yes, it does still do it. Did they ever remove it? I mean, it doesn't say.
I mean, either way, the setup, even with a shield rune, I feel like the setup into the wheel, that's just too long of a disable in the first place.
I just don't like that play. Like, what is this gonna achieve? And I think it was highly disrespectful to the wheel. Like, that's the easiest wheel setup of Save's life. You don't even need the curse there. You could have just thrown it behind him and whipped him. He's gonna get caught in it, and I think he just gets all in. Like, you don't have a way to bail anybody out from that type of play in this game. What, sleep save? You can't sleep save against wheel. It's almost impossible. So that was a very suspicious play, but life goes on.
It does apply a basic Dispel. Doesn't say it on the ability, of course, but
interesting. I wonder if they actually intended to remove that when they reverted that spell a bit, but
yeah,
just forgot it did it.
Katomi, I call the braces before he gets grabbed, but that just sets up the arrow. Team is coming in. They're not going to be able to save the Winter Wyvern. Can they get a kill for this anywhere? Kiritan's actually going to join in. FY already making a leap away. GPK in deep, trying to dodge the Doom, and it doesn't quite go off. Wheel plus the Meteor lands on XXS's head. He is so slowed down, he can't get out of the Meteor. And another good fight for BB team. A trade-off of Winter Wyvern for a Doom.
And the issue is PL showing up there, causing too much confusion, zoning heroes out of the fight. There's no clear Doom target. Just very hard to control Kiritich in this game. We're already seeing the problems that he can present in the team fight. He's not even that farmed yet. Not to mention, there's a Largo in this game. Like, you can eventually have Encore, Lotus, Lincolns for the Doom. Yeah, he probably wants to go the Ags at some point anyway, but it's a great Lotus Lincolns game against the Bane, who needs to be set up for some of these other heroes. The Stormpull for a little bit, the Sunder. Like, there are some big spells to block here for Miro with this build-up. I kind of like it. It can be a little awkward to throw these on the PL because they're kind of revealing the real PL. Sure. That's the only downside here. But at a certain point, I think Kiritich will be so strong it doesn't really matter. You can also just throw it on the Ember Spirit, let him go ham on the front line. It'll be a Lincoln's first item for GBK. He's just going Vessel Lincoln Spear. So
Vex Nova doesn't quite get the nightmare that would have led to Miro's death.
I think BB are addressing the threats on the map right now. If they get these single spell block items up, particularly for GPK, he's going to be able to push lanes a lot more aggressively. Is there a response available for XG? It's just kind of more setup threat. Like, I don't know, Yule Scepters or something like this. You can pop a Lincolns and sleep a guy. It's not that straightforward, though. I guess Ags for Storm, Ags for Doom as we scale more and more here.
This, because they don't have very good Phantom Lancer answers, this first big item for Phantom Lancer, I feel like it's going to change team fights. The Aghanim Scepter creates so many illusions. This is going to be a big issue for Extreme.
The range on this is also just really stupid. You just can't escape from this hero.
Yeah.
Once he latches onto you, he's chasing you down. It reminds me of like that Kez chase down.
yeah.
Game is definitely going to be a slow one for XG. There's a nice little pick off with an amp damage storm. NTS still asserting himself on the map, up to 11 galvanized stacks. I mean, he's having a great game here.
Yeah, they've had a couple of slip-ups, but they can't afford to let that slow them down, right?
No.
They got to keep just going for it. Tormentor time.
Pretty fast here. Not the greatest shards to get. They're likely going to get one of these support shards, and they're both pretty mediocre here.
I feel like getting some AoE off of Brain Sap isn't the worst in this game.
Yeah, you can.
Every bit of AoE you can get is good.
You can also suck all the illusions. It's a pretty big heal. So in some sense, it's like some sustain for X-Nova. Not the worst. Wouldn't be surprised if XG are thinking about an early Roshan in this game, like earlier than they might do it in the average game with this lineup, just to try and force BB to fight them or lose something on the map, because they're just farming all of their heroes. And they're farming up some great items here.
Okay, well, Kiritich just going to be farming faster and faster now that he's got this Aghanim Scepter done. Simultaneously, it's also going to be a big boon in team fights. Extreme Gaming. Time is on. Unless they really think that they could just go late and, you know, super late where you've got Aghanim Scepter Storms here and Aghanim Scepter Doom. But I highly doubt that's the original game plan. Smoke up from BB team. Pickoff in this area could lead to a Roche. It's kind of slow for their team, but a good enough fight might let them do it anyway.
Don't have the Ember leading this smoke, though. Like, they have no initiator. Just trying to run into a big
be one
core
spot.
target.
Gets the blink away, though.
The charge.
There it is. Kiritich starts charging him down across the map.
Yep. Very hard to get away from that. Just no real counterplay for XXS in this game either. He needs a lot more net worth. Like, you need BKB, you need Shivas. Eventually, potentially that Aghanim Scepter to even turn something there.
And there it is. They're going to go for the Roche.
This is not a Roche.
Actually, way faster than I thought.
Now, PL does these objectives pretty well now. You have to contest this if you're Extreme Gaming. I refuse to believe you can just give PL a 23-minute Roshan in this game and be confident in a victory.
They're not even throwing the arrow into the pit.
This is rough. I mean, he's so strong with the 2 lives.
Well, maybe you are committed for a longer game then if you're Extreme.
Well, now they are.
Yeah.
If you weren't before, now you are.
Yeah.
I guess
it is Extreme Gaming. They do kind of always tend to go late.
Sure. If they can get a true like 5-6 slot Storm, he is in some ways their best answer to this PL with the AoE Vortex pull and like these overload bounces and just running in with some AoE Doom Radiance. Like, there's a chance you can kind of like burn this PL down initially and force him to disengage and then run the fight over that way. Maybe start assassinating people with some Swift Blink Terrorblade. This is all a very long way away, but it's what you kind of have to be gearing up for.
What do you think about him going back to an Orchid? That's a kind of an odd one, right? Normally we see like these Pharasma buildups and stuff. Is this about him just killing these save supports at the start, not letting them get off any defensive abilities?
It's definitely about targeting the backline. I don't like it, though, because you already have a Glimmer Cape on Wyvern. You're going to have a second Glimmer Cape on the Ringmaster. When there's 2 saving supports, they can bail each other out.
Right.
And you're playing against Largo. Orchid is generally really weak against Largo because he gets effectively double Lotus, double Lincolns at some point.
Yeah.
And he has the Catchy Lick. So it's like, who are you Orchiding in this game, you know? Basically, it just ups his single target DPS with a Bloodthorn later on if he can isolate a hero on the map.
Yeah, like that for me says they are really going to be playing or trying to play Rat Dota to split BB team up so Nothing to Say can find single heroes.
It is a concept that works against the BB lineup, but it requires you to be able to get these lanes in. And so far, BB have done a decent job just combating these terrible illusions on the map. It might get a little harder for them, but they have Ember Spirit. They have some supports who can push waves. They have a PL who can do it.
Nothing to say is doing a good job. Oh,
boy.
What a whip. And he
Well,
does actually spot Nothing to Say, so Nothing to Say is likely dead here. I mean, the call should be made. All the BB team is going to rotate over, just surround the area as much as they can. Oh,
Missed the
Nothing to Say
curves.
actually managed to make a long enough run down the river.
He's running.
He's getting some mana back. He might be able to make another small zip. Maybe GPK doesn't see him. Now the Phantom Lancer's going to cut him off. He's going to get one more zip. That's just not going to be enough. So there he goes. Buys out the Orchid at least, but
it's a big kill because he's so high level.
Yeah.
He also had that streak, so that's a lot of gold going to GPK. A lot of time that you can just kind of run across the map and do whatever you want right now.
XXS is pinged down to GPK here, but he's got Lincolns and he doesn't... Well, no, he does. He actually ate a small little Satyr for his single target ability to break through Lincolns. Still, though, just the combination of having to cast that, then Doom usually means Ember Spirit's going to slight Remnant out. I do like FY. I was just thinking about if you're playing Rat Dota, they do have one of the supports that's really good at it with the Aghanim Scepter Mirana. Where you just arrow down waves with the Starstorm.
I guess what else are you really going to go? It still needs the level 20 talent to really get online, to get nerfed a bit. So that's the biggest issue with this build-up, but you do farm pretty fast. You can contribute some extra damage in the fight. It's a little extra AoE for PL, though. I want to say it's kind of negligible.
Yeah.
But if you can get to the talents, you can become a really annoying late game hero with Octarine cooldown reduction on like the triple arrow plus Moonlight Shadow, really low cooldown. It can be obnoxious in the late game.
Yeah, for me, I just feel like they're kind of screwed right now. So anything that can allow them to farm and scale up, you know, just hope that this game draws out another 20 minutes.
I agree. You're playing for the late game here. Gonna get some tower damage bottom. Oh man, just walking in the base. Knocking on the door. Anybody home?
I love that. I mean, try and force BB team back to their base. That is a lot of map that you get for every single hero that TP's back like this. Both supports can return this to the area. They also have a lot of vision on this side of the map. So as they TP down here and push out, there may be an opportunity for an initiation.
They're farming well. And they're not making bad moves. I think it's very easy to potentially force some bad move in a game like this. Like, oh, we need to try and smoke and kill Phantom Lancer or something.
Yeah.
And then you just get team wiped and the game becomes impossible. So I like those aspects of what XG are doing right now. And we'll see if it pays off in the long run. Butterfly is done for Kiritich, so this is one of his big timings. Just very hard for the Terrorblade to interact with him.
Combine that with the Aghanim Scepter on GPK. This is definitely going to be a BB team that's going to start mounting up a lot of pressure now. And we'll see if that results in them clawing back a net worth lead that Extreme currently has at 6 to 5K.
And that Ags for the Ember just ruining FY's day. That's a chase down when you need it.
You get a tower. Once again, Extreme Gaming trying to force heroes down to this bottom lane. Kiritich will oblige, as he is probably the one hero can push out this lane solo, not be under threat.
So you're going to see the PL bottom and try and smoke through the gate, hoping to catch somebody top, but BB are already smoking bottom themselves. Interesting idea.
I mean, I bet this is just going to turn into Extreme trying to take tier 2 top, while BB team do the same on the other side. It's so clear BB team really don't want to go back to their own side of the map. And it's very obvious that Extreme Gaming is trying to force them to do so over and over again. FY gets spotted. He will be the victim of the smoke yank. But the push is going through that top lane with all the TB illusions.
This might be a game you need Blink Mirana or something.
Yeah,
you can just rat a little more aggressively. I'm going to see GPK TV back here. Is there any potential setup on? No, he's just too fast, man. Very difficult to catch him with the Lincoln Sphere for the Bane. Your pop and cast animations just aren't fast enough. Still, they have some good wards here. Scouting Kataomi, moving into mid. But it turns daytime. Unlucky for Xnova.
Yeah. They do get a regen rune for nothing to say in level 20.
And a shield rune. He's kind of jacked right now.
Yeah, he is.
All time for the Doom to become a hero in this game.
If he can get to his Shivas, will make him significantly tankier against this Phantom Lancer, who has been kind of ripping him apart every fight. I say fight. There really haven't been too many fights.
Yeah, what fight? What fight are you talking about?
There's been a number of pickoffs. That's kind of about it. Time for another Tormentor soon. After that, start thinking about another Roche. And second Roshan will be BB Team's time to go high ground, I would imagine. You have to feel like you're so much stronger. Bloodthorn complete for nothing to say, so if they do get an opportunity to actually get the Bloodthorn out, it doesn't get dispelled, they hit. It is going to be a lot of single target damage ramping up.
At least Ame is getting some decent rat action going. Took half these tier 3s on the side lanes. Double catapult way top with some illus, cleared out almost 2,000 HP on that tier 3 tower. Could potentially open up some base trade if BB try and push. That becomes fairly annoying for them.
Yeah, the amount of damage they've done to these tier 3s is kind of crazy.
That's value.
You've done 3,400 damage between the two tier 3s.
And they're just gonna smoke.
Long zip in from the Storm Spirits.
What?
That was a crazy move.
What was that?
I don't know, but he's going to zip back out. He's probably going to be chased down by GPK. He needs the team to help him out. The Moonlight Shadow, he gets away.
That was a wild play. Because they were smoking to take a fight. So that kind of just ruined your idea of taking a fight, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, very weird sequence for Extreme Gaming.
Maybe Nothing to Say was trying to convince the team it's not a good idea to go for a team fight. And they said, no, we're doing it. We're smoking. We're going for it.
What, so like botch?
He preemptively ruined the smoke.
Yeah, botch your own play so it doesn't go worse.
Yeah.
That's a next level idea.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that Extreme Gaming has clearly had some team problems.
You really had to bring that up, huh?
Well, I'm just saying, it's 32 minutes. Maybe Ame's prepared to GG out.
No. He's vibing this game.
No,
0-1 and 0, that's Ame in prime territory.
That is going to be a second Roshan. It was a very fast Roshan spawn. Unlucky. Almost got the last hit there with the Aghanim's Marana.
The rat action. The tier 3 bottom.
Almost dead. The
He's
illusions,
gonna get it.
They're going to get it. Okay.
Take that, GPK. You can do nothing to defend against the onslaught that is the Ame PvE.
Okay, so BB Team very clearly want to try and, end the game if they can, or at least get a significant advantage with this Aegis timing. How do you play the map? How do you set this up so you're not trading a lane for lane? How do you actually get Extreme Gaming to be in their base and take a 5-on-5?
Abuse the Ember.
Okay.
And deal with the lanes and still join the fight.
So Ember's going to have to take some risks.
Yeah, maybe you get an extra boost of travel on somebody like the Wyvern or Ring, so you can kind of camp him and then also go.
Trying to get Nothing to Say. Zips far enough away.
Yeah, good luck on that one.
Yeah.
It is a little spooky. Like, no one wants to push out the bottom wave except the PL solo for risk of getting slept into the combo. You can let Kiritich push this and then make a play across the map. If you get it really fast, you should find a pick off. They're doing pretty much that, and they'll find FY here, so that's something. There's an amp damage in the river.
Well, this is looking like one of your best times to make the move happen.
Should have a window here where you can push, potentially hit high ground if you're confident enough. Especially with amp damage on GPK, that's a big moment to just force the fight. I think it's okay to also just trade some buildings here if you're BB. Like, if you just send it down mid, yeah, maybe Ame rats one of your side lanes and takes some buildings in exchange. But if you get buildings plus some kills and he has to come back at some point, like, I don't think it's the worst situation.
Banner gets dropped, and the high ground push ensues. So, We have the TB pushing out bottom lane. Top wave is pushing into tier 3s as well. So Extreme Gaming are definitely going to try and trade lanes of barracks here. Or force BB team back, but Kiritich is doing this so quickly, they might be able to take the lane and still get back in time.
They have options now.
Or they can go for a second lane. Say, okay, you want to take bottom? We're going to take top.
I'm just going to back up.
Yeah, they make the call to back.
Take the safer route, see if actually can find any jump. But they're only showing the Ember bottom right now, so not really an OP. Did get a range barracks.
Well, GPK denies the range barracks.
Nobody takes a barracks against GPK.
That's right.
Except GPK.
Okay, when now the next question is, when does Extreme actually want to take a fight? Are they ever going to take a fight? Is it Aghanim Scepter on Doom? I'm still going back to the Aghanim Scepter. I'm not going to let it go.
That is probably your best moment. I still think Ags on Storm can be influential in this game.
Yeah, he's building a Linken's instead. Really committed to enabling his rat action.
I just think the Ag Storm is super beneficial for bypassing some of these Lincoln Lotus buildups.
Yeah, it would actually give you like high ground defense.
Yeah.
Like a very good high ground defense capability. Like
So I'm kinda
that
looking for
disable
that.
setting up the Doom initiation would do wonders for you.
I just don't believe in this Ag's Doom. Yeah, it's the right item build in some ways, but I just don't think you can have direct impact with it against PL. I don't think it works out a lot of the time. He has too many ways to get out of it initially, and then you're just screwed in terms of latching onto him.
Okay, so if you don't believe it, what do you give Extreme's chances in this game?
Oh.
Got him on the winner's curse. Finally, the initiation lands. Unfortunately, the rest of the team couldn't follow it up.
Yeah, no follow-ups done.
Nothing to say. I mean, win or lose, you got to give props to Nothing to Say. He is really being a thorn in BB Team's side.
He's done his job. Another range racks died top, by the way.
Yep.
So the rat action is definitely high.
But there is nothing stopping BB Team at this point. Like, they've taken the tier 2 bottom. Now all of the buildings are open to be taken.
Yeah, GPK killed the next top wave too, so your base is defended. You're getting the fight with the Aegis that you want. Time to send it here.
XXS trying to find the initiation on the side, smoking forward. Meanwhile, you have Hydra's Breath, Scotty on TV. So that's his way to try and deal with this tanky Phantom Lancer here with all the illusions. Look at the Ember Spear die. Oh, he gets saved. And what an initiation from XXS. A two-man's done into a Doom. The Storm Spirit's in some trouble here. He actually dies. Looks like they got through him. Managed to get the silence on him.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
man.
FY trying to roll on out of here. Looks like the Phantom Lancer's going to hunt him down. Doom's in trouble. He's going to fall. This is going to be Extreme Gaming forced into multiple buybacks.
The Storm just got massacred. He got Lotus Orchided, I believe.
Oh, that's rough.
He just ends up nuking himself with all that net worth.
Yeah, because he had like half his mana.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, how did he die so fast when the Largo got doomed? A lot of the disables went on to the Doom at the end.
Winner's Curse.
Oh, it was
It's a
Orchid from
beauty. That's going to be a die back on Nothing to Say with the whip also hitting Ame. At the same time, actually, the whip almost stopped the kill from happening. Ame's going to need a Dream Sunder. There's no shot. No chance whatsoever. And the game is just done. So we had 35 minutes of build-up for BB Team, and then they just end the game in one fell swoop.
It was actually Orchid from Kiritich. He bought a last-minute Orchid on his PL and hit Nothing to Say twice with it.
Ah, gotcha.
So super heads-up play by him. You're going into that Bloodthorn on PL guaranteed no matter what anyway, right? So very heads-up team fighting from him. And I don't know. I feel like that's just how that game is going to go. I don't see the win condition there. I think the fight's just way too difficult. You're not getting enough pickoffs in this game to build. Like, if you have a 20 or 30k net worth, you can win any game of Dota, but XG aren't getting there. You're not picking enough heroes off. The itemization with the early Lincolns on GPK is pretty smart in this game, just letting him push waves out, which is what they need. Early ags, so you can kind of chase down some of these supports and get some extra kills on the map. It's just a slow build-up game for BB. It's not super exciting, it's not super thrilling, but they have the last pick Phantom Lancer. They have the confidence it's going to win them these late-game team fights, and it will. It's just a cheese hero. Like, you got cheese, you got to write it off of your XG and go game too.
Extreme Gaming, really not much they could do about this. There was just, you could see the situation, like the early game, they were playing it well, they were controlling the map well, and it's just like one slip up, and it's like, okay, well, I guess we can't end the game early. and now we just have to go late.
I think your best way to win that game, honestly, is to just send it. Like, you have to get first Aegis and just go high ground with Aegis Terrorblade. This death was also really bad. This kind of sets your whole tempo back considerably. Up until that point, I think your tempo was pretty good. The issue with going high ground early with this lineup is Doom is really useless in that scenario.
Yes.
Maybe you're supposed to just buy, like, utility on Doom. You know, like Crimson Greaves, Vlads.
For the all-in.
Yeah, I legit think you are.
Just go for it.
Because I don't think you have another way to really win this game, and I think you just have to full commit to that idea, send it, and make sure your Terrorblade has some sustain and survivability going the high ground, because otherwise he can't do it on his own.
Well, we certainly know Extreme Gaming would prefer the late game, and BB Team, well, they got a gotcha pick with a Phantom Lancer, kind of guaranteeing there was not much of a chance for Extreme this game 1.
And surely that seems like it's easy to recover from in game number 2, but we're going to talk all about that later. First, we're going to focus on this game 1 and how it came to be, starting with the very laning stage, because we ended this draft saying that these two drafts were even, and it was just going to be about who would outplay who. And to be honest, Seb, it stayed very even for a very long time.
I mean, it did actually. I think Extreme did a pretty good job in the laning phase, but what wasn't even was the PL pick, though. It's like eventually that PL was gonna become a big issue. It was a very nice 24. I think typically we've seen drafts where we kind of question sometimes, or at least ask ourselves, like, is there enough value in this last pick? Because that's what last pick advantage gives you, is you really want to have this gotcha pick, put them on a timer. That's exactly what PL was, and it came to play big time.
I don't think coming into the series, they were kind of expecting to have PL on their team, but when the opportunity arises, you are going to take it on 24, and this hero is going to take over the game. He had a great laning stage paired up with Winter Wyvern. You're not really threatened by this Doom and Mirana. I'm just going to throw it out there. I hate this hero from position 4. I think this is one of the most useless hero from position 4. Does absolutely nothing. Like, it's completely lackluster compared to some other position 4s out there. Makes your game very difficult to play. We saw a couple of times where they're trying to engage onto Ember Spirit. They don't have enough damage to kill this hero. Even though they did a good job between like 6 and 8 minutes making sure that they're getting these kills. Maybe BB Team was a bit asleep at that time. They weren't really punching back how I would suppose them to punch back with the lineup that they did have. But other than that, Extreme Gaming, they had I think this is a very deceptive lead that they had in this game. It was a pretty constant 5k gold lead for them, but it was unable to transition into anything.
Well, we can transition into showing you guys the scoreboard, because with that, this game, it did start very even. I would imagine also, well, those kills that we see on the side of Extreme Gaming, most of those happened very early on. And after that, it was just BB Team that was running away from that. Is it because of the PL that there was just no way? Like, once this game reaches like, what, 25 minutes, it's like, okay, that's it, call it?
I mean, it's like there's PL and it's really hard to pressure him, honestly. It's just such a good PL game. And then there's like an Ember Lincolns and you're running like a Bane Storm Dooms. It's so hard, and they have triple save. Like, even Largo's first spell is a save in a sense against Chainstun. Ringmaster Box, Cold Embrace, Counter Initiation with Wyvern. It's hard to make plays around the map, honestly, for Extreme. Like, I think BB, they also played a really good game and they have great map awareness, so they never really gave them openings that they don't deserve. But even like after the early game, Storm was able to get a couple of moves done, and I think he had a lot of impact. They get the PL Star pretty early, which secured Doom like a pretty good mid game, because the lane was actually really tough for Doom. And again, that's maybe because of the Mirana. It, like, you see the Wyvern's impact in the lane. He does everything. Like, he protects PL, he harasses both of them, and Mirana's just there ARing range creep. It's very lackluster. So I think it kind of came down to the lineup at the end of the day, where Extreme, like, they went for something interesting, but at the end of the, like, the whole picture was not as efficient as it was on BB Team. I think BB Team's draft, it was very solid at all stages of the game, and they executed it to perfection.
Yeah, they did very well. It felt very smooth. I want to look at the positives for the side of Extreme Gaming here as well, Lacoste, because Yeah, they got overall last big PL. So let's not talk about the second half of this game. But I felt like in the first half, if we were comparing this extreme gaming to the one we saw a couple days ago, you do feel that they have a better grasp of what they should be doing early on.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it. I feel the first 10-15 minutes, they looked very good. I think these are type of the heroes that they need to have. Maybe like Ame ended the game with 0-2-1. Like yesterday, they had this Morphling that I also mentioned, which I haven't really been impressed by. Maybe I would love to see something that joins relatively early on, something that has slightly more impact. Sure, you were farming, but in the bigger picture, like this gold lead, like it didn't really get them anywhere. There was one big attempt for them where they were trying to push the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and this was their kind of like, we want to test it out, like we want to see how strong we are. Even if they won that fight, I feel like the outcome would still be the same, because he had a shield rune, he's pushing a tier 2 tower, and at that time he feels maybe with the Bane save it's gonna be enough, but he also gets clipped by Wheel, and they just burst him from 100 to 0 because he doesn't have any kind of save behind him.
He did not. We talked also during the draft about if someone was going to do very well, it should be nothing to say on his Storm Spirit. Are we happy with his performance in the mid lane?
He did well. I really think that game for Extreme is not worrisome in the sense that it was more of a tactical mistake in a sense. Like draft and maybe timings. I don't feel like they were, outclassed by BB in that game. I think it's more of the... There was like a status quo, and they could not really challenge it. They didn't have the tools, hero-wise, and they just had to kind of wait for their fate to come to them. It's like they see this PL and they're like, it's a problem. What can we do about it? Nothing. Oh well, it was that kind of game. I guess I'm just gonna keep on farming. They could have maybe came back in the late game. Like I would have maybe liked them to, especially like the Doom and the Storm, maybe adapt their build to try to contest. Maybe they had a misread, to be honest, because they did give up a lot during the game. Like they gave every second rush. They didn't really ever fight back. So it kind of keeps you, wondering, like, what were they looking at? Like, which timing were they thinking of? Because then BB came knocking on their base, and all of a sudden the game just, collapses. So perhaps they needed to find earlier timings, maybe change their item build, it was mentioned by the casters, get an Aghanims on Storm Spirit a little bit early, maybe skip Shivas on Doom is hard to skip, but whatever, get an earlier Aghs, I don't know, try something. It felt like they didn't try to stop, the bus that was going on them full speed.
Yeah, from BB team, we're kind of used to seeing something like this. Lacoste, this was the way they like to play, and they were able and allowed to play it without much contention.
Yeah, this team kind of feels comfortable, also taking it slightly later if needed. They look very surgical when it comes down to execution in some of these mid-game fights as well, taking the first Roshan, taking the second Roshan. Itemization-wise as well, they're very on point. We don't see it too much on Largo, but this... Meteor Hammer that he did go for felt very nice with the combination between him and Ringmaster, making sure that they have a follow-up stun, they have enough damage. On top of that, picking up the Lotus Orb, Lincoln Sphere on Storm Spirit, on Ember Spirit, making sure that all of these single target oriented spells are not going to be doing as much, kind of protecting themselves against the Orchid that did come out from the Storm Spirit, and also having two saving supports makes it so easier for them to just take care of each other.
Smooth sailing for BB team in this first game of this 2-game series. We're going to find out if they can repeat that, and we're also going to find out if this level of cruising and confidence was expected by BB team, as we're going to listen to Heritage.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hey, I'm here with Kiritic of BB Team. Kiritic, BB Team in past years has struggled a little bit with consistency, but it feels like you guys have been pretty consistent lately. What kind of things did you do to make that change?
Okay, I think in this season we improving a lot. Like when I'm enjoying this team, like sometimes in tournament we get like 8th place on Dream League and we play not good. We make good conclusions, and on Blast we almost win this tournament. I think we have a very good form on this tournament, and right now after after Blast we chilling, relaxing, have very good preparing for this tournament. Not on boot camp because Katomi destroy knee. It's sad. We're preparing in online. Of course, on boot camp it will be better, but we have very good preparation and we have very good chance on this tournament.
Good. I'm happy it's going well. That's awesome. I feel like there's been a lot of teams that are good lately. I feel like it's never been closer in Dota 2 for top teams. Do you agree with that? I feel like anybody could win.
Yeah, it's true. Last I think like 8 teams can win this tournament.
Yeah.
But for me, very good team right now. Like on scrims, it's Team Yandex.
Okay. As expected. Do you have any ideas why all the teams are so close this season? Just everyone's working hard, everyone's good.
Yeah, every team just full try hard. Every team have good synergy in team. Good vibe. I think that's it.
Yeah, so a little bit random, I guess. Okay, cool. You played Drow Ranger twice, I believe, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Why is Drow so good right now?
This hero has unreal good lane. Like it's branded hero. You hit enemy and creep don't aggro on you. It's
free,
not legal. And also this hero have unreal good win condition. I think only 2 heroes can destroy win condition like Spectre, Naga, PL.
To get on top of her.
Illusion heroes. And that's it.
It's easy to hit towers, right?
Yeah, you have easy build like Manta, Pike, Fly, BKB. You destroy any carry matchup.
Yeah.
Very easy to play, to be honest. If you a lot of play on this hero and watch replays, you can understand what to build, how to stay lane, how fighting. Like you need to more hard on this hero. It's position team fight. You need to understand what hero can focus, what enemy hero can focus you and destroy. That's very important.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for that knowledge, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Okay, thank you.
Team synergy, and that is what Kirji says is the reason why all these teams are so close in skill. And it's not the first time that we've heard that either. It is a running theme this season. We, of course, have seen Noticed and DM effectively switching teams, and both teams seem to be better off for it. Just works out better. Kirtic joins BB at the start of this season, but had also a stint with them as a stand-in before that, where we already noticed the impact of the change in synergy in the squad. And I think Lacoste, it is very cool to see that that has grown and that actually seems to be a deciding factor as to why teams now are just better.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, they are a good example of sticking together, like the power of friendship that OG had as well. These are type of teams that are going to be winning things because with the constant swaps, you always have to adjust to something new, which takes a little bit more time. Sometimes it clicks immediately. You have this honeymoon phase, but feeling relaxed, knowing exactly how, your laning partner is going to play, pushing the limits as well. It's definitely going to affect how stable you're going to be, and stability is something in Dota that every team thrives, and the stability does come with time, and with time spent together, not just inside the game, but also outside of the game as well.
I think Tofu mentioned it yesterday also in an interview where he was asked how is it going in Liquid and whatnot, and he's like, you know, it's going better every day. We're getting to know each other's better, understand each other's better, like learn how to interpret each other's behaviors or reactions. I think that part is really, it's a massive part, like in team dynamics. These players are of different ages, different cultures, different backgrounds, like you name it. Like they would never have met each other's if it wasn't for Dota, right? So and they're different in so many ways that they need to understand each other's, like get to know each other's better, especially in high pressure situations. Like being in a Dota team is like being in a constant crisis. Like everything's just falling apart constantly. Like everything's just falling apart constantly. And you add the stakes on top of it, the pressure, the expectations from the fans, from the orgs, you name it. It's a lot to deal with. And I think the teams that have been together for the longest time, well, they went through these highs and these lows, and they now have the proper approach. And yeah, it makes a world of a difference. I was thinking about BB team, and like I think to me the best way to put it is like playing BB team is like going through a Dota exam, like a tier 1 Dota exam. It's like, how good are your basics? You know, did you do your homework? Like, do you know how to lane? Do you know how to check runes? Do you know how to team fight? Do you know how to fight for objectives? Do you know the smoke patterns? And if you don't, you lose. If you do, if you did your homework, you're gonna get a game. You might lose anyway, but to me this is like the best tier 1 check, reality check that you can get is BB team, because they're so stable and so perfectionist with their gameplay that it's tough for teams that are a little bit shaky.
Well, Extreme Gaming failed their first check.
They did. They get a second chance to pass their exam, but I've heard there's only 2 chances. If you fail the second time, you're out of the class.
Yeah, you're getting sent to principal's office for bad behavior.
Yes.
Bane now for BB team. This is a kind of Katomi's most played hero. He definitely shines on it. There's also a combination, like something that I really like that 1W did yesterday when they paired it up with the Invoker. It's relatively easy setup for the Sunstrike. It did allow them to get so many kills in a lane where they should not be really winning that lane. So I want to see what the approach for Extreme Gaming is going to be. I see this Bane. I'm just a big fan of Lycan. I feel like this hero, not because of the like specific counter to position 5 in the lane. I feel like this hero just brings so many things to the table. It gives you speed, it gives you ghost push in 2 other lanes once you pick up the shard with the Helm of the Overlord. It gives you timing, it gives you objective taking, all of these things that you did mention that they need to check. Lycan gives them all of these things.
Gives you vision also, right? Like scouting abilities. It's true, like the amount of things that Lycan brings to the table. I'm a big fan of the hero too. Okay, they go for the classic Rubik versus Bane. We saw BB team, like their answer to Bane was Ringmaster. Rubik is another approach. It's not so much about countering the Fiend Strip rather than having it yourself. Every like spell that you steal from Bane as Rubik is good. The one difference though is I think Rubik is quite weak against Bane on lane rather than BB team's answer was, in my opinion, more solid because there's also like a laning aspect to it.
Is this really an opener you want to see on the 9 to get Rubik? It seems very weak.
Not personally not a fan. And you know, I also wanted to mention this is like this opening from BB team is mental damage for Extreme because you know, you first pick Bane, you lose, next game they first pick Bane. It feels really bad. I've been there. It's like the message is Bane was not the problem, my friends. The problem is just that we're better than you. This is why you're losing. Hey. So hopefully for Extreme they're able to bounce back because you lose with first pick Bane, you lose against first pick Bane. There's only one conclusion.
And we're in the second ban phase. We've already got the Snapfire removed on the side of BB, and we saw Snapfire in the hands of XSS, and to be honest, I kind of had hopes that we were going to see that again because that was really fun to watch. He did get very late on in the game, but
it's about that late timing again for Extreme Gaming. They need refreshers. They need like all of these things to click together in the late game. There's one hero still left in the pool, and that's Earthspirit, the most picked hero of the tournament. It's very good against Rubik as well because this is the hero that doesn't really have any good spells to steal against them.
I think they're setting up for it. Like, I see the Snap Ban, Ember Ban. I think these are two pretty decent laners against Earth Spirit. And Bane actually, I think, synergizes really well with Earth Spirit. Like, the Sleep is an amazing setup for Rolling Boulder. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not hitting that stun ever without a setup. So
5 second setup.
5 second setup is almost enough. Like, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Earth Spirit come from BB team. We saw GPK on the hero. He's amazing. He's very comfortable on it, and also very good against Rubik. Yeah, get to the back line, silence him. Don't allow him to cast his spells properly. And an answer we've seen actually for the Earth Spirit mid is the Slaughter. I think some teams do that. Yandex, they play a lot of Slaughter mid. They're showing that is very strong. I don't know if they've played against Earth Spirit. I have to go back and check. But it's a hero we could start seeing, because it seems like Earth Spirit's getting through the draft this time around. I would be really surprised if it's ignored in the second phase also.
And also another big hero that is still left in the pool is Beastmaster. It got banned in the previous phase. I don't know, I just feel like we've seen even Beastmaster from LGD yesterday, that they played it from the mid lane. So this is still like some other team, Rune Eaters, I believe they played it from the carry role. So still showing the strength of the hero being played from 3 different roles. Still going for the same item build. Like Helm of the Overlord just feels too OP. Again, we are going back to Ghost Push, BKB piercing abilities, all of these things that make your game so much easier to play.
I'm a little surprised by this Rubik Centaur opener. I mean, it's a good lane. It's a very strong lane. It's a classic. It gives you team fight, early game presence with Stampede and whatnot. You stack clearing, like it's good. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like Bane is like one of the. Oh, okay, wait. I have to stop on that.
This is the second Bloodseeker, I believe. There was one game yesterday. Of course, it lost. It is a Bloodseeker.
What the hell?
Can you guess who played it?
Crystallis.
Yeah, that is correct.
Easy.
That's an easy one.
Okay, I mean, Rubik is pretty good against Bloodseeker, I would say, in the game. These are 2 spells that you're really happy stealing, Bloodrite and Rupture. Great synergy, Bloodseeker Bane, that's a classic. Like Sleep into, oh my god, oh no, another Mirana, please.
No.
Oh, no.
Maybe in the hands of save is different.
What's happening? Bloodseeker
what is
second
this?
and Mirana third? Like, wait, is this still 2026? Is this still EWC? Did I jump back in time? What happened?
No, I also checked if we have the correct team showing. Is this the case?
Okay, no.
I'm a little confused. Like,
I guess it's happening.
These are not meta heroes by any means, other than Bane. Like Mirana, I mean, I already talked about Mirana not being a strong hero. Bloodseeker, can you even steal? Like, you can't steal Blood Rage anymore, so you're gonna be stealing a good spell from Bloodseeker no matter what, because you can only use it on yourself.
Yeah, I'm very confused by both these picks, because I mean, obviously Rupture versus Stampede, kind of cute. Bane with Bloodseeker. Good lane, like Nightmare into Bloodrite, into Run Them Down. It's one of the strongest lanes I can think of. I just haven't seen Bloodseeker these days anymore. Like, I wonder what Crystallis bought yesterday. Is it still the Maelstrom? Or are we talking Radiance?
He did go for Maelstrom.
He went for Maelstrom? Okay, so they're doing the standard. I would be surprised if we don't see an Earth Spirit here from BB team. I think it's pretty straightforward. Like, you need a lot more damage. We saw last game, like, Bane Mirana is very little damage. They were not even able to kill an Ember as 3 heroes. Ursa is good against Puck. The silence is very cool. Also great setup with the Bane Sleep, as we mentioned. Lich Armor doesn't do anything against this overwhelming amount of damage. I'm also a little bit surprised with the Lich pick, if I'm honest. I think it's a solid pick, but I don't think it's particularly good this game. They have a lot of like pure and magic damage, and they're probably going to add on top of it. Yeah. Maybe just like a laning partner. They want a melee hero. Maybe they've decided, and they want to be able to use that Frost Shield on the lane.
I'm down for Earth Spirit. I'm also down potentially for Slaughter. That could come out in the lane against Puck. Maybe just to have a guaranteed stun, somebody who can start a fight. Earth Spirit checks a lot of those boxes. I think it's also a hero that dominates Puck in the lane. It's a hero with a 3.5 second max silence, plus you have like setup from the Bloodseeker, you have Fiend's Grip. A little surprised with the order of the picks that they did decide to go for, because I think on 14 the Earth Spirit would just look straight up good, and maybe they would have better options to pick up their position 4s and maybe a carry as well.
Question. If you want to go for a melee carry on the side of Extreme Gaming, why would you want to do that? Because Bloodseeker is really good. He'll just rupture you and then you can't do anything. You just stand there like a dummy.
I think it's a Spectre game. If I'm like, the only reason why I could see Lich be good is, I mean, I think of Jug and Spectre for Army, and both of them are amazing with Lich on the lane. I think Lich is a big enabler of these two heroes. That's the only reason I can come up with. I think the other options are very, underwhelming. They're not gonna work against what BB Team has. BB Team have, like, actually, you know, I think Mirana is like a little bit better this game than it was with the Extremes lineup, because they have so much damage with Bloodseeker, Earth Spirit. These are cores that are gonna dish out so much damage in the early game and in the mid game, that Mirana really is just about like setting up, essentially. What Mirana does give you that other supports don't is the ability to scout the map in pretty safely, and Moonlight Shadow also, like so you get like a terrain advantage, if you will, and in that sense, when your cores are hitting earlier timings, it can be interesting.
I appreciate the PL ban coming out from BB Team.
They know that what the weakness was from previous draft for XG, because they have very similar lineup, very same archetype of the heroes and the same weaknesses. You did talk about you know, maybe Jug, maybe Spectre coming out. I would maybe add in potentially Tiny, that could come out, a hero that stands his ground, has status resistance, and is able to punch back against the Bloodseeker. You don't care too much about like these turret type of heroes are going to be very good. If we're thinking about turret type heroes, I think on 24 for XG, probably the best hero that just stands the ground is Medusa. I feel like this hero could come out for Extreme Gaming potentially.
The Night Stalker that we've seen banned so many times against Pucks has been left in the pool and will be in the hands of Miero.
Very good NS pick. Get on top of Lich, get on top of Rubik, get on top of Puck. I would be really surprised if they don't go for Spectre. I feel like it's a no-brainer. You get Spectre is such a big Night Stalker counter too, because Spectre can struggle in the early levels, but against NS, you know you're gonna get 5 minutes of peace in a sense, and then you're harder to stop. Actually, you also obviously get the vision. It's a very cool way to kind of get out of this black no vision situation, which makes team fighting really hard. Like Haunt, it will be okay. They go for the TB again. It's also a pretty good hero this game, to be honest. Like they have no illusion clear whatsoever, which is why they banned PL. We'll have to see what Bloodseeker goes for, but it still is very single target heavy, so he never wins this matchup, because even if he starts dealing enough damage, Thunder will happen. Maybe a little bit greedy, we'll have to see.
Silence lineup from BB Team. They can legit perma silence you, like with Bloodseeker, Night Stalker, and Earth Spirit. These are some longest duration silences in game.
It's a really hard puck game.
It's not gonna be easy for nothing to say. They do have one of the best counters to Night Stalker, and that's gonna be for bailing Puck out of trouble and bailing TB out of trouble. That's gonna be Stampede, a global version of a save that can save you. Like you use Phase Shift, use Stampede into Phase Shift, you get out of that AoE because he's not fast enough. I'm leaning towards Extreme Gaming this time around.
If someone's ruptured and you put them in the cart, you can roll them away without them dying, no? Because they're invulnerable.
Yeah, they're not going to take the damage.
Yeah, I'm thinking ultra late game though. I want to know about the laning stage. In the previous game, it was decided that it was even in terms of laning stage. Is that similar now, or are we having a different scenario?
I mean, Extreme Gaming is going to stomp their safe lane, for sure. This Lich TB is going to have the freest lane ever. As for the mid matchup, I think it's 60-40 in Earth Spirit's favor. Could be even worse if the Earth Spirit player is outplaying. And safe lane, Bane Bloodseeker, Rubik Centaur, I would give a big advantage to Bane Bloodseeker, especially because it's Bedboom, like it's BB versus Extreme. Like given the matchup, I think like Rubik Centaur could outplay, but I feel like the better laning team has the better matchup. So in that sense, they could struggle a lot. It's like no room for mistake on Rubik Centaur. I feel like if you once go on Bane or Bloodseeker when you're not supposed to, you're just gonna get destroyed on this lane.
I think they should play aggressively in that lane, try to keep this Bloodseeker low, because the setup that they do have, the turnaround potential with the heal, with the Brain Sap, Fairy Fires, Magic Wand Sticks, it's gonna be through the roof. But also, I would love to see potentially Centaur in this one, just straight up getting double edge on level 2 to have extra bit of a damage to try to punch back against Bloodseeker, who's very low HP hero. Like his strength gain is pretty abysmal, doesn't get really tanky at these early stages, and try to play off of with that.
And we're saying that this Mirana will have a bigger impact than Mirana in the previous game. Why is that?
I think the heroes, like alongside Mirana, don't need as much from the position 4 than they did last game, in that sense. So less pressure on Mirana to be doing things. I think if she just scouts the map, plays deep ops, and chain stun, it's already good enough.
Okay, well, let's find out if Extreme Gaming can pass their Dota Tier 1 exam against BB in Game 2 with Cap and SVG.
We're already starting off with a very interesting situation. BB team went for a deep smoke and Extreme Gaming a very defensive one, and it catches XXS by surprise. He walks up into the triangle, gets caught by the arrow, and GPK claims the first blood. So that is dangerous. Seb already broke down the lanes for us and talked about how that mid matchup is going to favor the Earth Spirit. Well, now with first blood, it's going to be even worse for the Puck.
We've seen Earth Spirit destroy some of these matchups where he has the base damage advantage. Particularly that Earth Spirit Invoker matchup yesterday went super the Earth Spirit's way. Just absolute CS demolishing. So you do have to be careful with some of these matchups in terms of what that hero can do without even trying to trade the region against him, as XG also lose the runes.
Oh boy.
Rough's kind of just an awkward series for them so far. See if this game 2 fares a little better. I do think the draft looks a lot more stable for them. There's no cheese hero that's just going to 1v5 in the late game. If anything, it was kind of reversed. I think that PL game 1 was very tough for Ame to play into with his usual style. He doesn't like being just permanently outscaled. And I think we saw the awkwardness of that game. Here, Bloodseeker is the opposite. It's very easy to outscale Bloodseeker if you have the counter pick. There's a lot of carries that have very good matchups against this hero.
Sure.
He's more of a lane dominator or tempo hero, in my opinion, though he's probably still one of the weaker carries in the game overall. You really have to know what you're doing, own the lane, have some cute combinations. They do have a couple of good ones. The Bane setup's nice. The Earth Spirit kick on a Rupture target can be nice. So you need a little bit of help in that sense. But ultimately, you gave XGA carry counterpick against Bloodseeker, and there's a lot of them, right? The Dusa, Faceless Void, Terror Blade, any illusion carry, any hero that can kind of block Rupture and just nuke him. A lot of the long-range turret heroes generally have good matchups against this hero because they can just sit there and hit him back. Any Satanic Buyer does pretty well. Ursa used to have a okay matchup because you just accelerate Roshan's. Sven can even sometimes out-tempo the hero, though that matchup is generally pretty bad.
So you're telling me is Bloodseeker loses to every carry that's not Bloodseeker?
Yeah, the hero's pretty bad. I was really surprised they just busted it out early in this draft, and I think it kind of changed the whole draft. Like all of a sudden, both teams are kind of trying to enable this Bloodseeker and play around it, and XG are just kind of thinking what they want down the road against this hero. And again, you had your choice. I'm surprised that Ame did not win the Dusa, because to me, this struck me as like just a giga 1v5 by Dusa game.
This must be a bit of a scrim meta because it is not the only Bloodseeker pickup here at EWC. It was actually drafted by Mouse in their matchup against Nemesis. They did lose that game. It was a 67-minute barn burner.
That's Kristallson, right?
Yeah,
there's
that is
a
definitely
big asterisk on that. He'll play it in any meta. He just loves the hero. Kiritich is a Bloodseeker player. I hate picking this hero when you don't see the carry matchup. It feels icky to me, you know? And they saw basically nothing. So I really wonder what prompted them to just bust it out here. And we'll see if it pays off. I do like the Earth Spirit pick. I think GPK could potentially carry this game. He's set up well. He got the first blood. He has a good lane matchup. The silences are going to be really nice in this game in combination between him and the Night Stalker, just going in and setting stuff up. We'll see if they can make that work and kind of just set the fights up well for this Bloodseeker to be able to carry it over the finish line. Or does Ame just get too fat? Pretty nice Terrorblade pick. He had his choice. He'll have a free early laning phase here. He has good core matchups. If he gets Dispels and a BKB, he's kind of invincible in those durations. And you have Lich Armor and Stampede on top of it, so looking like a lot smoother of a game in terms of scaling for Ame. If he gets to a similar position as he did in that game 1, he will very likely just carry it straight up here.
And Kiritich with a 61% win rate on Bloodseeker.
That's pretty
Not
good.
too bad.
That's really good. I mean, if you're a positive win rate on this hero, that's insane.
Man, you really hate Bloodseeker, huh?
It's not just me, it's the stats. This hero is objectively very weak right now. You know, it doesn't mean you can't win with it, but stats don't lie.
Now you're starting me thinking about like what are the carries that have the worst win rates at like TI?
At TI?
Yeah.
All time?
I mean, Bloodseeker has to be, because like TI especially, like these bigger tournaments are all just like very often the games do stall out a bit and you tend to go a little bit later.
We got the Sleep Silence top, FY, taking a bit of damage.
Toss back does hit the Bloodseeker, stuns him up, but he is so fast that he is going to run down FY maybe anyway.
Got the Lotus. Nice little Lotus feed, though he is low, so you're getting some extra thirst here. Generally, that's another component with the hero. You want high harass lanes so that you get the extra thirst, and that's how you're going to dominate the lane early.
Yeah.
Night Stalker, probably the worst hero to do that.
Yeah,
in Dota.
I would agree
like
with
he
that.
is the literal zero harass. I sit here for the first 5 minutes and do nothing. And Earth Spirit's not much better at it. You know, you're not the Zeus archetype, so
yeah, he dominates his lane matchup with the 18 base damage advantage he had over Puck.
And he's doing quite well.
The First Blood combined with the Bounty Rune advantage, they started the lane off, and he had 18 attack damage over nothing to say.
Only 6 denies, though. Honestly, I think NTS is doing quite fine here CS-wise. GPK has that gold injection, and he will have a quick magnetize here to be able to potentially use in combination with the 6-minute power rune. That's the dream.
Rubik will finally die. Yeah, I think Nothing to Say has done a very good job. Like, he's just been playing off of pulling the creep wave as much as possible, because a straight-up CS battle, he would just get ruined.
100%. They do get that Sleep Arrow combination top. There's your first kill. Hits nighttime, so you're able to leave Miro a little bit alone.
And he's doing that maxed out silence build that allows you to clear through creeps better.
Still a process, but he'll get there eventually. And now they're eyeing mid, trying to get a little sleep or silence set up on the Puck. Would be the dream here, though. XG are kind of reading this move. Looking for the power rune. 6 minutes.
Roll gonna miss, Nothing to Say. Waning Rift ahead of him, but it doesn't spawn bottom at all. Nothing to Say. It's gonna take some damage here. Top rune should be secured by BB Team.
Still have nighttime advantage for a decent window here, and that is going to be good for the Bane and the Night Stalker. So this is generally when you'd want to set up some aggressive moves if you're BB. Could look at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine with all this nighttime advantage. Generally, not the easiest fight for the Rubik. I think that's one of the things you can abuse about this hero. Rubik's really weak at the 7-minute Shrine fight compared to a lot of supports.
Slipping around, they got a really deep ward there. High ground triangle ward. Now they're going to take the Watcher on that 7-minute. Prepare for the fight. Miro is going to be surrounded, though. Extreme Gaming not worrying about the Wisdom Shrine. Make the move to the other side of the map to shut down Miro and all his lane pulling shenanigans. But that does mean that unless somebody gets there before, it means BB Team are going to get double Wisdoms. You were talking to Seb about this, the idea of how value the first Wisdom Shrine is, how much it actually changes the game, especially in setups where you willingly give it up. How worth was that for Extreme Gaming? Like, if they know they can't fight it, ooh, the Puck getting caught in the silence, and it's going to last long enough that he dies here.
Nice little rotation on the teleport out of base from Miro. Makes that death worth it. Kirchich getting beat up.
Man, trying to fight underneath the tower, which is not really where you're going to use your Rupture too much. They're going to still go for this kill anyway. XXS, tanky as he is, will end up dying. Kiritage did get low, but heals off of the kill.
Nice little core kills from BB team striking during this nighttime.
And that will begin to snowball because they've got the 8-minute power rune probably in control here.
And there goes the other shrine. They will get a haste for GPK. Super nice rune. He has the magnetize and earn charges available. Can get real aggressive right now. These are the moments where BB need to strike. Find some moments of opportunity. They're going to get another FY kill here with the Arrow Sleep Classic. Kick his corpse. Might be able to pressure this top tower. It's very low. Got chipped down off the early catapult wave. So this top tower is dying while you're kind of just going on X-Nova here.
X-Nova, nice juke. The Centaur tries to join in. GPK actually does get stunned underneath the tier 2. X-Nova's probably going to take out here the magnetize. There he goes. GPK keeps it up on the Centaur just for a bit more harassment, a bit more damage for them to put on this offlane tower that does fall.
Great rotation. Nice objective to attack. You have all the strength in the world, and if it turned into a team fight, Magnetize is great at powering up this Bloodseeker. These two heroes do work really well together. So every time you can bring them into the same play, you're going to feel great as BB team. Miro looking potentially for a backstab mid, does have max silence with Dark Ascension available. This is pretty much a guaranteed kill on NTS if you gap close it properly. There goes an orb. He might be in trouble. They don't have the vision for it. This is a very nasty backstab in this last minute of nighttime if BB can get heroes here.
Gonna have to make the move soon. The orb just keeps on pulling. There's the Nightmare to get the Rubik out of position. Another arrow combo. But the creep wave is dead. This is kind of just the whole challenge here for Extreme Gaming, just not to give up this mid tower.
Man, FY getting the treatment. 3 deaths in these sleep arrows. He's like, that's what I wanted to be doing last game, man.
Yeah, seriously.
It's just going to guarantee another power run for GPK. Magnetize coming up again in 10 seconds. And Miro's still looking for the backstab. Does land the silence.
It's going to be pretty deep, but they do manage to land the rolling boulder that leads to the arrow.
And
beautiful stuff. Plus the Nightmare on the +1. That's going to be a Lich kill on top of it.
Damn.
And that is Extreme Gaming's Nightmare. Pun intended, because now that mid tower is a little bit more open for the taking. Miro, though, does actually have to back out. Bottom lane was being pressured by Ame, so mid tower actually maybe just perfectly fine.
This game is rough outside of your free farm Terrorblade, which does have a decent chance to carry this game. So it's not the end-all be-all to have a rough start elsewhere, but man, it's real rough. Some great rotations from BB team. Just punishing these supports. Didn't get the Wisdom Shrine. They're just getting massacred by the Sleep Arrow combinations. Level 4 Lich, level 5 Rubik. What are you doing in this game?
Also, they shut down the Centaur enough that he had to jungle, which slowed down his levels, meaning he didn't have Stampede
just gonna
to help
grip
the
him
puck
mid.
get out of the silence. Yeah, why?
Brother.
Leave me alone.
What did he do to deserve this?
They're going to send him back to retirement.
XG have not looked great in this series, I must say. We'll see what they end up doing over the course of this game, but it's just looked disjointed, right?
I mean, I feel like they looked pretty decent for the first 10-15 minutes of game 1.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, right? And then it was just Ame went down mid on that mid tier 2, dies, and a lot of their momentum went out the window.
I guess that's fair. The supports were looking pretty strong in that early game.
Yeah, I felt like they played that game like pretty decently. It was just a draft that was too much to overcome.
I just wish they had committed to an idea of how to win it.
Yeah,
I felt like they were just kind of waiting to see what happens instead of full sending with some idea and some timing. Here they do have a very clear win condition. It's get Ame fat and let him 1v5. But they are struggling to control the map. You still get arrows.
X-Nova didn't dodge the arrow. Doesn't matter, though. The BB team feel like they can't go for it. I mean, at some point, it becomes all too much. And you know Extreme Gaming are going to try and punish you, so.
Another great rune for GPK. And Vessel done. He's a monster on the map right now. Almost 2,000 HP, level 10, has the max nukes, Vessel charges, amp damage. He is ready to cook. That is scary.
I love the idea of the Blink Dagger, too. Great way to
why not
put pressure on this puck.
I think you just get double Blink. Blink Earth Spirit, Blink Night Stalker, and you just jump the backline as lineup every time.
You guarantee that you get a bunch of damage done, even if you don't get kills. A bunch of damage leads to the Bloodseeker. being super amped up and getting the kills for you.
Yep. Only counterplay is Stampede, which in theory Rupture can counterplay a little bit.
Don't hit that camp, Ame. Oh, you're going to regret it, Ame. Kick him back with the Rupture. Sounds
beautiful rotation. Again, they're just making all the moves in this game. Even during the daytime, they're putting pressure onto Extreme Gaming here, who are still just wandering around with this support duo, like unsure of what to do. They're not farming. They're not pushing waves. They don't have kill opportunities because their two playmakers got shut down on the lane. Finally, FY is going to hit some camps here and try and get to the level 6. Another sleep mid and another arrow connection.
And another Fiend's Grip. And another kill for BB Team, up to 12 in 13.5 minutes, a 4,000 net worth lead. And as the objectives continue to crumble, that net worth gap is going to become bigger and bigger. Nice steal, though. Okay. Ooh. FY finally gets his level 6. Tommy's like, he got Fiend's Grip, guys. We got to kill him. Don't let him get away with that ability. Oh, no, FY.
It's not like this.
Oh, the one chance he had to do something good in this game, and BB Team rip it away from him.
This is a slaughter. And that was your daytime. This is going to be Dark Ascension into a brief day period.
Yep.
But then you're kind of screwed around the map because no one's going to be able to show on these waves to get it out. Like, look at where they're positioned right now for how early it is in this game. Basically have every hero right outside your base and no wards on the map. I mean, good luck. This Dom creep is pulling some waves top. And that's about the only pressure that exists right now. This lead is going to balloon very quickly.
Yeah, I'm almost getting to the point between game 1 and game 2. Like, for the love of God, just go smoke. Go do something. Make a kill happen. I don't even care if the kill is good. Just get it for morale's sake.
Trying to do just that mid with the Chain Frost coil. Can land it all on GPK. You probably kill him. He does have an illusion rune. Ame's going to show up, start hitting this tower, try and bait the fight.
Roll in is going to whiff. GPK in so deep. That's an easy coil. Telekinesis is going to break it. And the Chain Frost off the illusion. So the illusion rune actually plays against GPK there, making the kill even easier. Finally, Extreme gets something. Though they are still going to have some trouble here. Immediately, Stampede goes up, but he's been ruptured as well as Silent. They do manage to get him far enough away. He gets off a couple of spells. He commits and went for the kill on Night Stalker, but Night Stalker heals up. Ame's dead
grip.
with the grip, the control. Rubik tried to do what he could, but Kiritich fighting through it all. Got so low, but in the end, they wipe Extreme.
That grip was so timely from Kataomi. Completely salvaged that fight. You take away a lot of the damage going into the Bloodseeker. It buys Kiritich time to start healing back up.
That was a 4 versus 5.
They just massacred him, right? Didn't even really lose anything. And this is the power of the Rupture against the Stampede. You have to get out of these silences, but the Rupture is countering your ability to do that. It looks like Kiritich is screwed here. Nope. Just 6 stuns coming out. He also gripped the Bane to try and cancel the grip.
Yeah, Rubik did a really good job. FY reacted quickly.
Yeah.
But it wasn't enough.
Just didn't have damage to put into him. The thing about Bloodseekers, he does have high armor.
Okay, well, it goes from bad to worse. Is you go back in real time and immediately, Nothing to Say dies. Ex-Nova Couriers gets picked off, and Ame is maybe going to die as well.
Sunder? Not even going to try for it, just fleeing the area. Wants none of that. That was a rough fight to lose. No Earth Spirit. You got nothing out of it. This Bane has terrorized this game. Kataomi, 1-0-13. He is just abusing the night vision so well.
Arrow coming in. It lands it anyway.
Oof.
Not even played off of the Nightmare. Just good old shooting save. Proven that his Mirana prowess perhaps matches his Wind Ranger.
He's got to find the Centaur here, too. I don't know if anybody can connect to this, though. This one's a little too far out, but it's just so much pressure coming out from a 5 position in this game. It's been everywhere.
The Moonlight Shadow. Between that and the Blink Dagger, there are plenty of ways for them to sneak up on this puck. Nothing to say. I mean, I feel like he did pretty well in that Storm Spirit game, but this one, he is being assaulted. Oh, waning rift to the side right as they chose
that was lucky
to make the jump. That worked out nicely. Still going to be Nightmare on the other side, though, into an arrow. X-Nova does what he can, but the Frost Shield really does nothing against all this magic damage BB team are employing.
They just can't go anywhere. They have no vision. Very little mechanisms to gain a vision advantage. Just stuck in Night Stalker jail. Who's rushing Crimson Guard, by the way. It's just going to be utility from Miro. And I think it's smart. Like, you have to play through the Bloodseeker. Just buff him up. Make sure you can enter the 5v5. And you're not going to have issues this game because the rest of the map play is working out beautifully for you. See, to me, this is the difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is I think BB have recognized, yeah, we could just try and scale Night Stalker and farm all 3 cores and go late, but conceptually, it's not what you want to do against this terrible. Like, you want to gain a lead with the laning advantage, pick people off around the map, and then use that gold to buy some auras here, make the 5-man strong, get early Roches, and you can go high ground in this game at that 30-minute mark. And XG are not going to be able to fight it if you have Greaves, Pike, Crimson, whatever.
Right, you're saying this comparison to what you wanted to see from the Doom in Game 1?
Again, I'm not sure they win that game if they do that. It's a very tough game. But you need some identity of, you know, what is the timing we're going to hit and what are we going to use, how are we going to use this to win the game? And I think it's going to work out here for BB. Like, this Crimson on the Night Stalker, it's going to be strong in the fight. You don't have the best heroes to chunk through it this early in the game.
You talked about conceptually draft versus draft, but also I would say conceptually against Extreme Gaming as a team, right? They're just such a slow team that if you, either have the better late game guarantee because of a hard carry, Stampede goes off trying to get away from this silence. They pick off Ame pretty easily. Nobody can do anything to help him. They'll just die alongside him. In fact, they're just going to be chased down all the way underneath the tier 3.
It's time to
bypass the tier 2. FY, a good charge in, catches the puck as well.
Jeez.
Practically a team wipe. The Centaurs, they're done.
Rough series right there.
I was joking about the early GG out in Game 1, but Extreme actually pulled the trigger in Game 2. They can handle BB team.
That almost felt like a tilt out.
Yeah, it did.
There was no concise move to happen that game. All the lanes are going a little rough other than Ame farming. It felt like they just wanted out of that game from like minute 10. Just get me out of the Bane Nightmare, please. I don't want to play against this Bane anymore. That was a first pick Bane that basically ran the gamut, right? Kataomi ends this game 1-0-17. Just sleep after sleep after sleep after sleep. And what is the counterplay? They didn't really punish the first pick Bane. And I think that's where the panel is talking about, like, you can liken this hero. You know, you can pick Summons, you can pick a Spectre, you can pick Silencer, you can pick really hard counters to make it hard for him to maneuver around the map. That's the biggest thing about this hero. They pick Rubik, which can turn spells around against it, but this doesn't help the map gameplay. And I don't think they ever necessarily address that component, so he just has free run, especially during nighttime, when you have Night Stalker to back you up. Like, these nighttime intervals are just so oppressive. Unless you can just group up with Terrorblade and start hitting towers, you're gonna bleed heroes in this game. And that's the type of gameplay that Bloodseeker likes. I mean, this draft came together. I think there are ways to exploit an early Bloodseeker pick, and I think this Terrorblade can do it, but you never get to the part in the game where we even got to see that interaction.
Yep. Crazy. They had 3 heroes that went deathless in this game. Kirjit, Save, and Kataomi all managed to pull that off. Meanwhile, in a 20-minute game, Nothing to Say spent 3.5 minutes of it dead. That is insane for how short death timers are.
To be fair, I think NTS maybe had the best series of anybody in XG. And I think in this game, too, he has the roughest game. Like, there's a Night Stalker, Bane, Earth Spirit with the arrow follow-up. And you can't stampede the puck out of the AoE silences because there's a rupture.
Yeah.
This is a super anti-puck draft, right? This is not a draft you can look at and go like, well, NTS should just be unkillable and carry this game. This is a game you expect puck to have a rough one, and maybe you can rat later on and he can come back. Like, he should have an expected 4 or 5 deaths here. That's just light. It has to be the 2 other cores that make up for it. So I don't necessarily put the fault on him. I mean, what is he supposed to do? Like, he's supposed to just somehow win mid against First Blood Earth Spirit, who has higher base damage, and then get power runes and, like, kill Night Stalker during night. What do you want, you know?
3 bounty runes, First Blood, Earth Spirit.
They also lost Wisdom Shrines. Their supports are really far behind.
Yep. Like, the supports aren't able to do anything. Ultimately, like a Centaur who lost lane isn't going to be able to do much, and then you're asking a Terrorblade to try and win the game for you in 10, 20 minutes? That's not really likely. So, as a result, BB team, I think they just work Extreme Gaming. They beat them both in draft and in-game. We can go to the stage where Slacks is ready to go with a fresh new voice.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dota Capitalist. I wish my voice could be as beautiful as yours. I am Amir. Good to see you, my friend, on an incredible banger series. That looked easy. Did it feel easy to you guys? Were you surprised by how easy that was?
I mean, it is a good opponent for us, so we was confident about our drafts. Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about those drafts. We've seen some pretty standard stuff. You know, the Earth Spirit keeps getting picked up over and over again, but some brave stuff coming out in Game 2. You know, Night Stalker, a lot of people experimenting, but Bloodseeker. Let's talk about Night Stalker first. Was that your idea?
Yeah, of course mine, but I watched so many players are started to play this hero, and yeah, it seems good.
Seems good. Yeah, it doesn't just seem good. We watched it. It was very, very, very good. Why in this game was it good?
Why in this game?
Yeah.
They got Puck, they got Sappers. It's food for Night Stalker.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. Can we talk a little bit about the Bloodseeker? Kind of risky. A lot of people think this is not a good hero. You guys used it very well. Who came up with that and why?
It is our good strategy. They're adapting their our pos one, and the coach was adapting the build on this hero, so I think it's good.
All right. Would you recommend people ban it out against you? Do you think that would be a smart move for them, or should they just keep letting it through?
It's your decision.
It's your decision. That sounds like a challenge, man. I like that. All right. Coming up next, you guys have had quite a fun time. I believe your next game might be the last one in the groups. How prepared are you for that one?
We're gonna play some matchups, I guess, maybe Clan Wars if we have a time. So and keep discussing about the drafts. Let's see.
All right, well, you're killing it so far. Thanks for the unique drafts. It's a pleasure to watch. Thanks for the great gameplay. And we'll see what's up next as we head back to the panel.
Thank you very much. BB team now with a 6-2 record, still doing very well in this group, whereas Extreme Gaming now with a 4-4, they've dropped down to the middle of the pack, which is scary town here in group stages for EWC. But we're going to talk about how this game got out of control so fast, because you know, the Terrorblade did well in the lane. We said he should do well in the lane, and he did. Everything else was horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is like what's really. I mean, I'm trying to think about something good to say, you know, like for Extreme, but like that game was just complete domination from Bad Boom. And if you think about game 1, you have Bane Mirana, and it feels like it's the problem. And now you have Bane Mirana for BB, and you feel like it's the reason why they were dominating. So the difference is they had an Ember to deal with game 1, and it was not addressed at all. It was like Storm, you know, it's the trio. It has to make sense. Like Storm, Bane, Mirana could not threaten an Ember. Therefore, Bane and Mirana were not allowed to do Bane and Mirana things, like run around in enemy jungles, scout with night vision. You know, you have the leap as a security to get deep wards, get out of troubles, that kind of stuff. This game is the opposite. The Earth Spirit is the dominant mid laner versus the Puck. He has the better matchup. He has the better laning phase. He threatens the Puck instead of the other way around. So now Bane and Mirana are enabled, and we saw Kataomi, the impact he had. Every sleep is a kill. He's just running around 1 versus 5, terrorizing them. So, you know, it says a lot about the understanding of the heroes and how to enable the heroes and how good they can look versus how bad they can look if you don't put enough respect on Dota heroes.
Yeah, the Kataomi Bane for a reason. There is a reason why this is his most played hero, like all over the place. I mean, he ends the game with 1, 0, and 17. He's all over the place. They managed to get 2 kills. That's 2 core kills. Supports didn't even die in this game. It's just... we said it's gonna be a clash of styles. There's gonna be super fast, super like heavy lane-oriented draft coming on from BB team and Extreme Gaming. They will need to step it up. And 2 times in a row, they picked up Terrorblade as well. He got the farm, but it's also Terrorblade hero that is relatively relying on cooldown. Needs to pick and choose carefully which fights he's going to be joining into. And this Night Stalker pick as well, we are seeing it slightly more now because it just ruins the supports. It ruins Puck. It ruins all of these Spirit Heroes from the mid lane. And if he's off to a good start, like, you can't really pressure him that much out of the lane. And these Night Stalker experts, especially with the newer build, they are going to be able to punish you because this is 4 gauntlets straight into treads, and then you pick up the drums, Blink Dagger, or BKB, depending what you need to have. And like Mira, like, the game ended way too quickly. He wanted to get a Crimson Guard just to make sure that TB is not going to be the factor in the game.
Yeah, how many Puck counters would you like?
Yes.
Yes, that was how we thought about this one. Quick question, we saw the Centaur be very successful in a lot of other games that we've seen. Why couldn't this Centaur do as much, or was it just already over from the laning stage?
I think Centaur players also have adapted a little more, like a little greedier approach. So they go for this Helm of Dawn, they play their side of the map. They're very independent because they can pull creep waves themselves. Even if they're left alone, they then go for the heart. You know, it's kind of a slow scaling approach to Centaur. We used to see the get an early blink, run around with supports, make plays. It's a very different way of playing Centaur right now. So I don't blame him for not really having impact, because to be honest, if the game crumbles, and he played Centaur as it's being played this tournament. He just needs his team. He just needs the game to not be over minute 10. You know, it's like, I have Dom guys, I'm on my way to heart. Guys, you know, why are they taking our throne? What happened? And you have to turn to your Puck, you have to turn to your supports. It's like, what is going on? Because you could say the same about TB. At the end of the day, it's not really on TB's. It's not really TB's responsibility to stabilize the game. He doesn't have the tools to do so.
Yeah, it got out of control real fast. Also, I think this series in particular is a little bit of an example on how we saw... We did see on Extreme Gaming the adjustments from previous series to today. And they, of course, tried to adjust game to game.
It felt worse. They went backwards.
Yeah, because BB Team also adjusted, and they just... I don't know, they just adjusted way better. And it makes me a little worried that if you can come in with a plan, you prepare for it, and, you know, it's almost... It has some light to it, and then you go for game 2, and then you throw it out the window.
This is something that I expected BB Team to do in game number 1, but their first 7-8 minutes, it wasn't really as crisp. Because of the supports that they did have, I would expect them to run over Extreme Gaming, but Extreme Gaming managed to bring like a Doom early on and managed to punch back. This time, it just never really happened. Like, they had no tools to bring to the mid lane to try to salvage it. They had no counterplay against this Bane, and I think this hero needs to be addressed. Like, we've said it before, like, as soon as we saw him game number 1, game number 2, where are the Zoo heroes? Like, you gotta pick something. You gotta bang out some silencer, Ringmaster. You need to have a counter, because this hero can take over the game alone, and he did in this one.
Lacoste, you had some very strong words for the Marana, the hero. You didn't like.
Yeah, I still don't like the hero.
Oh
no, it's Bane. Like,
but it has a save.
It looks okay in a winning game. I think you can replace this Marana with Hero X. The outcome would still be the same.
It's just save is just that good. That's why he's our MVP for this match. He was able to shine, and he did so with the biggest handicap by playing Marana. He had a cool set to do it with as well, though.
He did. I think his Ringmaster performance really outshined Marana performance in the second game. Like, I'm not saying he played bad. He didn't die. Like, he was setting up the kills, playing with both mid laner and his other support. But Ringmaster, the Wheel of Wonder that he did set it up in the mid lane when TB was trying to push the tier 2 tower, and these daggers, these darts that he's constantly getting his positioning to potentially save from Bane. Like, he didn't... Bane in the previous game, he did not have a game thanks to this Ringmaster that they picked up.
Yeah, he really didn't. I feel like BB Team is just more in touch with the meta. Like, I think they just have a better understanding of, you know, the hero interactions, what to pick with them, what to pick against them. To me, like, Save had an amazing series, and I don't really know. I hope Extreme don't get to see the footage we get to see, because, like, he's just laughing and smiling. I hope he's laughing because they're cracking jokes on BB Team, and he's not laughing at what Extreme was doing in the game. But Yeah, they need to go back to the drawing board. I think Extreme. I don't think it's okay to leave our Spirit 18 pick when you and then pick puck mid and be surprised. Like it sounds like they have some work to do on okay, what is the meta, what is being played, what is really strong right now, and hopefully they can reach their potential.
I hope so too. We have got Extreme Gaming now on a 4-4, so we know they can get W's out of this as well. Don't worry. This is just it's a very tough opponent. We have focused a lot on Extreme Gaming this series because they are the challengers coming into this series. BB Team is just playing very crisp. I know you're a big fan of this squad, Lacoste. Is there anything that you feel that that you want, like seeing this series in particular, that you feel like they should still work on a little bit?
Absolutely
Maybe not picking Mirana?
No, I mean, showing the strength of this team is also picking these maybe non-meta heroes and still managing to get the dubs against these top-tier teams, especially Bloodseeker. Like, you can tell that there's been a lot of work put into some of these drafts, some into these picks. He talked about it, they adjusted the build a little bit and making sure that the hero is still viable. So I still want to see, coming into the later stages of the tournament, like what else they have to bring to the table, because they brought Lina the other day with like very interesting build with BKB Satanic second item, a Visage position 4. This team has a lot to offer.
They do, and something that Extreme Gaming has to offer us right now is a little bit of insight from FY right now with Purge.
Hey, I'm here with FY of VG Gaming, Extreme Gaming. How are you feeling right now?
首先，森哥，你现在感觉怎么样呢？
有点无力吧。
I'm feeling a little helpless right now.
Yeah, the game seemed very difficult. In game 2, it seemed a little bit one-sided. They were constantly ganking you guys on the map. Felt very difficult to deal with it. What can you do against that kind of constant pressure, that constant gank playstyle?
确实，我们刚才第二把也看到对面一直在抓人，一直在扫图。那能不能跟我们也讲解一下，就是理论上来说，面对这种局势的话，最正确的应对的战术会是什么呢？
我觉得一般就是蹲人或者去边路吧，但是我们就是两条路都行不通。
I'll say usually the optimal solution would be either to ambush someone, like having someone to bait and the rest of us ambush, or try to shove out the side lanes as much as possible. But for that game, it felt like both options weren't working.
I see. I was curious what you think about Bloodseeker as a carry right now. It's not really played very often.
那也能不能听你说讲解一下，就是对血魔这个英雄的看法？因为这个英雄我们确实比较少看到，然后对面也是选出来并且获胜了。
这个英雄很少遇见吧？我觉得应该专门利用血魔来打人马吧，就是大招打人马。这个。
It is true that we don't get to see Bloodseeker much these days, but in that game, I think that it was pretty effective as a counterpick towards the Centaur Warrunner. He outs someone, and that person can't run away even with a Warrunner out. So.
Okay. One more question. What's the process like for recovering after games like this? Just watch replays or take some breaks?
那通常面临这种措施之后呢，就是通常你们会通过什么样的手段去相当于调整恢复自己的心态呢？
自己恢复吧。
Just deal with it on our own.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your upcoming matches.
Yeah, right now Extreme Gaming is tied, probably, with Gamer Legion. They're still playing against Falcons right now. Falcons did take game 1, but Falcons is still on top of the leaderboard, with now BB Team being a close second there. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Of course, that will be their final series tomorrow. But we are gonna leave Group A for the moment. We are gonna focus our attention of Group B, as we have 3 more series, 1 from each group coming your way here today. Our upcoming series is going to be P-Time versus Aurora. And I think this is also a series where, I mean, okay, maybe this is the case for every single series today, Seb. You got to get the points.
You gotta get the points, yes. It's that time of the group stage. I think it's getting more and more tense. Also, I mean, first place. There's challenges for everything when you think about it, but like being knocked out after the group stage is probably the worst feeling. You know, after you have to think of all the preparation that goes into a tournament like this. Like teams have been thinking about this tournament the whole season. They all boot camped for however many weeks, months. So not making it through the group stages, it's very demoralizing. It's a big hit. So everyone right now is starting to feel the heat, the pressure of these games, and you have to get the points. I think it's no map. Like you need to bring the same amount of intensity for every single map you play, basically.
Yeah, it's not a best of 3, so you gotta treat them as 2 standalone games. We're gonna move forward with Aurora P-Time, but first we're gonna hear some other voices, starting off with our commentary duo.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Aurora coming into this in the top place spot at 5-1. Meanwhile, P-Time are actually at a respectable 4-2, though they have faced some of the weaker teams of the group so far, Avery.
Was that a face pun?
A little bit, yeah.
I respect that. Nightfall's back. That's all you need to know. He's back to the top, doing his signature moves, styling on everybody, basically undefeated. He's undefeated in my heart. We won't count that one loss.
Okay.
Right? And then on the other side, someone's got to step up from this P-Time squad. They're dropping some games maybe they shouldn't be dropping. What's going on? Classic South American Dota squeaking back in, dragging themselves down. I expect more from the squad. It's time to step it up.
Yeah, well, if Nightfall's the best carry in the world, he's going to be matched up against one of the new dogs in that carry role. That's right. Wits is making a name for himself.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see that matchup live right now.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
Hello and welcome everyone to a very hype podcast. There was like a question I wanted to ask. Biggest trap as a coach?
I don't like traps.
You never fall into traps?
No, I don't like traps.
You don't like them?
You maybe like traps. I don't like traps.
So does that mean
he sets the trap?
You set the trap.
He is the trap. I don't know. Like
it's the trap.
He's Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh, brother. No, I mean, if I had to answer that question seriously, I feel like Dota changes so fast, constantly, that those traps are not really traps. They're just mistakes that I make along the way. Like I obviously learn from them. I try to not make it again. The biggest trap that I've usually had in my career is always the thing that I want to beat it. I mean, sometimes it's better to just ban it, I guess, but like I will try to beat it a long time. But these days I'm more lenient on just banning the hero. Like it's much easier.
Yeah.
And I think that was my biggest trap, I guess.
I used to believe that if you beat what's the strongest, then you become the strongest.
Yeah.
Like you guys have been in a lot of tournaments and won a lot of tournaments as players or coaches, and usually the team that don't have any issue playing or banning, like playing or picking or banning heroes, usually the team that wins the tournament, right? So maybe. I mean, I don't want to bait you back into the trap, but
I've won tournaments, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like
you won a bunch.
I feel like what Puppy does before, when, like, let's say you give like Ana Ayo during a TI, and let's say you beat it first game of the best of 5.
That's it.
It kind of breaks the enemy's mentality.
Yeah,
too.
for sure.
So you can win a tournament off just giving them the best.
It's a crazy edge you get.
So it's a gamble at the end of the day.
It's a gamble. I mean, that's Dota though. Like you gotta have to, see something's predictable, right? Something's very predictable. If you can beat it, is good, because like sometimes you go into the grand final and actually the drafts change and things become unpredictable. But if Anna does want to play Io, it's coming, and when it's going to be picked.
Yeah,
it's going to be picked right away. It's a controlled draft, and if you can actually destroy it, it's good. So, it depends. So no traps.
No traps, okay. What about you, Blitz?
I don't know. There's something that you said that was like funny because when it comes to like trying to beat a hero, like at TI finals for us, it was GG would pick Chen, and for maybe 2 years we could never beat their Chen, and then I think we kind of just like drew the line in the sand and we're like, we're gonna try to beat it, and they were the hardest games we played by far. We played against them twice. Both of them were like super sweaty, but eventually when we beat it twice, they just like, they don't dare again.
Yeah.
Because I feel like nobody, even if you know that it's like the right thing to do, it's like, it's kind of, it feels bad to lose with it 3 times in a row, right? Even though it was by far our closest games against them at TI, like the only games that they gave us any sort of like, you know, difficulty was a chance. So sometimes like, you know, somebody in your team will just be like, we have to like, we don't have enough bans. There's usually like some stupid hero during that TI. It was like Lone Druid was like, auto win. Remember that one that was like actually just auto win, so you just had to ban that. There was something else that they played, I can't remember, that we were like, we have to ban that.
Alchemist.
Yeah, and then it was kind of just like you have to deal with like the worst or the best of like the worst situations. So sometimes like it feels silly to like the outside perspective because you're not trying something different, but it's also like probably you guys do the same. The day before you just like drill scenarios and then you just have to accept that a good team, you're going to play against a good hero. There's just no way around it. Like there's usually, really good teams usually have 2 or 3 really annoying heroes that they're going to play. You know, in Pari for a long time it was like Monkey King. Against most teams you can't ban it, or like Slark. And then there's like something stupid in the pool that you already have to ban. There's like 2 heroes that you won't dare give up, and then, you know, a casual viewer will watch it and be like, these guys are so stupid, why don't they just ban Monkey or Slark or something? Yeah, and then it's like...
Nice one, dude.
You know, keep
going.
I used to look, you know, the looking for diamond meme. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
The guy that's like, you know, he's looking for the diamond. Is literally, he's getting so close. It's just on the other edge, and then he gives up. He's like, I'm never gonna find it. I used to use that a lot with players because it's like, you want to beat something, you're gonna lose against it, right? Or you want to build a strategy. It's gonna look bad, and it's gonna look bad, and then it's only because it looks bad that you start, you know, shaping it, and eventually it's gonna look good. But if you're gonna give up every time something bad happens, I mean, then you're at step 1. You're just looking for another step 1, you know, and never get started.
You're watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup live from Paris, and we got another blockbuster for you guys because it's Aurora versus P-Time that's about to take place, and this match should be very exciting. We got Aurora sitting at the top of the group, and P-Time is looking to make a run for it as well because there's still that potential to knock Aurora down. Here to talk all about it is Lacoste and Seb. Lacoste, this series in particular, who are you going to keep your eye on mostly?
Which lane?
No, which team?
Which team? Both, Shiver. I think in this one, P-Time definitely an underdog, considering the results that they did have. Aurora just seems so stable, like getting multiple second places throughout the season, almost winning the tournament, still yet to grab a championship, but so far it's looking good for them. P-Time, on the other hand, they looked a little bit shaky considering some of the performances they did have. They did drop the L1 team. They lost 1 game to Liquid, which is no surprise, but also, like, maybe I would expect them to have 1 extra point on the board, maybe against L1 team, but gonna be super interesting because I feel like, from what I've seen at least, is 2 best Shadowfin performances that we've seen so far in the tournament, coming out from Wits and coming out from Nightfall.
True, actually, Wits better than Nightfall, I think, because he was 17-0 and Nightfall was 16-0. So the better SF player is on P-Time side. Nightfall not good enough. But the crazy thing about P-Time to me is, like, sometimes I watch them play qualifying teams, for instance, and they lose, and I'm not in shock. And then I watch them play Falcons or, you know, like the best teams in the world, and they win, and I'm also okay with it. Like, they're like in a weird state where they can beat anyone and they can lose to anyone, and they kind of got us used to it in a sense. So I'm sure they're not happy with it themselves and they want to find some more stability, but it's better to have it this way than having, you know, this ceiling that you can never break. So it's up to them to really find their footing and maybe fix the little issues that they have been going that are holding them back. But yeah, eyes on Wits for me. I think one of the best breakthrough player this season. He's been amazing. He doesn't seem to feel any sort of pressure here, even though he's at the World Cup. So yeah, let's see how he can match against Aurora. It's going to be a tough one.
Yes, and for this group especially as well, it's one of those groups that is not necessarily the group of death, but a group where everything is possible. There are 4 teams that are all fighting for the top, and you can make a case for anybody to take that top spot. The other 2 teams, other than the ones we're watching, of course, are Enigma Galaxy and Team Liquid. But we are focusing our attention on Aurora first. They are the team to beat. They have had a stellar year to get to this point, and to talk about how they're feeling this morning, we're going to head over to Perch, who's talking to WS.
Hey, I'm here with WS of Team Aurora. You guys have looked very consistent lately. What kind of improvements have you made to get better success?
I would say we make a hero change recently. Like we pick more strong heroes in the patch. I mean, of course, previously we not really, how to say, pick a strong hero. I would say we kind of fall behind the patch, but now we just make a change.
How much do you stick to like your heroes versus the patch? Because you just said you fall behind sometimes. I assume you say, I'm comfortable with Timbersaw, I must play him, and then it feels wrong, you lose too much. Like, how do you do what feels good versus what's winning you games?
Okay, it's kind of funny because I just went back to Asia, and I play few Timbersaw, like example, few Timbersaw game and few Must game. I feel good. Yep. And I come back, I literally see a different heroes. Like I saw Earth Spirit post 3, I saw Undying post 3. I just like mind blowing.
Yeah, because what's normal there is not necessarily normal in Europe, right?
Yeah.
Just based on hero specs, it must be very hard to balance. What's something that you've improved on as a player in the last year?
I would say consistently. Like last year, I'm pretty inconsistent, I would say. Yeah.
That's great. That's very important. You're off to a great start. You've only dropped a game to Enigma. What are your thoughts on P time in the upcoming match?
I mean, they are good opponents. Like they are not that bad. So we'll still give our all. Like we have game preparation before the game about the draft and about how to play it.
Do you think you're going to get a 2-0 or 1-1 minimum?
I would say 2-0.
2-0? Okay, very confident 2-0 from WS. Thank you for the interview and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
And that confidence is obviously grounded in something, because when he talks about consistency, the team has definitely been very consistent. They reached 3 grand finals this year alone. Unfortunately for them, they were also consistent in not being able to take first place in those, but potentially that will all change here in Paris. I want to talk about this team, Lacoste, because what makes them tick? What makes them so good?
When they were formed, I was like, it's going to be a bit of a weird mix of players, I would say, because of the countries that they're coming from, not the type of a squad that you would expect to come together. And I think they surprised everybody with the performance, and they immediately started to play really well. You know, a lot of the times you have this honeymoon phase that does fade out relatively quickly for some of the teams, but they've been very consistent. I think it comes down to having stability. Like people, you know, still love to meme it up about the Nightfall and everything, but this guy has looked so stable. Like some of his carry performances, maybe if you go back, like when he wasn't really joining some of these fights, he has become like a driving force of the team, where he is like, he's been always very vocal as a player. Like some teams that he played on, it was too many voices, because this time around, like, he is the voice of the team as well. He is leading the charge. Like you can always, like, whenever you talk to them in the interviews, you can tell that they respect him a lot for a good reason, and his in-game leadership, because I think a lot of the time is like during the game, there's going to be different moments in the game where somebody else is going to be calling out the shots, who feels strong, like who wants to be playing with who. Mostly it's mid laners with the supports, but I feel like this team, it just keeps getting better and better. I think they have a little bit of a mental barrier maybe that they need to break through, some kind of a tournament win, just to make sure that they can take that championship, and then after that it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, for P-Time, the road here has been not super easy, because they have done very well, of course, in a lot of tournaments that we saw them in, but they also failed to qualify for quite a few tournaments, because the region is very competitive with LGD there as well. Of course, LGD did put a stop to their road to playing in Shanghai later down the line. So I'm sure that P-Time has got a lot of focus into this tournament. The last 2 tournaments they played in, they came top 6. This is a squad that people respect. They no longer come in as an underdog, and I think that makes a very big difference when you're seeing this squad play. Everybody respects them, they respect Wits, and therefore you will also be a target. But despite all of that, they're still able to force out the best in themselves and able to get wins on the board. To find out exactly how their road to EWC went, let's find out.
P-Time is a very new team in the world of Dota, formed when this fresh organization picked up the fully Peruvian Pain Gaming roster of Wits, Dark Mago, Frank, Schofield, and El Micho, and quickly became a force to be reckoned with. Together, this roster is undoubtedly one of the best South American teams around.
There you go, sit down, Baboom! What a dismantle. They just turn up the heat.
They have many years of experience in players like Schofield and the rising young talent of Wits to really give them that extra edge. The road to EWC was short but sweet, as this is, as mentioned, a very new team. The first event for the roster this season was ESL 1 Birmingham 2026, with the caveat that they were playing under Pain Gaming at the time. Either way, they looked fine, ultimately ending at 12th place. Clearly, improvement was needed if they wanted to have a chance to qualify for the Esports World Cup, and improve they did. The following tournament, Dream League Season 29, went significantly better. With the support of the new organization, P-Time went on to finish the tournament in 5th place, with wins over many of the top teams.
Oh, and the attention turned to the backline 3 dead on Paravision with a snap of the fingers, and time just might be over Atomo.
Their improvement continues at the same pace. They might even be one of the top contenders and a strong representative for South American Dota here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Yeah, their road might have been short and sweet. They gained a lot of fans over that short and sweet road that they have had because their play style is super fun to watch. And we already touched upon Wits, Seb, but it's not just Wits that seems to give life to this squad.
No, of course not. I think you have to mention all of the players. I think Dark Mago he's been around for a while, Frank too, and these two have really found like a new life, you know, like new shape. It's kind of amazing to see. I'm sure that they're also able to bring all the valuable experience they've gathered over the years with the less experienced players that they have with them. And you have to mention Schofield, you have to mention, I mean, really all of them. I think, to me, the most interesting about this team is how united they seem when they play. I think you feel it in the way they play. That is it's very fast-paced in the sense that there seem to be no second-guessing, no counter-calling. Like, whatever they do it together, and that's like one of the golden rules of Pro Dota, where it's better to do, you know, take the wrong decision or do the B play, but do it together, do it fast, do it in a strong manner, rather than being there kind of discussing, hesitating, second-guessing each other, slowing down the game, essentially. That's their strongest suit, and I think especially in the LAN environment and in high-pressure games, it matters even more.
Do we feel that they're very similar to LGD Lacoste in the sense that they have harnessed the chaos of South America?
Yeah, it seems like they've been, you know, molded in that region. It's like they've been reborn as well. Also, because they have a little bit of that, you know, South American flair. But you also need to start thinking what other regions that have been winning tournaments doing, especially the Eastern Europe. So it's a bit of a mix. Like some players talked about, you know, the play styles, like WS. Just now, like he went back to Southeast Asia where different things are being played, so he's getting maybe some info from that region. He comes back to Europe, so he's playing different heroes. So having you know, good grasp on the meta, and I feel like this team, P-Time, because they played so much Dota, they played insane amount of Dota in the last couple of months. It gives them also one thing that you said, that it gives them maybe a little bit of inconsistency in terms of like who they're winning, who they're losing against. Like you will see them drop some games in qualifiers against like literally teams that you never heard of. But a team that seems like to be doing better on international stage, and I love the confidence that they're bringing as well, because he's the one who's doing interview in English on main stage. Like you see him on camera, he looks very confident. He's not gonna back down. Like he's destroying all of these carries as well. I think this is a type of a boost. Kind of reminds me of Sumail when he came into the scene. I'm kind of getting like the similar vibes because this guy is just so talented.
Incredible player. I've never heard of him before. Actually, before I saw his name on the news or something, the replacement.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, okay, tough luck. You know, like Parker's out for some reason and you need to find a last second replacement. I hope this guy can do the job. And then you watch him play, you're like, wait a minute, like this is actually an upgrade or something. Like, it's incredible.
Yeah, I believe he was even at some point in the same team as Tai Lung. So people are referring to that as the creep wave vibes.
The SA creep wave, essentially, yeah. The new generation of geniuses, like Dota geniuses.
Yeah, it's very much alive, and it's incredibly fun to watch, and it's cool to see what they can do on the stage, but it would be also cooler to actually see them on the stage. Both of these teams, they need the points to make sure they get a solid grasp of Group B. Let's find out who comes out on top, but first let's head over to the stage to start the series.
Yes, Shiver in the panel, we are in. Hello! We're in, we got, hey, let's go. We got our day started already with a very quick game one, or series one, let's be honest. BB team, really made it quick and easy, smooth, good compositions and all that.
Damn.
But we have to continue on with Group B because this is, in a mirror way, a fight of who holds on to the top, if Aurora can, for moves down below. Let's introduce our teams for this one. Let's bring it out. Aurora Gaming! And there they are at the first place in their group right now, looking clean throughout the tournament. It is all uphill from here, but a tough opponent awaits them.
Absolutely.
Can they break them down, or can Aurora just hold on to the top and advance? They do not want to go through that survival stage. And it's time.
Yep, absolutely. These guys have been absolutely dominating this group. It has looked so good. Their games are crisp. Their hair is perfect. They are moisturized. They are relaxed. These guys are ready to continue their reign. But their opponents are no slouches. They are under a bit of pressure, and that's not something that you want when it is time for P time. Let's bring them out. P time, my friends, will be coming your way soon. And let me tell you, they have been having quite the journey here. Not everything has gone expectant for them so far, but this is their time to show up. Pressure's on. They got to make sure they got everything aiming in the right direction, or we might have a mess on our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, these guys look ready. You guys in the front, looks like these boys are about to explode. You are in the splash zone right now. Let's find out if it's going to be a P time or an L time after this series. You boys ready to go? Ready to go? Please put your keys down in front of your PCs, and we will begin. You got some energy there? What happened?
I really felt the shakes from all of this. You never know. Like, look at that. They're even shaking hands in the background. Like, you don't know how Aurora will do in this one, or if P-Time can actually fight back in it. So let's get this one started. Back to the panel to break it all down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Aurora and P-Time here, ready to go head-to-head. And I'm hoping to get a similar style from my panelists as we did in the previous series, where we kind of knew what the playstyle was for both and how they would clash. How would we describe the playstyles, Seb? Which team would you like to take and explore?
I mean, P-Time, a lot of aggression, a lot of early game dominance. I think also like, funny enough, it's very often when you see that team play that there's like 2-3 different things happening around the map. So in a sense, players are ready to take initiatives. Like, they don't hold back really. Like, when they see a play, they just go for it. So you're gonna end up seeing, you know, the observer is gonna have is probably his toughest matchup. Like, there's a bunch of things that you need to see. Other teams are more conservative, you know. It's like you kind of wait for each other's information, confirmation. Are you ready to go? Like, wait for me, I'm gonna TP in. P-Time is like, they don't it's not like that. They just do what they feel like they should be doing, each and everyone on their respective lanes. So it's very entertaining, and I think it can catch off guard a lot of teams that don't know them. On the other hand, by now everybody knows what to expect in a sense. I don't think they are underestimated by anyone, and let alone Aurora today. They're here for a reason, and everyone understands that. So they're gonna have to bring more to the table, which they can. On Aurora's side, I think a little bit like I would compare them to BB team in the sense where they're very surgical with everything they do. Their drafts are super solid, if not amazing at times. The 8 lanes, team fight presence, everything is just there. You know, it's like you want to beat them, you're gonna have to bring some Dota. If not, you stand no chance.
Is Aurora another team, Lacoste, where it's the quiz?
The Quizerizzi, if they have to go through it, pretty much, yeah. It feels like, I mean, they have 2 chances as well, same as we did in the previous series, but Seb kind of stole my point. I wanted to say that they kind of remind me of BB Team in a sense, because they just look kind of the same vibes, because if you look at the lanes, it's always Mira, WS, like they're doing good, their safe lane, Kaori, whatever he's playing with the Nightfall, that lane is always kind of stable. You're not going to see this type of a lane bleed out too much. Like even in the losing scenario, they still look very confident, and they look very dominant, like with just one play from Mikoto that with the either TP gank or the rune gank, he's going to be able to make sure that these lanes are in a good position, and this team just doesn't bleed out. Like I feel like a lot of the times, even in like more difficult times, sometimes when they lose their lane slightly, they can easily fix them.
But unlike the series we just watched between BB and Extreme, I feel like P-Time is a team that can challenge Aurora, because they're really strong at the first 10 minutes of the game, particularly. We've seen it in the series we watched from them. I think it was on day 2, or perhaps it was day 1, doesn't matter. But it was incredible how fast they were at adapting, using the information that they got in the game, whether TP is on cooldown or, you know, somebody's out of mana. Like, they're very active around the map. They rotate, they gate, they TP. They're not afraid to click smokes early on in the game. And this is something that can really push Aurora out of their script, out of their comfort zone, where they're going to have to figure out solutions to things that are usually not presented to them that early in the game. So it's going to be interesting to see if Aurora is able to adapt and kind of think on the spot, basically.
You know, for both of these teams, they have actually a couple of similarities where people are saying like Nightfall was the most improved carry of this year, and we've said the same of the offlane for Frank, and you already mentioned Dark Mago as well with that. And I am left wondering, and this is also maybe a little bit of copium because I hope that that's just a thing. Does at some point just, you know, the light bulb appears above your head and you're like, aha, this is how I should be playing. And then they're just better? Like, what causes such a drastic shift? Like, okay, this player now, you know, he went from, oh yeah, he's a good carry to, oh my god, he's a great carry.
It's a great question. I mean, it has something to do with self-confidence also. I think, like, that's the first thing that comes to my mind is, like, what does the player think about his own, like, state and his own potential? Because Dota can really get to your head. Like, it's such a tough game, and the scene is so competitive that if you start thinking that you're not good enough and that you're not up to the task, then that's like it's really hard to get out of that hole. But so the first step is to be confident, to find, you know, to have enough self-esteem, self-confidence, to put in the work. And there is maybe an element of like the meta. Is the meta suiting your style, like how you like to play Dota initially? Are you able to adapt, to understand the meta? Yeah. And then the people around you, you know, do they support you? Do they enable you? Do you get inspired? How much do they teach you also on your own self and how the game should be played and all of that? All these factors can really change things overnight, because for these players what probably was always there and is still there is the potential, like the ability to play the game at the highest level, and then all of that kind of will decide whether or not you're able to express that potential or if it's going to stay hidden.
It was always within yourself. So poetic.
Yeah, you just have to summon it. You have to find it.
You have to find it.
Well, so far we found ourselves a game with Aurora on the Dire side and P-Time on the Radiant side. It was first pick going the way of Aurora, and they went for Largo. Overall first pick with the Hoodwink as a follow-up, Lacoste. I feel like it's a little bit of a change of pace here.
Yeah, most definitely. If you look at the bans, first of all, there's going to be Klink's ban, Shadowfiend ban. These are the only heroes that Wits did play so far in the tournament, and every single time he played it, it looked completely unstoppable. He was having like 15 zeros in a lot of these games, getting involved early on. So I think coming into the next few series, depending how many series they're going to be playing, P-Time, I don't think we're going to be seeing these two heroes in his hands because it does look extremely strong. However, opener for Aurora, this Largo, it does feel good. Maybe we haven't seen it as much on the first pick straight away. A lot of the times it is picked in the second phase, but overall the hero looks kind of strong. It has an extremely strong laning stage. I'm just wondering if we're going to be seeing maybe some old school counters to Largo. There were a couple of tournaments. I think it started during Birmingham when people started to realize like this is the hero that needs to be beaten, and everybody was trying to find a solution. So we saw good amount of Marcy. Like this was pretty much the counter in the lane for Largo because you're a super strong laner. You can bring extra region with your courier because of your innate ability, bring your items and just continue to dominate. So I want to see if maybe there's going to be a bit of a different approach because in a lot of these games that we've seen Largo, even early on, the hero still feels very good and not punishable in the lane.
Interesting picks and drafts. I'm quite surprised by some of the old pick order. I mean, obviously Largo first pick, as Lacoste mentioned, it's a strong hero. It's one question for Aurora is it a flex pick or is it destined to be played by WS on the offlane, which is like the more, well, that kind of starts, that's the start of an answer, I guess, because they pick up the Ember Spirit, so most likely a Largo position 3, unless they're willing to play it support, but I don't think it's been a trend right now at all, and you kind of need a reason for it, maybe support matchup, which isn't the case this time. On P-Time's side, we have the Lion picked up. That's a little bit of a deny pick also. It's like probably Mira's most played. I think it's been banned also a decent amount against them in the second phase at least. So if that's a hero that they fancy themselves, it's, you know, kind of one stone, two bird kind of thing where not only do they grab the Lion, but they also take it away from Mira.
And this time around, this Rubik pick makes quite a lot more sense compared to the previous series where we saw Rubik being picked on 9. I don't consider Rubik to be like the meta anymore compared to like 2 months ago when we saw Rubik and Hoodwink in every single game. We saw teams even prioritizing both of these heroes if they had double pick, but in this one against Hoodwink, against Lion, feels like very good, some like easy spells to steal, and also the combination with Largo in the lane. If this is going to be offlane Largo, most likely it's going to be, because this doesn't strike me as Kaori's hero. You have pretty similar combo that you have with Underlord, where you pull him back into the Frog Stomp, good amount of damage, quite difficult to trade against.
You know, I'm trying to think, like, you see an early Ember pick, you want to shut him down. Okay, they go for the Earth Spirit. I mean, that's a great hero. I don't think it's particularly good against Ember, if I'm honest. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not punishing, is what I'm trying to say. Like, Ember's also going to get a game. I think the timings favor Earth Spirit before Ember gets the Mage Slayer. As soon as Ember gets Mage Slayer, I think maybe it becomes a little bit more Ember favored. Before that, Earth Spirit will reign supreme in any kind of skirmishes. With that being said, they have the Largo, which I think is one of the most interesting heroes right now meta-wise against Earth Spirit. You're able to dispel yourself or allies from Earth Spirit, silence, you know, the vessel that they buy often, the magnetize obviously, and even the repositioning aspect of your spell is interesting versus Earth Spirit trying to land his boulders on you. So we'll have to see which route they go for, but I quite like the Ember pick.
Ember looks good. Ember looks solid. Like in pretty much every game, I feel like having Ember on the team does give you pretty much everything that you need. It gives you good scaling, a hero that wants to rotate, that wants to contest a lot of these like early things that you need to do. Shrine 7 minutes in, this is going to be the hero that's going to be rotating, and we see quite a lot of dooms as a response to Largo, just to make sure that that heal is not going to be the turning point. Quite a lot of overtime damage and a lot of magic damage on their side. Pretty much everything they have. I assume that's why Ember Spirit's gonna kick in with the Mage Slayer that you mentioned. Maybe even some... Like, we've seen interesting build. I think it was Aurora on Rubik the other day when he picked up Guardian Greaves just to make sure that they are more tanky. I could see something similar happening in this game as well. He did buy wraps. We are seeing like decent amount of pipe as well coming out from some of the supports.
Okay, they go for the Wind Ranger. I think when it comes to Aurora, it's almost always Nightfall playing it. So I wouldn't be surprised. We mentioned this pick, which, you know, again, we refer to as the 18 pick because it's the 18 pick or ban in the draft. You want a lot of value from it. It's basically, you'd compare it to the ultimate last pick, which will be on P-Time's side. So you want the value. Did they get it is the question. It's the Wind Ranger versus Doom, so a very good lane for Wind Ranger. But to me, what this could indicate is that they're thinking of Largo position 5. I don't know if it's going to be the case, but it could be. You keep the value of the lick against the Earth Spirit. There's a lot of cool things to dispel. You can lane properly with Wind Ranger. She doesn't really need a lot of help anyway. Largo would do the job. And now you're kind of going away from this team fight condition that you had with Largo Core that got countered by the Doom ability. And now you can pick something different on WS, which will give you, again, a better chance at skating in the game.
I think Centaur is going to get contested, probably by both teams. I don't think Centaur survives the last banning stage because it just feels good. It's also this Doom that could be going to Wit's hands. I feel like he is the one that plays carry Doom, so I feel like there's a chance that they pick up something else for Frank. Centaur also works well for them because they have Stampede. They can find this Largo. If it's going to be core Largo, they can get on top of Doom target because this is something that you need to have. You need to have good catch to be able to kill that target, and they're going to remove it.
Well, actually, you're spot on with the Doom. So that's gonna keep Aurora guessing because they now have to pick and they don't know where the Doom is going. So they have to decide, you know, where to send the Wind Ranger, because right now the Wind Ranger could be position 1, Largo position 5, it could be Largo 3, Wind 4, so they could be looking for an offlaner, a position 5, or a carry. Like, options are very open for Aurora, but they will have to take a guess that is hopefully covering both angles of the Doom position 3 or Doom position 1.
I mean, there's a high chance that we are going to be seeing some Zoo Hero coming out from Frank in the last pick overall. If they find something that can work out, if they are willing to go for Beastmaster, if they're willing to go for Lycan, which are still available, I could see it happening because Lycan, he's a type of a hero that can build into pretty much any item after Helm, plus Shard, of course. So you can be getting Orchid, Nullifier, like Nullifier, Blink, AC, whatever is needed for the team feels good to have.
I quite like Brewmaster for P-Time. I don't know if it's a hero that they play. I don't think I recall Frank playing it, but if he does, I think this is a really good game for it.
I like the idea.
It plays pretty well into Wind Ranger Jakiro. It's not going to be ideal, but as soon as Brew hits 6, now Wind Ranger game becomes very difficult. You can dispel Ember Shield, dispel his chains, the vessel, lift Largo in the air if he's not doomed, so the team fight becomes really weird for Aurora side, and it gives you some objective taking also once you get your ulti level 3, your Aghanims, maybe AC, because what their lineup does lack right now is objective. Like Doom, Earth Spirit, these are heroes that cannot take... They can't kill Roche, they can't take towers effectively, so the game will prolong.
What do we feel about the Jakiro right now? I don't feel like we've seen them that frequently.
No, it's a KORE classic. It's solid, it's good. I mean, it gives a lot of laning presence to Wind Ranger. It's a really tough lane to face, honestly, especially since it's going to be a Doom position 3, so he's gonna have to go into this double range with the help of a Hoodwink, most likely. I mean, it could actually be a Lion position 4, but I'm quite worried for P-Time's off lane. I think it's a very toxic lane to face Wind Ranger Jakiro. So, and I think it plays really well with Ember, to be honest, because if it's a good Ember game, which it is, they don't really want to face the Ember, so usually what happens is that nobody really stays on the Ember lane. Like, you just aggro the creeps or nuke the creep wave with spells and you just let Ember be there. But when there's a Jakiro, you can't ignore him. They're gonna take down every single tier 1 tower. So Jakiro will force you to look at Ember and tank his spells. So I quite like the Jakiro pick. I don't think it's very meta, but in the hands of a hero specialist, it's never gonna look bad.
Everybody that forgot Drow Ranger was still in the pool raised their hands?
Yep. Raising my hand, but
raising my hand.
I also feel that I would prefer if this last pick was the off-lane pick, just to have something gotcha. I don't think Doom is going to be having that good of a time playing against the Jakiro and Wind Ranger. We're talking about Nightfall Wind Ranger, which should kind of look like the best player hero combination that we've seen in the last couple of months. Even though her win rate hasn't really been that great, he's the one who can make this work. I would have gone with P-Time if they had the offlaner for the last pick, something that we mentioned, like some of these 3 maybe beefier boys that are going to be having easier time laning into it. But now seeing the full drafts, I do like what Aurora have for themselves.
Yeah. It's quite a greedy draft that P-Time selected. Like Draw on one side, Doom on the other. I mean, the standard build, yeah, that guy knows. Yes. The good old times. No axe this game around, unfortunately. But quite greedy draft P-Time. So I hope that it's not going to push them too far away from what they like to do, which is really bring the pressure, bring the moves, you know, gank, take tier 1 towers early. Because if they let Aurora develop their game plan as they want, this is when they're the scarier.
Is Aurora as oppressive as with their tempo setting as the BB team is? We compared the two teams earlier. Is that similar there?
They can be. I mean, funny enough, if you'd hide the team's name, I would guess that P-Time is on Dire and vice versa, because the tempo lineup is definitely Aurora's, and the scaling lineup is P-Time's. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. Obviously, we say that because we're expecting certain heroes to buy certain items, but at the end of the day, it's just how you play the hero is what decides whether it's fast or slow. So
they have strong lanes on Aurora. You do have like super stable lanes, Jakiro, Wind Ranger, and you have Rubik plus Largo. Quite a lot of damage. Mid lane, I feel like this is slightly Earth Spirit favor. Correct me if I'm wrong, because we are seeing quite a lot of Earth Spirit recently, and I feel like it's going to be very interesting what they're going to be bringing to the table, like how many heroes we're going to be seeing 6 minutes in. Like we could see 7 heroes in the mid lane fighting for the runes, especially if Largo wants to join.
6 minutes. Everybody in the mid lane. Oh man, I'm here for it. That sounds like a great time. Maybe for one team a little bit more so than for the other, if you call one lineup a scaling lineup and the other a tempo lineup. But from a viewer perspective, it should be a fun time for sure, especially with the voices of Cap and SVG.
You're too kind, Sheever. That's right. Aurora and Enigma Galaxy are both 5-1. They are tied, and they matched up against each other and went 1-1. So now it just comes down to, in order to claim top of the group, not dropping any matches against the teams that are below you. Both of them have P-Time to play against. Today is going to be Aurora's turn. Tomorrow will be Enigma Galaxy's. So if Aurora can manage to just close this out 2-0, they also need to play Liquid tomorrow. And they just hope that Enigma Galaxy will drop a game somewhere. Meanwhile, on the other side of the equation, P-Time are at a very respectable 4-2, but they have to play against the top teams at their group. If they can manage to get the upset, Avery, manage to get a 1-1 or even a 2-0 against Aurora or Enigma Galaxy, maybe they could actually get the top spot.
Anything's possible here, especially when you have the underdog status. You know, alleviates a little pressure from you. There's more pressure on Aurora and Enigma Galaxy here to finish out the group strong, sitting at the top there, thinking you're sitting sweet and pretty. But P-Time coming in here to ruin your day. And these guys are used to being the underdogs, right? Sure. They're coming from the underdog region, perennial underdog, South America, just never expected to win the LAN, never expected to maybe even be top 3 until I think like this year on average. Suddenly, they have some solid teams with some very skilled players. And
yeah, the key word being teams, right? Because there have been times where there has been a solid team coming out of South America, but now it's actually 2 teams that are putting up fights against the international lineups.
It's a very international match, too.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the C representatives on this Aurora squad. It's easy to forget that they have two core C players because you just don't see C teams topping the podium too much anymore. But these guys are some solid representatives in Makoto and WS and have looked damn fine on this squad. So a very international match that we've got going on here, and a lot of tempo coming out from Aurora. Like, this is a lineup that can group up pretty well, play very fast, start taking some towers off the back of that liquid fire, and all of a sudden you might be able to like explode the map and just play Ember Spirit Dota, where he just runs the gauntlet. You don't have enough low cooldown disabled to deal with early tank that he might be able to bring here, and could cause the Drow Ranger some issues. A lot of scale for P-Time, kind of an unconventional draft for them. I'm not sure I see their faces on these three cores together. Individually, they all play them well. I'm not sure about the core synergy. And so that's what they will have to prove to me in terms of where that execution comes from.
That actually poses an interesting question to me. Wits, new player, a lot of talk about him. He has looked very, very good. But what do you think his style is? If Drow Ranger is not his hero, what is his heroes?
I like seeing him on heroes that can have an early game presence. I think the best games we've seen from him have been on heroes like Shadow Fiend or Tiny.
Yep.
Where you have that scale in your back pocket, but you can go like 8. He went 8-0 in the first 10 minutes of that one SF Gamer Slaying.
Crazy
That's
stuff.
Where I think he will stand out.
Schofield is going to be run down for first blood, as indeed the panel called this. This is a toxic lane to match up against. Jakiro Windranger. I mean, for any melee offlaner, it's going to be rough, and the 4 position that is supporting him is probably going to have to die a few times just to ensure his offlaner has an okay game.
Very toxic Jakiro pick. And it fits their draft really well, so it's going to do some work here. Pretty hard to pull waves as a Lion. It's just not really what you want to do. Schofield kind of just left to the Wolves, and hopefully he'll be able to either get some stacks up or find some cheeky kills somewhere. Maybe you go to mid. You always have this surprise kill threat with Aero Spirit if you do take the point and roll. Like, you can roll, kick this guy under tower, stun him. Can kill anybody if you set it up properly. We just haven't seen teams really playing for it, but that doesn't mean it won't be there. I think you do have to look for some cute stuff here in the laning phase with the supports as P-Time.
It's funny, the early CS was terrible for both mid laners because Makoto did such a good block it ended up going underneath his tower, and then of course it bounced back and went underneath Dark Mago's tower, and they both missed a bunch of CS as a result of that. But now Makoto is really beginning to break away. 20-3 compared to the 15-0 of the Earth Spirit. Makoto is dominating. And is that supposed to happen? I feel like Earth Spirit should be kind of even in CS.
He overperformed on the early waves for sure. He was up 6 or 7 CS at one point with the waves going in, so pretty nice performance from Makoto here. And I do kind of favor the Ember, at least in the first 10 or 15 minutes here, finding more reliable impact. I think it might be difficult for Dark Mago to roll in and find connections here into the Largo Dispel, a lift back from the Rubik, some of these tanky boys.
Ooh, Elmisho getting pulled out of position there with the blood grenade, slowing him down. He is probably going to die here. Does manage to get off one more Acorn shot. That leaves Wits open to maybe get the double here, using the multi-shot to kill the Rubik. And now the final hits on to WS, a double for Wits.
Why did WS go back in there? If you had a Fairy Fire each or something, I can see you manning up there and maybe dodge the multi-shot and kill him, but that's a Boots Drow. Just running you down. Easy double kill for Wits, and he's having a great time now. The wave's pushing in too, so you won the kills and you won the Equilibrium. Still got Fairy Fires in the back pocket, plus the Raindrop and the Fluffy Hat. Very tanky early Drow build going into the Falcon Blade. Tough target to fight.
Yeah, I like that, because the only way that you're really going to win this Argo lane is being able to go for the kill, right?
And just straight back into WS. Lay the harass into this Frog. Don't let the clunky melee hero walk up and get any sort of free CS here. Should be a very strong last Drow pick coming out from P-Time. They can play around and might even get another kill here.
Here did do a good job with the Quelling Blade earlier, cutting down, stopping the bushwhack, but this time, too many trees, and will die to Elmisho.
Kodo getting fancy mid, has a massive level advantage.
Yeah, pop of the glyph to try and pressure Dark Mago as much as he can. Meanwhile, top lane, there's the blood grenade. Damage over time from Kaori is just so rough to deal with for many offlaners.
Too much harass, too much easy harass from this Jakiro, especially when you're in those 2-on-1 situations. It's just free. Makoto trying to get that solo kill.
Does manage to get his level 6, hits him with the roll. He's going to turn around Silence with Schofield joining him. Makoto, I mean, you were winning the matchup, but diving into the tier 2s, that was just a bit much.
He had Raindrop Wand Fairy. I think he felt he was going to be able to bait a turn and get away with it with the roll block. But there's that Schofield TP that is pretty deadly for his hero.
Schofield is going to die.
Okay.
Kari just running him down.
Yeah, nice pickoff for him. He's having himself an early game and free TP out. No.
Nice roll in. Dark Mago is there to put a stop to that one. So that is a huge recovery. I mean, both off lanes were suffering massively. But the fact that Aurora was also winning the mid lane so heavily said a lot as the WS woes continue.
Point blank multi-shot gets the job done. Very chaotic game. Lanes are just breaking down pretty quickly as everybody's trying to roam and get some sort of kill advantage. We'll buy some space for Frank in the offlane because that Jakiro was TPing out, so he gets a little breathing room. Mid tower taking a beating though. As Makoto will, he's not going to slow this game down. Again, this is a pretty nice Ember game, at least until the supports have ultis. You're not worried about getting killed outside of a tower dive, as we saw. You can maybe look towards Wisdom Shrine. P-Time have numbers up here. They're kind of set up to defend it, but it's a level 2 Lion.
Yeah,
I don't know how scary that is.
A level 2 Lion being a part of a mid lane kill. It really goes to show how well this Aurora safe lane went. Makoto almost took it in time. Shackle shot lands on the Lion. They're going to focus down this Ember Spirit. He is going to be forced to jump away. Actually, hits the slight. Wait, he didn't have a Remnant out?
What?
He went for that play without... I just assumed he had placed a Remnant somewhere, but... apparently not.
He's just all in. Maybe trying to save the Remnants to fight with, overestimating his strength, but a nice TP from Wits.
Oh my god, he just lost his urn for 2 minutes. Oh boy.
This is the Wits that this team loves to see, right? When he's involved early, making clutch rotations, finding those pickoffs, he might have one of the scariest early games of any carry at this event. Like, his moves rarely fail. Here's another
nice
opportunity.
Stun with the Doom instantly put onto the Wind Ranger, and the slows will ensure the extra kill as well.
This is such an active Drow Ranger, right? You don't expect it from this hero.
Maybe they can actually get the Rubik. He's fast enough to get up there, and they're going to try and sandwich Wits here.
Okay.
Nice two-man ice path
very
with the
deep.
double dual breath. That's going to feel really nicely. They do get the Rubik in the end, but if they lose both cores for it, WS, this is going to be great recovery for him. Good bushwhack, holding back these heroes as the Hoodwink joining them through the gate will make the difference. Kaori does end up going down. WS is out of mana to do much here.
Yeah, might be screwed.
He's got phase boots to be activated, makes a run for his tower. Nightfall now. And one by one, they're all going to run after these heroes that are deep on their side of the map. Power shot hits Schofield, and Schofield will be run down here.
The Golems almost snagged him. At least WS survives. Makes that rotation worth it. They're going to send the Drow back bottom. I still like these moves from Wits. Yeah, he died up there, but he's 4-1-3. He salvaged this early game a lot for the supports especially. They got a lot of XP out of those extra kills. Frank is doing a lot better now. Like, those moves help the team a lot. And that is not an obvious idea here. Like, I think a lot of carry players would just sit here and AFK freeform. And their game might look better for it, but their team would be suffering a lot more.
Good TP from Frank, but it's not enough. The power shot, just a bit too much damage.
Javelin tread's already done for Nightfall. It's a lot of damage on that focus fire. Pretty hard to sit up in this lane anymore.
Miro will be run down by Wits and El Misho yet again. Meanwhile, the urn is finally picked up after the courier revives. 9.5 minute urn from Ember Spirit. That doesn't feel good.
Nope.
He still needs charges.
At least he has a couple stacks here to go back to. Nice little level advantage for P-Time in the end here. After this laning phase.
Yeah, even in experience, but...
I mean, they have a level 4 line and they're up XP, so that's got to be a good sign in some ways.
Yeah.
You're going to bring the Drow mid again?
They also have stacks to be done. Stolen kick pushes him back into Makoto. Bushwhack tries to land, doesn't quite make it, but with the line coming in on the other side and Wits joining in once again, the silence is killing Makoto.
I'd be so mad if I'm Makoto.
Yeah.
I'm just getting chain ganked by a Drow Ranger. Like, what is this nonsense, right? Nobody does this. The only other carry I've seen move this much on this type of hero is Yatoro when Spirit are just cooking.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, I'm in my prime form. I'm just going to move around a lot. But this might be even more active than that.
Yeah, Drow Ranger is a pretty crazy hero to be making these moves.
5, 1, and 4, affecting all 3 lanes.
And yeah, more stacks on the side of P-Time, so that will also help boost their experience advantage.
Gank rotation, though, through the gate will be interrupted by El Misho as he tanks Nightfall's strength here. This Wind Ranger still very farmed, so you have to be wary about where he's moving.
Yeah,
but they do get the Drow out of there.
Got to keep him away from Wits at all costs.
Yep. Still biggest threat on the map. Probably Dark Mago. Vessel done. Level 9. Shield Rune in the bottle. He is probably the best Shield Rune user in terms of the value you get out of it in the early game.
Sure.
So he is super strong right now, and he has TP available. So if you're Aurora, you really have to keep that in mind and not overextend and give the Earth Spirit a great fight. They do get the bottom tower, power of the Jakiro. But P-Time, they're going to smoke through the gate anyway. They want to fight down here. Smoking straight on the Nightfall.
Yeah, they're going to sandwich him. He's definitely dead. They're going to try and hold off of the Doom. Never mind. Frank just says, okay, you know what? Let's just make sure we guarantee this kill 100%. Aurora thinking that because they take the tower, it's kind of free. But P-Time with the late rotations come through and punish him.
Definitely a weird move you don't expect. Well worth it, though. That's a big kill. He had no streak, but 500 gold.
Ooh, bushwhack, that misses. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting now. Like, Wits has been super active. Now the question is like, when is Dark Mago going to assert his strength, right? Like, can't let Wits be making all the tempo plays.
Take that.
It's working out for him,
I guess.
Haste Rune on Mikoto is going to stem some of that aggression. I think very hard to make a move onto the Ember in the mid lane, and I think that is the point of attack. It's pretty hard to go into that Doom lane top. Frank just continually getting harassed and hunted here.
The roll in is going to miss. Frank, see if Mikoto's still able to run him down. Looking good for it with a Remnant catching up. Again, this Haste Rune, very deadly rune. And Dark Mago is not able to make the same use out of the Shield Rune. As great as it is for him, a Haste is just the superior of the two.
I'm surprised he's not rolling in there. You're so tanky. Maybe you can get that broad kill? Didn't want to risk it, didn't want to spend the stones. They do get a support bottom as the Wits train continues. Now they're going to make a move back onto the Earth Spirit.
If they still kill him, this is terrible for P-Time.
Can't roll.
Kodo chasing him down. He's just dead. Catchy lick to finish him off, and Frank forced to TP in just to try and help him.
Mega chaotic game. And usually I'd say that favors the SA team. P-Time should be happy with this kind of pace and tempo, especially for their support duo. I think their support duo loves to play at this pace more than any other in the world, potentially. But they're not necessarily getting the better of the exchanges.
Yeah. I'd also say that would usually favor Earth Spirit.
For sure.
And it would not favor Drow Ranger, but it seems to be the opposite. The Chaos has actually enabled the Drow Ranger to make kind of crazy moves, and our Earth Spirit is, weirdly enough, been the one to suffer.
A very strange game in terms of who's involved and who's actually benefiting from the fighting. Feels like these two carries have had a very nice start here, showing you that the one position can still be a very active role, despite what some carries would have you believe.
Schofields almost has his Blink Dagger, surprisingly enough.
I don't know how, but sure.
Well, it helps that he has boots and Windlace, and that's it.
He's still the most farm support, though.
That's true.
He was like level 2 at 7 minutes, and all of a sudden, he's cooking here. Found a finger charge. Has finger back available. Definitely a threat around the map. Kind of surprised he's even looking mid. Maybe just go farm a neutral camp, finish it up, and make a smoke play.
Trying to run down Frank. Shackle shot's not going to land, nor, well, the Ice Path does land, but they've already given up on the chase.
Did roll that ship vest. Pretty nice here.
Oh,
his
yeah.
first farming rate and against the Wind Ranger. Does do a significant amount of damage. And the smoke is coming through, but Nightfall sniffs it out. Ungankable.
That's right.
The king of the TP.
Made the most efficient move possible. TP to the tier 3 to farm some safe neutrals. Probably will make his way back to the tier 1 tower at some point once he feels like the smoke has failed.
Definitely could. At least gives Aurora options to potentially defend this tower if they wanted to. So I like the heads up play, but they're just going to concede it. Decide to play through the Ember mid. Look towards this mid tower. WS preemptively setting up here. Maybe going to try and just instantly jump whoever shows. P-Time, they're the ones ready for the move.
They had a high ground ward that spotted out WS, so they're going to get that initiation right away. Ember Spirit does some decent damage. Witz is actually going to take a lot here, but they don't have enough to follow through. Power shot almost hit him. Meanwhile, the Ruby's going to die. Dark Mago in some trouble. Nice long-range stun there from Schofield. Does that get Dark Mago out? The roll away. Tick, tick, tick. Though the Spirit Vessel is going to finish him off. Silence onto the Ember Spirit from Witz. But Witz is playing a dangerous game. These power shots keep landing. He's getting lower and lower. He just has to retreat now.
I feel like both teams are feeling a little lucky they got some of their big heroes out of there, particularly the 2 carries. Very dangerous scenario for them to just enter into a mid-skirmish like that on close range when you have so much gap close in these lineups. I guess P-Time get a slightly better exchange there, but losing the Earth Spirit doesn't feel great, especially with how this starts. You get WS in theory for free. I mean, I say for 3. They took a lot of damage off that macro pyre, so I don't know how free it was. Almost get Dark Mago out of here. If he has roll up a second earlier, he might survive. Too much burn damage off that vessel.
Ooh, with that shot, now just saw it, that the Ember Spirit blocked the shot that was aimed at Nightfall from El Micho.
Straight back at it. Now you don't have Doom.
I mean, surely they know about the ward this time. They will kill it.
We'll eventually get this tier 1. The Jakiro can just keep chipping it. Not an easy tower to defend if you don't have the Doom available who can just sit on that front line and initiate for you. So likely just give it up here. And
El Micho goes for the deny, does take that away from Aurora.
Nice deny.
Still maintaining a very even game, 29 kills in 17 minutes. Have been very chaotic back and forth. Way different than our previous series between BB Team and Extreme.
I mean, look at the XP difference. 5.
5 experience difference.
A 5 experience difference at 17.5 minutes. A 500 gold difference. This is as close of a game as you can possibly have.
But the panel laid it out. This is favorable for P-Time because they have clearly a better late game. Aurora have much more of the tempo lineup.
I don't agree with that, actually.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess I'll tell the 2-time TI winner.
No, because I think this Wind Ranger does have a lot of gameplay against Drow when both are fully kitted. Because you can buy Satanic and he doesn't. And I also think Largo negates a lot of the Doom scale and kind of forces you to go into that Ags build.
Yeah, I guess
so he delays your scale timing in a sense with Encore and all that nonsense.
Yeah, it should be good against Drow Ranger, right? It's just a bunch of armor stacks.
Yes.
Bonus armor stacks.
I think Largo always kind of delays your scale timings, and I think that gives you a lot more room to play with. I've also seen Aurora execute these kind of lineups in the late game. They make them look a lot stronger than they appear on paper.
Okay.
Like Makoto's Ember is his signature, right? He's got to start dancing on you. We've seen what this hero can do with 6 slots. Nightfall, this is one of his signature heroes. He makes this hero work a lot better than other people. I'm not as convinced that P-Time are going to have an easy time in these late game fights.
Well, hopefully Makoto warms up because so far he's been dancing with 2 left feet. Nice roll in from Dark Mago, kick back, get the pick up on Jakiro.
Nice find. That is one element of the scale, is if you get to the late game Earth Spirit, you always have that displacement. And that could be a big issue for Aurora. So Dark Mago really is a wild card here. Want the early Blade Mail too, trying to negate some of the focus fire options. Don't mind that here. Let's see how much value he gets out of it. But it looks okay on paper.
And Doom doesn't have those same options.
Ooh.
It's a
get kicked.
Hefty kick away from Mira.
That spell always looks so weird on this hero.
Yeah. The extra range, he doesn't even make contact with the hero, they just get sent flying. Trying to chain up some stuns onto Makoto, but there are multiple heroes from Aurora joining Makoto. Push away, Schofield, he's going to be chased down, turn around finger, trying to do what he can. Now El Micho joining in, can he help out Dark Mago? Bushwhack, it's going to completely whiff, and Dark Mago's roll is going to be blocked. The Magnetize will not get a kill anywhere here. Aurora going to be perfectly fine.
And that's another thing. This Largo can negate a lot of the Earth Spirit's presence. Your natural Dispel, your natural AoE heal, you're a Dispel buyer as well on top of the list.
He's cutting off Witz.
Tough matchup. Yeah, you're getting licked here.
Frog stomped. Pulled back, and now the entire team is on the way. Witz knows he's dead. He's just going to try and pick up
Centaur.
A little bit of CS before he dies.
Lost the Madstone, though.
Dead.
Stolen Hex for Mira as well. There's some good spells in this game.
Well, now we're definitely seeing the tempo of Aurora.
Oh, yeah,
they
came alive.
Especially with as mobile as their heroes. They've got 3 cores that just move around the map very quickly. They go from mid to bottom lane pretty quickly, take Tormentor immediately afterwards.
They turn that one Doom kill top into almost 6k network. By swinging it quickly into mid, you get a numbers advantage fight, you get some nice Rubik's deals, and then you shift at bottom, you get a Drow kill, and then you get a Tormentor, and suddenly you're up 6k network. Like, you just broke this game wide open off of P-Time not reading the map, not stabilizing after they lost rank top. They basically just got team wiped, right?
Yeah.
A rough sequence for them as Nightfall now takes pole position, and his BKB is done. Very fast timings here.
And it's going to be rough. Before in this matchup, we saw the Lincolns. Wits currently has queued up. I mean, he's got a lot of items. It's going to be Hurricane Pike, and he thinks BKB is necessary in this one. And then Silver Edge.
See if he commits for all that. I do like Silver Edge on this hero. I think it gives you a lot more options in terms of entering the fight, kiting the fight out. It's not, I don't really view it as like I'm going to threaten heroes on the map, old school style, but I think that initial hit into multi-shot, it hurts.
Yeah, especially for some heroes that usually move pretty quickly. That guaranteed slowdown.
Yeah, nice against the Ember.
Really good.
Nice against this lineup in general.
Dark Mago hit by the Ice Path from the high ground. They were sitting in his triangle, and he clearly did not expect that.
If Mira has Impaler Hex, these plays are just too easy. So you really have to watch what this Rubik is stealing in this game, what Aurora are able to do with it, because now they're going to swing that same sequence into another Earth Spirit kill straight into Roche.
Yeah, this is becoming way too easy for Aurora. For such a tight game in the first 15 minutes, like P-Time, it's just like they kind of took their eye off the ball here.
Game slowed down for them. Didn't find the continual pickoffs. They didn't really force fights behind the Earth Spirit. Even though he got some power runes, he just had an amp damage expire in his bottle while he's dead. I mean, that's pretty bad, right? This is a Blade Mail Vessel Earth Spirit with amp damage, and you didn't even get a fight out of it for Roshan. That's just Aurora making better moves, faster moves. Reading the map a little bit better here. So you got to set something up. Got to use your 2 supports between the line and the Hoodwink to find some more pickoffs in this game. Get some deep vision out. They are scouting Nightfall top. So it'd be a juicy go. They got the Hex. Nightfall in trouble.
They're going to blow him up. Nightfall is dead. What about the rest of the team wrapping in from behind? P-Time feel like they can take the fight still with a roll in on top of all these heroes. So it's a beautiful ice path, but still a lot of AoE damage is beginning to mount up. The Doom's going to be placed onto Largo, trying to take him out of the fight. Frank walking away solo and will die as Mira finishes him off with the Fade Bolt. Even though they got the quick kill onto Nightfall because of the extra life on the Ember Spirit, this is still not a clear win for P-Time. Ember Spirit's going to chase after heroes, and yeah, Mira is just destroying them right now, but he will eventually die to Wits. His reign of terror comes to an end at the hands of Wits with a triple.
Oh, great fight for the Drow Ranger, and a really nice sequence for P-Time coming on the back of that Wind Ranger kill. BKB for Nightfall, great in this game, not if you get initiated on. You're just completely dead in the water. This Ice Path did a lot of work to disjoint this fight against the Roland from Dark Mago, but ultimately this is gonna be a losing fight, especially once the Doom comes out on the Largo. You're kind of just screwed. Mira salvages it a lot. You get a Doom turnaround, he finishes off Frank. He's doing a lot of work on the back end, but nobody's gonna contest the Drow here, and without the Wind Ranger, you don't have that staying power. Wit's able to clean up. A lot of gold injection for this Drow Ranger. All of a sudden, he's top of the chart.
So back to a 5,000 net worth lead. Aurora didn't lose too much off of that, but does stall up their momentum, and they do not want to let this Drow Ranger get too big. At this rate, BKB could be done for Wits. That would make him exceptionally tanky.
It's a great BKB game for P-Time in general. Nothing pierces the debuff immunity in this game on the side of Aurora, and they have a lot of spell damage that they've been relying on. You get triple BKB here, you are favored in that fight. It's going to be a nasty window for Aurora to fight into. Your only physical is the Wind Ranger Focus Fire. If that gets kited, what are you really afraid of?
Yeah. Aurora spreading out amongst the map, not actually trying to keep the momentum going and take more fights. P-Time are more than happy to just chill and farm BKBs then.
Oh, yeah. They can get this BKB timing to align with a team fight into the next Roshan. I think that's their time to strike in this game.
Yeah.
So Aurora need to be aware of that, not give up some bad pickoff, try and get to another set of Largo items. He has the shard. He's going into Lotus Orb. I think this Encore Lotus will be a nice repellent in this game. Kind of prevent a Doom going off, prevent some Lion spells, and you can maybe kite out some of these BKBs with the move speed. Buy some time for WS that he can just exist in the fight with that Lotus Orb active. So that will be something to play around here.
Said it's such a great BKB game. It's also a great Glimmer Cape game. You can see P-Time are just... they're all on the same mindset here. With the items that they're building, double Glimmers for the supports. That'll do a lot for Wits getting away from the Wind Ranger, but also against all that magic damage you're talking about.
Any sort of magic resist item, any cloak or shawl buildup is great this game. I'm not going to complain about it.
Here comes to play through the gate. They have this very deep ward that somehow has not been spotted yet. They tried to play to that. Unfortunately for them, P-Time did not play the edges of the map. Played towards mid, where they have this high ground ward.
And there's the BKB for the Drow. They're missing the Earth Spirits.
Yeah, with 2 of 3 done.
He's very close, though.
I mean, frankly, with the Blade Mail, like, I think if a fight were to happen, I don't think it's that big of a deal. He doesn't have his BKB. I feel like it's the least impactful of the 3.
It makes sure he can get spells off, though. It's not necessarily that it increases his ability to go in and survive, because he can go in and Blade Mail and deal a bunch back, but I think you don't want to get chain stone. Like, you don't want to have a fight like that where you roll into Ice Path and you don't get that silence off when you need it. I think the BKB is more about Dark Mago being able to play full fight and use his spells rather than I'm going to negate a bunch of theirs, though you do get that benefit as well. It'll be finished up here. So they will have triple BKB going into this fight. Aurora missed their window to take advantage of it. Now they're just going to have to fight it straight up. This could be a difficult one. They don't get a clean initiation.
Yeah, they can still bypass the BKBs by getting the better of them in initiation, which they were trying to do with this smoke up triangle play, and it could have worked too because they have this high ground ward sentry combo. P-Time are going to play into it here. It's going to break. They're going to spot the Earth Spirit at least. See some of the other heroes like the Lion pushing forward. And they make a run for it. They're going to turn back around at any point, try and play for this one. Lion gets blown up immediately at the start, but they get the Doom onto the Ember Spirit. A Lotus Doom, but he got off BKB. At the same time, Dark Mago with his own BKB gets away from Nightfall with a Focus Fire. Now playing on the high ground, trying to pull him back down with a Stolen Doom. Okay, now BKB from Witz.
Oh, that impale.
His BKB, a beautiful impale, playing up in that high ground. If it wasn't for the fact that Drow Ranger was doomed, that would have been a wipe there. Aurora, a multi-shot would have devastated them. They still lose the fight. It could have been even worse. In fact, maybe it still can be worse. Schofield is hunting. He'll miss out on Nightfall.
Almost had him. Very heads-up movement by Schofield in that fight. Immediately started running up, knew the fight was over, was trying to catch more, and he almost got it.
I mean, how bad is a fight that you got 2 Dooms for 1 and you don't win it? They got the bounce back Lotus Doom and the Stolen Doom.
It's the strength of the BKBs. The issue is that the turnaround Dooms aren't that good because they're just running around BKB.
Yeah.
It's basically just some damage. They're like Dooming Drow. Drow doesn't care about Doom, right? He just BKBs and he turns. Yeah, you're stopping the multi-shot, but he's still just sitting there pelting you. It doesn't change the setup of this fight.
Sure.
Great impale from Schofield and a very important buyback. You're also taking this fight near that tier 2 and outpost. Tough position. It didn't really break on that high ground ward. That's the power of the Earth Spirit just being able to run in first. What are you going to do to initiate on Dark Mago in this game if you don't have a Stolen Rubik spell? Like, you just shackle him? I mean, that's not... You can't ask that. You can't ask Nightfall to run in first and shackle somebody in this game.
Nice pick off on Frank, though.
Oh, he gets that one.
Nightfall and Aurora bounce right back. Yeah, how do you, like, after that team fight, again, 2 Dooms for 1, you still lost it. You said, like, the BKBs are just too powerful. Aurora, what do you take from that? Like, we need to take a bit of a timeout, get the next round of items. Does that change things? Do you just play for, okay, we can't take team fights straight up, but we need to play pickoffs? Speaking of pickoffs, Jakiro might get picked off here, though Glimmer Cape is going to bail him out alongside WS and Nightfall charging forward.
You need your own BKBs for one.
Okay.
And I think you need Blink on Rubik. I think Mira is going to have to be the initiator a little bit more this game. Be able to Blink lift one of these cores so that you can throw them either into Ice Path or a Shackle. If he goes in first and gives vision, then Nightfall can decide to run in BKB, Shackle someone, and commit to the fight. But he can't just run in first. So looking at this lineup, you can also send the Ember in. If you get to Encore Lincoln's Lotus, you can kind of throw all that plus Croca Genius on the Ember and send him in. Kiori's just kind of
Seared Spirit. Immediately the Ice Path is going to stop him, and Mira with the Geomagnetic Grip will pull the Jakiro to safety.
That's a pretty nice spell to have here against the Doom and all this lockdown.
It's amazing.
It's a guaranteed 4-staff out.
With the Aether Lens and extra cast range he's already getting, Blink Dagger as well. This could be a situation where they have found a way to take a team fight, where they poke at them, get P time to use BKBs, and then reset.
He also gets the Shard version.
Right.
Pretty nice on top of it.
Yep.
Extra range and pull speed. Super value. You have to send somebody in, though. That's the issue for Aurora right now. Who do you send in first in this fight? It's not so obvious.
Frank died pretty quickly to that focus fire, but the next time it'll be a bit different. He'll have a Shiva. It's a massive upgrade in armor for him. Though, probably swapping the plate mail over the splint mail. Not to nitpick, but...
You know, another option for Aurora is if they want to just fight over big objectives in this game, such as Roshan here, you could save buy on Ember. You Encore Lotus the Ember, you send him in. You kind of assume maybe he gets BKB off, maybe he gets doomed anyway, whatever. But he's going to tank a lot of the single target control from this P-time lineup, and then just have buyback and come in, and you take the fight. And I actually think it's a viable way of looking at this game, because there's just too many single target spells that are going to ruin someone's day. But after that first volley's gone, after BKBs are down, I think you are favored in the long run.
Okay.
Somebody has to let you get there. So I would not mind just saving buyback on Ember in a game like this. Send him in first and play for the second life, and then you get a Roshan, you put an Aegis on him, and you can play that style of game. I think sometimes teams are too afraid to save these buybacks in the games, particularly against heroes like Doom or Faceless Void Chronosphere or something like this, right?
Yeah.
You can spend early buys to win these pivotal fights and just propel yourself, make the team fight a little easier for you. If you don't have a clear way to just buy an item and go in off the back of that, you might buy out for Ags here. See if that's enough. Can play the Remnant Dance.
Well, Makoto has forsaken buyback, but he has claimed an Aghanim Scepter, so pretty big upgrade for him to get into these back line. He's going to be playing fast. The smoke is going to break on each other. Yeah, Witz is leading the charge. They try and blow up the Rubik right away, which would have been good, but the Ember Spirit does manage to run interference, and look at him dancing all around. It's already killed Schofield. Has done a ton of damage to Dark Mongo. Dark Mongo does manage to roll and hit a good Magnetize. Going to chase after Witz now. Witz going to be locked down with the chains, force-stamped up to the high ground, and pops his BKB has to TP out. He says, this fight is no good for us, boys. I'm out. That leaves Frank alone, being kited around by WS. Makoto is just destroying, man. What a good time for that Aghanim Scepter.
Right on cue. There's your frontliner.
That is going to be 4 dead, and Gem, immediately claimed. Mira knows it.
Very well played by Makoto. Exactly what Aurora needs. Someone in there creating space, tanking the support's time. You get some nice connections on Nightfall, but the Drought never got to sit there and hit him. The first multi-shot didn't really connect with anything.
Also, that Aghanim Scepter alongside Croak of Genius.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, it was.
Look at the damage, in fact. He dealt 9,000 with December.
That doesn't surprise me, really. I mean,
That's
he was
disgusting.
all over them with those Remnants.
Double chains here. Remnant on 2, Remnant on 3, Remnant on 2. Slices them down. He just owned them in the first half of that fight. And then he gets another sick Remnant double chains connection here that forced basically BKB TP the Nightfall out of Wits. Makoto versus 5 gets the job done. Honestly, the rest of the fight didn't even go that well for Aurora. They're kind of just trying to survive.
Yep.
But the Ember just absolutely decimated. Perfect ags.
Who did they doom in that fight? Did they doom Nightfall and he just ran away?
I think he doomed Largo?
Well, if Largo didn't die, they were on top of it.
I think he just tanked it.
Really?
I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to watch that again.
I do feel like you probably, theoretically speaking, what should you be doing?
You want to do Ember.
Ember's
the best Doom target.
If you can, but
yes, it's very difficult,
right.
Of course.
So, in that case, is it Largo or is it Wind Ranger? I feel like it's Largo, right?
It's probably Largo.
Stop the heal. Stop the songs.
See if they can pop Nightfall here.
I mean, they're not going to get him. Nightfall, not only does he have the Aegis, but they also still have the geomagnetic grip, so it is. I think it's actually impossible for them to kill him.
What if you roll kick him in?
If you kick him after the grip starts, then yeah. Like he starts being pulled back and then you kick, which breaks it.
Well, any pull mechanism breaks the pull. So I think Bushwhack can stop the pull.
Okay, yeah, maybe that too.
Unless Geomagnetic Grip has alpha status, which it might, I don't know. It's a very weird spell.
Alpha status.
You know exactly what I mean by that.
I do.
There are certain spells in Dota
that
just have alpha status. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, like among the duels, Legion Commander duel was the alpha. That has since changed. I don't know who's the alpha now.
It's definitely not Axe Call.
No, that's the...
Axe Call is not an alpha.
Axe Call is the Sigma spell.
Yeah, for sure. Which is kind of weird.
It makes sense for him. For his innate, he likes to play alone, you know?
I guess so.
He's a lone wolf. All right, with the Stolen Gem and with the one team fight, with the extra life on the Aegis, you can see Aurora have now formed the perimeter. Okay, you're going to be locked inside your base. We've got 3 different wards to spot you. If you ever move outside, your only real play is to either cover the border of the map bottom lane here, or you smoke out and do it blind, because you don't really have any vision. And P-Time are maybe going to say, okay, well, fair enough. You have Aegis. You've got it for 2 minutes. Do something about it. We're going to sit high ground with Drow Ranger. Nightfall tries to do something about it with its focus fire, but he tried to make that a solo play. So there goes that Aegis. They still have the geomagnetic grip, and it's now in play to get the grab on Nightfall. Okay, he also gets pulled by Catchy Lick. He's being pulled back and forth between mom and dad.
Okay, it's definitely not an alpha spell. We just learned that.
It is not. Maybe Catchy Lick is the alpha spell.
I don't think so. I think most pulls can be broken by other pulls.
Yeah, I doubt there's any.
Maybe Batrider Lasso now? Because they got rid of some of the bug interactions with it.
Well, just like the idea of the Alpha Wolf, this is just a term that has been made up and doesn't actually apply anywhere.
It sounds cool, though.
It does sound cool.
I think Batrider Lasso is an alpha spell. I don't think you could do anything about someone like, you can't stop the guy in the lasso, you know?
Yeah, but yeah. I would just say that's different, though. That's a leash.
Well, I like using this term, and I'm going to apply it to whatever I can.
Okay, fair enough.
Satanic done for wits, by the way. I said at the beginning of this game, I feel like Wind Ranger can go Satanic and the Drow can't. Instead, we got the reverse. It's not that amazing of an item on Drow, but he gets an extra Dispel here.
Right, Schofield's just going to kill himself trying to get some vision down for the team. Actually doesn't die.
Shackle.
Meanwhile, beautiful Shackle shot, and Frank tries to stop it, but Nightfall's already popped his BKB, ignores the Centaur Stomp of the Doom. See if they can get Frank. At least force him to use his BKB. No Shackle.
Very difficult to find an entry into the fight blind like that for P-Time.
Yeah,
Largo is just causing them a lot of issues.
I just can't believe they tried. Oh, Frank still went in there.
Maybe just a soft poke.
Yeah.
He can't doom anybody in
Well,
this
now
game.
there's no BKB. Oh, and to get the grab, telekinesis. Okay, wait, there's way too many saves here on Mir. This is actually just too difficult.
They also have Refresher on Makoto, who just hit 25. So he has the charge restore time plus the double, the Deca Remnant.
Yeah.
He is incredibly terrifying.
No Earth
He gets a full
Spirit.
fight.
This is kind of a free clearance for Aurora to take some buildings here. Schofield actually comes in, stuns. There it is. Telekinesis save. Every bit of poke you have, there is a, I don't know, what's the opposite of a poke? A pull, I guess. An alpha pull from Mira.
Oh, Devour. Oh, he gets an Arcane Rune too. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, you can't get creep spells, right? On Rubik with Devour?
No.
I don't, you can't, there's no possible way you wouldn't fit into the UI. You can't get that many extra spells. That's too many spells for one person to handle.
You can steal neutral spells. So technically
Yes,
he could have
you
like,
can do that.
he could have Devour or Host Stomp.
Sure.
Or War Stomp, sorry.
Aurora building up an 18,000 net worth lead, and if they feel like, I mean, I thought it was perfectly fine with, now, okay, I guess they no longer have geomagnetic grip, so maybe it's not the same, but I thought the poke that they're doing was a good idea. Just continue it until you P-time feel broken and they feel like they have to go outside the base and do something about it.
They still have the telekinesis, let's say, which is kind of the equivalent.
They might be deciding, okay, let's just wait for Aegis. We watched Falcons Dota play earlier. They seem to be in pretty good form right now. Let's just secure the victory at all costs.
And this is the Largo Doom matchup. I don't have faith that Doom can scale, because now you're forced to go Ags, and then even by the time you get this Ags, he has double lick. So then when you go in, you Doom yourself, you have this AoE, he can double lick people out of the AoE and they can get BKB off or whatever. He has counterplay to both options. It's just tough. There's the Largo Ags. WS fully online. And they're just going to smoke with it.
I think you need an Ags on Dark Mago. Right? Like
Might
that,
be getting there, yeah.
The ball of Aurora and all these saves, like, I feel like you need to find a way to dismantle that.
Or just play the high ground forever. Hope they throw.
It's always an option. It hasn't worked out for the team so far today.
Oh, he got Hex.
Managed to get the Hex off.
How?
What a great reaction. It's a two-man stun, and maybe it's the Largo who will die
That's
for
the
his
wood impale.
Oh, no, the Impale. It catches Frank. Frank went in without popping his BKB, and Schofield will die all the same. Wits just can't do anything about this.
Some incredibly clutch spellcasting ends up getting P-Time killed. And again, it's such a good Rubik game. He has all these frontliners to go in for him. He just sits in the back, wait for those Lion spells. And they are great this game.
Makoto having a poke. Just diving past the tier 3 with these long-range remnants. Keeping P-Time scared. While more buildings get chopped down. This is going to be the tier 3 mid and the melee barracks top.
I'm going to play it safe, back up. They know the Roche can spawn right now. So that last barracks is not worth risking a lost fight into the Roshan spawn. Especially when you have this Impale on Rubik. Fights look way easier when Mira has pre-stolen spells going into it. It's going to force P-Time to contest this. I don't think you can just give up Roche. And yeah, they're going to smoke. Try and make something happen here. You got to find supports or some clutch Hex into Doom on one of the core targets. Those are your only options here.
Division on the high ground, the ping.
They could ping these creeps mid. Ooh, baited by Nilu. Yeah, they know they're here. There was Drum Aura on the creeps mid if they were looking at it.
Roshan is going to swap over to the other side. Aurora, they could try and jam it real quick. I almost feel like this is unnecessary risk, but Sharpshooter trying to get some information inside of that pit. They're going to be forced out of it. Roshan is going to be sent in, but here comes the Ember Spirit. Get some information, spots Schofield. And get the Hex off once again. They're trying to pull him away with the catching link and got out of the bushwhack, and he gets off the BKB with a massive shackle. Once again, laid out there. Frank, he activates the BKB. And he makes a run for it. It's just going to be maybe the supports dying here. It's once again, Makoto is just, these supports could do nothing against him. Now Wit's in trouble trying to get away from Nightfall, but they had the vision on him, and with the focus fire, it's made easy. He's dead for 90 seconds, and well, Avery, that looks like that could be the end of the game. I think Nightfall is right, and maybe it can't get any worse than this.
Largo posed too many issues for this lineup. There's just no way to get in there and stick on anybody. And man, Makoto, what a performance on this Ember.
And same goes with Mira, man.
Oh yeah, like the Rubik Ember, they just decimated these fights. They had no answer for this Ember, just remnanting on the back line, dancing on everybody. You don't even really want to doom him because at the start of the fight he has the Largo backup. So it's just, how do you find a clear connection on him? The few times you do, he gets double licked out. Very solid performance here from Aurora in game one. What we come to expect from them. They just don't make a lot of mistakes. They force you to beat them. And they have a lot of comfortable picks that they know how to use pretty damn well.
Nightfall will kill Throne with the focus fire. B-time. Just taking the extra time, I guess, to talk about what went wrong, what they can do going into game two. I mean, if you were sitting there on P-Time's side, what would you be saying?
We didn't use our mid hero as well. I think that's the biggest factor. Like, I just don't think they used this Earth Spirit at any point in this game. When did we see a gank or a fight or a skirmish, even with some of the power runes going Dark Mogul's way, where he did anything with it, right? And it's not on him, but it's the game has to flow through him. I mean, what is even... He ended up with, let's see, 5,000 damage done off the Blade Mail. 2,000 of that was into Jakiro. I just don't think he really got value out of the Blade Mail. We didn't see great Vessel fights. One of those amp damages expired. This game has to flow through the Earth Spirit a lot more. He can do some work in this game, but he missed a lot of those early windows to do it.
Yeah, I just don't think he looked that comfortable. No. Weirdly enough, even though that everything was kind of going P-Time's way in that early game, largely off of Wits and the momentum he was able to secure.
Yeah, sick early game from him.
And that is something that, while Dark Mago is an Earth Spirit player, this is really going to be the first time that he's played up against Tier 1 teams with it. He's played up against plenty of the South American teams in some of these smaller matches, but when it comes to being on the main stage, he's only had this tournament. He's played it twice already, a win against Liquid, a win against Level Up, but this third match did not work out for him.
And I also say, I think teams need to be wary of this Largo Doom matchup.
Yeah.
We've seen this a lot this year, and we see some people pick the Doom into Largo because, like, I can Doom the Frog and I'm anti-healing, yada yada, but he has a lot of counterplay against you. He hits really nice timings with the Encore Lotus Lincolns, and then he can have the double lick for the AoE Doom in the late game. I just feel it's super Largo favorite. The more and more we've watched this, it doesn't mean you can't play this matchup, but I want to see teams think about it more when they end up in this situation, right? Like, I don't want them to just pick this Doom into Largo and jam it and be like, oh, we got you, because that's not how it's playing out. And you have to respect the disengage this hero can provide. And I think even in some of the fights where you connect the Doom on the Largo, I think a lot of times, like, the teams are fine with that because you're doing this Frog who's your offlaner. Now you're 1 and 2 have a free fight. That should be an ideal scenario in a lot of games against Doom. Like, that's what you're looking for. I want my 1 and 2 to not have to worry about Doom.
Right.
So it's like Centaur, right? It's like dooming a Centaur. Well, then he did his job. So I'm not convinced by this matchup. I think teams should respect it more.
Monster performance from Makoto after a slip up in the early game. He destroyed the mid-late game, giving Aurora the win in game 1.
That's a Largo overall first pick that we're going to dissect here. It was very, very successful. There was, of course, still a lot to play for as well in the early games for P-Time. But in the end of the day, it was Aurora that dictated the pace of this game. I'm here with Seb and Lacoste. Lacoste, this game was a cool one to see. I feel like we saw some different stuff.
Yeah, it was a bloodbath, as we kind of expected. They are bringing the South American flair, but also Aurora, a team that is going to be punching back. They're not going to be a punching bag by any means. Makoto had a bit of a slower start maybe, but other than that, it felt good. They were on a pair. Like I said, it's going to be 6, 7, maybe 8 heroes mid. It did transition to the top lane. Yeah, it did transition to the gate. Like it's a crazy way of thinking how this team plays, because he TPs in 7 minutes, making sure that there's going to be, extra hero to secure the XP rune, then he goes to the twin gates. He's kind of all over the place. This is one of the most aggressive safe laners that we have seen, and it also brings a lot of heat, it brings a lot of attention, and this time around Aurora, they were ready to bring in numbers every single time, making sure that they can punch back.
I'm a big fan of Wits, I have to say. Even though they lost the game, I think what he's able to do for his team, and he keeps himself on top of the net worth. He is very, he's in every move that makes sense, for his game and for his team, every move that really matters. He doesn't just blindly connect, I think it's really smart. He has a really good read on the map and what he should be doing. So impressive performance from him. I think Aura just, they weathered the storm pretty well. It kind of makes you wonder what would have happened if Mikoto didn't throw the advantage he had on the laning phase, because he had two really questionable plays. Maybe he got overconfident, because he dominated the Dark Mago in the mid lane. I don't think it's supposed to go like that. I think it's just pure outclass. And that he ended up diving to tier 2. He's like, I can get even more than that. This guy is no challenge at all so far. Ended up dying twice in a row. Gave the support of P-Time that had a really rough laning phase, some levels. And then they got to play the game. And, despite that, it looked pretty stable. And I don't want to say smooth sailing for Aurora, because P-Time definitely fought back. But I think that without these overextensions in the early game, it could have looked even worse. So, I wasn't super convinced with P-Time's approach, tactical approach to this game. I think that these aren't necessarily heroes that allow them to be as aggressive as they would want to. And the casters mentioned it, you kind of wonder, is Dark Mago comfortable on Earth Spirit? Because it didn't really feel this way. It could also have been, a million things. Watching the game and playing the game is very different. Maybe it's miscommunication, maybe, a bunch of stuff, but definitely not the Earth Spirit impact you expect him to have.
Yeah, on the other side, in this Mikoto, as you mentioned, there's a reason he was the MVP of EWC 2023 for Dota 2, and he's showing here again that he is still very much on top and very comfortable on the Ember Spirit, which was a little bit of a sad time for P-Time in this first game. I also think that seeing the Jakiro in action
looked good. Kaori specialty as well. He might be back. Jakiro has been the most picked, most contested heroes for 8 tournaments in a row for a really long time. He was really up there. They did nerf the hero, but some other heroes became more popular. But we're also seeing this is the reason why we didn't really like the switch that they did. I still think they could have played Doom from the safe lane and pick an offlaner that's not going to be as threatened with this Windranger plus Jakiro, because you saw Doom from 100% HP just straight up dying because his position 4 is missing. He's TPing to a mid lane to help out the diving Mikoto, who's going in super deep tier 2 tower, and then Doom just straight up dies. I feel like Jakiro kind of fits the playstyle, and if you look at the damage numbers, he was also owning that game. There was a blade mail attempt coming up from the Earth Spirit, but it didn't really do as much because this is Jakiro we're talking about, and also the ice pads, the follow-up stun, playing with Ember Spirit. It feels really nice. This is a bit of an old school combo as well, where you have the damage with the Searing Chains, the Macro Pyre into ice pad. It's just so much damage, and it also allows you to scale extremely well into the mid and late game.
Yeah, and we saw Rubik also have a good game. I think it's been a little while since we saw Rubik have a good game. Overall, Aurora looking very solid in that game 1. But as we also mentioned, P-Time definitely fought back, and I'm sure they're going to do so as well in game number 2. But before we get there, you know that there's a lot of games going on at the same time. And right now, on the stage 1, Valorant is having their day 2 of their playoffs, and to find out what's happening there, it's Milos and Ian.
Yes, we're in on the check-in in the big stage here over at the STC Arena. I got my homeboy Ian Chambers from the radio. That's where you might know him from, but also being the most famous person from the wonderful city of Hull, the city of culture.
Yeah, no one knows where that is, but everyone knows where Paris is. We are in the city of love for the Esports World Cup 2026. I'm having the time of my life. How are you doing?
It's been great. Now better that I get to see you. Of course, we're on different sides. We're at the Lenovo Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
Yes.
You're over here at the STC Arena. But I wanted to check in with you because yesterday was your first big day, the opener here. How was that? Because I was watching it away like, ooh, this is sick.
Oh, I will not forget when I walked in on rehearsals day, just up here at the back of the stage, and I looked down and I was like, okay, that's big. That's a big old stage. So I was really excited to get started, and day one did not disappoint. Valorant here at the Esports World Cup, the STC Arena. It was a day of shock, really, and a bit of trauma for some of the French fans.
Gentlemates are out.
The Gentlemates are out, the fan favourites. The crowd was just electric. It was the first time I'd seen the Gentlemates fans live and in living colour. They did not disappoint. And of course, Team Heretics, the title defenders that came into this looking for the back-to-back, they had their key crushed as well to start things off. So Heretics out, Gentlemates out, it's all to play for.
I'm sorry, Kapuka. I'm sure she's very sad about that. That is kind of how things roll. Enjoying Paris so far? I know you've been a busy man.
Yeah, I mean, look, this place, just the arena itself, not just this, the entire space that we're all sitting in right now is humongous. I haven't had a chance to, have a look around. The players are getting treated to the utmost phenomenal hospitality, luxury. We're having a great time. How's your stage? Because I came over to see some bits and pieces. Looks really cool too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's honestly domination so far from Falcons that are ahead in their own group. We're still in group stage here. It's 2 weeks of Dota.
Yeah.
And things are so far shaping up real well. I'm very much enjoying Nigma Galaxy. They're doing well in their group. I'm very impressed by them, but there's a lot more still to go through. We're up pretty much almost done with the groups, and then we'll be in survival next year.
Nice.
So yeah.
Because that's what's so cool about this entire experience. Like, I'm on my stage, but when I do get a chance, I want to see what's going on over here. I want to see what's going on over there. Because
you popped over.
Of course, because ultimately, as great as it is to see all of the beautiful EWC trophies raised, lifted in the air, I've really got my eyes once again on that club championship trophy. We talk about having a target on your back. Team Falcons, everybody wants to take them down. They won't go down without a fight. But look, Team Vitality on stage right now here at the STC. They came close last year. They want to get their hands on the club championship trophy this time around.
They might end up going deeper here against their opponents, but regardless, Ian, always
so
a
good
pleasure. Always a pleasure. Check in with a good friend. Let's send it back to our panel.
It's coming on.
Thank you very much, Milosh and Ian. And I know Ian's talking about, oh my god, this stage so big, and then you see the pan and it looks decent, but not as massive as he's describing, is because on the other side of him, where the camera is, there is like massive bleachers all the way up to the ceiling, and it is actually gigantic with 7,000 seats. So yeah, that is definitely a massive stage that Valorant has for themselves in these playoffs. And they're talking about how Falcons is doing pretty well, but I feel like I should mention also P-Vision and 1W, the only two teams that have not dropped a single game in the group stages here. So they're probably pretty safe from having their key crushed. That's right. That is actually coming closer and closer, as tomorrow already we'll be starting with some eliminations here for Dota 2, because 2 teams per group. 8 teams in total will be sent packing, as we will have group stages come to conclusion with actually, you know what, 2 groups actually get an extra day, because we do A and B tomorrow and then C and D on the day after that. I do want to go back to the game we just watched, and also to the game we are about to watch. I want to talk about adjustments, Lacoste, and how we feel P-Time is with adjustments, because with a relatively new squad, and we know they play loads of games, you would imagine their adjustments are quite good.
Yeah, this is the team that plays a lot of Dota. This is the team that has massive hero pools in pretty much every role, and I want to see something slightly different. I feel like this Doom didn't really work out for them, not just because, like, from the safe lane, maybe. I think they just needed something extra from that off lane, and Doom wasn't it. I also like this Largo that we are seeing getting like more and more priority, because it seems like a very good counter to it. So I want to see what they're gonna have up their sleeves next.
Yeah, me too. And speaking of that Doom, I want to see what Frank has up his sleeve next. And I just want to see Frank. And I'm gonna see Frank. I'm gonna see Frank in the past before the series.
Hey, I'm here with Frank of P-Time. You guys have been playing so far in the groups. You've had a pretty good result so far. But you've played against the weakest teams now. Everyone going forward is kind of difficult. You've got Aurora and Liquid coming up. Do you prefer this order, like easier teams first, hard teams later, or vice versa?
Les ha ido muy bien hasta ahora, pero han jugado contra los equipos más fáciles, entre comillas. Ahora les toca Aurora y Liquid. ¿Prefieres así que sea así el orden? ¿Primero los equipos fáciles y luego los difíciles?
Me hubiese gustado que sean los primeros los difíciles, pero ya jugamos últimamente contra ellos en otros torneos diferentes y siempre no ha habido como empate o... Siempre parejo, ¿no? Siempre notas parejo, no es que no vea tanta desventaja.
I would prefer if the stronger opponents would have come first, but we've played against them in other tournaments and it's always been like a draw or something favorable matchup, so I'm confident.
Okay, great. You guys got 5th and 6th at Dream League, which got you here. What are you aiming for in the end, since you guys have been on the up and up?
Quedaron quintos y sextos en Dream League, que es lo que los trajo acá, y a qué puesto más o menos están apuntando ahora que están más o menos creciendo.
Bueno, yo y mi equipo estamos apuntando para jugar los playoffs, porque es la principal idea, ¿no? De venir a este torneo y estamos dando de todo de nosotros.
We're looking to play in the playoffs, and that's our main goal for now, and we're giving everything we have.
That's great. One question about Enigma off lane. You've been playing it a decent amount to good success. What would you say are some of the weaknesses to that hero right now?
Una pregunta sobre el Enigma en offlane, lo he estado jugando bastante últimamente. ¿Cuál crees que son las desventajas o por donde cogea Enigma en la offlane?
Prácticamente porque es un héroe muy fácil jugar de la offlane, porque tienes que banear solo 2 héroes y es muy fácil porque no tiene counters y es como una condición de win en late game.
I think it's a pretty easy hero to play because you only have to ban 2 heroes to be able to play him. And it's a really easy win condition.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview and good luck in your match.
Yeah, Frank wants to face his strongest opponents first and then less strong opponents later, which is very difficult to do in Group B because there's a lot of strong opponents in this group. They started the whole event facing Liquid, which is a strong opponent, and they will end tomorrow facing Nigma Galaxy, which is also a very strong opponent, actually doing better in the rankings. Actually, they're on par with Aurora. They're tied for first right now. I actually don't know how their first match is going. But yeah, strong opponents all around. Let me say that. One of the strong ones is also Aurora, who took game 1 of this 2-game series. Frank says that he ties with strong teams at least. Can only hope for him that he will get the same result here. Seb, what would you like to see them change in game number 2? Because we were critical on the Earth Spirit, but was that just because the hero didn't feel right? Or is there somewhere else you would change things?
I mean, I think it was not that bad of an Earth Spirit game, if I'm honest. I don't think it was the best Earth Spirit game out there. I think, Ember and Largo are pretty decent heroes against them. But besides that, it was an okay Earth Spirit. So I think it might have been Dark Mago, just having an off game, or maybe him not being comfortable on the hero, or just the team not being super used to play with Earth Spirit. Either way, only they have the answer to that. They could just very well pick it up again or decide not to pick it. But the issue is that since it's such a highly contested, and I don't want to say broken hero, but it's definitely one of the best meta heroes right now, I don't think you can really afford to not be able to play the hero. So this is something they're going to have to be working on eventually. I think for today they can just put it to rest if they wanted to, and it would be totally fine. Adjustments, I like the Hoodwink for them. They actually first picked it again. I think it's good. I like the Hoodwink on Schofield especially. I think he's an exceptionally good Hoodwink player. Obviously,
because he didn't play it this time around, right?
No, he didn't, and because both their supports players are super comfortable on it. But I don't know. I think that would be a nice change of pace. Just put the Hoodwink on Schofield. I don't think they need to take the Lion away from Mira. It's not like, obviously he's a great Lion and it fits Aurora's playstyle, but I think that was not necessary if you ask me. I didn't really like their support duo. I thought it was a little bit too much of the same thing. So maybe a little bit more balancing in that.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes you do fall into a trap where you feel like, we're going to take this away, but not trying to take it away from Schofield because he is a menace. This is not a hero that kind of fits the playstyle that he wants to play. This is not his Clockwork, his Tusks, Batrider. Like even position 4 Undying, like it needs to be something slightly more crazy other than, Blink Hex.
He needs to be able to be annoying.
Yes.
Like elusive, annoying. Like you need to feel like, okay, I need to deal with this guy. I need to get rid of him, and I can't. Or it's hard. Lion is not that. It's like you just kill the Lion. And we see the Ember first pick. There's no way this... I want to see some punish, Like yesterday, obviously this option is out of the equation here. Necro is out. But yesterday we saw Enigma answer the Embers. Like, you're going to pick Ember like this, you will suffer. And this Ember, like me, and it was Nisha Ember, probably one of the best in the world. He had a really slow game. Lorenov completely popped off on his Necrophos. There are other answers. It's not just Necro. A classic one would be Huskar. Like, there's like a bunch of heroes that will punish this Ember mid. I think it really deserves to be punished when it's being...
Yeah, that's what I'm checking. Like, he immediately went to check the win rate and how many times Dark Mago played Huskar. He only has 8 games, 8 professional games on Huskar, but did win 7 out of those 8 games.
Okay. I mean, maybe. And maybe Aura did their homework also. I mean, that's something that you do in some teams where you kind of check the enemy's pool and you're like, well, all the heroes he likes to play are not good against Ember, we're picking Ember. And they actually go for the Gear Spirit again against the Ember, so I guess it's a good sign.
Is Earth Spirit not a Schofield hero at all?
It is. It could be, actually, you're right. I think you need to have Darkseer to make this hero viable. We've seen some scenarios where position 4 Earth Spirit, if he doesn't have that pairing, it does feel a little lackluster unless you can make unless you have super strong offlaner, unless the game becomes chaotic where you get to thrive. If you're just straight up laning with Earth Spirit, it doesn't feel as good unless you have a partner.
Earth Spirit 4 against Undying 5, I mean, it's not bad, but you're never gonna play the lane. I think you're gonna be manipulating creep waves like from the beginning to the end. It's possibly viable, but I do feel like Earth Spirit should have a pretty good time mid against Ember. Like, I think what happened last game was just outplay. And, Earth Spirit has so high base damage. He has, 2 nukes to secure the last hits that he's not able to secure with last hits, as in with the auto attacks. So there's no way Earth Spirit struggles against Ember. I just don't see it. So
this is just Dark Mago saying,
yeah,
give me.
I had a bad game. I'll make up for it, and I see it. I think it makes sense. I'm not worried at all about the fact that they go for the same hero matchup on the mid lane. I think it's fine.
Well, Rubik joins the mix. Rubik has been played as position 4 so far. I believe a majority of the games when he is picked in this EWC. It is also not a hero that I'd say, a typical Schofield hero.
No, but it's also, again, I feel like both of these heroes fulfill the same role. Like having Hoodwink and Rubik, they're kind of the same hero. There's a reason why 2-3 months ago we've seen both of these heroes in every single game. Like one team gets Rubik, the other one gets Hoodwink. They've been rarely paired up in the same team. Quite a lot of damage between the 3 of them, but again, you are playing against Mage Slayer Ember Spirit, which is going to be pretty much the same build. You go for Vessel, you get Mage Slayer afterwards, reducing all of that damage, and with the Flame Guard on, again, I feel like we might be seeing the same issue as we did in that first series that we've seen BB team play against Extreme Gaming, where Extreme Gaming couldn't really take down Ember Spirit.
No, I think this is the remake of Draft 1 now. I mean, I was fine with the mid matchup, but I don't think I'm as big of a fan of the support plus mid combination. I think this is a little bit troublesome, if I'm honest. Like, this is a first pick Ember, and this is it's an amazing Ember game. Both these supports really hate to play against Ember. Like, they don't really threaten him, and they are very susceptible to the Ember spells. So in that sense, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Earth Spirit to get to a good start. Because if he doesn't, this Ember is going to be completely out of control. And now it's an Ember that's running around with Warlock. So you have to think of, Warlock clicking Shadow Word on Ember. It's devastating combo. I'm afraid that Mikoto's going to go uncontested once again.
Oof. With Warlock being picked, of course, this being Kaori's hero, I feel like it opens up so many different heroes that you can have a strong lane with. Like, we might be, I think Spectre needs to go in this one, because this Nature's Prophet is going to be core. It is a carry Nature's Prophet. We've seen NP being a hero that kind of, it has a pretty high win rate so far at EWC. It brings out quite a lot of aggression. We've seen it from different roles. It's very good against Shadowfiend, good against Raw Ranger, just a TP honor, kind of kill the momentum. And also another Nightfall classic that could have potentially came is this Ursa. Could have been very, very good Battle Fury buyer like we've seen in the super late stages of the game. Some of the carries struggle because they can't get out of the Sprout. Like we've seen like 6-slotted Necro being stuck in the Sprout. Ursa with the Battle Fury. Plus, of course, being super strong lane with Warlock feels really good.
Big fan of Prophet. I think it's one of the heroes that I thought we were going to see a little bit more, so I'm happy to see it on carry position also. It is the first one I see myself. Like their bans, yeah, as you mentioned, Ursa, a really good ban. Spectre, no-brainer, one of the hardest counters to Prophet +1. I guess it's actually pretty good against Undying position 3, so interesting way to counter the Undying on the lane. Also will help them with having a little bit more map presence, because as we've tackled already, like this trio of Warlock, Willow, Ember is going to beat, in my opinion, P times trio. So, but with the help of Prophet, it might be a game changer, and all of a sudden the dynamic of the game might be completely different. But I have to say, I still like what Aurora is working with. They have very solid lanes, amazing teamfight presence, good timings, and they're yet to pick the win condition, which again should be a win condition because Nightfall sees the carry matchup.
I'm still down for some maybe casual Centaur that could come out for them, where you can disengage against Warlock, against Undying. Not the best against Dark Willow, unless you can't click between the brambles, but should potentially be a very good pickup for them.
No, banned.
Never mind.
No Centaur. What else is there potentially? I mean, I like Underlord versus these heroes, but Prophet Underlord is cringe. Okay, they go for the Brew. That's a classic answer to the Warlock team fight. I think it's pretty okay against Undying too, in a sense. Brew has always been like the team fight breaker. It's like they have a 5-man lineup that you can't fight into. Well, you click Brew ulti, you left one of the key team fight heroes in the air, and all of a sudden the fight turns from a 5v5 versus like a very skirmishy kind of team fight. So I like the pick. I think it's pretty solid. Like they have a very fast-paced lineup. On live, this is very different from first game, I'll be honest. Like you go from a Draw Ranger Doom like side lane combo to a Prophet Brew. They can bring
it's an improvement,
like a very fast pace to the game.
What do we want to see? I'd be down for some like maybe Sven, maybe Alchemist that could come out for Aurora.
I like the Alch. Yeah, Alch sounds super good actually. Very
because
good.
He's not contested by Brewmaster in the lane. Like with the Nature's Prophet, you can bring a little bit of a heat to this lane. Earth Spirit as well, depending where he wants to move or not. But
but once you hit 6 on Alch, it's not easy for these heroes to
it's
get him.
not. And he also has Warlock with him in the lane. That's why I mentioned it. He does secure the lane for
Super
Alchemist, and it feels really good. Plus, also, you have some insanely good Aghanim Scepters in this game. I feel like in this one, he might pick up early Aghanim Scepter, give it to Mikoto, and then play for himself because of the value that you're getting, especially if Mikoto's off to a good start. There really isn't that much control on their side other than like Rubik's Lift. There's Bushwhack. There is relatively long duration silence from Earth Spirit, but also ways to split it because you have Warlock, you have Terrorize behind you. Quite a lot of ways to reset the fight.
Super good last pick. Amazing. I think it's also one of Nightfall's like absolute signature hero. He's had a lot of success on Alch. He kept playing it when it went out of meta, and again with great success. It's a well-balanced draft on both sides. I'd give a slight edge to Aurora, but P-Time, they have many tools to accelerate the game and find a really strong start and keep snowballing. Their heroes also scale through the game, so they're not necessarily on a timer. They have the tools to win the game if they play well enough, so that's cool to see. I don't think it was the case in game 1.
And we said that Wits on the Drow Ranger, which normally is a pretty static hero, was one of the most active carries. Now imagine that guy on a Nature's
global
Prophet.
teleport, that might be out of control. They might need to put him on a leash because he might be way too active. I want to see how much active he's actually going to be. Also, good approach against Undying in the lane because, this is the hero that doesn't deal well that well with summon. So that's got to be the lane for me to see how much Undying can actually get from that lane.
And on top of that, I think it's a great Rubik game. You know, if Schofield is going to be the one playing it, which is not 100%, I think their 5 also really enjoys Rubik, and it's a Prophet safe lane, so you could get away with any kind of support, like Prophet is self-sufficient. Either way, it's a really good Rubik game. Like, you know, Undying spells, Widow spells, Alchemist spells, all of these are amazing to steal. Warlock as well. So the Rubik player could just pop off. Like Rubik Prophet, in the right hands, in the right game, I feel like these are heroes that can win any Dota game.
How much help are we expecting Dark Mago to get on this Earth Spirit in the mid lane to help with the Ember Spirit matchup that didn't go too well in the previous game? Or shouldn't he not need any help whatsoever? I would imagine maybe it's nice to have
He
some
should not need any help, in my opinion. I wouldn't be surprised if the matchup goes completely different this time around. I don't think he's gonna dominate the lane, but I don't think he's gonna, you know, tank 15 denies again.
It is Schofield playing the Rubik, by the way, just answering your question. As I think this time around, maybe with the Nature's Prophet for Wits, we're gonna see all the action that P-Time has lead to a big lead for them. And let's find out what's gonna happen in game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
Mira had a sick Rubik game, and now Schofield gets a chance to prove that he is the better Rubik player. The Grandmaster tier Rubik ready to go, while Makoto had a sick Ember Spirit game, and they're looking for a repeat performance in game 2.
The thing is, he's a Grandmaster tier, so he's capped out. Can't gain any more levels on the Ember. It's kind of sad. Maybe they need to up that. You know, they need to add like a level 35 and a level 40, so you can get even.
Where do we end?
Maybe we never end. How did Nightfall end up here? What the heck? Worked out super well.
That it's going to be a first blood on Frank. Makoto is sure to take it with the slight. So, all right, Makoto starts off with a first blood. Dark Mago is probably groaning. He's like, great.
Not the way he wanted round 2 to start. An uphill battle for sure.
And he was getting worked in the laning phase of game 1 until Makoto decided to dive to tier 2. But now with a first blood on Makoto's side, and we'll see what happens.
A lot of team fight in this game, that's for sure.
Yep.
Warlock, Willow, Undying on one side. You have Brew, Earth Spirit, Rubik on the other. I expect some significant 5-on-5 clashes. Usually that's where the Brewmaster shines.
I think it's also where P-Time shines,
Yeah,
right?
for sure. I mean, again, this should be a game that's in their wheelhouse. I think game 1 was the type of game they like to play, as Wits scores early here, just running them down. I don't think they're too upset about the tempo of that game or anything. I think they just didn't have the right heroes to make those team fights work. Here it looks a bit better for them.
Unstable Concoction is going to land another kill here. Schofield easily cleaned up.
The action already at a fast pace. This out pick's really strong. I liked a lot of the last picks in these drafts. I like the Furion against the Undying, and the rotational pressure it can put on these kind of static supports. I like the Brew. Dispel for the bonds, a classic Warlock counter, and then you can kind of just enter the team fight against like this triumvirate of AoE spells and not care.
Yeah, and then just throw up the big Undying up in the air.
Yeah.
He's no longer a threat.
And then this Alc pick kind of just like threw that on its head. Now you have a mega sustain hero going into a lineup that doesn't have a lot of single target focus damage, so it's taking advantage of this big AoE team fight oriented game. Very cool picks from both sides. It'll come down to who can make these little intricacies work more. Maybe with better synergy in the 5-on-5s. Schofield getting run down again.
Yeah, it might come down to lanes here with Aurora continuing to find kills in this bottom lane. Though Mira may also die here, so it seems like both the safe lanes. It's a trend we've been seeing here. Safe lanes just kind of dominating.
Those are some rough deaths for Schofield. Sometimes he can play a little loose, but dying on the side to Warlock should not happen.
And we got him. No low ground miss here.
Nice XP for El Nisho as Furion Treants putting in work up here. Definitely a strong counter pick to the Undying. Might be able to all-in Wits with a Tombstone if you can stop him TPing out. But that's about your only counterplay. And he already has Boots online, so pretty tough hero to chase down.
Of course, the most interesting part about this is going to be seeing how aggro Wits is with his teleports. once he does get it. Another unstable concoction.
Please,
Another kill
Schofield.
on Schofield.
Please.
Nope, no matter what you say.
Oh my brother. How do you die 3 times in 3 minutes to Warlock?
Frank is like, what do I even do about
Is he
this,
dead
man?
too?
Now he's going to die as well.
No, he might live. Evasion, he got bonzed.
Oh, hey, it's Curry who's going to die.
Oh.
Schofield comes back for revenge. Gets
And he
the
got his
faithful
courier.
kill. Got a courier. Wait a minute. Everything's coming up Schofield.
Might get Nightfall here.
Give him the blood grenade. Do it. They go for the tombstone play, and it works. They got the kill on Wits. Meanwhile, El Micho, the reason it works is because El Micho was going through the gate to punish Nightfall. They do manage to get that kill, but cost Wits his life.
That's kind of sad you lose Furion here. But you recover that bottom lane tremendously. That said, it's a strong laning phase for Aurora. They're kind of winning 3 lanes after the kill top. And when you win lanes with Alchemist, you have a decent shot to just tempo into that mid-game in prime position to win the fights.
At 30 CS for the Ember Spirit mid, 24-2 for Dark Mago's first Spirit.
He's very far ahead, given the early gold injection from the first blood. Now, Micho going to take a little pause here and be like, yo, Schofield, please stop the feast. Thank you.
I mean, I think part of this is the fact that Schofield is so sacrificial experience-wise with the way he plays lanes that he got stagnated on level 1. Didn't have telekinesis ever. So it meant Nightfall could always hold Unstable Concoction to the last second for maximum damage, maximum stun time. He also isn't able to get himself away from the Alchemist in any way. Now that he's level 2, it might be different.
Try and make a move here. A little rebuttal kill.
Yeah, Nightfall's going to die. Yeah.
Oh, boy, this is a
El
big
Micho shows
misstep.
up for a big kill on a carry as well. The Acorn shot bouncing back and forth. Nice telekinesis toss from Schofield. And just like that, P-Time is back, and they've got the gold lead.
Had some time to think about what they wanted to do there, and they made the most of it. Phase boots delivered to this Alchemist, but no teleport for 30 seconds. So he's going to have to walk out from base, and that is pretty much the worst thing that can happen to Alec, honestly.
Yeah.
Dying doesn't matter too much if you're getting stacks and you're just coming back and farming creeps. It's the slow walk out from base, missing early game.
Rolling underneath tower, and with the teleport into the Sprout. There it is, the first rotation from Wits. I like
Perfect time.
All this aggro from P-Time, like forcing the 3-on-3. Okay, well, Furion's 1v1 against an Undying. That feels great.
Oh, yeah.
And then he's also able to make rotations like this.
Right before that Ember hit level 6. You had a very limited window to hit that gank. They hit it perfectly. P-Time making some stuff happen here, despite a rough early start to this laning phase. Definitely striking back. And should have a very fast Brewmaster ulti. He's already almost level 6
Here
compared
comes
to
El
Nightfall
Micho with the
level 3.
Bushwhack. Only gets the Warlock quickly cut down. Nightfall using the Quelling Blade, but it will not save Kiori's life. And maybe the burnout on Schofield. No, he had stick charges.
Nightfall might just die down here. I don't think he's going to expect this Brewmaster ult to be coming out after one more creep.
Yeah, especially with the teleport in. Furion could rotate as well. 13 seconds till teleports back up.
He
But
looks a
like,
little
where is he
screwed.
supposed to go? He can't jungle already.
No. This is problematic. Frank just got so much of the solo XP. Those Schofield deaths kind of worked out. In this dive, this was very forced. This is where I think it's rare we see Aurora make a move like that, because to me that's a uncontrolled move. Like, you have won this lane.
Yes.
And the way you win lanes is not by killing opponents. The way you win lanes is by out CSing them, out regenning them.
Yeah.
And they die as a product. So you're playing for the kill. Not something we see Nightfall go for a lot of the time. Like, he's a very disciplined safe laner. So to me, that's a weird play for them to force like that. There's level 6 for the Brew bottom. That threat is fully online. Nightfall's going to have to be careful down here.
Yeah, he throws down the acid spray and then runs.
He better run. This did not work out for him in the long run. He is really suffering. He has 27 CS. He's basically lowest CS as an Alchemist in the lane phase. That is a big success for P-Time.
And Wits does teleport, but he doesn't try and make a move on Nightfall. He just makes the move to secure the tower. Right, drops Treants. They tank up between waves. Now the next wave has come in. Seedwagon is going to take this safe lane tower, and there's nothing Aurora can do about it.
Gotta look towards Wisdom Shrines, but otherwise this is a nice objective victory for P-Time here.
Ooh, didn't get the last hit on the tower. That's a bit of a shame.
Mikoto's sneaking in. Invis Ember making his way towards this shrine.
Schofield, they know about it because of the scan.
We got netted.
And the neutral creep also lets you know that Mikoto is here. And Mikoto says, I don't care if you know. Meanwhile, Witt's actually going to die in the top lane. The Undying may get traded out. Face Boots gets him past the Treants, hits a Decay, heals up a little bit more, loses Courier. And Mikoto is playing like Lone Druid gaming. He's doing the thing where he has a way to sit on the Wisdom Shrine and just make it so you can't get it for a significant period of time. Is this worth it?
I don't think it's really worth it for Mikoto.
Okay, well, he's now going.
I guess you can't split here, so
yeah,
this is
split won't
really
take,
awkward.
but Witz can come in and maybe do it. Oh, okay, cancels the teleport, gets
the shrine's still there, though.
And gets out. The Wisdom Shrine can still be taken, I guess.
Well, I guess that's worth it. I don't know if that's how it should have ended, but
that was so bizarre.
Really weird.
That's a situation you're just never going to see again.
No. One way to use that rune. Well, he's having himself an early game. It's going to be a fast vessel here for the Ember as he gets the 8-minute power rune as well. Nice little shield rune on top of it. So maybe you can go fight top with the Ember Strength plus Max Decay already online for WS. Very strong if these two heroes combine anywhere on the map. Do not want to get caught in that whirlwind of death.
Yeah, if they could kill Witz again, stall up his level 6th.
And the Midas. He's going Midas on this Furion. Greedy investment right now when it's potentially a fast tempo game. I don't know if I like the Midas here.
Well, Mikoto using his strength to bulldoze down the mid tower. Does get the last hit on that one.
Having himself a series here on his signature hero.
He is.
It's going to create some space for the Alchemist to recover. Still getting hounded by Frank. Nightfall not having the best time. Still not even level 6. It's rough for him out here, man. That cannot be understated. So this is going to give P-Time a lot of extra space to look for fights, have a nice advantage in those fights if they can bring the Furion in. Hopefully they can use that, translate it into something. Got to do it through this really strong Ember Spirit, though. Tough hero for them to interact with.
Makoto's already showing that. Fiercely playing on P-Time's side of the map. Deep into their jungle. Will kind of carve out some space in this top lane. And likely to be a tower taken for free.
I would want to see P-Time defend this tower. I think when you have Earth Spirit, you don't want to lose the opportunity to fight around tier 1s.
Yeah, but you're fighting into an Undying Ember Spirit who's already set up.
Okay, but then I go back to the draft. Why did they jam this Earth Spirit into Undying Ember? Two terrible core matchups that you saw that he doesn't want to roll into.
Maybe they didn't know it was a bad matchup.
Yeah, if you don't know Undying Earth Spirit's rough in like the early mid game, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this has been one of those matchups forever. Like he rolls in, you just pop Flesh Golem, hit him, drop Tombstone. He either has to disengage or he's just stuck in a world of pain.
Tower does get taken.
I'll tell you, whenever I saw Earth Spirit, there were two heroes I wanted to play. It was Undying or it was Silencer. Because they just ruin him.
Sure. Let's see it. Aurora are doing some stacks here. How many stacks do we have on both sides here? Wow, 8 stacks done by Mira. So this time it's actually P-Time who have the lesser of the stacks.
Pretty juicy. I don't think a lot of those went to Nightfall. A little sad for him, as he would have made the most of it. But they're still cruising here. Still got a big-ass Ancient stack, too. That could definitely go to the Alk. He wants to come over and help clear it with some acid spray. Smoke coming through with the vessel on the Earth Spirit. Would love to find Nightfall here.
This would be a massive pickup. See if they can land the roll. Oh, it doesn't quite land. And that could make the difference here. That extra bit of stun. Oh, cut down the tree cut. Still though, unstable concoction, self-explode, and there you go.
He played that about as well as he could, but you're just not getting out of that gank.
Yeah.
Which means the stacks Well, I mean, Makoto's got to clear him now, right?
No. I guess I have to take the...
I'm sorry, brother. I have no choice. You're dead.
Yeah, what if they invade?
Exactly.
Furion can teleport anywhere on the map.
Honestly, I think it's totally fine to give it to Makoto here anyway. Just buff up his experience. The vessel's done. He's going to be your strongest hero on the map. You can fight through him. There'll be a TP out from the Willow. Makes it.
Double Handamitis. I'm going to assume you hate this.
Yes. Well, the Brew one I think is okay. There's not a lot else you can buy on Brew as a transition.
Agreed. Yeah.
Big ass fight.
All the way. Unstable Concoction stolen from Schofield does help some damage here. Bushwhack lands on the Ember Spirit, actually. Makoto's going to have to rend the jump away here. And it's the Undying caught in the mix. Terrorize does go out, but the Undying's still dead. It's now chasing with Bolt the Boulder and the Brewlings. Spot Mira, see if they can get him on the Bushwhack. They do. So an extra kill here.
Chase
Even
down
more,
continues.
actually. Managed to hit the Ember Spirit. Hit it with the silence. He's gone. What a hit from Dark Mago.
That's probably the best movie he's had in this entire series right there.
Redemption arc for Dark Mago on the Earth Spirit.
This game is not looking too bad for P-Time despite the lead not being so big. It's just the Alex game is so slow and he's still getting hounded.
Rolls in front of Nightfall. Missed out on the silence, which means Nightfall will be able to throw the Unstable Concoction.
Yeah, sure, he survives, but again, he's not farming, right?
Yeah.
He's on par with the Brewmaster. That is amazing for P-Time. Putting on some fancy moves in these fights, and they're winning a fight with double Midas. That's a value, I guess.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I really hate this item. I think there's always a better item 90% of the time. On certain heroes, like the Brew, I think it's okay just because, you know, he's splitting, so you're not really using your items. Like, I guess.
Yeah, he's definitely a great Handamitis hero.
On the, I really
the fact that they do have two of them means that they are a lot weaker than they would normally be.
I also dislike Midas into Maelstrom. I feel like you'd rather just get Maelstrom. So your Mjolnir's faster.
Earth Spirit does get caught in the mid lane. Surrounded by 4 heroes. Pretty hefty rotation from Aurora to make that happen.
Do drop a Tombstone for it. Could be on cooldown for a little bit. Maybe P-Time can fight with the next Brew ulti. Want to try and use these off cooldown with the Wrath of Nature going through if you can. That's the majority of your team fight.
Makoto checking out if there's any stacks to be stolen. Do manage to hit him with the Bushwhack. They can combo it Telekinesis, but no. They let him go.
Should get the power rune top. Nice little arcane for him. As Furion's definitely fat. Midas going to pay off in this game in the long run. As long as he doesn't join fights and die, this itemization will be worth it.
Do you think some of this is about the fact that he's matched up against Alchemist?
Maybe. There's some psychological pressure there. You know, I have to maintain my net worth as he's getting extra gold. This item just kind of sucks. You know, biased, but I think this item just kind of sucks. Once they remove the extra XP,
did make it a lot worse for sure. But you're a support player, so you don't really have a vote in that matter. Teleport's coming in. Misses Mira, who slips away to the side, has a pretty decent ward to gank Wits up here at some point.
Game's slowing down a little bit for P-Time. Your next window is Brewmaster Ags, which is 2,000 away. So I don't know if you really want to just wait for that to come out. You also have Schofield just rushing an Ag, so these are going to be some slow build-ups for P-Time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe just recognizing that they have a minor lead and they're going to try and just farm into some powerhouse items. Aurora's lineup is a little clunky. It's not that easy for them to just force the action this game.
Radiant's done at 16 minutes for an Alchemist. That is a pretty bad timing.
It's slow. This game's real slow.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Nice little rune steal.
I'll never forget playing a party game with Kyle.
Uh-oh.
He was playing Alchemist. He said, guys, I got a 15-minute Radiance. Is that good? No, Kyle. No, it's not. Tombstone for Tombstone. Bushwhack lands on the Undying. He's already at half HP. And he's just being kited around. Slowed down to a crawl. They can finally get the final round some nukes, but Dark Mago actually rolls after Kaori instead. Kaori drops the golem on him. Meanwhile, Makoto is going to start causing some havoc here, trying to finish off both supports. Roll in from Dark Mago, hit him with the silence though. Wits can finish him off maybe if he gets a Maelstrom proc. Oh, never mind. He has no remnants to jump to, so he's just dead.
Schofield doing work. Stolen Tombstone into stolen level 4 chains. He's going to chains up the golem up here. Get wrecked, nerd. That's worth some gold to clean it up. Plus 100 right there, Schofield. On his way to an Axe. This is going to be a really fast Rubik Axe. Holy moly. They never got WS here, which is kind of wild, but the rest of the fight went okay. I mean, Tombstone's just sitting here. Schofield cleans up the enemy one, so you have a Tombstone advantage pretty early in this fight. And Aurora still decide to enter it, just banking on the strength of Makoto. Nightfall's like, I'm going to join this fight. Never mind, I'm not going to join this fight. I'm out. Good luck.
Beautiful kick away from Dark Mago there. Get the Rubik away from the Ember Spirit.
They never even used the split here. Kind of the crazy part. These fights are not going to get easier in the next 5 minutes because you're going to have Brew Ags, you're going to have Rubik Ags. The Furon's going to continue to power up here. BKB on the Earth Spirit means he can just go in. You don't have good heroes to just stick on top of him and deal damage.
Which probably means they're going to have the next round of objectives, right? You got Tormentor
they should.
and Roche that can both be taken.
It's looking quite good for P-Time.
If you get a shard for the Rubik, I mean, it is going to be a dream Rubik spellsteal game with an early axe like this.
He's also just deceptively tanky. With Point Booster Ogre Axe, he's already 1400 HP. Peculiar itemization we rarely see in Axe Rush. I could see it working out in this game just because there are so many good spells to steal. Like, you could end up with Axe Decay.
Yep.
Plus chains or remnants, acid spray, golem,
easy steal,
brambles. Like, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No Blade Mail this time around. A Vessel into straight BKB for Dark Mago.
Not a good Blade Mail game. You ever think you can go Harpoon on this hero? I think it does work. I never see anybody try it.
Yeah,
it's kind of cool when you can roll in and then like Harpoon onto someone while your roll's on cooldown and hit him, slow him, and then roll on him again. And he has really high base damage. I feel like it would increase your farming rate. We need someone to try these kind of builds, you know. I want someone to play with Harpoon or Spirit.
Remember he had the was it the Facet or Innate? Where he was like...
Oh, he did more hit right-click
damage.
He lost that.
I do think Earth Spirit does do a decent amount in right clicks.
Oh, he hits hard. Well, Ag's done for the Brewmaster. Ag's done for the Rubik. They are ready to cook.
Radiant are scanning.
And Wits is cruising along to a Hurricane Pike. Well, Nightfall, he's gonna get BKB Blink Dagger. I didn't hate the suggestion from Lacoste there of a faster Ags for Makoto.
Well, I hated it because Lacoste said it.
Okay, well.
But it could be good here.
Well, apparently Nightfall kind of disagrees. I did expect BKB because it is a free BKB TP out game at all times, and it's Nightfall. What a terrorize. That's going to hit on 3. That's a beauty with WS having free reign to smack people and build up these zombies. Staying in front of Dark Mago. Don't let him get the roll away, and he's dead as well. Schofield trying to kill the zombies that are on him, but here comes Makoto. Hit him with slight chains. He's going to die. WS will end up dying to the Magnetize. The big, strong heroes of Nature's Prophet and Brewmaster show up, but they have to retreat just as fast, getting 2 kills and now getting out. Makoto might still be able to catch one. Slight chains. Has to be careful of this tier 2. Here comes Nightfall, though, with his BKB. Unstable concoction. Nothing Wits can do about this one. He's dead.
Frank get anything here? Not really. Man, what a terrible team fight for P-Time.
A lot of Atos El Micho.
They had all this strength. They had the initiation, but they clumped so much on that Tombstone Terrorize. It's an amazing fight for the Undying Dark Willow combination. That's supposed to be their fight to take with the Brewmaster power. You have an Ags Rubik who's going to get some good spell steals here. Like, he survives because he has the Ember Fire Shield, but the damage is kind of already done. You don't have BKB on the Earth Spirit. You're missing it by 200 gold. He just gets locked into a world of pain with the zombies and the Flesh Golem. This is the Undying Earth Spirit match, unless you have BKB.
Yeah.
It's just a nightmare. Let's get some decent right clicks in here. This is kind of an even trade at this point, but you get to chase some heroes down.
Yeah,
Nightfall.
They kind of won the fight without Nightfall. Nightfall shows up to clean house.
+6 from the Greevil's Greed on that Furion kill. Extra value.
Thank you. Very important.
Somehow he's still top net worth. I guess that's just the early Midas plus Wrath and Nature.
Use your hand of Midas.
Brother. Sitting on 2 charges.
Brother, you're sitting on 2 charges.
What?
Bro!
What's he doing?
I don't know.
He just doesn't see it?
Too busy looking at the map right now because his team is making moves. He's trying to figure out, okay, am I needed for this play? Do I need to teleport in? No. I mean, he's straight up not even like, he's not moving his hero sometimes. So he was definitely looking around the map anywhere else. But
it's sacrilege.
I mean, Avery, if you don't like Hand of Midas because of how slow it takes to pay it back, I mean, this only makes it slower.
Is this some alpha energy, though? It's like, look at me, I'm not even going to use the charges.
Yeah, this is an alpha Midas.
You know, the only time this is acceptable is when the neutral item shifts tiers.
Okay.
I think it is worth saving it. He's going to pop them both now, but it is worth saving it for like 30 seconds to get the double insta Madstone bundle pop. But we're not close to a tier shift, so he wasted about an extra charge. Somebody keep track of the math here.
Yeah, legitimately, that was like 90 seconds.
They did get the better shard, though, the Rubik shard. When you have the Ags, he's kind of fully kitted now.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
So now if he steals Tombstone, there's a potential save there. Curse Crown is a little bit more value as a steal.
Upheaval.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, poor Brewmaster. They really drop everything on him because they did not want to risk him getting off the Primal Split. He gets off the Primal Split, maybe he lives, and that means Aurora can't do Roshan. But with the kill, straight to the Roshan pit with the Undying Flesh Golem, making it a lot easier for them.
P-Time have definitely given up some big pickoffs in this series at rough times. Just not disciplined enough. They're going to still try and fight this. This is a very risky fight. Dark Mago does have BKB. He can just roll in here and cause some chaos.
Oh, this is going to be nasty. Rolls right into the middle of all these heroes. Pops BKB. And he got the Aegis!
That's huge.
Dark Mago! Grand Theft Aegis. Rolls onto Nightfall. Couldn't finish him off, unfortunately. The BKB TP out from Nightfall. Maybe a roll. Oh, he slipped right past Gary, but they do have the Rod of Atos. They got 1 kill. But the biggest prize was the Aegis steal.
For sure, exactly what you want there. But I cannot believe they got nobody else. They just all Nightfalled out of there.
Yeah, they did. They really did.
Like Team Nightfall, assemble. They all just team warped out of the situation. The play was called.
Transform in the form of BKB.
Frank looking for some solo play bottom with the BKB on cooldown for Nightfall, but not going to get that connection. They're bringing the Furion in. Maybe get a collateral kill.
Yeah, get Mira. Nope. Shadow Realm TP. It's Nightfall Light. Is, I believe, what they call that move.
The Diet Nightfall.
What's the sugar free? The Nightfall Zero. They got to come up with a version of that.
By the way, Schofield did get the Decay. So you got one of those combos I was talking about. Decay plus one of the stuns. Decay Bramble. Definitely want a team fight with this.
Oh, I got an Invis TP out. That's the Nightfall Zero.
Ah, yeah, that's true. What about a Ghost Scepter Nightfall out? You can't do it anymore, I guess. They nerfed it.
Yeah, that would be like extra sugar Nightfall.
They discontinued it. That was like one of those Mountain Dew versions. It's just like, we can't be giving this to the kids.
The serving size is like 1/5 of a can. Amp damage for Dark Mago leaves plenty of opportunities. Brewmaster split top lane. Nightfall.
But the Nightfall, the signature. What can you do to stop it? Nothing.
We need more signature moves for players.
We really do. I've been saying this for a long time. Oh.
Okay, well, that I don't think Dark Mago wants that to be his signature.
No.
The old misroll PKB.
It's not the greatest move we've seen.
That's the equivalent of Magikarp splash. It's not very effective.
This game's getting a little weird as Aurora just trying to dodge this Aegis period, but both these teams have a lot of team fight, so that's why you're seeing a bunch of these TPs out and, you know, weird rat situations. If P-Time could force the fight right now, I think they would. There's just not an obvious way to do that. You're not going to run up and hit a tower with this Furion, so you got to be patient and look for opportunities. You do have Bond's Decay on Schofield. That's as good as it gets. Wouldn't mind team fighting, that's for sure.
Will Aurora give you that chance to team fight? Because it seems like
won't.
every single time a team fight potentially starts, it's BKB TB out.
They're not going to give it here during this Aegis period. Again, you could force it by hitting a tier 2, but the Aegis is on the Earth Spear, not the Furion. I think P-Time might have done it if Wits had been able to get it. Of course, you're snatching it there. You got to take what comes to you. You're not sad about it. It just changes what you can do during this Aegis period. And you have very limited capabilities to pick this Ember off across the map. It's just not going to happen unless somebody wants to buy a Hex. We get a replay of the Aegis Snatch. Very cool. Strength of the Ember, the Earth Spear BKB this game. There's nothing that goes through it until Alk has an Abyssal later on. And look at the TPs out. 1 Nightfall, 2 Nightfall, 3 Nightfall. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's us. Look at us go.
You were really happy about that play. I didn't know we could have...
got the Aegis. That wasn't the Nightfall, to be clear. That reaction was not for the Nightfall.
I didn't know we could have replays of
casters.
What's a new meta?
I'm going to have to put my water bottles down. Don't want another incident. 28-minute Wisdom Shrine is about to spawn on Nightfall.
The Nightfall! Round, what is that, round 4? Oh, he stunned him on the way out. That's next level.
That is.
I never thought about that. That's one of the only spells you can use while Nightfalling. Have you ever thought it's efficiency?
That's the Ultra Nightfall.
The aggressive Nightfall out.
The aggressive Nightfall. Can you imagine someday he kills somebody with that?
It'll be a highlight reel for the Aegis.
Oh, nice use of the telekinesis on Ally to hit the AoE stun.
Yeah, very spicy. This game's getting really chaotic. They're going to try and catch Wits on the other side. He might have to Nightfall out. Haha! Take that, you fool. I have learned.
Yeah, but he's got the double Nightfall because he TP'd out, but now he can TP in.
That's true. That's just badass right there.
Nightfall take 2.
The refresher nerf really hurt Nightfall the most, didn't it?
I was going to say, we can't
double Nightfall.
Oh, man.
Have to work on that. I guess you could play Lifestealer.
Yeah.
You could Rage TP out, buy bots.
Well, that
doesn't work.
That doesn't work.
You can...
Back to the drawing board.
Rage Infest Furion TP out.
Okay.
BKB TP back in.
This game's getting a little silly. We've got, I want to point this one. We got triple greedy enchantments on Aurora. The Undying also took greedy.
Hell yeah, he knows what kind of game this one is.
Yeah, they saw Hand of Midas's and they said, okay, the only way to combat that is greedy enchantments. Same goes with Dark Mago. Dark Mago also got one, as did Hoodwink. Quickened for the Brewmaster. I thought for a second there, surely Brewmaster would take it. Rubik also
in. What?
He's in. He's out. Telekinesis toss away. This will give him a chance to BKB. Will he survive, though? Ruby's going to die for this. He does manage to get the roll away. Meanwhile, Wits, whoa, wow, how did he get here? No BKB, no TP.
No frontline either. You're trying to bail that out.
Here comes Makoto bouncing all over the map to find that extra kill. Hit the slight, spotted El Micho. Dips into the trees. Another slight, up in a second. They're going to try and spot him. Don't hit him with the decay. Teleport away, the Bramble.
Wow.
What a hit from Mira.
Can't believe he hit that. Sick turnaround from Aurora, though. Very forced play from Dark Mago. He has just looked a little off on this Earth Spear in terms of how these fights are starting. I think hexes will break this game for either team. I think hexes are important for both sides and guaranteeing some chain stun initiation capability. And I think Aurora are going to get to him. I don't even know if P-Time are aiming to go that route.
Not sure what Wits is drawing on the map there. Watch that one again.
Just too
caught him on the terrorize.
And you are mega clumped. You can't clump in this game if you're either team. Wits TP'd into the clump.
Yeah, that was an insane TP in with no BKB especially. I mean, it's definitely like we're seeing these fights very momentum based. Whoever gets like the initial initiation, it just seems like, oh, they've won the fight already and now it's just rolling over the enemy.
And that's why I think Hex is super valuable in a game like this. If you can jump, guarantee your initiation lands, you can burst that guy, it's huge. There are some saves in this game, the Rubik Lift, the Tombstone, etc. But it looks strong. It looks real strong.
And he's almost got it. On disc AC for the Brewmaster, just really tanking up. Bloodstone for the Earth Spirit. Once again, if he rolls in, hits his successful roll in, starts that Magnetize, he'll be pretty untouchable. Just all comes down to who's getting who at the start of the fight. Shadow Realm TP out, but the AoE stuns are there. Bushwhack and roll.
I feel like that's the first kill we've seen P-Time get in a long time that's going to open any sort of opportunity up.
Right, yeah, right next to the Roshan pit.
Yeah, because they've gotten some random pickoffs. Yeah, he's going to have to buy here because they do not want to give up this Roshan.
Yeah, they have such a good Roche fighting team. Golem is about to be back up for the Warlock.
And there's Hex delivered for Undying right before this fight, as well as Abyssal for the out. Could be super huge here.
MKB done for the Furion. Schofield has already been picked off. No buyback there. Meanwhile, Furion's in some trouble. He has to BKB TP away. Makoto just does too much magic damage to him. Frank, is he going to be able to get off the Primal Split? Good time on the Golem. There's that Scythe. The follow-up stuns were there, and with no Brewmaster, well, that's a Roshan for Aurora.
P-Time are not.
Oh my god, they're going to go for another steal, I think. They've smoked
Yeah, they have to. They're going to buy the
buyback on Frank.
Oh, they have the outpost.
Oh, you do?
That's really awkward.
He's going to blink and immediately pop the split and go into it. They've already got the Aegis on Makoto, though. Terrorize goes out. Now the roll in. It whiffs. Full retreat maybe from Nightfall? No, they're going to turn back around. Scythe into Unstable Concoction. The chain stuns are there. Dark Mongo is just dead. Wits teleported in, and once again, Ember Spirit runs straight to him. And this time, he doesn't have the BKB teleport away. You might have the damage from MKB, but if you have to spend all your time running away from Ember Spirit, what does it matter?
There's just no way to hold the front line. These fights are way too disconnected for
Sight device is destroyed.
Yeah.
Frank dies again because of that.
It is a really good Scythe game. Very solid itemization from WS. Again, Aurora, they're playing for their timings. When they hit them, they're taking coordinated fights, going on the same target. These fights are just all over the place for P-Time. Too chaotic. I never thought I'd see the day where there was too much chaos for a South American team to handle it. We've arrived.
And too much aggression from Wits. These teleports not working out.
The thing is,
damage build also
he has to go if the team goes, right?
I don't disagree, but
you're just not finding anything on these initiations. And I don't think we've seen a fight where there is a Brew Split and an Earth Spirit roll together. And then Fury on TPs.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what the lineup is designed to do. And then your Rubik will get some spells, but it's just Aurora running their front line over so quickly. You don't get a chance to set up any sort of formation. Schofield's never going to get anything off. And now this game is just kind of spiraling out of control. This Ember Spirit has really done some work. And they first picked it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like the rest of the teams of the groups are just going to ban Ember away from Makoto.
You have to remember, this is one of the things you can do against P-Time because Dark Mago's hero pool is super limited.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
not going to cheese you that hard. If you ban out the 1 or 2 heroes that he plays, you can first pick Ember against this team. That's the downside of him as a player. You can't do this against every team. Like, you're not going to do this against Falcons or something, right? But
of course, yeah.
Against P-Time, I think it is perfectly viable. I mean, it's something we discussed when we used to play against Dark Mago back in the day.
Yeah.
It's like, this guy will never beat you in lane. So you can just first pick whatever mid hero you want. If it's some stupid hero like Ember Spirit, you get away with it.
And you're talking like, how long ago was that? were you having those?
It wasn't
discussions,
that long
like
there.
6 years ago.
That's 4 or 5.
Okay.
His hero pool hasn't changed, though.
I was going to say, that's what I was
What's the
pointing
difference?
out. It's the fact that Dark Mago has elevated himself on the international stage, and yet simultaneously his hero pool kind of remains the same.
He's a better player for sure. His hero pool is not any better.
Another Scythe of Ice initiation into the Cursed Crown. Aeon Disc does get popped, but there's Zeals to respond. Hit him with the Terrorize, immediately chaining it up, bursting him down. Frank gets the telekinesis away, but forced to use Primal Split inside your base. I mean, that's hardly a win. Do manage to get the BKB out of Makoto from that. Okay, Nightfall is in. BKB, kill Rubik.
Damn, that's some hate.
It doesn't actually teleport out, and he may regret that. Golem's going to be dropped, and they do run interference, allowing Nightfall to get away.
Dark Mago's tanking it, though.
Is in there with his BKB, but he can't keep it going. The Magnetize is going to take out. They didn't feel like they could chase. Understandably, they're matched up against an Aegis right now, so Ember Spirit was low, but if he dies, then it might actually be worse for them.
Here's the power of the Alk pick in this game. The sustain is an issue for this B-Time lineup. Nobody really does large chunks of damage in this lineup other than the Furion, who really hasn't been able to sit there and right-click anybody for that long. A lot of sustain to get through. And we are seeing Aurora abuse it to perfection here. Octarine now for the Undyne, even more HP. Teamfight just looks way easier for them. You go in, you hex somebody, you drop some spells, you don't have to full commit, you just see what the response is. And if P-Time respond by committing the Earth Spirit in or committing the Brew in, then you can just drop your ults and take the fight. And you know they've exhausted all their options. So P-Time need to do something to change up the initiation situation in this game.
I mean, one thing is they do have Furion, right? Like, shouldn't you be able to play the map more?
Yes.
Force, like, they are willingly taking on a lot of 5-on-5s, and I feel like that is inherently not utilizing Furion that much.
I agree. Wits has not pressured the map too much this game, and I think some of it is the Ember dealing with it, and he's afraid to show if the Alk is off the map. Still, you wish he was able to push some of these lanes in a little deeper. It's been a lot of defensive farming.
Split gets used, and a kill on the Warlock will likely be the result of that.
I don't know. It's going to be
Terrorize
close.
forces away the Brewlings. Off the Earth Panda, of course. That one's immune.
Don't even get the Warlock.
Does this mean Frank dies? He blinks out, TP's away, but will be spotted.
It's going to be another Aeon pop, too. It's down. It's up to the max duration anyway, I guess, so. Again, just disconnected. Satanic for Wits definitely helps. You can stand your ground a little bit better. There's an Ags for the Alk, though. And I assume it's going to go to Makoto here. Let's give him the refund.
I mean, Makoto deserves as many Ags as you can give him. This guy's had a killer series. Back half of Game 1 was so much of him. And Game 2 has been all Makoto. Rolling from Dark Mago.
Solid damage.
And does a lot. Magnetize will build up. Likely to kill the Dark Willow. Nightfall is going to be probably dying here as well. Sharpshooter across the screen. WS went in to try and help him out. Another BKB TP away. Dark Mago fishes for more heroes. Does not find anything.
Good team fight for P-Time, though. Didn't cost them any buybacks. They didn't have the Brew, so to be able to find something there, it's a morale boost.
They gave the Ags to the Undyne. So this WS Undyne is top net worth as a result. That's why he built the Octarine. Gets an Ags from the Alchemist. This is a very spooky timing.
I actually would still rather give it to the Ember.
I agree.
It's fine here. Ultimately, biggest deal here is Nightfall does not have BKB. So, one, he cannot do his signature move, but two, he just has to commit to the fight. Or he had it, he didn't get it all.
Yeah, he got rolled on before he could get off the BKB, and then he just got chain stunned. Took too much damage, and then...
Maybe underestimating some of the single target physical this Furion's able to output now. And that just breaks the fight. Well, that's an opening here. You're only down 13,000 net worth. It's not the biggest lead we've seen, and a lot of that is in the Alchemist. Your supports are still very farmed.
This Undying is almost level 25. So if you get the Ags with the Octarine, he starts decaying a bunch. If he goes the Flesh Golem strength bonus, he's going to have insane amounts of HP and right-click damage.
I'm all for it. He's going to be a big boy.
He's going to get overwhelming blink. Dude, that's going to be a nuke that goes off when he blinks in. There it is, level 25.
What do you think about Basher on Hoodwink?
I am not against it.
It is the Nightfall answer.
Yeah, I mean, they've had an issue with these BKB TPs out for the entire game, and like, who else is going to build something for that? Like, nobody, right?
The biggest issue with their lineup in this game has been the control during BKBs. So I get it. I'd still rather he just go Hex, though.
I mean, maybe there's a world where Frank could have, if he was more farmed, gotten AC Abyssal.
Sure.
He's still working on the AC. Flesh Golem for the Rubik.
Oof, there's your gem.
Keep him alive. And gem.
Scotty for Makoto as well. Interesting item choice. Very tanky on this Ember Spirit.
I like it. It certainly makes the Furion a lot worse.
For sure. Anti-satanic item. There goes Nightfall. Charging in. Unable to do anything, though.
Abyssal Blade. Initiation on Dark Mago. And he is surrounded by heroes. He's going to have a hard time getting a roll away. He is healing off of the Bloodstone, but they're doing too much damage. They do overwhelm him.
Jeez. He's a tanky boy, but not against all that.
Yeah, and he had no help whatsoever. I mean, no Rubik telekinesis or anything. They did, again, it feels like P-Time's biggest problem has been map read.
I agree.
Frank, he blinks in, activates the ultimate. Rubik trying to get the telekinesis away. Does manage to stun up Makoto, but he dies, the Ember Spirit. WS has already gotten a bit low. Low means 2,500 HP, and he turns around decays for even more. So not an easy kill. Does manage to get the blink away. The Brewlings running over Mira. They will get one kill out of this situation.
Here.
Makoto is maybe thinking about going back in, managing the roll on him. Abyssal Blade into the unstable concoction stun onto Dark Mago. Good force gap. Get out to the high ground. Witz is in trouble. Satanic activates, and he's fighting onto these golems underneath Makoto, and he's actually winning it for now. The heal is keeping him alive. Makoto, as tanky as is, might have to jump away. WS jumps in with decay, and Witz ends up dying to the golems ultimately. Kaori just holding that upheaval, keeping him in place, and now Dark Mago on the left-hand side with a stolen Rubik. He's trying to get at least Mira out of this. Makoto's quite low. They can finish him off with the buyback of Witz coming back into play. It looks like P-Time can win this fight. WS stuck inside the Sprout, but another buyback going to be used. Makoto knows that this could be the end of the game with the Abyssal Blade stunned onto Witz. That's 2 diebacks on the side of P-Time, and the game is over.
So many lives to work with in the end there. Maybe not the fight they expected to end it on, but they'll just jam the buys, make it work. Undying stands tall. So much damage coming out from these decays over the long run. And they just don't have an answer for Makoto. It takes way too much damage to bring this guy down.
Yeah, the fact that Nightfall did almost the least damage in that fight, Makoto and WS carrying a large share of it, says a lot.
I almost feel they didn't want to kill him at the end there. I think there was a minor call made of like, yo, leave the Ember on no HP, no mana and kill everybody else so he can't buyback come in again.
Yeah, right.
It almost looked like, I don't want this Ember round 2, please.
Yeah, because one life, he was already doing so much with it. A second life, it's game
too
over.
Much. Way too much. Convincing Alchemist lineup. I think that Alc pick was super nice here. It's very good against these kind of weak damage AoE lineups, and then it gives you some extra scale with your other cores, pulling these Ags, just going in. A very annoying hero for Furion to fight too. Like, this matchup is not that great for Furion because he's an Abyssal buyer, he's a Swift Blink buyer. He just jumps on you, starts smacking you. You don't really win that man fight as a Furion. You have like one chance to Hurricane Pike and that's it. Very rough game for Witz. I think this is one of the rougher games we've seen for him. And I don't think it's necessarily a hero player issue. I think this game just felt very disconnected. Like, the fights aren't being set up in a way where the Furion can come in naturally, find a good target, and hit the formations being maintained. So back to the drawing board here for P-Time as they continue to try and find momentum against the big dogs. I think that's been their struggle this season.
And as we talked about at the start of the series, this is important for both teams, obviously. This now puts P-Time farther down the rankings. They came into this 4-2. Now they jumped down to 4-4, kind of a neutral scoring for them. Top of the group is out of the question for them, while Aurora keep it in contention.
They're looking strong. This is a team where they get momentum and they know what heroes they want to play in a meta. You can't really outdraft them. I think that's what I like the most about this team. It's really difficult to outdraft them. I think KB does a tremendous job here, and you just have to outplay them. And if you're a team that's in that spot where you know every game you go into, like, we're going to get our heroes, our lineup's going to be solid, we know our win condition, they have to outplay us. There's so much confidence behind that, and they have some very skilled players, right? Particularly, I look at WS. I think that is where he shines. Like, mechanically, he's so damn gifted. Makoto's up there, too. These are two of the guys that I think are arguably the two most mechanically gifted players to ever come out of C. They're at least in the top 5, right?
Sure.
I'm not saying they're the best players ever. Like, they're making an argument for that, too. But I think if you just look at the raw mechanics, the button pressing, them on some of their signature heroes, they're in the top 5 for sure. And I think that is something that Aurora can just go back to time and time again. Like, we're going to scale, we're going to go into the late game, we're going to make you outplay us because our drafts are very well rounded and have no weaknesses. What are you going to do about it? 9 times out of 10, we're going to beat you. It takes a top team to defeat them later on in these events. I don't know why they threw that in there. Nobody wanted to see that, Austin. But you got a highlight reel, and you should be proud of it.
Thank you, Avery. I mean, let's not forget that this game went this way with Dark Mago getting that 6th steal, right?
True.
I feel like things to learn. If you're matched up against Aurora, first of all, you got to beware of the Ember Makoto.
100%.
All right.
100%.
If you don't have an answer to that, well, you better find one or you better ban it away. And 2, you got to beware of the Nightfall move, right?
Well, we're here with Kaori from Aurora, and we're going to have a little chat between us because there's been a lot to talk about in this game between Aurora and P-Time on the other side. First one, the elephant in the room, which is your Warlock pick. It's actually the most successful, the only one that we've seen so far in the tournament. How do you feel about it? Why? What's the decision behind it?
I just saw my lane, that I'm going to lane against Rubik, and Warlock one of the best heroes against Rubik, so I pick it.
It works out. Do you think we're going to get to see it more often than in the tournament, or is it more of a niche pick?
I would say it's more, I just like to play this hero, so I pick it, yeah.
It's a very good comfort pick.
Yeah.
Looked like it. Well, there's been a lot of chaos in this game, especially in game 2. Double Midas on P-Time on the other side. Don't know if you noticed that. Lots of split pushing. Did it feel odd to play in situations like this, or were you all as Aurora on the same page?
I felt like we won lanes, and then we kind of throw it all away, and it kind of was scary to play because I thought we give them all advantage, and yeah. But after we come back somehow, so yeah, it's nice to win.
It's nice to win. It puts you higher up in the placements already. Are you happy with your results so far here in the groups?
Yeah, we lost only 1 game, so it's quite a good result.
What do you think about that one loss, the tie-up between you and Nigma?
I'm not sure. I feel like we just stayed lanes really bad, and yeah, game was just hard from start.
From your experience perspective, how do you see the placements so far? Liquid are actually way lower in the group itself. Were you expecting that?
No, I thought Liquid is best after us in this group. So yeah, I thought they're gonna do better.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Kaori. Congratulations to you and to Aurora. A 2-0 victory. Let's all break it down then on the panel.
Thank you very much, Miloš. And yeah, of course, Miloš talks about the chaos that we saw in that game. I very much enjoyed it. I'm not sure if that's exactly how all the players want to have the game play out, but Lacoste, I think this type of game, this is what we were expecting when we see these two teams on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's chaos and on the other side, it's a bit of more of a controlled chaos where they are, in terms of decision making, they are a little bit more crisp experience-wise. On the other side, P-Time, it's like they're trying to put them out of their comfort zone, I would say, with some of these picks, the way they've been playing, put pressure on different parts of the map early on. But every single time, Aurora, they were ready to strike back.
I think it's fair to say that they were the better team today. Aurora, I think it's a little bit of an outclass in a sense. You see the flashes of brilliance in P-Time. I think there's many situations where you're like, I just don't know how they get out of this chokehold, and then they figure out a way. So there's a lot of resources in that team, but it's just not enough. I think Aura, in order to actually shake them, you need to be more stable. You need to be more precise and more surgical with how you play Dota, and it starts with the draft.
I do think that we saw for the second time the Earth Spirit coming out from the mid lane, Lacoste. This time around, game 2, I understand why they picked it again, because it did look better than it did in game 1.
It didn't look good enough to counter what Mikoto wants to do. Mikoto, he was heating up with that Ember Spirit in the game number 1. Second game, he also got caught a couple of times, but like, this is Mikoto we're talking about. This guy can recover from any situation pretty much, and in this one, he was on top of the network for a long period of time, where he was drawing the creep aggros, he was getting all the priority in the triangle, getting all of these stacks for him, and he definitely delivered. Like, I also thought maybe he's going to be getting the Aghanim Scepter early on, but Nightfall also decided to play for himself in a way where he did handle Aghanim Scepter later on to WS, but it got the job done. Like, I think he also realized that he can be the guy who can man fight against this Brewmaster, against Nature's Prophet as well, and the wits on Nature's Prophet, even though the hero had quite a lot of success so far at EWC, this might have been one of the performances where he kind of got shut down completely. I don't know if this is like Midas related. I also wanted to see how much WS on Undying is going to be able to get out of the stage, and he got a lot.
I mean, my biggest issue with the draft, I guess, and how the game played out is you look at the lineup, and for someone who would not have seen the draft unfold, they could easily guess that, oh, this is a last pick Ember, you know, like this is a very late pick Ember and it's a gotcha pick. It was an 8th pick Ember. It was literally the absolute first hero that was picked in the drafting phase, and I don't think it was answered whatsoever. And the lane went a little bit better for the Earth Spirit, but it was still Ember favored slightly. And either way, like, the Ember was completely uncontested. Like, he was running around, pressuring, you know, pushing waves, aggroing the creeps to neutral camps, checking runes, making moves. I don't think it's okay. Like, it happened twice in a row, and this is definitely something that P-Time's gonna go back to and kind of reconsider.
Yeah, because we kind of feel like they had what it takes. Like, if, other than the draft and letting the Ember have a free game, they should have been able to do better, and for a little while they did. It was just a little sloppy. Is that fair to say?
There's a lot of sequences where P-Time is outplaying, you know, they're playing on par with Aurora. I don't think they walk away from this saying like, oh, these guys are too good, you know, like we stand no chance against them. Not at all. I think but it does come down to certain things that you need to get right. You know, it starts with the draft, it starts with the hero dynamics, like the timings, how is it gonna unfold. I feel like Aurora, you know, Lacoste was mentioning it, like they're very, very established as a team. It's really hard to push them out of their system, essentially. Like, they have a system on how they want to play the game, what they want to draft, what they want to do, which heroes they like, and how to complement these heroes, set them up for success. And I don't think P-Time got even close at, you know, challenging that today.
Yeah, and we mentioned the Ember Spirit, which was their first pick. We haven't even mentioned the MVP of this series yet. We haven't even mentioned the Undying, the second pick. WS had an outstanding series here, Lacoste.
Yeah, WS is just on another level. He's been on another level for quite some time. I did talk about Dark Mago being one of the most improved players of the season. WS definitely up there. Might have even challenged him to be like for that first spot, because he looked so stable. He has a very interesting hero pool that he does bring to the table. And also the way he itemizes. Okay, that's a lot of clicking, shaking the whole table. And Avery also praised him because of his mechanical skills for a good reason. I really love the itemization in this one, understanding what needs to be done, picking up the Blink Dagger, BKB being the frontliner as well, knowing that the two supports as well are going to back him up, either with Terrorize, either with Golem if he's in trouble. And we saw him multiple times where he is like getting into trouble. Like, this might have been this fight where he drops extremely low and he just, you know, uses Soul Rip multiple times, Decay, really pushing the limits on the hero.
Yeah, this Undying hero in the right hands is looking very interesting. I think we've seen some underwhelming performances, but for the players that really understand the strength and the limits of the hero, like, he blinks in, he plants a tombstone, he ultis, and all of a sudden, you know, he kind of puts you in a big dilemma. It's like, do you want to look at him? Do you want to run? Like, it's a very interesting approach to the hero. Like I'm becoming a fan of it. Like this phase boots into Blink Dagger is it seems very strong, and obviously there's the classic Undying, I guess advantage, which is the laning part. It's almost always a free lane for Undying.
Yeah, regardless if he is support or core as well. It's just a very strong laner, and in the hands of WS, a very strong hero overall. His Largo also very good, of course, in that first game. Now for Aurora, it makes sense. They are very good. It makes sense that they're doing so well. They only dropped one game. But they might not be at the top of the group. They might be sharing that top spot with the only team that has been able to take a game of Aurora, and is Nigma Galaxy. They are still playing. So there might still be a difference there. And last I checked, they started way later than we did. So that game is still up for grabs, I'd say. But Nigma Galaxy did win their first game. And it is against L1, I believe. And in Group B, this is good news for Playtime, for example. Not so good news for L1 or Level Up. Because mathematically, for those two teams you see at the bottom, there is no way back for them up in
unless
the rankings.
They turn it upside down, do the 180, and then they share the first and second.
No, we don't do that here. So those teams are eliminated. That means that the other teams that are still in, we see Aurora and Nigma Galaxy, they're at the top. Again, Nigma Galaxy is playing a game right now, which on paper they should win. But there's still a lot possible with the last two matches that this group has for the teams that are still relevant. Let me just quickly tell you that Aurora will play up against Team Liquid tomorrow, and P-Time will play up against Nigma Galaxy tomorrow. So that's gonna be very exciting, very hype, and there's still a chance to make a little bit of a rumble there. We can also take a look, just because we can, at the group that we are covering next, because we got still one of the two teams that hasn't dropped a single game there. It's P-Vision at the #1 spot. Also here, Lacoste, two teams that are in a very rough spot.
Kind of expected. Mechanics 0 and 6, Team Nemesis 1 and 5. They're still not mathematically out, but after today, they have also another rough series that they need to play. P-Vision 6 and 0, kind of already cementing themselves, and I think this is the team that showed the best Dota that we've seen so far at the tournament. I don't think many teams are going to be able to challenge us. Maybe Team Spirit, if they are in a really good form. I think this could be very interesting. But yeah, for the bottom of these two teams, it's not looking very good.
No, and since we're looking at groups anyway, I figured we also take a look at the other two, because earlier today we actually finished our today's games for Group A, meaning all these teams have only one series left to play tomorrow. Here it's also said pretty clear cut, it seems.
Yeah, Falcons, dominating that group, and again, they have the mandatory loss because they have to play a first game. It's always like that. You can't start with the second. Maybe they should just pretend it's the second game. I don't know. Find a way to have them play something off stage or something. But so obviously, the typical Falcon loss. But besides that, it's been pretty easy. Yeah, an easy road for them. They're making it easy. Obviously, it's not easy at all because the competition is super intense. BB team, I think they're picking up a lot of steam, and it kind of shows in the scoreboard. They're sitting at 6 and 2, and these losses were earlier on in the tournament in group stage. It's going to be between Extreme Gaming, Rune Eaters, and Gamer Legion. I think these three teams are, showing the most potential right now. Poor Rangers, we might not have seen them on Stream A, but they are struggling a little bit. They're the less experienced team by far, by a big margin. So I think they're just happy to be able to face these teams on the international stage. You never know.
Yeah.
I guess they're still in reach of, getting one of the contesting one of these placements, right? Because they have 1 point and they can get to 3, but it's going to be extremely difficult for them.
Yeah, I think also, they do take a lot of lessons from a tournament like this that they have not yet attended at this scale. Finally, we are taking a look at the group of death. Also, they still have one game to play today, and then another game not tomorrow, but the day after that, as Group C and D will be solved not tomorrow, but the day after that. Here, it's also... Actually, you know what? It's more clear-cut, Lacoste, than I thought it would be.
Yeah, kind of expected, I would say, considering the performance that Virtus.pro did have in TI qualifiers as well. They looked kind of in shambles, I gotta say. They looked all over the place, and playing against some of these higher caliber teams, it's gonna be very difficult. One dub. They had a bit of an, maybe a calm time coming into this, but right now you could tell that this team, they came to play, and Yandex as well, after winning a couple of tournaments, kind of expected it's gonna be LGD against Yandex and 1W against OG. So for Yandex, I feel like this could be potentially like maybe a 1-1, but I don't think I can see LGD taking 2 games with Yandex.
Well, that of course will be at the final series of the day, but we're first going to our Group C match, which is P-Vision versus Mouse. Before we get there though, we are gonna have our Sony Media Day tour coming your way with Slacks.
Slacks here to give you an exclusive walkthrough through the EWC Media Day. Now, there are hundreds of players and thousands of people making their way through this very hallway every single day. As you can see, our setup is pretty hyped this year. We have some nice elevated platforms so they can go around. We got directors. Look at that lighting setup, baby. And this is Hollywood, if you don't mind me saying. Very, very fancy stuff. Plenty of nice places for our wonderful teams to rest and relax. Look, it's like they're in a meditative state over here. We are working very hard. Now, this is what they would call the video stage. This is where they come in and do like some nice little actions, nice little videos, make them look badass. They get to sign the beautiful wall. As you can see, not a single phallus on that bad boy. It looks absolutely pristine. And look, they're having some fun. They're doing some good stuff. Now, the technology in here is absolutely crazy. Top-of-the-line lights. You got top-of-the-line directors, videographers. We got the best Sony cameras capturing every single moment in the highest of HDs. Things are hype as heck. And now we're entering into the quiet zone. Shh. That's a quiet zone. Let's go ahead. That's where we took our videos of the dudes. It's going to get dark. It's going to get spooky. It's going to get intimate. So stay with me. Don't go anywhere. Let's head into the quiet zone. This is where we do all of our media interviews and recording with people with the most ready, available, and fastest reacting hosts out there. Look at that. Didn't even freak her out at all. Okay, all right. See how quickly she reacted? She's a pro. Right now, in this set, they have a bunch of French food. Incredible stuff. What will happen with the French food? Look how fancy that is. Delectable. Will that be in somebody's tummy? You know it. Let's keep it quiet, everyone. We're going to go into this interview stage over here. What's going on in here? Look at that. They're doing an interview right now with Faith Beyond and Sheever Gaming. That's the biggest, coolest guys in the world. We need to be really quiet to make sure we don't interrupt that in any way. As you can see, Apex Legends happening right now. Dota 2 happening over there. There's a lot of fun sets. Those were our one-on-one interviews. You have the multi-people, 2 or 3, and this is our podcast stage where we have the most fun, as you will see. Many peeps on this one. Let's take a peek inside. There they are. They're podcasting right now. Team Falcons, Malrine, ATF, Dota Capitalist, and Laurel. That's a good podcast, baby. Anyway, Media Day's pretty crazy. We got a lot of stuff going on. Hope you enjoyed this exclusive tour. And if you saw anything that you shouldn't have seen, don't tell my bosses.
Hi there. Welcome, everybody. Suns fan here with Kezu. We have P-Vision versus Mouse. P-Vision haven't lost a single game. Yep. Well, this might be shown after game 1, but we're recording it before game 1, so they're undefeated at that point. And
you
Mouse,
really have to make sure you don't look like
stop interrupting me. Please stop interrupting me. Very unprofessional of you. We need to break down this game. Yep. That's already happened. That we don't know what's happened yet. What do you think is going to happen?
So what do I think is good? So Mouse, when we casted them, they didn't look that good. So I hope that today they can look better because, like you said, P-Vision, they're pretty good. They got El Pupan on the team. Also, you know, Dookie, he might get hungry. You can eat mice. He could just eat them. Back to you.
Ducalis is quite the character. We'll see if he gets hungry during the match.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down.
The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
We are getting ready for our 3rd series of the day. You're watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We're live from Paris, and it is already day 4 of the group stages. And the group stages, they are 6 days long, but actually per group, only 5 days long. That means for these teams, this is their penultimate match coming your way. And in this group, it means that a lot will be decided today already, or potentially in Group C. Maybe on paper, maybe in people's heads, things are already a little bit decided since P-Vision has not dropped a single game. We're gonna watch P-Vision versus Mouse. That's our upcoming series. And to talk about it, I've gathered 2 experts. I'm joined by BSJ and Effie. Effie, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. I'm ready for some more Dota. Every day has been pretty exciting, but I do feel that in Group C, it feels quite obvious who the cream of the crop are versus the second half.
I'm looking forward to today. P-Vision is one of my favorite teams to watch just due to their caliber, and LGD is also one of my favorite teams to watch because they've got some of my favorite players and they've got their own little take on Dota. Specifically as a carry player, I like watching Yuma. He's just a really good role model in terms of how to play the game, how to act outside of the game. Just love watching him as a guy.
He's a very stable carry player.
Yes.
I guess that's what you like as well, because that's the type of carry you want it to be as well.
That's what I strived to be. And I was not, Shiver. And that's why I'm here with you guys.
Sorry to bring that up. It's all good. Let's focus our attention on the series in front of us, P-Vision and Mouse. We got P-Vision, as mentioned, 6-0 coming into this. Mouse, no slouch, 4-2 coming into this as well. So this is a team that people were a little bit hesitant about because they didn't do too well. Let's just say that. They didn't do too well in the most recent qualifiers they played, and we didn't really know what to expect. But it seems like Effie, they have definitely got a good grip on what they should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really, to me, looked like one of the best teams at this tournament, but Maus do have a tendency to do very well during group stages. This is usually where they can catch a lot of teams off guard, and there has been improvement. They haven't had the cleanest series compared to their opponents in P-Vision, who seem to just be steamrolling everything, but the potential is there, and I do believe it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, Maus for me is a team that prioritizes the laning phase more than pretty much anyone else, and I think that's why they tend to do well in group stages, because the fact is that against the weaker teams, when you get off to that early lead, it's very difficult to know what to do to like stall the game out and manage to make that comeback play that a lot of teams like Team Spirit will tend to make. For Maus though, my problem is that sometimes they overdo it a little bit. Like they have an option to secure the lanes with their last pick, or they have an option to like give themselves that scaling option and maybe counteract a puck, for instance, earlier on in this tournament. But they'll always go for that laning strategy, and against the teams that manage to stall the game at all, they do tend to flounder a little bit once it gets there. But it shows with Crystallis as a carry player, like his hero pool of Razor, Monkey King, Bloodseeker. I kind of memed on it earlier on in the tournament, thinking like none of these heroes are particularly meta. Maybe he'll pick them, but then he's picked all of them. Yeah. So no shocker there.
Sometimes you just gotta do what feels right and what you're comfortable on, and I think that's what Maus is trying to achieve also with the games that they are playing. This is a roster that's been together for a little while with various degrees of success. Of course, starting very well at the start of this season while taking a title, and then slowly but steadily having lesser and lesser result, and they're looking to pick everything back up. And so far, so good with a 4-2 score. I'm sure they're feeling quite good. Let's find out how they're actually feeling today with Boom.
Hey, I'm here with Boom from Team Mouse. I gotta say, I love your Tidehunter. I feel like it's one of your iconic heroes. You did lose with it the last game you played. Happens sometimes. I was curious what happened that game.
I mean, I think we lost both games that we played with in this tournament so far, right? Or not?
I don't think so. I think you won. I think you won the first one.
Really?
You
Okay.
lost the second one. It was a 63-minute game against Nemesis.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was just kind of a hard game to play. Like, we messed up in lanes somehow, and then the enemy had a very annoying draft to play against. Like, they had this Invoker, Darkseer, they just pushing every wave. And it was hard for us to, like, find the right team fight. So, and also late game, like, this fight against the Invoker is kind of hard, because he just can EMP you whenever, and I had no mana. Like, yeah, it was just a hard game for Tide, but felt like we could have still won that game. Like, we're in a good spot in a few times. We just messed up some fights.
Yeah, your KDAs looked really good. I was surprised you guys lost in the end, but it happens sometimes. You guys have been on a bit of a cold period over the last few months. This tournament has been going pretty good so far. You guys are, I think, 1 win, 2 draws. How are you feeling about it at this point?
I mean, obviously we feel happy. I think we're even surprised that we're doing kind of well. We know how to win games. We feel good while playing, which before we kind of didn't know how to win. We just were lost as a team, like completely. Kind of.
Where did you get that solution from? Was it a coach or just practice or?
I'm not sure. We didn't even practice much before this tournament, to be honest. So we just played pubs, and like everyone is ready, like individually, and that's it. Like we just. Coming with our own ideas, our own heroes. Okay. Whoever wants to play whatever, he gets it, so.
Okay, the perfect magic. Less pressure, vibes are good, you'll win, I guess.
Yeah.
Great. The P-Vision's looking really strong right now, though. You guys have to play against them next. What score do you think you're going to achieve today?
Probably 0-2.
You think so? Come on, you can win one game. They're really good, but still.
According to stats, probably 0-2, but I mean, I believe that we can beat them even 2-0 if we draft well, if we play well, we definitely can win them. But
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, you get to play Tide against them and have a good game. Thank you for joining me, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
Hey, Mouse hasn't lost a single series yet. They tied and they won. So on paper, if Boom's talking about the stats, they should at least tie the series. It just depends which stats you're looking at. I know P-Vision is a top dog in the group, but if you're going to go by stats, choose the one that favor you. That's definitely how the world works. It is kind of interesting to hear him talk about how the team has found their way to win and has found their groove while not scrimming.
That's always so interesting to me when it happens, because typically if you're not scrimming against a certain tier of opponent consistently, you can develop a lot of really bad habits, right? We've seen that with Vici, for example, who haven't necessarily played against a lot of the international tier 1 teams in a while, and then they just mess up in places they shouldn't. I haven't really seen anything like that out of Mouse, so that is really impressive, all things considering. Honestly, I have no idea why it ends up like that, Brian.
I think there's also like two sides to this coin. Like there's two extremes. One extreme is you don't scrim at all, and then you think, how can you learn anything if you're not scrimming at all? The other thing is you scrim too much and you try to do too many things at once, and you actually develop bad habits trying to solve a bunch of different problems at once and not really having like rhyme or reason to what you're doing. So I think there is an element of go back to your roots, go back to your specialty heroes, rather than how do we adjust to the meta. It's like, okay, we know Crystallis loves the Bloodseekers, Razors, and Monkey Kings. How can we make this work, rather than how can we find our identity as a team or something like this?
It seems like along the way they have found their identity as a team a little bit, or at least have found their own identity, which when you put all 5 parts together, it turns into something bigger than that. That's definitely the case. What happened to their opponent, if we're looking at P-Vision, this team is really strong. One to watch, one of the strongest. I think we're going to see them on the podium at the end of this 2-week marathon. They are definitely looking the part of the favorite to win here. Let's find out how no one feels about his team right now.
So yeah, we had some changes, some big changes, I would say, this year, and I think it shaped our team completely from where we've been last year. And I feel like Puppet teaches a lot how to play Dota, actually, and I really like it because he's involved in almost everything in the team, and I really like it. I think he taught Alan a lot as well, how to play Dota in a really good way. He told me that I don't want to really be like, like dictator and stuff, like I don't want to draft for you, I want to be a helpful guy basically. But I said to him, we actually need a guy who will draft for us because like we are noobs at it. And like I was asking him, and when we started, it was firstly Duka was on the button with him, and then I was like 3 months later, I was not convincing, but like I said, like please just sit on the PC already, like and do this for us. And he's like, yeah, fine. There was an online tournament when we just tried, and not just like first game against Tundra, as I remember, we played like I already like felt like this is it. Like from first game, I knew it's fit for the team. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe we get good on the TI and the EWC. Maybe not. We'll see. But I feel like this is the best what we can get this year for sure for the whole team picture. We now do the things much faster than we used to do. We know what to do in the game right now to get the gold lead on almost every game, basically. Duke, I think he changed in a way that he maybe now gets more responsible on his shoulders in the games, and he likes this as well. I think so. Like Papi calling him a captain, so I think that's the synergy between them. I think I'm a more adaptive guy. Like I'm playing for so long already, so like I can adapt to anything like what's upcoming. Sometimes I get tilted, to be honest, for my guys doing, but it is what it is. I think we can do really great, but to be honest, like this year is so tough. Like there's so many good teams right now. I can name you 10 that can win this trophy, the EWC. It's basically like best 10 teams here. It's insane to me. This year, the hardest year of like entire Dota I was ever seeing.
If this year is the hardest field of Dota that no one's ever seen, and he's seen a lot of Dota, he's been a veteran in the scene, that just means we have some incredible teams here, Brian, because 10 teams that could take the trophy. I mean, okay, P-Vision is also very humble as well, but overall it is crazy that there's so many teams that have the trophy within reach.
Yeah, I mean, basically what that says to me is he knows that every team can potentially surprise you any day of the week. And if you're not at the absolute top of your game, you will drop the series. And I think having a coach like Puppy will help them remain a lot of consistency throughout the course of the tournament. And yeah, I liked his mindset overall listening to that, Mira.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen it in results as well in Tier 1 tournaments, how a team that can win one Tier 1 tournament suddenly does poorly in the next with 1W, but then they show up to EWC, for example, and they're incredible again. It's just incredibly competitive right now, and it's really hard to maintain the level where you can win when everyone is slowly improving. And I think that's where little things come into play. If every team is top caliber and can win, then it is actually stuff like how well does your coach mesh with you? What is it that your players are doing for each other outside of Dota that's making you better inside of Dota? Because everybody's playing at a Tier 1 level.
With that in mind, the way we just heard Boom and No One talk about their team and about how, for example, the drafts come to be. We heard No One say, Poppy does the work and he's a great drafter. Lots of experience, decades of experience. And on the other side, Boom's like, yeah, everybody's just saying what they want to play and then they get it.
That's so funny, though. I love that. I mean, now it's just kind of seem happy to be here. They're here for the vibes. They're going to play as well as they can, but they don't want to set themselves up for any unrealistic expectations either. Like when Boom was just like, we're probably going to get to it, but that's fine. And he didn't seem too upset about it. I think that's actually a really great mentality to come in with, because if you are going up against the tournament favorite and you don't expect much, you can actually then own. You're like, wait, am I good? Are our heroes good? We can do this. So I'm really curious to see if that works out for them today.
Curious about that too. Let's focus in on some of the players here on both squads, because I do want to focus on the mid lane here. This is No One versus Mid One, and it feels like a little bit of an unfair matchup in terms of caliber of player. I want to know what kind of style they're playing and how well they mesh against each other, Brian.
I'm definitely going to fumble this as I'm thinking about Mid One and No One. There's just very confusing
There's
names
so
here.
many names to make.
Yeah, I feel like for No One, I mean, when we look at their drafts, right, they're just picking Earth Spirit pretty much every game. And he's the type of player, he said he's flexible. And I think that sometimes that flexibility requires you to just play a very similar hero, or at least offer it as a flex every single game, and you're willing to put your hero in the draft wherever it makes sense for your team. I feel like for him, his veteranship shows up by being able to play a matchup from any situation, while for Mid One, I feel like he's much more of a polarizing mid player, where he'll either take over the game or he'll feel relatively lackluster. And so what I'm looking for in this draft is, we know no one's just ready for whatever scenario he's put in. Is mid one put in that situation that he can thrive?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I don't think mid one is in a lower caliber than no one, but he's just had issues with consistency throughout his career. But for mid one to really pop off, he just needs to be in the zone. He's one of those players that on a good day will beat anybody, will style around the map, will be making plays left and right. And on a bad day, you see really quiet performances out of him. So I'm not really sure how you would channel that as Mouse. How do we make mid one that version that beats everybody? That's just going to be a matter of their momentum.
Yeah. We're also going to see how Puppy does against his former teammates, because a lot of the people on the side of Mouse are his former teammates. So let's see if that causes any potential, not friction, but any interesting situations on the stage. Speaking of the stage, it's time. We're going to head over there to get this series properly started.
Thank you so much, Shiver, in the panel. Yes, it is Sir Action Selection Miloshi yet again. Thank you. That was a very good bet. Thank you very much for that. Yes, an incredible series that we just got to watch. I love a good, I would not say beat down, personally, but I do like to see a nice 2-0, and they put up a lot of fight, though.
B-Time, especially in game 2, were really giving it their all. At some point in the first half of the game, we were like, okay, this is possible, and then very quickly went the way where you would have expected it, where Aurora were able to claim things.
I mean, double Midas, though, is that, I haven't seen that in a pub, I haven't seen that in a pro game in a long time. That's messed up, guys. If you're watching at home, Midas is not a good item. Do not listen to Purge gamers, even on Ogre Magi. Do not buy it, okay? Let their suffering be your guide. Anyway, we have a fantastic match coming up here today. In fact, our next one is super exciting. This team has lived up to all the hype before the tournament. They are on that path in the tournament, and we will see if they will continue it. Let's bring out P-Vision. All right, P-Vision is unstoppable so far. Many people that have come into this tournament, Falcons, Liquid, everyone's like, oh yeah, they've got this. They're very, very good. Only these boys have lived up to the not losing a single game yet. It's been extremely powerful performance, and we will see if their opponents will be able to rock the boys.
We'll see if they can do it on the other side. It's Mouse! They're the one team that's chomped at the bits, at the little feet of Team Spirit, taking one game away from those big dragons, the big dogs at the top. But that's only one kind of cheese. That's their camembert. But here, once it all drops down, they got the Parmesan of P-Vision on the other side to take out, and they're ready to nibble on it.
I hope they do more than a nibbling. I love the underdogs. I hope they take a big-ass bite and we see some good ones. These guys are not rats. These are mouses, dude. That is prideful. All right. You guys ready to roll? All right, let's get the keys over there. Gentlemen, please, your keys, and head to your stations. We have one heck of a series coming up, Milos.
I'm really feeling it here. I'm here, and I'm right next to the big cheese, the big kahuna, Mr. Slacks. Oh, Sir Slacks. That's what we're saying. Sir Action Slacks.
Thank you so much for anyone that forgot.
That's what he is. That's what we are. This is our matchup. Let's send it to our panel and get it started.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're ready for this 2-game series, and on our final touch on the mid matchup, I still wanted to just get this one off my chest because I believe both No One and Mid One played against each other so many times in the days where Mid One was part of Team Spirit, Secret, of course, and No One was part of Virtus Pro. And these two are gonna have maybe a little bit of, the old man brawl, almost. A little bit of pride on the line, potentially, Effie.
The old man showdown, I like that.
Yeah, the 27-year-old geezers.
No, it's these players have really left their mark in Dota so long ago that it's so cool that they're still relevant in modern Dota and they're still competing. And yeah, you just have to put respect on both of their names. For mid one, I'm especially curious what approach he's going to take today, because these two mid laners actually share a couple of flexes with their supports, like the Keeper of the Light and like the Earth Spirit that they've been playing. And we've seen both of them be capable of playing at mid. I wonder if Earth Spirit will be let through at all in this series even.
Yeah, P-Vision's picked it 4 times in a row, first pick. So if they allow it on Mouse, then they definitely know what's coming. And the fact that you were glazing the 9 class Earth Spirit, rightfully so, with the fact that he's only silver tier. But I think having a mid laner like No One, I'm almost certain that he gave him some pointers about like, here's the little mechanic thing you guys can use. Probably saved him 10 to 20 games worth of learning. But when I look at these two mid laners, I think the most impressive thing about their career as a whole is the fact that it's very uncommon to see two players kind of I don't want to say fall off, but they kind of like took a break. They took like a break in the middle of their careers. There was like a year or two where you didn't really hear from either of these guys, and then they came back. And that's something that we've seen, but it's usually like a core player coming back as a support or coming back as a coach or kind of struggling to find their team or their role. But these guys were mid laners through and through, and they came back, and here they are again.
Yeah, they found their form again, and that is incredibly impressive considering everything you have to do right in order to get to that level to begin with. And to be able to do that twice, this requires a lot of personal strength, I think, from both of these players. But enough about the mid lane. I want to talk about other roles. We already mentioned 9 class. I wonder if Yamich plays as good of an Earth Spirit. Effie, do you have any judgment on that? Is it in his wheelhouse?
Well, I believe he played it yesterday because they had this Keeper of the Light Earth Spirit flex that I was mentioning, and Mid1 ended up playing the Coddle in their game 1 versus Nemesis, so it had to have been Yamich. Yes, it was him. And to be honest, I couldn't really watch the intricacies of that early game because I did end up just quickly clicking through it. They didn't win that one, where they ended up doing that flex, but it was a really close game. And Boom in the interview mentioned that he thinks they messed up on the lanes, and that's what made the game so hard. But it does seem like Yamich can do it. I mean, he is a melee support type of player. He's famous for his Tusk, he's famous for his Pudge. Earth Spirit feels like a natural fit into that archetype of support.
Yeah, I do think it's funny how mid or 4-position players tend to heavily lean towards ranged or melee from player to player, and Yamich is definitely I'd much more likely to see him on the Earth Spirits, the Tusks, the Clockworks, and as opposed to like I think Mira from Aurora is like the opposite end of that spectrum, for instance.
Yeah, would you say that 9 class also melee mostly?
I feel like 9 class. Okay, so
he's the everything.
He's the everything type of player, but he had a distinct playstyle when he joined professional Dota, and we talked about it on our previous panels because he talked about it in his interview that Puppy's kind of reeled him in and said, like, for our game plan to work, we need you to
be stable,
be the Dark Willows, be the Hoodwinks, just give Noticed a good lane. And the fact is, like, I'm very impressed with 9 class because it's easier said than done to just embrace a different play style. And he said, he's like, as long as we're winning, I'm happy. And at the end of the day, putting the team's success ahead of like your own preference. We all have our heroes we prefer not to play. We all have our play style that we mesh with, and stepping outside of that with an open mind, I think speaks a lot to his mentality as a player.
Yeah, I think 9 class is the type of player who doesn't really lean towards a ranged archetype or a melee archetype. It's more so just every patch he picks a pool of heroes and really refines them, and that becomes his playstyle, and it's very prone to changing depending on what he thinks is good. Because before he was the Slark and Nyx Assassin and melee guy, he actually, when he came into the scene, was famous for his Bat Rider and his Dark Willow. And those were the heroes that he kind of perfected laning on. And then he just had a natural shift to, now that I've learned the intricacies of laning, how do I annoy the enemy team as much as possible?
Yeah, and he's definitely an IO player, and that is why we see Mouse remove it from the pool. We've seen a couple of IOs already come out, and 9 class talked about it in an interview, and I think that, on hindsight, might have been a mistake. So that, we are going to see that banned out against them probably quite frequently. Got Earth Spirit also removed from the pool. It is by Mouse themselves, so we got that one solved as well. It is Mouse that gets first pick, and because they removed Earth Spirit from the pool, and Io and Kez, we've got so many heroes left in the pool. Lone Druid, Drow Ranger, Shadow Fiend,
Treant Protector.
Treant Protector. That's crazy. We got 4 of the heroes that people rather normally see removed.
Yeah, it's curious. I do feel like of those heroes mentioned, Lone Druid is the big one. So to see a team prioritize Treant Protector over it tells me that they don't even like to play Lone Druid that much.
I think it might honestly have to do with the fact that Lone Druid's one counter is Enigma in the laning stage, and that was still in. I think that's kind of the rock, paper, scissors. Now it's on P-Vision to say, okay, are we willing to just pick Lone Druid here and then ban Enigma? Is that... Because at that point, you don't know exactly which one they're going to choose. So this is where the permutations of the draft kind of start to branch out from the predictability. And it's really important to note that even though Lone Druid's not picked, he's being strongly considered and factored into every single ban and every single pick that is happening. So I do think it's fascinating that when you have 4 traditionally broken heroes, Lone Druid arguably the most broken out of all of them, when they're all available, there's a reason that they're choosing these over the others. I think in this case, like Drow is the best lane pairing with Treant. So maybe if you pick Drow, ban Lone Druid, you feel like maybe the Treant's not going to be full potential. You're almost assuming they're going to pick SF at that point, and then a lot of times these tier 1 teams will say, know thy enemy. You know that at the end of the day, the best heroes are going to get through sometimes, and if it's predictable, then we can at least have planned for it.
Or you call their bluff and not ban out Lone Druid, think they're going to pick Shadow Fiend anyway, and just ignore Lone Druid the whole draft.
That's an option as well. That's totally an option.
I think there's big potential for that because Drow Ranger is a good carry against Lone Druid, and she opens up a lot of pairings, like the Slardar, for example, to just constantly kill that bear whenever you see it. And maybe the Drow Ranger is enough to offset that. And I really just don't think it's a comfort here for Mouse. I have to emphasize that of all the teams in this tournament, I do feel this is one that you can get away with dangling the Lone Druid.
Yeah, and they also displayed that they can beat the Lone Druid yesterday. I know Rakonix isn't... It could just be a skill diff at the end of the day, but Underlord being another hero that really does that. So every time we see these heroes being considered, it's like, okay, maybe they thought Underlord and Enigma are too much, and if we don't want it, but if you take it, we've still got both of those options. You haven't shown that you can ban those out based on the fact that you've left all of them in. And in that case, I mean, I think Treant, in my opinion, is like the generically best hero in the game, in the sense that I just don't care what his matchups are. He's going to be useful in every single game. The cores, while broken, are like, they are situational, and cores inherently have counters that can nullify their game to some degree. So I'm not too surprised that Mouse ended up going with Treant Protector out of everything. And then once they chose Treant Protector, I think you take the best pairing away from Drow. So yeah, now we're in the spot where, do you ban the Lone Druid like we talked about? Do you leave the bluff and call it like you mentioned, Sheaves?
I think they're going to ignore it on both sides now.
Yeah.
Like, I think with the Drow, you are not looking to integrate it into your own draft, and by having the Drow also, you've essentially solved it by opening up the pairings that can counter Lone Druid. I was going to mention the Keeper of the Light as a very contested hero this series because it's a 2-4 flex, and I do believe the 2-4 flexes are important for both teams. With P-Vision, 9 Class is such a specialty Coddle player that we kind of know it's gonna be him, but if the potential for a good mid-keeper game comes out, no one can absolutely play it.
I would generally lean away from it this particular game, just because you've heard me be the biggest skeptic of ranged carry plus non-stunning ranged mid. It's like, it's always going to be an option, but then that's a hole in your draft you'll have to patch with the other heroes. So they go for the Darkseer. This has been like the tradition. There's been a couple offlaners that have really popped up because of the ranged carry meta. Like Centaur, specifically very good against the likes of Windranger especially. Darkseer, especially good against the likes of Shadow Fiend and Drow, because in the later, like their illusion does do something useful in the fights, and then also they're prone to getting dove underneath their tower. Like, these heroes are very hard to boot out of lane, and then on top of that, you also want a hero that can cut creeps or retreat to the jungle, because these heroes are so oppressive in their safe lanes. The Darkseer does all of that. So a lot of the time, the Darkseer is not expected to win the lane, but it's expected to have a game and then eventually make Drow's life difficult moving forward.
Yeah, I do think Drow does better versus Darkseer than a lot of the other ranged carries, though, throughout the game. Her illusion doesn't seem as impactful as an SF illusion, for example, but everything you mentioned is absolutely correct. The issue of picking Treant plus Darkseer, 2 heroes who are both countered by Dispel, now opens the option for just a very strong Dispel hero for P-Vision. Like, both your first 2 picks can be solved by the same thing. You could go for like an offlane Largo, you could go for an Oracle, you could go for an Enchantress. There are a lot of routes P-Vision can take now.
I would lean towards Ducalis Enchantress, I think. I think the other one, okay, they actually steal
have to
it.
block pick it.
I like that a lot, honestly, because out of all the other ones, the problem is you don't want any more backliners, I think. Like with the Oracle, now you've got 3 squishy ranged heroes. Enchantress, yes, ranged hero, but she plays the map in a way where she's walking around aggressively. And at this point, you know, what P-Vision, and I know they're thinking about this kind of stuff at a higher level than I'm even mentioning, but like you don't have anybody that is aggressive on the map right now. So if you're not, since you don't have Enchantress, I like the Largo. You mentioned that. Almost certainly going to be off lane.
Yeah, the one thing about the Largo, though, is you're not throwing it into the Darkseer lane unless you are going to do some shenanigans.
True.
So you just have to, whatever support you take here, just make sure that it can out-sustain any of the poke happening to Drow with the Ion Shell and the waves always pushing into her tower.
Now, what is left? Like a lot of the premier, since all the cores were left in, or sorry, banned out, then the 5s were left in. Or sorry, all the cores were left in, so all the 5s were banned out. Like the Banes, I know Undying's usually a 3, but like he's a melee 5. Clockworks, like a lot of the heroes you would traditionally pick with Drow here. Are we going to see a weird one like Ogre or something, you know, just some budget treant?
You could break the idea of melee plus range and just go for a healing hero as well, like Wyvern or Warlock.
Oh, Wyvern could be decent. I think you need a hero that deters the aggression in some way. So like if you were to pick like a CM, for instance, you're just going to get dove. But something like a Wyvern does make it difficult to dive, so I wouldn't mind that. But I also wouldn't mind just conceptually if they take a suboptimal hero for the sake of dealing with this one problem.
With that aside as well, there is another problem, is that there's this strong, really strong puck pick on 18 that you kind of have to address with the support that you're going to pick, and maybe they just thought picking the techies early on could make it so that they have the damage to fight into Mouse. But the puck on 18, it's always something to think about versus players like Mid1 who love it.
How does, I know the taser dispels when they attack you. Does it also dispel when you activate it?
I believe so.
Okay,
I
so
would imagine it works that way, yes.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking like double dispel on both side lanes because of how powerful dispels are here. But then, like you said, they almost certainly knew puck was an option, but they've chosen to address the problems in front of them already. I've seen many a drafts won by an 18-pick puck. So I think Mouse is finding themselves in a spot where I think they're doing a lot better in this draft than I would have anticipated coming into this series. So if I were them, I'd be very happy with what I've gotten so far.
Yeah, very comfortable. They've banned out the Night Stalker already, one of the best counters to the puck. They only need to ban out one more counter. And then on the other side, we are looking for P-Vision to ban out some cores. Crystallis doesn't have his hero yet, and you already mentioned his hero pool earlier, Brian. It's just generally, if he's getting the choice, he's choosing between 3 heroes in particular, with the Razor, the Bloodseeker, and the Monkey King. Is any of them viable in this setting?
I wouldn't say any of them are not viable, but I don't think they're, like, what I see they're lacking on Mouse is objective damage. They have a lot of enablers, and Puck's a very self-sufficient hero. So I want to see a hero that they can gather around. I know we've seen a lot of TB. I don't think he's particularly good against Drow, but even like a PL or something, just like some win condition that is unique. That's what I would like to see, something that enables all of this.
Yeah, thing is you need the jump, right? Like, I think Spectre looks very cool here. Sure, it doesn't give the objective damage that you talked about, but versus Keeper and Drow, she becomes super high value. But is it a Crystallis hero? Is he willing to play it here?
Yeah, the only reason I would say PL over Drow is not because PL's particularly a better hero, but that hero would be more aggressive on the map here. And I think that is Crystallis' playstyle in general. I don't view him as like the greedy jungler that lets his team initiate the points of contact. And I think oddly enough, a hero like PL, as long as you're survivable in this game, I think you can be aggressive because you have so many enablers. So I think all I want to see from his hero is that it's survivable against the techies. Like it can dodge techie stuff. That's like what I'm thinking, because that's the only way they can kill you right now.
Okay.
And they've got a puck problem. So I think that they don't really, like, I don't think P-Vision can target your carry, basically.
I mean, if you want survivability, then Monkey King versus melee hero is always an option.
Yeah, Monkey King, I think out of all of Crystallis' normal heroes, Monkey King fits the best. Okay, they ban it.
They listen to your deduction. Is like, actually,
can they check the noise canceling on those headphones?
They cannot hear us.
I do want to mention that I find it quite curious that P-Vision banned Tiny. That means they thought that it was a pretty good option for Crystallis' carry hero because it would have been great for them. It would have been their keeper of the light combination from mid. It would have given them the instant stun to catch the puck. And now they're working with limited options for their last pick to play against Puck. You don't necessarily want to pick Ember, who's the Coddle combo, versus Puck with his coil.
True.
DK, okay.
It's interesting.
That's survivable.
I wanted a guy to group around and an objective taker. I think this is very off meta, but it does make sense. Like, I think it's a smart pick for what their draft is doing. My only concern is that the changes to DK ever since the facets got removed is that he did lose the bonus damage right click on his ulti. So looking at the rest of his lineup, I am concerned a bit about their ability to take anyone down. They're very light on damage.
Exactly. I think for me that's a big concern. While I do like the DK conceptually, when you look at Illuminate, Heal, and Sustain, the Largo Sustain that's going to be coming out, you're playing into a lot of mid-game healing with very little burst damage to work with on Mouse. So they need to be winning their lanes, snowballing, taking towers, and pressing the advantage, because if they're taking it to the late game versus the sustain on P-Vision, that's tough.
Yeah, the reason why I mentioned a hero like PL is because it's just very chaotic, and I feel like a way to deal with all this sustain is to create that chaos, and DK is just a very honest hero. And I feel like P-Vision's going to be allowed to ball up around the Largo, around the heels of the Coddle, and Satanic's just going to be chunking them, I think.
Yeah, they go for Ember Spirit at the very end. That is the Keeper of the Light combination. Honestly, it's not the easiest Ember game. You're playing into Enchantress, who's going to dispel your Flame Guard early on early rotations. You've got the instant stun and the DK, and you've got, of course, the Coil and the Overgrowth that you have to play against. Definitely not an easy Ember game, but no one is a specialist. This is one of their specialty Keeper of the Light combinations. It's going to be tough for him, but I believe he can pull it off.
So it looks like on the side of Mouse, we're really looking at mid one. We are actually also coincidentally looking at this to have a great game, because it seems like this is a good Puck game.
Yeah, it's definitely a good Puck game. My concern every time I see Puck is not 40 minutes plus. I think he has basically a free game with no instant disables other than probably a Hex on the techies from 9 class, from Ducalis. But for me, it's the concern here is the mid-game damage. Whenever you have Puck and DK, Treant, Darkseer, maybe Ponto even considers like maxing Impetus first, or maybe a bit earlier than you normally would. I'm just curious how they're going to solve this problem. Maybe they manage to stagnate the game and draw it out so they just don't have to worry about it. That might be an option.
One thing that no one said that they were extra good in is closing out games. Is this a game where they're looking to get an early lead and just end it? Like, how fast do they want to play in this one?
For P-Vision, I mean, ideally they can stabilize the early mid game because it's actually Mouse who have the very strong lanes, they have the very strong tempo, and they've got the movements of the Enchantress. P-Vision do have the weaker early game draft, so if they can just come out of lanes without a disadvantage, that late game can be theirs.
There's going to be a period in the game between maybe like 17 and 25 minutes that Mouse has no damage, and P-Vision has like 1 or 2 items on all their cores, and they can just walk at them, and we saw this something similar from them about 2 days ago. And so that's the window I'm looking at where I think P-Vision's going to play it very passively and then come on really strong all at once.
This is a game between one side a team that hasn't dropped a single game. On the other side, it's Mouse with a 4-2 record. Definitely nothing to slouch at. Let's see if they can be the first to take a game of a P-Vision as we head over to Sunsfan and Kazu.
Thank you so very much, Shiver. Very kind of you to throw to the caster.
Yep.
Sunsfan here.
Start the game, Shannon.
That's right. We have Mouse versus P-Vision, and P-Vision undefeated. Mouse not so much, but they've looked pretty good. They're 4-2.
Yep.
I think the game that we cast, they didn't look good, and that was the only loss apparently.
I guess that was against Spirit, right? So obviously Spirit are quite good, and I think that's the one that they did end up losing. But they've looked good, and I think there's maybe a little less pressure, like overall, on their shoulders. And I do like what they've cooked up for themselves, at least in like this early to mid game. I think they can play very aggressive. Let's see what we got here on the rune. Shouldn't be anything too crazy. Smid one, of course, does try to steal a bounty rune.
hero I want to talk about is Dragon Knight. Crystallis, he's picked it before.
Many times,
Not
yes.
at this tournament. Usually it's when his Razor is out or his Monkey King is out.
Yeah, his Monkey was out.
It was. But we haven't been seeing DK that much in this patch. What do you think it offers them in this game? Because before the facets, obviously during the facet period, it was a very different hero than it is now.
No, the hero was so strong. He definitely got a very big nerf hammer, and you also, like, you heard Brian talk about it on the panel, like, you don't have the bonus damage anymore, and even more so, like, I think the hero still has its place, and I think it's overall slightly underpicked, but I would say it's a better mid than carry. But what it does for them here, you have built-in armor, which is quite nice for you later on against the Drow. Like, you're not an agi hero, but you have built-in armor from your innate, which is quite nice. And you can play fast, right? You're playing with the Dark Sphere, you have a tree and armor as well, and I think it works very well with also, like, the range support. So I'm really looking at Mouse's early game. You have a Dark Sphere, tree, and dual lane. Very, very strong. Yeah, and you have an Enchantress who can go through the gate and, like, do some stuff here in the early game to offset what P-Vision have going.
And on the other side, we have Drow. We're seeing it every game. And we're also seeing the Ember every game. It feels like these heroes are getting through semi-consistently. The Largo is also a very consistent pick thus far. Are you expecting things to change as the tournament goes on? Or are we kind of stuck in this? I feel like by the end of most tournaments, we're seeing crazier things. Because you have to pull out crazy things.
No, like the thing is, so Largo plus Ember, we've seen it. Largo plus Storm, we've seen it. And we've seen Caudle plus Storm, Caudle plus Ember. The problem is, giving these three heroes together, I think that's going to be something that you cannot let happen later on in the tournament. Because I think already, as you can see, there's a lot of pressure that comes out from this lane with the Caudle and the Largo. They're very good with one another, and they both want these type of mid heroes, the Embers, the Storms, which are, you know, it's exactly what they have. So they're going to be very happy. I think also no one in the mid lane is going to be very happy, which is why I've got a lot of eyes here on this Mouse early game.
Yeah, Boom playing the Dark Seer this time around, and I've seen him pick that up a few times before. Not too shabby. You got the AoE of the Treant Protector, the Coil as well. They definitely have, I wouldn't call it a wombo combo, but definitely good synergy overall with their lineup.
Yeah, they do have decent teamfight, and also later, like DK, you know, you have an AoE stun nowadays. It's not like the biggest, but with a vacuum, you can still definitely pull it off. I'm a little concerned for their offlane dual lane, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's a double melee against double range, and Techies is very, very good in this lane. You can obviously outrange both of them. You can dispel the Shell, you can dispel the Surge as well. So definitely want to see if Panto can maybe, you know, be the difference maker down here later on, because if we look at the CS right now, it is not pretty.
Oh, wow, you're right. So Drow at the top of the net worth for the P-Vision side.
Yeah.
And, I mean, mid lane, how is this supposed to go exactly?
Kind of how it is going right now. Maybe the, you know, Living Armor can make a little bit of a difference, but generally, Ember does just free farm. You can't really do all that much with the puck. You will farm yourself, but you don't really pressure. And even if you get the Coil, it's going to be against a max Flame Guard. But, so, it's, I think for me, it's more about how mid one can go around the side lanes later, because the mid lane, you do end up slightly losing.
And like you're referring to, Boom, only with the 5 CS. We're going to see the Searing Chains on the mid one. We'll be able to get out just barely. I mean, how good is the comeback potential for Darkseer? Because this is a rough start.
You're going to need stacks or people to play through you. And this is where, at least like going back to the draft, I did like the Eng pick. Quite a lot coming out for Mouse.
I'm looking at, they don't really have any good Ion Shell carriers this game.
But, I mean, DK is good. Oh.
Searing Chains with the Slight, no one.
He'll be okay.
On top of mid one, again, barely gets out. The Living Armor really going to be the difference here for mid one so far.
It's already been doing a lot, because you can definitely see all this pressure coming out from no one here in this matchup. But yeah, when it comes to Ion Shells, I mean, Treant can be fine if you can play aggressive in the lane, as noticed, taking a little bit of pressure. But, you know, being Largo, especially with Caudle, he just constantly refreshes the lick. You get a last hit, you have high HP regen, boom.
Yeah, only a matter of time here, and that's going to be first blood.
Not quite, I guess maybe some creep kill or something. But yeah, still a very nice kill overall. Yeah. Little melee creep Johnny man.
We'll have to refer to the melee creep a little later.
Yeah.
First blood. Notice. Blood grenade. We'll lick it off. Tempting to run out. And ooh, Impetus not quite enough. Very close.
No mana.
Yeah. The Stormcrafter not going to catch up.
So Notice will survive. He's been one of the better Largos, I have to say, in recent memory.
Now, Noticed overall, I think he's just been looking very, very good, especially in this team. And the pressure is good from Mouse because it should, you know, give some space potentially for Panto to make some moves around. I mean, he's no stranger to Enchantress. You know, he is level 30. He also played in the Team Spirit base camp. And if there's one team that's very good at using that hero, it is Team Spirit.
Yep, true. All right, Boom. Gonna have to make something happen here to get back into this game.
Yeah, you kind of have to do this. Like, just try to split up the lane a little bit. Like, Techies is annoying when this happens, but he can't really stop you from doing this. So I do think that this is the correct play. Mid one, of course.
Mid one. Let's see. He's 23-4 versus the 29-8 right now from No One. As a 6-minute power rune is about to come. Yamich making his way over with the slow now. No One repositioning a bit. Looking for the Searing Chain to get the blast off. It's not going to miss, or it's not going to hit rather, because the phase shift comes out. But the Invis ends up getting bottled by No One. That's exactly what he came for. He's going to go on top of Panto. Despite having low HP, the Sleight of Fist into the Searing Chains is enough. It'll be a trade of sorts with Ducalis biting the dust.
Okay, did get the turn kill, but of course, most importantly, No One got himself the active rune. And this does also mean that like some of the first rotations here you're doing with Mouse aren't really going your way. It is a trade, which obviously isn't awful, but I think it would be nice if they can connect their heroes together. I mean, their best point of attack would be the Drow lane, so we'll have to see how much P-Vision play around that. Of course, already have an Observer Ward on the gate, as they are anticipating some sort of pressure here.
All right, which team wants to be more aggressive early?
Definitely Mouse. It is up to them, I would say, to like stabilize a little bit of the levels on Boom, but then kind of get going. You have Treant and Ench as supports. You want to kind of make stuff happen.
7-minute wisdom play here from P-Vision. Ducalis inside the ring. No One joins the party as well. Multi-shot doing quite a bit to Panto at the moment. He's going to get taken out if he's not careful. Remnants should finish the job. Actually gets the hell out completely, apparently. Now the coil coming in as Mid One makes his rotation, and this is not good news for P-Vision. They get the Enchantress, but they lose 2, including the position 1 Drow.
Now that was
Boom
really
might be back in the game.
Yeah, I'm so thankful because we've seen way too many games where we see both Wisdom Shrines just going to one team. You know, Mid One, he's available, he can TP down bottom, and like you said, they're kind of handing Boom a huge comeback in this game. He had like 0 CS. Now with his double kill, getting a lot of, you know, XP as well. Nice recovery.
How worth it is it to, like, if you get the 2 Wisdom Shrines, originally when it came out, it was a huge deal. Where would you put on a scale of 1 to 10?
It is a massive deal still.
It's still massive.
I would still put it at like a 7 or an 8.
Okay, so it was a 10 before.
It was, I mean, how do we define, like a 10 is like just game's over, because then it wasn't a 10. But
it's the strongest it's ever been is 10, so.
Okay, that was definitely a 10. I think now it's still at like a 7 or 8, and it does impact the game a lot. Like, I think it's still maybe a little bit too much. As Mid One, forcing 9-class to take the haste rune, so that's a small
All right, so just keeping track. You want to delete the Wisdom Shrine, you want to delete Greedy Enchantment.
I like the Wisdom Shrine, but maybe there's got to be some other things. I will get back to you later, but the Greedy Enchantment, yeah, I'm on board.
Okay. Yeah, keep us surprised on the Greedy in this game.
Yeah, I will.
Blast off does hit. They don't have the vision initially. Yamich just trying to walk it off. Gets the Wild Wing Ripper to help out. And Satanic, despite the death, still top net worth in the game. Close to Crystallis, though.
Yeah, honestly, I think Crystallis is doing very, very well in his DK. Of course, there isn't too much pressure currently on him.
What's the actual way to pronounce his name? Is it?
I like Crystallis.
See the slow with the wall coming out on Satanic. Under the tier 1 tower, Yamich trying to commit. Ducalis is the only one in the area. Crystallis making his way over as well with the Breathe Fire. So second death for Satanic, and now Crystallis in dragon form. They might be able to get this tower straight up.
Oh, they're absolutely going to get it. Like, unless you counterplay this play initially, like, you don't really have any defense now. So I do like what Mouse are doing here. So how do you pronounce the mini crit? Crystallis.
Crystallis.
So I feel like he should just be Crystallis.
Why?
So you can differentiate the two. And they're also spelled
So what
different.
about Satanic?
Wait.
Should be Satanic?
No, because they're spelled the same way, but Crystallis and Crystallis
Yeah,
are not
how do you know
spelled
he
the
just
same
didn't
way.
misspell it?
Because he's not stupid.
I mean, have you met pro players?
Yes, I am. I've been one.
Point taken. Thank you.
Okay, shut up.
Back to the game we go. Just casually insulting Coquette.
No wonder Synderen didn't show up for this one. This is my last one. I'm done.
Sounds good. 10-minute power rune. It's going to be bottom. Illusions for mid one. Panto dead. Wrong place, wrong time. It happens.
It does. Gotta, you know, give your body. It did mean that mid one got the illusion rune, which is quite nice, of course, because now no silence, no chains. You can dispel some stuff. Now let's see also, because 10-minute siege creep, we've been seeing people use this a lot more than I would say in the past, especially for the mid-tier 1. So I want to see where Panto also goes after his respawn.
And what kind of itemization can we expect out of the DK? Because from the games that I've seen, which have been limited since DK is not that picked, it feels underwhelming in the damage department for whatever reason.
Well, the best builds that you've seen on DK is Mask of Madness, Armlet, Blink, and then you can go like BKB, Pike, Daedalus. Like this hero later on, you do need to play around crit, because I think if you don't, then absolutely what you said kind of comes to fruition. He just has damage problems, so you definitely have to itemize for it. But I like the Mask of Madness, Armlet, get your kind of scale going, and then go for the Blink to be activated in the game.
Smoke from P-Vision. No one working on the Spirit Vessel.
Dire are scanning.
No one is the only one that can make the plays in this game, so it could be a little stale. Well, let's see if Boom has a good read.
Yeah, he's going to get the Surge off. Searing Chain's not going to be used. Blast off does hit, though, so Boom will take the tumble. Crystal is coming in that dragon form. He's taking a beating, though. Earn charge applied. No one brushing off the damage. Is he going to continue here? He gets stunned, gets the Remnant off with another Searing Chains with the Solar Bind as well. Chrysalis will live.
Okay, still a very nice move from P, and you can see the power of the taser. Like you cannot surge away from this techies, and not just that, you're also giving movement speed to no one, so his Remnant is faster to actually catch up. I was wondering if they would maybe even dive onto Crystallis there, but even so, just, you know, forcing him to TP. Definitely not what Mouse want here.
I'll take that.
Boom now with 2 deaths as 9 class on this Keeper of the Light. You talked about the combos. Can you pick this hero without having that, or is it just the icing on the cake?
You like Caudle does kind of define your draft in a way, so you need to always have a combo with him. Like you can reduce them. I think if you're Mouse and you potentially see this hero come out, or you can like pre-pick and like pick against it, because you know it's gonna be a Caudle Ember or Caudle Storm and whatnot. So you either need to be aware in the same phase if they pick them that's what's coming out, and you like preemptively have heroes against it. Because yeah, Caudle is so strong. He just keeps the heroes that go in, he just makes them twice as good.
Mid one still working on his Witchblade at the moment. Noticed, I assume, is going to be... Oh, it's actually a casual Kaya not finishing Meteor Hammer first, so opting for the Lotus, which we've seen be very popular against the likes of Treant Protector.
No, definitely, I do like that one. Also, like, good against the Silence. You can help out everyone else later. Also, his skill build, you know, is kind of being... this is the correct build. You can maybe call it a bit more greedy. You go only 2 levels in the lake, you get your Croak leveled up earlier. It helps you farm, it helps you get faster levels, faster talents, which is what you want. Because the only, you know, you just want to go some levels in the lake and the Frog Stomp early, get through the lane, and then you want to kind of skip all the other garbage and just get strong yourself and then amp up your mid laner.
There's a Spirit Vessel for no one. Feels like both teams kind of content to just...
mid one?
Okay, I was going to say farm, but they're going to farm heroes instead. No one. Despite getting coiled, will take out mid one. That is a huge solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, he had to amplify damage, and I think maybe mid one just not fully respecting the damage that can come out of this. And here's the move we talked about earlier. You know, we get some collapse onto the mid tier 1 around. Because, yeah, mid one's already just so low to start of the move. That was, I mean, that's absolutely just a misplay.
Yeah. And he's gonna, no one's gonna connect with the smoke. Head towards top. Panto looks to be the one getting killed off. Spirit Vessel already getting some nice value for the P-Vision side.
And they're owning on some of the heroes before they're even just like combining their power. Because even if you look at DK, like, yeah, you've got the built-in armor against the Drow Ranger, but you're playing against 2 heroes that give spell amplification. You're going to play into Solar Bind, you're going to play against the Croak, a Spirit Vessel, as well on the Ember. And even on top of that, you're playing against Techie's Mind, so even more reduction and spell amp.
Just a 2K lead, though, for P-Vision. Nothing too crazy.
It definitely isn't too crazy yet, and I guess if you're also...
I mean, how worried are you that DK is bottom 2 net worth of cores?
Because the difference isn't that big, I'm not super worried yet. I think also because he hasn't really entered the game. Like, once you get the armlet and maybe some more levels on your Darkseer, they can look for some moves. But honestly, Crystallis will be... Like, I'm waiting for his entry when he gets the Blink Dagger. So a couple more minutes. So he's got a bit of a grace period here for me. They are pinging out no one, but he's not an easy kill. You would definitely have to dispel the Flame Guard, but even then, he's going to be backed up by Largo heals, a Dispel, and Illuminate heals.
Yeah, mid 1, bottom net worth in the game right now. Gets the shield rune, so we'll survive this. Effectively just gets it canceled completely.
It's honestly a good win on its own. Like, when you don't have your mid-tier 1, you're generally gonna lose out on the rune control.
Yeah, that's true.
So taking that away from no one is very, very nice.
Yeah, well, there's the armlet for Crystallis. And we'll be going for the Blink BKB after the fact. As Boom's gonna get blast offed. Satanic with the Gust into the multi-shot, mid 1 in the area, and they just don't have enough damage. I'm gonna turn this around onto the Techies instead, but no one joining. Gets the Searing Chains, nice vac wall onto 2. Illuminate comes in, absolutely deletes Boom. But you can see the Drow taking a beating now from the Illusion. So we'll get the kill from the grave as P-Vision have lost 3 heroes here. As no one looking to at least get a second kill for the P-Vision side. As he's getting healed up by Notice. Mid 1, not going to be able to finish the job here. But still, pretty damn good fight from Mouse.
No, that was huge for them. Like, even so, like, Panto and Crystallis weren't really in this play. So just getting, like, all these kills and just showing off the power of Boom. You know, he had a very horrendous early laning stage, but he's got a pretty good timing on the back. Mid 1 also connecting nicely to this play. And taking down Satanic. Even with this staff, he's top network, so it just goes to show you that they can do it at the moment.
A little pressure to this tier 1 tower as we look at the replay of Ducalis. Very nice.
He is playing tech. He's got to be hyper-focused. Just overplayed perhaps a little bit like towards the start there. But yeah, nice vac wall into the overgrowth there. There was some very nice patience by Yamage.
The Coddle illusion that gets the kill, actually. Did have several illusions hitting, though.
Well, you definitely cannot underestimate. Like, you know, the Darkseer illusion and just other heroes getting their spells and some right clicks off. Not really that tanky on your heroes, at least not yet.
I mean, based on the pacing of the game, obviously there's a 3K lead for P-Vision, but are Mouse relatively happy with this exchange? Because I feel like Ducalis, or
he's really
on my mind, but Crystallis has not really gotten involved yet.
He has not, but honestly, so they are down 3K gold. Well, now it's 2K, but I think it's still fine because their bigger timings that, you know, allow them to play the game properly, they're coming out next. You know, it's like the Blink and the Shard on the Puck. It's the Blink on Crystallis. It's now Greaves are completed on Boom as well, and honestly, this is where their draft can start to play the map more properly. So we'll have to wait like another 1 or 2 minutes, and I think they'll be very happy to look for some skirmishes.
Satanic's just going to get a freebie in top. Fortification delays it a bit. Has the Dragonlance Manta style, and looks like Silver Edge is next on the list, so good break against the DK.
Very good. against
Darkseer with the movement interaction.
Yeah, you
I don't know what to call that. It's just a slow.
It's what do you call it? Like uncounterable slow. Yeah, you just cap their move speed at 200 and call it a day. So super good against the Surge. Very good against the Ench, not that you really need it. So it's very good against the DK and just for your own movement. Let's see, Mouse want to force a Roche here, which honestly they do quite quickly with their draft.
Yeah, I think they're going to get it. Mid one top gets the Arcane as well.
Yeah, and they got the perfect creep from Panto as well.
Now who takes this?
I mean, it should be your DK. It's DK or Puck. I think you give it to either of them. If you feel like you want to get Crystallis involved quite aggressively, could have been him, mid one.
Yeah, he's going to use the coil onto Ducalis. As the rest of Mouse kind of wrap around, looking for initiation. There's a big back wall onto 4 heroes. No follow-up.
Right, fake hype.
Yep, sorry about that.
Hold on, though, it's not done yet.
Many illusions. Crystallis at half health, though. As that armlet popped, and yeah, we'll just go back to farming.
Well, if they get that play again, in one of the next team fights, Yamich will absolutely have a Blink Dagger available, and you could just have a vacuum into a big overgrowth, or even a DK stun. But still very nice of them. They do get themselves the Aegis, and I think it was good that they did kill Roche during this nighttime. Otherwise, now when it goes to the top area, very likely could have been belonging to P-Vision instead.
Yeah, they will get the Tormentor. So first 2 main objectives of the game go to Mouse.
Let's see if they get Sproink or not. There it is.
Do you think that's better than the Eyes?
I would have liked the one on Treant a bit more, because the game should be a bit more about what you see rather than... Because they don't have damage problems anymore at this point. I think you have all the timings available. P-Vision shouldn't really be looking to go for a fight. These 2 colors will be fine. It's got a Glimmer Cape, so a lot of tankability as well now on that draft.
I have to say, Old Man still has some good reflexes.
Oh, very old. Still dead, though.
Very nice. Mid 1 with the kill. Is Yamich. Spear Vestal applied. No one. He's going to get Overgrowth, but he has that shield rune.
And a Dispel.
Yeah, he is more than fine. As there is the Blink Dagger for Yamich, but obviously no ult to work with now.
Yeah, we've seen this so many times. Like, the Treant matchup into Largo is just honestly so sad to play. Like, in this mid-game's way too many ways of just dispelling him.
Do you remember the order? I mean, Tree was picked early, right? I assume.
The Tree was first picked, I think, maybe even in this draft. Usually Largo is like always a second stage hero, and Treant is a hero that you usually get like very early in the first stage or very early in the second stage.
Oh, another back wall. This one onto 2. No one. Trying to help out Notice. Healing up a decent amount. Uses the Lotus as well. Gets to the high ground. They're going to turn this around to Crystallis instead. The DK dead just like that. As Notice back to a respectable amount of HP. Panto now on the run, but not for long. So P-Vision get 2, despite this being against the Aegis.
It's just a scary touch, like going on the Largo next to his tier 2 tower. Because when you look at all the heroes that P-Vision have available, you had a fully charged Holy Locket on 9 class, you had a Glimmer Cape on Ducalis, and then you just get the Illuminate heal off. He Lotuses himself, and they just keep everyone alive. And once you're at the tier 2, I mean, you're committed.
The mid 1. Looking for a little pick off here onto the old Keeper of the Light. Well, no one may have something to say about that. The coil expended. You can see the damage on the Yamich is way too much. They do find 9 class, so it's a trade. Harassment looks to be next on the menu for mid 1.
It does seem like it is somewhat needed.
Still waiting for Crystallis, feels like.
Yeah, he was part of that last play, but like when you just overreach like that, some pressure onto no one, but you don't have coil available. Just trying to push him out of this area.
I suppose once the DK gets BKB, that's when they're going to start truly fighting. I mean, they're not really getting much out of this Aegis right now.
That's true. I mean, I still got my eyes on mid 1. He does have very good scaling throughout the game, but this is one of the moments where I would say, if you're Mouse, you want to get some stuff done. Maybe shut down the map a little bit more, perhaps the top tier 1 or a tier 2 if you can. Doesn't look like it's too easy though. Because I do feel like when it comes to overall team fighting right now, if you are to meet P-Vision in like a 4v4 or a 5-on-5, they do have the upper hand here on Mouse.
How fast of an Ags are we going to see on no one? I mean, we consider this to be, we talked about it yesterday, top Ags in the game, of course, unanimous decision between the 2 of us.
Very much so.
But it's rarely rushed.
You
can't,
because
the mana capacity just isn't realistic.
Like, it's not that good early on. You need other items to then actually just be a threat, or that you need more remnants to actually make use of it. Usually it's like your 3rd, maybe 4th item. So I think like you have your Vessel, BKB, Kaya, Sanj, and I think then you can consider it.
Satanic being hounded a bit here from Yamich. Gonna steal some XP.
And he is trailing him, but unless you bring other heroes, honestly, this doesn't really do anything. Like, knowing that Drow is here doesn't change the game really in any way. They get a block on the Ancients for now, though, at least.
Smoke coming out from Mouse now that the Aegis is gone on their side. They're ready to fight.
Let's see if they can turn this into something. Obviously, they know where he is, and they are scanning him out.
Yeah, this would be big. Satanic waiting for this spawning. He gets gone on. Waning Rift immediately dispelled with the Manta. Gets vacuumed back into the wall as the TP support coming. Impetus finishes the job, though. And that's what they came for. The question is, will they remain? No one wants to fight. Blast off right onto the Enchantress. 1-for-1 to start, but core for support. P-Vision definitely wanting more. They're going to lose their Coddle in the meantime on the backside. And actually the tree attempting to TP out, but the Searing Chains comes out in the end. So successful gank overall from Mouse.
Oh, it's very good. Like, again, another big move onto Satanic. You're killing out the top net worth hero of the game. And like, you've been waiting for Crystallis, and now I'm starting to join you because he is not in these moves, and they're killing the enemy carry like over and over again.
Yeah.
So we gotta be waiting for him to start delivering.
Yeah, he's still bottom net worth of the course, despite all that.
Yeah.
Maybe this hero just sucks.
I mean, it's definitely not great, but I do think his net worth should be a bit higher, no? With like how much space he's being given. He's also only died the once.
Yeah.
No one's still running a very much perfect game. 0 deaths to his name.
Okay, there's the BKB for Crystallis. Just has to wait for DK form 40 seconds away. It's because he didn't have a greedy enchantment.
Absolutely. That would have helped him. Yeah, trust me, this hero doesn't need that. You can always just farm with the level 2 splash, so I'm a little surprised he doesn't have much more, but, you know, either way, game is fairly even, and I think he's still very much equipped to have a good time here.
Octarine looks to be next for mid 1 as 9 class trying to defend this a bit along with no one. And the Searing Chains with Spirit Vestal onto mid 1. Another Searing Chains thanks to Coddle.
Okay,
Link up. Not going to be in time. Mid 1, hasted up. Has to use the coil to try to get away. Waning Rift as well. Luigi Orb can't get to the high ground, but does have the speed. Will get away safely.
God damn, he barely got out of that one.
Yeah, he was definitely not expecting so many members of P-Vision there.
Yeah, he got caught by the secondary chains off of the chakra, but P-Vision are going to make quick use of this one to just sweep across the entire map here with a smoke.
Yep, heading to mid-side here. As there's even a BKB for Boom. So surely Mouse going to get aggressive very shortly. So they have 2 BKBs that align pretty nicely.
Okay, Ducal is quite aggressive.
Panto. Mouse looking to continue to chase here. They're going to find the techies and instant kill onto Ducalis. A good start to the fight for Mouse.
Yeah, just punishing the overplay here for now. Let's see if they can hold the area.
Is so annoying with
Active
Searing
rune.
Chains. And Panto denies the damage rune. Very nice.
Crystallis is looking.
Take out the center. Crystallis joins the fight, gets the Dragon Tail onto Satanic, gets the Lotus Supply, but there's the Overgrowth into the Manta. Instant Dispel, but it's not enough. Satanic still killed off by Mouse. And now the chase is on. Boom with that BKB, creating a lot of space here. Mid 1. You see all the heals coming out from the Frog, so a lot of this damage being mitigated in the end. 9 class getting gone on now, but a nice Searing Chains again onto 2. No one just relentless with these Searing Chains.
The fact that they only lose 2 heroes there, I think they should count themselves lucky here on P-Vision. Because Mouse with a very nice punish. Ducal is heavily overplaying his hand in the river. And then they have very nice wards from earlier that Yamage got to place in the triangle where they did spot out Satanic. Now this also will give them the secondary Roche of the game. So honest, Mouse are doing good stuff right now.
Yeah.
Roche with the Belch.
I feel like we've seen Mouse in this scenario. I might have to hold this thought notice. Is he going to walk in and steal that Aegis, the old classic Frog
walk
style?
in with the Frog.
And he's going to put the Frog Stomp down.
Oh, I'm surprised they're
up for 10 seconds.
A little bit surprised they didn't just dare like a small go there on the Largo. They had a perfect ward up on the high ground, but they will respect it for now.
DK ult is back up, mid 1 with Coil and 5.
Satanic is also back up again. He has to walk his way over though.
Yeah, Roche defended for the time being. He does have the Shadow Blade. Looks like Mouse are gonna get some farm on the outskirts for the time being.
Well, it's in 15 seconds, it's going to move to the top area. It looks like P-Vision want to be one step ahead here. Maybe start setting up the more top half here.
And meanwhile, Mouse smoking up. Are they going to try to come from behind? See scans coming out.
Both dire scans, none of them hitting for now.
Techie's Minds will scout him. No one. Yet another Searing Chains. Very tense moment here. This Roche extremely important in this game state. Yeah, he does head to the north. Right on schedule. If only they had the mine set up as Chrysalis is going to jump right in.
Nice back.
Well, onto 3 heroes with the right clicks to survive, but the healing is coming out so nicely from the Frogman as Satanic on the high ground will be greeted by the rest of his team. No kills as of yet. Boom, extremely low. Gets out for now. The TP out from P-Vision. The fight just ends.
They did have to use double BKB though on both the Frog and Ember. But if they get Roche for this, they'll be very happy with this exchange. I mean, you could just see both 9 class and Notice with all the heals kind of just counterplaying everything.
Yeah. And they do end up getting it for free. So Satanic, Aegis in inventory. You get that banner as well.
Mid one also didn't have an opportunity to drop the coil there. Obviously, you know, with the BKB and the heals coming out, they could not keep the fight going.
I don't know. Even if they had this Aegis, I mean, obviously it would have helped Mouse a lot, but I feel like we've seen so many games from them where they should be up more, but they're not. They're up like 2-3K, which actually wasn't even the case this game. And then they'll have like one bad fight, and then the game just ends. I feel like I've seen this 1,000 times with Mouse.
It is true, but this time around, I would say that they're slightly better equipped, at least with most of their cores, to like keep the game in kind of this state. They're still very strong. Like even against the Aegis, I think Drow is. Oh, but she's a good Aegis carrier. Let's hold that.
And we'll get back there. Coil's gonna slow them down a bit. Mid one, taking a lot of damage now from the multi-shot. Gets surged away. As another multi-shot comes out, and the damage now onto Boom is a lot. Boom, he has to pop the BKB. Getting to the high ground's not even going to be enough. Just gets right-clicked into Oblivion.
I mean, maybe you were right. Now suddenly game is quite even, and I think Wildest Darkseer is dead. Okay, so you lose your Darkseer up top. Now Dragon Form is used, BKB is used. This is going to be another 90 seconds of just full map play for P-Vision here. Because Mouse are still strong. But we have seen them in some of the other games where they have some 1x1x1 bleeding. It's now a 5k lead post Tormentor.
What do you think of this Techie shard?
The mad? I don't know. I think it's...
You know what makes me mad?
Techies?
They don't explain what that stands for.
I feel like that's... I think it's also a Kendrick Lamar song. Doesn't he have it like exactly spelled the same way? You probably wouldn't know that.
I would not know that.
Yeah.
I'm not cultured like you.
Yeah. Don't know Kung Fu Panda, don't know Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah.
This is where you wish you had Syndrome back.
Not my favorite genres.
Okay.
Of their medium.
Animation movies slap. So this is an L from you.
Yeah.
Yep. Back to you. You're the caster.
Tier 1 tower taken out. We can all see that on the screen. Thank you so much. How much can they get out of this Aegis? Feels like with Drow, kind of the difference. If you don't have the DK pushing, you're not going to take many objectives.
Yeah, like,
whereas Drow, if she shows up, they will.
They have like some soft push more around the map, right? Like Treant is quite annoying. You have the Eng creep all the time that can do something. But when it comes to fully taking down objectives, it will mostly come from people actually just like dying or winning a team fight. Because yeah, now P-Vision.
Back-to-back towers.
Yeah, bottom tier 1, bottom tier 2. Now you can take the outpost and they can look to sweep the map. 2 minutes left on this Aegis.
Mid one. Does he not spot this? He doesn't. He's behind the tree. A nice gust into the right clicks. Is it enough damage? It's going to be close. He gets healed at the last moment with the Waning Rift, and the Illusory Orb is fine. Close call for mid one.
Very close. I mean, I was about to call him out for trolling because he saw the Drow TP in, right?
I think the tree blocked it.
Okay. I hope so.
Single tree is now initiation onto Chrysalis, but the instant Dragon Tail is Mouse on the retreat. Lick onto Boom. Searing Chains, though, comes out. He gets stunned up by the creeps as well, and the BKB is not even enough. And despite having an Aghanim Scepter, Panso gets double killed by Satanic, and now the Nightfall away for DK. We've seen a lot of that this game.
they need to find a way to regroup themselves, because at this point it's kind of just P-Vision going wherever they want. They find one kill, it turns into more. Because like we've had it in many other games, game is even and suddenly now it's 2 minutes later, it's a 10k lead with full map control.
Yeah, this is a tough one now. Still a minute on the Aegis, so we'll see how much they can push in this tier 3.
I mean, at this
Good
point,
layering of stuns and of course the creep helping out.
The congregation, it's difficult. At this point, Ember is very, very strong. He's level 20, you have maxed out Croak, you have level 15 talent as well. Yeah, Boom not too happy about this one, I kind of get it.
Yeah, they have the banner, so this push is going to continue. Living Armor can only do so much. Boom is back up in 15 seconds. We'll see how defensive, or how aggressive, rather, P-Vision want to be. They're going to get the range racks for free. On top of that, Glacier will continue to try to go for the melee. But now with a full 5 on Mouse, surely you defend this.
I mean, it definitely should try, but this banner is still up, and this is going to be a double siege creep wave as well. So even if you do force Satanic away, this is one free lane.
Yep, there it goes. So P-Vision, it was such a close call on that second Rosh as well. And it felt like, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but if Mouse just committed for the Rosh, with Drow dead for 10 seconds, it feels like you just need to.
And I do think that was a moment that they will be kind of regretting, as mid one, trying for a bit of a move here, but Ducalis was honestly very good itemization, even though like it looks small and simple on both their supports. Ghost Scepters and Glimmer so they don't die themselves. Also, you can pop the Glimmer on the others. And they're getting some huge items on both Ducalis and 9 class. They're about to finish up a double Hex. Like, mid one's been a pain in the ass for them in this game. But when they get one of them, or even both, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Noticed Aghanim Scepter, Sange, Kaya, and BKB with Lotus, actually. So he is extremely strong.
He's ultra big. You got the double lick talent as well on Notice. You have the alert Bobber.
Uh-oh. Mid one.
And he's cooked.
Just soloed. Too easy for Satanic.
Yeah, another strength of Drow Ranger. And I really do like Satanic's item build in this game. I would say it's perhaps close to perfect. There's some other players who would squeeze in an Aghanim's this game. Also wouldn't have been too bad, but...
Would you have liked some sort of a Dispel for mid one, as we're going to see the Ench get taken out here?
I think that this silence is just something you kind of have to game sense and like play around. Obviously, at this point, it is hard, right? You're playing from behind. Drow Ranger has the silver edge.
Yeah,
so.
no, I get it. I mean, they have living armor. I mean, it's been working before. This is the first time he got soloed. You have Surge.
The items you should be looking for now, I think you need to play either with a BKB or a Lincoln Sphere. Like the Lincolns against the Hexes that are coming out on both the supports, which will be a huge problem. And yeah, also, you know, to make things worse, Mr. Yamich is going to drop to no one. We're still yet to die in this game.
So does P-Vision want to continue this push? Going to force out potentially the fortification. Do they commit, though, after the fact without an Aegis?
Honestly, I think you can. You have Caudal heals to back you up all the time. They've got all the items ready and available. And if... Well, I guess no one doesn't have TP, so he has to walk over from the top side of the map. But 2 guys are dead, so who cares?
Yep, very true. They'll get the tower at the very least. And Boom looking for an opening. We've seen some really good vac walls from him, but again, the damage has been lacking. And not to beat a dead horse here, the DK, I mean, we mentioned it early. It feels like just, I don't know, this hero needs a buff. Every time I see it, could just be confirmation bias on my part.
I am expecting more from him. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, he's been set up for a decent game. His net worth is okay. But like his scoreline 1-1-2, he's got Daedalus completed. He has a lot of teamfight to back him up. I think if they find a way to fight nicely together with like a vacuum into a DK stun or a late overgrowth, maybe you can keep the coil until the BKBs are over. There is a fighting power for them. They're just not real. They're not finding a way to execute it together currently.
Smoke from Mouse towards the top side of the map. Not going to find any meaningful connection. Maybe they go through the gate, but you can see a counter smoke now from P-Vision. They're in the mid side of the map anyway. As Rosh will be up in 45 seconds. Whoever wins this fight will likely get that. And if it is P-Vision, you could probably say goodbye to at least a second set of racks.
I think so too. This is also where you're gonna have to start talking about buybacks, you know, as well, and like holding the correct areas. Because sure, you know, Rosh will spawn on the bottom side momentarily for like 10 seconds, but then he will make his way to the top area.
Well, No one wants to get a bit aggressive. Searing Chain's only onto one here. Gets rooted. As Panto using that Aghanim Scepter, but he's taking the brunt of the damage. He's going to get licked and killed. No buyback for him. Satanic. See, Crystal's on the high ground. He's already at half health, and Satanic is going to pop right through with the BKB. He just easily takes out the Dragon Knight. And Yamich is next on the list, so just like that, it's 3 dead for Mouse. And even if you buy back on the DK, no ult to work with for quite a while. As Mid1 going to try to delay as long as possible. But P-Vision, they could go for Roche if they want. Likely just to go for this bottom set of barracks without a tower to defend.
I mean, they just want to force. They know that even if Crystallis goes for a buyback, he doesn't have any Dragon form available. And he was already half HP or maybe even less before the fight started. I guess the Croak on no one who's just going fully ham in this entire game. And they had a really good ward to start out the entire fight where they saw Panto. And I think from that point onwards, it's just too hard to play. I feel a little bit here for Boom. I think he's been having a pretty good game, even with a difficult early laning stage, but they're just not finding any good team fight.
Yeah. Boom has the best hairdo in Dota, by the way, in case you're wondering.
I thought KJ would trump him for you.
No, KJ has the best face.
Okay, who's got the best body?
Fly.
Fly?
Yeah, of course.
He's got the most ripped body, that's for sure.
Yeah, of course. Oh, what else do you want in a body?
I mean, I thought like the whole from top to bottom, not just the pecs. Hey, you started this one.
Yeah, and I answered it. You don't need to beat a dead horse, as I've said. Okay? As we get into the game again, focus.
I'm laser focused.
Focus on this 24K lead for P-Vision.
Got my eyes on it.
And Roche, likely to be taken here relatively shortly from P-Vision. Mouse gonna have to try to contest, but they'd see this easier said than done.
Let's see. And no, they do have time.
Yeah, especially exiting the pit.
Oh,
there. So
insta-hex.
And yeah, the Hex instantly on the puck. As Mid1 surrounded, will be able to get to the high ground. He's going to get licked up as noticed. Look at him, just all alone in a 1 versus 5. You can't touch this frog. And Mid1, already at half health, will get licked up. Is he's going to die here? He loses
nearly.
The illusory orb. Does live, but this means Roche is all P-Visions.
Oh yeah, and we got a Moon Shard to boot on Satanic, because why not? Bro's so fat, he can buy whatever he wants.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be the free Roche. Now another banner and a Refresher Shard.
Yeah, and I would think that this seals the deal for P-Vision.
They need an absolutely huge vacuum wall in this next fight. Into like a DK stun and a delayed overgrowth into coil. And maybe also like buybacks on top. Like when you're down 25k gold like this, they have to come up with a plan right now. You have only one side of racks, you have no glyph available, there are no Q things you can do. You have to commit to a plan and make it happen.
The Refresher Shard is in the backpack of no one.
Yeah, he gave away the gem to free up the slot.
Such a crazy hero to have Refresher on. Especially when it's free. Crystallis has to pop the BKB along with the Dragon Form to get a nice Dragon Tail onto no one, but he's taking absolutely no damage. And you can see
it's cooked.
They're the ones doing the damage instead. Crystallis dead. Boom, next. That should do it, surely. As Mega Creep's about to come out. GG's already called as Mouse dropped game 1. P-Vision, again, undefeated. And they looked really, really good.
No, this team just looks good. Like, sure, you get some kills here or there on Satanic, but even so, like Notice and no one with a perfect game, 0 deaths to their own name. You have Nineclass and Ducalis, I think, with good itemization, just, you know, very chill, survivable early on, Glimmer, save each other, you get the hexes later. And Mouse have a good early game again, like the first 15 minutes, but not a single fight that kind of started on their terms after the 20-minute mark. You never had Crystallis like starting a fight. It was always no one jumping in with the Croak. It's just not what you want to see.
Yeah, how much do you look into, I mean, it could just be saying more for P-Vision than it is on Mouse's side, but Mouse having what we felt like was a lead, you keep saying that, they were down 2K, 3K,
yeah,
the whole early game, but you liked like where they were. They just weren't able to actually capitalize and make that anything meaningful.
Because like at that point, you're still strong. I think even whether you're up 2k gold or you have a 2k gold deficit, you could tell that P-Vision didn't really want to fight into them. Like guarding Greaves on the Darkseer, Mid1 was having a banger of an early game, and Crystallis was given all the space to farm. But I think he failed to deliver considering the space he was given. And I think then if you do this against P-Vision, who they know how to group up. They know how to gather. You have Largo Caudal.
It's funny.
It is a ball you need to fight into eventually.
First two highlights are Satanic dying when they went for the Wisdom Shrine, then he dies right after under the Tier 1 tower. And kind of from there, and again, he's going to die here. This is the
And
Satanic
then he dies later to the smoke also. Like, Mouse had pretty decent plays when it came to like shutting him down, but...
Yeah, I mean, Crystallis only died 3 times this game. Satanic 5.
Yeah,
but Satanic always had the network lead at every point of the game.
I think what happened is that like Satanic actually got to use his network for a lot of things. Whether he will set up or he did it himself, you can debate that. But I think the DK in this game, even though I think it was the full last pick, I don't think it really showed up. And maybe the hero isn't amazing, but he's got a place and he should have done more.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But there is a game 2 for a reason, Kazu, in case you were wondering.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry, Sheeper. Back to you,
Sheeper.
I apologize. Our
Thank you.
mistake.
Sounds fun. And Zinran, yes, I mean, you get paid for talk for a living, so they continue talking as long as we let them. Basically, we'll get back to them for game number 2. Of course, first game taken by P-Vision against Mouse, and you already heard our commentary team commenting on how the game went, because even though Mouse had a decent, it felt like a decent start, they never really quite got the lead, Ryan.
Yeah, I liked the DK pick for what it did for their own game plan, but my initial concern when I saw their entire lineup was I feel like Satanic's just going to be allowed to be Drow, which means you're going to stand your ground and just hit a bunch of people. Drow's not the Drow of old where you get next to her Agi gets deactivated and she's useless. You have Glacier, you get the 25% bonus damage. Yeah, you lose like the True Strike and the piercing of the armor, but you still do a lot of damage and you still have the bonus agility. And even though Satanic was dying in the early game and sometimes in the mid game as well, eventually he was allowed to just stand his ground and hit. And that's what makes Drow successful. So I guess going back, I hoped they had picked something like PL that would have made that not an optimal strategy. Mira.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this game for Mouse was a bit of a tough one. Like, their draft had to consistently be the playmakers. They had to be the ones setting the tempo and running at P-Vision. Whereas for P-Vision, for them to win this game, they just needed to stabilize the game as much as possible and not lose too much up until they were ready with all of their items to group up and just take objectives. Because at a certain point in this game, it's going to be really hard for Dire Draft to fight into Radiant Draft, right? There's so much sustain coming out of Caudal, so much sustain coming out of Largo, and P-Vision just looked really top class in how they were able to hold that game. Sure, Drow did die, and that's what slowed them down a lot, but all it took was that one mid-game Aegis into Largo finishing his items, into Ember finishing his items, and all of them going together. That made it look impossible for Mouse at some point.
Yeah, and this was a draft where we saw Drow coming out very early on, so we would have probably hoped that Mouse had a better plan to deal with it. And potentially also, yes, they were able to kill Satanic off a couple times, but potentially they might have also needed to kill Lotus, and no one, at least once.
Yeah, for sure. I guess when I see like the way Mouse approached this game, I really liked the Enchantress pick because we were talking about how good it was going to be for the side of P-Vision, so the deny pick made a lot of sense. But then suddenly you have like a Treant 4. I don't think I've seen Treant 4 this entire tournament. I had only seen it as a 5. It's there's a reason for this. Like they end up in this. Treant's meant to win your lane, and I think Satanic had like 45 CS and 15 denies at 6 minutes or something like this. And instead of winning the lane as Treant, you're kind of like, how do I make Darkseer not useless past the early game? And I guess I feel like they kind of just overcooked a little bit. I think it was cool in theory, and it's hard to know how it's going to play out until it does.
To be fair, they're against a very tough opponent, and I think they had some really good moves on Mouse. It's just timing-based drafts feel really horrible when you're playing against these meta heroes like the Drow that we're talking about. But I also just want to talk about Largo's itemization. I thought it was super cool that he went Kaya into Lotus Orb into Ags. A lot of the Largos we see have been shying away from that first item Ags and kind of playing for the state of the game instead of their overall items, and having that early Lotus made the world of a difference because they had to withstand the force of Mouse's heroes running at them, and that Lotus countered Puck's silence, it countered Treant's root, and it allowed them to make it to the point where they were eventually strong.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if we look at this game and we continue looking at this game, there's going to be a lot of focus on that Drow Ranger and how she was, or potentially even was not, addressed enough. And that's what we're going to do right now as well. As I believe, Effie, you want to show us exactly how the Drow fell short. Or rather, how Mouse fell short against the draft.
So Mouse did a really great job. We already saw in the highlight clips of her dying in the early game, but they had this fantastic smoke actually where they found Satanic and got the kill here. And this is what they needed to do. They needed to constantly run at P-Vision and make it so that Drow was not breathing. And this move here I thought was very effective. They ended up trading 2 for 2 and think to yourself, okay, great job on that, especially mid one on his puck. In this next clip, we're going to see the same thing. Whenever Chrysalis on his DK was able to get a jump on a hero, they were able to capitalize with damage. At this state of the game, P-Vision wasn't ready to fight. And we can see Satanic on the side here showing, and Mouse are just gonna chase after him. The cool thing that Mouse did here was they split into the fight in two. You had mid one and Chrysalis jumping on Satanic on the side, while the rest of his team were dragging the fight in the other direction. And this is why P-Vision took a while to come online. But as we're going to see in this clip, after they secured the Aegis for Satanic, this is what Drow does. She shows up, presses multi-shot, gets the double kill. She wasn't able to do that in the earlier fights because she was dead, but the second they got her ready, they got sick of it at some point, okay? They said, we're taking this Aegis, just let's go as 5, and the game was history.
Yeah, they had like quite the formation lineup on P-Vision, and as you're mentioning, like, once you break the formation, like even taking out just a support, then it all kind of falls apart. But there is just that moment where if you put Aegis on the guy that you're building the formation around, and then you could just put the guy in front, and now there is no obvious target. There was so much utility on the side of P-Vision, and I think, you know, we talk about not having stuns for Puck a lot of the time, but I think the easiest counter to Puck is to basically just ignore the damage and just say, we're going to group around each other. You can 5-man coil us, you can 5-man wall us, you can 5-man treant ulti us. It just doesn't matter because we have so much sustain.
Is this something that can be addressed in the draft next game? Like, is this something that is fixable? Ban Drow, I mean,
the thing is, I actually thought Mao's got a lot of what they wanted in this draft, and I think that this is a very solid draft for Mao. So I was like trying to describe to myself what I think of P-Vision's drafts, and I would equate them to like a specialty coffee, where I'm like, this tastes really good, but I don't understand why or like how this tastes good. Like, how did they make this? And when I watch P-Vision's draft, it's like, I would be equally perplexed if I'm Mouse. I liked what they brought to the table. I don't know if I would even worry about fixing something. I'd be fine to just run back, not the exact same draft, of course, but be confident in your ideas. I don't think you were far off here.
For sure, I liked Mouse's draft a lot, and they were just on a timer, and it's very easy to mess up on a timer. I think Kazu mentioned it in his post-game that after some point, it felt like they weren't getting the jumps anymore. They weren't taking the fights on their terms. Giving away that second Roshan to Drow Ranger is where they went wrong, but I wouldn't change anything within the draft, just approaching that mid-game and maybe being a little bit cleaner.
And we talked a lot also before the series started about the mid matchup, because we've got no one versus mid one, two mid players that are very familiar with each other all the way back in Dota history. And I wanted to know how we felt how that played out. We got Puck versus Ember there, Brian.
I mean, the mid lane, Ember is definitely favored in the lane, and that's been like a real rock, paper, scissors matchup. I see people seem to be willing to be playing both sides of it. I do think the Trant armor helped mid one get out of the laning stage like better than he otherwise would have, and Puck is one of the best point-click disables for Ember to kill him later. But they were lacking a lot of the follow-up damage, and I think that even though it was an ideal Puck game from the standpoint of them being light on disables, if they're getting coiled and not reliably dying, I think it just makes mid one's job difficult, and that means he ends up having to go for the Octarine Core into Parasma with no defensive items. And there were a few times where even if he didn't die, he got like silenced by Satanic on the map and takes 3/4 of his HP and damage, and then kind of has to like reset. And that just means you're not allowed to do Puck things. And so I think there's a reason why no one picked Ember in a game where they technically had the lockdown. But I think he was set up for success more so in the draft than mid one was there.
Yeah, we had maybe the DK not bringing enough damage to the table. Then we don't see DK that often. I believe this was our first Dragonite game that we've seen so far. Definitely on this stage over here. There's a lot of games going on at the same time, so who really knows? Because not keeping track of what's happening right now. Vici and Nemesis, they're playing right now. It's all so close together. I could see them right now. If I had binoculars, that would be perfect. But my point is, Dragonite, we don't see him very often. Effie, how do you feel he did? Obviously, he didn't win, but are we going to see him more?
Maybe. If we talk about the draft, probably if there was one thing to change, maybe an easier to execute kind of carry, but I did think his durability was important for that draft, and his ability to blink catch was important. I'm not really sure what you would replace with that. Maybe the Monkey King could have been a different hero to talk about, but you mentioned that Monkey King could just lose on lane, Brian.
Yeah, I guess I just want to be careful about. I agree that nothing seemed perfect there, but that's like a reason. Like every pick we can talk about for Crystallis, there's like some drawback that it would have, and I think the biggest mistake Mouse can make is to try to overcorrect this game. I really think they were close to, like, that was the most competitive game I've seen for P-Vision thus far, meaning they basically just handled everybody up until this point. And at the end of the day, like, this was another game where a lot of the broken heroes were left in the draft, and you took Treant, you gave them Drow, and then they tried to address the Drow with Darkseer, but then I think that kind of created a little bit of discontinuity in their own draft. So I think that they were putting themselves on a chessboard with Magnus Carlsen, basically, is what happened here.
You're really liking your analogies these days.
Sorry.
No, they're awesome.
They took Treant Protector, even though they could have picked Lone Druid and Drow Ranger and Shadow Fiend themselves. And Treant Protector is a hero that, with a couple of dispels, at least the armor is gone, still going to be an annoying hero on the lane. But you're saying that maybe if they changed that up, this would have been better.
I'm telling you, I think like they could have gone about this so many different ways, but I also think that once you get to like the 4th overall pick, you're already adjusting to what the enemy is doing. You don't know, are they going to take Lone Druid? Are they going to take Drow? Are they going to take the SF? Like, you don't know which one they're going to respond with because you left all of them in the pool. So I would be fine if they run it back again, honestly, with the Treant Protector.
Oh,
Treant, yes.
Yeah, just
DK.
DK, no. I would even say the Darkseer might have been a bit of a fumble, because if you feel like you need to then block pick Enchantress to enable the Darkseer and then move Treant to 4, that's where the overcooking might, you might be on borderline there.
We're going to find out. Game 2 is, of course, coming your way very soon. But first, we're going to check in with the man that was targeted in the game we just watched. I'm talking about Satanic, who before the match talked to Purge.
Hey, I'm here with Satanic from P-Vision. A little bit of a straightforward question. Do you think you're the best player in the world right now?
If we will see like yesterday games, I think Odro I didn't play like the best player, but in the world. But on Sven I think I did.
So on Sven, you think you're the best player in the world. Okay. Do you ever worry about becoming complacent? Some top players, they win TI and they get a little lazy. They stop practicing as much. Are you ever worried that that might be you?
I didn't win TI yet, so and my career didn't like it's only starting, so I wouldn't say so.
Okay. And you have been a top pro for about 2 years now. You said earlier that you don't really think about your career because it still feels new, but have there been any major changes since before you were a pro and since you started? I assume you're way busier, you have to practice a lot, you're traveling. Is there anything else that's changed?
I mean, I played, when I started my career, I played tier 3, so I didn't fly anywhere, so I had more chill time. But anyway, I played Dota a lot because I just like it. Now I'm just like flying more. That's the difference, I would say.
So you live on an airplane, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very not comfortable. One last question. In this version of P-Vision, are you guys stronger than P-Vision has ever been right now? So I feel like your strength level compared to other teams is really high.
I think by ideas, yes, that Poppy giving us, but by our player performance, I'm not sure that we could have beat like Prime P-Vision, you know? But we will see. Maybe we will beat them.
Okay, well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
We book Esports World Cup.
getting ready for game number 2 between P-Vision and Mouse here on the stage. And game 1 went the way of P-Vision, just like every game here at this EWC has gone the way of P-Vision whenever they were playing. They are still one of the undefeated teams here. Mouse was somewhat close, according to Brian. He said this is the closest anybody has gotten to at least pose a bit of a challenge to P-Vision, who seems to be breezing through everybody else. And the question is, what adjustments will be made in game 2? Because already the bans that we saw in game 1 were so different, targeted, that we had a lot more heroes left in the pool that we normally expect to see banned. We had Lone Druid completely ignored, Brian. Ignored.
I mean, the thing is, he was ignored, but was he really?
Ignored!
But he was like factored into
Ignored! I didn't see him.
I feel like you're ignoring me right now, Shiva.
Keep doing it, Steve. No,
Go ahead, Vera.
Brian's right. It was considered, but then when the treant was taken on one side and the drow on the other side, if you have the drow as your first pick, you're not picking another carry. Like, you've got it. And then if you're playing against drow, do you really want to pick Lone Druid? Because she's one of the better heroes you can pick against him.
I mean, the irony here, Mira, when you said that, I had a bit of PTSD when you said when you pick drow first pick carry, there's never going to be another carry in the game. Because my pub experience is the complete opposite of that. Because when somebody first picks carry, that means it's infinitely more likely that there's going to be 2 carries. But yeah, I do have to recalibrate to the nature of the pro draft for sure. I think once like they basically locked in their ideal carry pick there. Like they could have taken the Lone Druid over the drow, but then you're at the point where okay, we probably have to ban Enigma because that seems to be the lane counter to the Lone Druid, and then you are playing against the Drow, which is a pretty good matchup for Drow against the Lone Druid. So I think they basically said, because we're picking Drow, you don't want to pick Lone Druid, and we also get to free up our bans by doing so. I think it just made a lot of sense in hindsight. It's easy to say it made sense in hindsight once we see the whole thing play out.
Yeah, on the bright side, I think for Mouse, even though this is a very tough opponent, they still have Vici Gaming to go through tomorrow, and overall, in terms of record, they are 4-2. Well, I guess now 4-3. They're looking good to at least make it to the survival stage, and then anything's possible because that's just 1 or 2 best of 3s that you need to win to make it to the playoffs. So I think this is very good already for a team that, and they said this themselves, did not practice much before coming in here, and their drafting strategy is also more unique and less calculated than some other teams will be, as we do have our second pick, Drought Ranger, and our first pick, actually, there has been a change, Darkseer. Lone Druid is banned, and so is Dream Protector.
Do you guys feel like Puppy is being a little bit mean towards his former carry player in Chrysalis?
Are we sure that these teams are correct? I see a Monkey King Razor ban for Mouse.
I assumed the right side was P-Vision because of the Monkey King Razor ban.
And the IO ban is on the side of P-Vision, which would also...
Yeah, I'm officially convinced that this...
Yes,
there we go. That makes a lot more sense now.
Now, back to this psychological theory crafting, Brian. Do you think Coach Puppy is being mean to his former carry player in Chrysalis?
By targeting?
Target banning him in the first phase.
I mean, I've always teetered on, is this a sign of respect? Is this a sign of disrespect? In terms of, we don't think you can play anything else. Is this a sign of, we think you're the most important player on your draft, so you should be targeted? I never know with this. I do think that with Crystallis specifically, he is just a different player when you put him on his signatures.
Another one.
Yeah, and the Tiny too. I'm.
Okay, Puppy, relax. You're playing against 2 of your former players as well.
I think they're saying that, like, honestly, I think the DK in theory is great against Drought. You jump her, you have built-in armor that isn't negated by her ulti. So I think they're honestly respecting the fact that if you were to do that again with different ingredients, then that might work. So I'm down for it.
Stop being reasonable, Brian. We're trying to create a dramatic story here.
I mean, obviously, if you ban 2 of his heroes in the first round, you need to send a freaking message.
Exactly.
Mira, with the last ban.
Exactly. I do like the Darkseer run back. I know you mentioned that maybe it was a little bit too much, but I think it worked out in that mid game, especially when they were running at them nonstop. That timing was really good, and you pair it with a clock what I like about this Clock plus Darkseer over the Darkseer plus Treant is that they're not countered by the same thing. When you pick DS plus Treant, all of a sudden Largo is amazing, and then Largo also buys a Lotus Orb. He's like, haha, twofold. This time around, you're spreading your bases a little bit more while still being synergetic with each other.
Yeah, I think last draft I just didn't like the Darkseer because it felt forced within the opening that they had, which was the Treant. So I do like the synergy, like you said, a lot more. They go back for the Coddle on the side of P-Vision. No surprise there. I mean, if you just won, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing, but they've also been picking Keeper of the Light for 9 class a lot this event. I think Keeper of Light's one of those heroes that, yes, you're either a Keeper of Light team or not. Several players have said that, but I also think that it's not only they do go for the Ogre. I was advocating for this last game. That kind of vindicates me a little bit. I feel basically what I was thinking with the Ogre pick. Sorry, I just jumped ship from the Coddle discussion because I'm so fascinated by this Ogre. Is that sometimes I think Puppy's one of the few coaches that will pick a suboptimal hero to fix a problem. And I think Drow Clock is just super scary for Drow. Darkseer Clock, excuse me, is very scary for Drow. And last game, Satanic, he probably between games are like, come on, man, I didn't have to die that many times. Like, we could have maybe had a bit more prepared for that early game. And so Ogre does solve that better than any other hero that's left. Like, the Clock's gone, the Treant's gone. So now you're left with the budget Clock and Treant. Sorry, Ogre.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for the lane, but I just don't see this Dispel that they prioritized in the last game, because Enchantress was stolen in that game 1, and in this game she's just untouched. Like, maybe they're just not identifying, but maybe they're discussed amongst themselves, and they thought that Drow was enough of a solution to Darkseer within the lane that you don't need the Dispel.
Yeah, I think that Satanic, reminder, we talked about him having like a Rovaroo game. He had a perfect first 5 or 6 minutes. I think the problem is you need a hero that walks into the gate and just says, oh, there's 3 heroes here, I guess I'm dead. That's honestly, I think, the kind of 5 that you need, and Ogre's fantastic at that. So I'm more so concerned about the 6 to 10 minute mark for Satanic this game. And Bane, there's just so much scariness here because you have the Clock Darkseer lane that's going to constantly push it in and dive you. We saw the Bane Invoker from 1W yesterday. You know, we've traditionally seen the likes of Lion or Shadow Shaman to set up those Sunstrikes. Now Bane, being a meta hero, is even better at this with the Nightmare. It's 4 seconds level 1, so we should be seeing a lot of mid 1 Sunstrikes on the side lanes, maybe getting him off to a better start. I'm curious if this might be a Beastmaster mid.
It is.
You think so? Okay.
I mean, there's always the chance to flex it to offlane. You see them cover their bases and take out the puck anyway. But the reason why I'm confident that it's mid, or at least it would be odd if it weren't, is because that Beastmaster crushes Invoker on lane, right?
We saw it yesterday with Tyrone, yeah.
Later on, Invoker does have a great game against them and can set up and can counterplay. But in that laning stage, he out CS's him. He can take his tower very early and makes it so that Invoker is playing from the back foot.
I think they're actually in an interesting situation because I think it can be advocated that Beastmaster is incredible mid and it's also incredible offlane because any summons offlaner is great against Bane.
True.
You're one of the few heroes that can remove the Nightmare from yourself or from your teammate without putting yourself out of position. And the Nightmare Sunstrike setup, you're also meaning you're countering that, and you're also synergizing with being an offlaner that take the Ancients and gets Chakra Magicked. So I actually think both options are really good.
Yeah, great points to make there. I wonder where they're gonna end up throwing it. But I would like for, if this were a mid Beastmaster, for some kind of playmaker to come out from the offlane instead. And if it's an offlane Beastmaster, we'd need that playmaker from mid, just because there's gonna be a period in this game for P-Vision where that Drow Ranger is farming, that Ogre and Coddle early on, they're not gonna contribute that much to your team fighting.
Well, there's a total of 7 carries banned by P-Vision against Crystallis.
That is
but there's still options. I feel like there's we talk a lot about the Spectre. We talk about the Shadow Fiend.
I still really like Spectre. The only issue is if your Invoker is losing mid to a potential Beastmaster, let's say, Spectre can very easily get bullied or kicked out of her lane, and you're playing on the back foot from 2 core roles.
He's not here right now, Sheaves, but about a week ago, I played Faceless Void, just like a carry that can't really protect his tower. And I got 10th picked Beastmastered by Seb. And let me just tell you, if you don't counter this hero and slow his momentum down, you just lose the game. I can attest to this firsthand. Like Noticed is a world-class level Beastmaster player, and there's a reason why they banned Gyro Bristle specifically, is these are 2 carries that Flat Cannon hits the boar, Quills hits the boar. Like, if you don't pick something like a Medusa, I'm just like, I honestly think the Pango might be a preemptive, like, we think the Medusa is the only hero left in the pool that actually deals with Beastmaster. If you pick something else, we're fine. Like, I actually think that might be considered here.
Yeah, and I also think that they're keeping the flex open between Pango and Beastmaster, because you have 23, you're going to get 24, and these 2 heroes can switch lanes if they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And are they baiting the Bloodseeker here? Don't pick Blood. I know you see Pangolier, but don't pick Bloodseeker, dude.
This is indeed a trap.
Don't do it.
I would say.
It looks so juicy, Crystal. I know you see it, man.
Yeah.
I know you can't hear me, but I see you, man.
He played it yesterday. We saw it earlier today as well. Earlier today, it did do well, actually.
Don't do it.
There's that.
I do like this Pango Beast flex at the end, though, because it makes this last pick from Mouse not feel as clear as it should be. And now it's like, okay, if it's a mid Pango, do we take a ranged carry so that we can kill it late game with the Fiend's Grip? But if it's an offlane Pango, do we just take a melee hero to punish it? Do we pick something to synergize with Invoker? There's a lot of questions that they don't actually have answers to right now.
This is I think it's a mistake to have left Crystallis pick to last after seeing the first 5 bans being targeted at him. Because, yeah, there are some heroes left, Shiver, like you said, but...
But if you're going to overall last pick at position 5, that feels really bad as well, because one of the reasons why you are a second pick is to make sure you have that overall last option.
It's true. I mean, I think you could have maybe paused the Invoker, like maybe put Crystallis' hero with the Bane.
Is Clark pickable these days, Brian?
He's not. He is not pickable, sadly.
Alchemist.
That's solid. That's an answer to if the Beastmaster goes offlane, and it does here. It's a strong lane. You have a lot of stun synergy from this lane to set up for Invoker Sunstrikes, and you have a really good mid-game timing with this Darkseer.
I think this pick only works because you have Invoker. Like, they are a little bit light on damage on Bane Alchemist, but you have Acid Spray for the boars. It's not going to, like, kill them, but it effectively zones them from being able to harass you and deny the CS. I have a feeling we're going to know... This is the thing about playing against P-Vision is that Mao's got to like level 5 last game. They made it to like the minute 30, minute 40, where they then lost later. I feel like we've seen some teams where you lose at level 1, where you are literally losing when the heroes are like level 2 or 3. And if Beastmaster gets off to an early start here, like we're going to see Crystallis at his own tier 3 tower at minute 15. And that's just a recipe for disaster, because I think Boom's going to struggle in lane. I think Invoker's going to go maybe 40-60, like a little bit disadvantageous. And the only way he's going to come back on mid 1 is through getting Sunstrikes on Crystallis' lane. So all of my eyes are down there.
Yeah, I can see all of those issues that you present. I actually think that Maos have a lot of playmaking that they can make with their Clockwork in particular, and my eyes are on Yamit and what he can do.
He can definitely help. I think it's. Do you think it's going to be bottom lane? Do you think it's mid? Like, where do you think he's going?
I would hope he just goes between his lane and mid, because Invoker actually got an easier lane than if he were to play against Beastmaster, and if mid 1 can get a good start, he doesn't have to be the farming Invoker. He can be the active Invoker and to protect Crystallis' lane, and then I can see them having a solid game off of that. But all eyes for me on the support rotations.
Is Satanic going to be as heavily targeted this game around? Because it doesn't sound like it from the way you guys are talking about this draft.
No, I think with Alchemist, you have to play a lot more for your own game. I think the first problem to solve is getting Invoker and Alchemist off the ground. Like, I talked about Alchemist, Mira talked more about Invoker and playing around mid lane for damage. And I think if you accomplish that, you can start considering maybe a level 7 Alchemist going through the portal to mess with Satanic, but I think that's about as early as the rotation is going to be coming, because Keeper Light Beastmaster, I expect to put a lot of pressure on bottom lane.
Looks like it's another uphill battle for Mouse in this game number 2. First game, they had a shot. I'm not gonna say solid. They had a shot for sure. They took it. It did not work out. They were able to pressure Satanic a lot, but they did not manage to take even a single kill on no one or noticed. And potentially this time around, they're more catered towards getting a fight going and to maybe taking those cores down, as we see already some cool moves happening. We're going to also listen to some cool voices. With Sansvan and Kezu.
Oh, thanks so much, Shiva. I really like the sound of my own voice, too.
Same.
But Kezu's is better than mine, of course.
But that's how everyone thinks that someone else's voice is better than their own.
Wait, I can't stand my voice, actually.
Yeah, no one can stand their own voice.
That's not true. I can think of a few.
Okay, there's a couple of psychotic people out there that do like
yes,
it. Yeah,
there's
you're right.
sociopaths out there. As we get into game number 2, Mouse versus P-Vision. And yeah, Shiva brought it up, but noticed and no one deathless in that last game. Will be deathless in this series. Again, we have another 9-class Keeper of the Light that can give some mana reduction, or rather cooldown reduction, to the low cooldown spells of Pango, Beastmaster, etc. Even Ogre to some degree. Pretty cool that they really highly like this hero. Highly like this. That's a saying.
You did very good here. Nice casting.
Thank you.
I do like that they had the boar here this entire time. He is
He's
dead.
ignited. He's dead. Okay. Well, boom. Gets first blooded by Satanic. And not a great start for Mouse.
Literally, this entire first blood play would have been very different if Noticed hadn't given like his boar to this fight. He's offlane Beastmaster, but his boar was used on this rune fight. And this is an incredible problem. I think that already, I liked like Mouse's draft yesterday, or not yesterday, in the last game. It was totally fine. I think this one, they found an okay pick with Alchemist, probably the only okay pick left in the entire pool. But I think that they are playing on the back foot here.
Why?
So first of all, if I look at their lanes, I believe that they will lose this lane up here, which I think is already happening. Then mid lane is also favored against the Invoker. And honestly, I think bottom is very volatile as we're watching.
He dead
Boom.
again? This is disastrous. If so, Boom.
He's dead.
Attempting to run, nowhere to go. And my goodness, 2 deaths already? His TP is down for 35. He has to make the walk of shame.
Yeah,
this lane feels over.
Let's not look at that lane for a while because it won't be very pretty.
Wow.
But yeah, so mid lane it's Pango favored. It's not like crazy, but it is definitely in favor of the Pango. You have high physical damage. You can always kill the Forge when it does get spawned. So I am looking at Mouse's safe lane. I do think this is where the power of the Alchemist can come in. He is quite good against Beastmaster. The only problem is your support isn't amazing. Bane is a great hero, but not against Beastmaster. So I do want to see if Crystallis can find a way to have... Honestly, he needs to have more impact in this game than what he did in the last game that we watched.
Yep, indeed. And from the Invoker side, mid one of his classics. What do you think about this pick?
Honestly, I just like Invoker. I think Invoker is very good in this meta. He is getting punished every now and then, and I think he will in this game also. But of course, you know, Sunstrike is very good. Alacrity, I think the hero has crazy good scaling. And if there's one player I have incredible faith in to carry Mouse, it is absolutely going to be mid one.
A lot of good Sunstrike targets. You got the Nightmare setup, you have the Cogs, Vacuum into Cataclysm. We're not really seeing Ags on Invoker. Unfortunately.
It's like coming out later, and I feel like even then, like the Cataclysm itself isn't always the best.
Boom is back in lane, by the way.
That's good. I mean, he might just get a recovery like last game, right? I think that's something that Alchemist can do. Like the hero can go through the gate, but a lot of this has to do with your own laning stage. The biggest worry I have is that Drow Ranger is incredibly good. Again, the hero is good as it is. But she is good against Alchemist unless he temples on you or ganks you. You have over damage if you go Aghanim Scepter. His Chemical Rage is near worthless if you get a couple of clicks on him.
I wonder how much of the game plan was revolved around shutting Boom down even more this time, because I mean, I thought they did a really good job early on last game too, and then he just came back thanks to that double kill. So kind of a misstep from P-Vision.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if they could have shut him down much more in the early game.
Just don't go for that Wisdom Shrine, I guess.
True. Maybe don't give them the suicide play there.
No, they don't have techies anyway, so not to worry about that.
Oh, well played.
No one in this mid lane. 17-4 right now versus mid 1, 15-3. So kind of a wash.
Yeah, mid one holding his ground, which is very good. Also making sure to secure some last hits here with a good cold snap.
Why are we not seeing Ags? Talk to me more about this, because given 3 options,
yeah,
usually it's Cataclysm, occasionally it's Tornado. I don't even know what the third one does because we don't see it. Is it the ice wall?
It's the ice wall, which honestly, it's pretty good. I just think the thing is that first of all, the hero's quite slow. You need to like get to the stage first. I think, and in some of the games, I think we are still seeing it. Like I personally think that the tornado one is kind of the strongest. As didn't quite see what happened there, but he did get to deny a water rune. Does cost him the TP. I just think that the Axe is like a nice bonus for later and only good in like very specific games. Like I think even here, if you were to go for like some Cataclysm, as hold that for a moment, no one's being very aggro.
He'll crash right on him. There's the ice wall. No one. Swashbuckle does hit and does get the kill. So no one with another solo kill onto mid one. 2 games in a row, I do believe.
Yep.
There's Yamich. Okay, well he's quite the quick boy. Unfortunately, he doesn't have battery assault, so he's not going to be able to do too much. There's no one just going to stand inside the cogs, get a shield crash, barrier good to go.
It was a nice try with the Surge and the Shell, but it's good. He needed to TP mid because, remember, mid one died without a TP available. But this also means now that Boom is alone, so now he's going to get a beating. And if I'm looking at the bot lane, if you want to shut down Beastmaster, it's in like the first 3 minutes. And right now, Notice is top on the board as Yamich gets surged up.
And they inside the cogs as well. He's just going to die. All right, so that was the strategy, I guess.
Honestly, that was nicely played in the fact that they made sure to stay on top of each other. So that they both end up in the middle of the cogs. There's no like pushing away the Ogre. You can tank together, you can hit him in the face together. They're in trouble town here, Shannon. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, already down 2K. God, watching freaking Clockwork, man. Battery Assault needs to be bringing that spell back, please. It's such a cool spell early.
I agree with you. I do think there are some very specific games where you can look for it, but it just generally, it's a big commitment. Because Rocket and Cogs, honestly, there aren't really any situations where those spells aren't good.
Yeah.
Like, they're always value.
So what's the thought process behind the Ogre pick? Obviously, you have the buff for Bloodlust for Drow. As we're going to see a Sunstrike, it will hit fully, and that is enough. Boom. Gets the last hit on Satanic. A much-needed boost for him.
That was a good one, too, because Satanic still had a Fairy Fire and some Stick Charges available, but they did get to clutch in the kill. And I think to go back to the Ogre, it's I think it's a nice melee hero. First of all, when you play against like the Starks here, Clockwork, you want to fight into them. You don't want to play some double range. If one guy gets caught out, you kill them. And I'm not going to lie, Puppy loves Bloodlust. This guy is a Bloodlust fanatic. And Drow Ranger is really good. Like, it's an amazing Bloodlusted carry. And I think when you first pick your carry like this, you want to help them out. Make their life easy. You have Beastmaster who's going to take some pressure. Pango for the team fighting. Drop him a Bloodlust, and Satanic, he's going to go ham.
7-minute wisdom. Panto gonna try for it with the Nightmare play. Ducalis just in time to deny it. So we'll grab it himself, and now Panto in some problem issue thingy here. He's dead.
Highly likely dead.
Yes, I would say so. Ducalis gets that one. I mean, how does this hero scale, the Ogre?
I couldn't really tell you how he scales. So the thing is, you can still buy Midas on him. It's way worse than it used to be. Because back in the day, you got a lot of XP from it, right? So now it's only the gold. I think the way you scale is you buy like Shard and Solar Crest, and you're happy to just buff up your core. I think that's honestly about it.
Well, Notice is being given a nice, juicy Tier 1 tower now that he has Helm of the Dominator. And this is a 4K lead already for P-Vision.
Yeah, and you gotta beg the question, like in 2 games you have these last picks, and well, last game they held the lane a lot better, but here still, even with the last pick, you're losing your lane, or rather your Tier 1 tower at 8 minutes. Yamich is probably falling here.
We'll attempt the TP, Ducalis. No,
we'll make it out. I mean, let's see what they can do, because the problem is with an oppressive Beastmaster early game like this, he takes your safe lane Tier 1, he's gonna take over your jungle, and he's gonna say hello to your mid Tier 1 tower very, very shortly.
Yeah, Boom attempting to bring the lane to another area because he can't deal with the regular lane. And they're gonna get the cancellation on the TP, and yet another death for Boom. They lose Panto as well. Things are just falling apart at the seams for Mouse in this game too. I think we are the bad luck charm.
I think so.
They were 4-2 coming into this. Their only 2 losses were the games that we cast, and now
it's happening again.
It's looking
and
the
this
same.
one is currently looking like a bit of a speed run, if I may say so. at least from this point onward, it's honestly not that easy for Mouse to strike back. I think they need to try and hold like a more open map for themselves, like have Crystallis down bottom, try to get towards your Radiance, you know, mid one squeeze in your farm. He's been stacking some of his own camps here, but even one of those is going to be taken away from him.
Panto and Yamich looking for an opening. Obviously.
These two, you hate Beastmaster as Clock and you hate Beastmaster as Bane. Like, I don't think there's a worse support duo right now that when you walk in your own jungle, there's one Beastmaster and you can't walk into him.
Right.
He will kill both of you. You can't sleep him because he will take it off with one boar. You can't cog him because he will kill all the cogs and get 2,000 gold.
I think based on the fact that they just relocated now, maybe they realized.
Yeah, I think so.
Although mid one was in the area, but maybe not ready to fight quite yet. Still just a recipe away from the Meteor Hammer. And for Crystallis, Radiance Watch 2,300 into the eventual Sacred Relic. And boom, rough start, but does have the helm now.
Can definitely just try to whittle in a lot of like XP and gold into like Yamich's Clockwork with some shells, keep farming together, but they're playing on very like restricted space on the map. You're down 5k gold, 6k. It keeps swinging back and forth between those two, and I mean, I don't want to remind everybody, but they're the ones with the Alchemist.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about that one.
So this is more like a 8k gold lead at this point.
Yeah. Ooh. And to add insult to injury,
let's stop.
P-Vision about to have, in the next minute or so, 2 items coinciding, which is no one's Diffusal Blade, as Midwell might be in some trouble. Rolling Thunder to start things out is going to be slowed thanks to the Solar Bind, and, well, the Swashbuckle will follow with a Fire Blast, although he's actually staying alive. The TP is going to force P-Vision back, and 9 class can be pushed out by the cogs, and no kills will result from this. A little bit of wasted time from P-Vision.
Well, definitely good that Mid1 does get to live here, because it looked like maybe P-Vision could have like committed a little bit more with the role, but you know, just forcing their heroes here, as they just get to hold like a full map. You know, you have noticed on his own down bottom, and you're just running the 3-man kill squad together here. So I like how P-Vision are currently using, you know, kind of their dots on the map.
Yeah, the fact that Notice is taking up all this space, forcing Crystallis to farm somewhere else. It means he's going to delay the Radiance and delay more farm. Definitely not what Mouse had planned when this game started, but
they need to get the 6 on Yamich as well. I think it's not good for him to linger around mid. I like that he's going up into the top lane now, because without a hook shot or like smoking a Panther to one of the sides, nothing's really changing when it comes to the state of the map, and this is not good. Obviously, when you're down 7k, it's not easy to make that many moves, but you have Clock, he can get the hook shot, you can get the double shell going. Because at this point, P-Vision, they will still split eventually. It's bound to happen.
Helm of the Overlord now online for Notice, so they get that with the Dragon Lance on Satanic as well. But they're not in really any hurry. We've seen teams get off to fast starts like this, and I'm just looking from Mouse's perspective. Alchemist needs a little bit more time. Obviously, the Radiance is the first step, but you're not just going to fight with Radiance with this much of a deficit.
No. They're going to keep farming. I think the only 2 ways is, one, if P-Vision overstep.
Oh, Swashbuckle with the Diffusal Blade. Even the ult coming out from Crystallis, not enough to stay alive.
Yeah, he's got the amp damage and Bloodlust. He'll kill you for days. That's a tier 2 gone. Looks like they will get to trade it for a tier 1 top.
And I'm not sure how much he lost, but he is 150 short of Sacred Relic. He might have had enough for the Relic at that point.
That definitely hurts. Yeah, did lose 130.
Indeed.
I mean, very textbook here for now from P-Vision. Mouse did get to clear up the top tier 1 tower. And it might sound weird, but you know, trading the tier 2 for the tier 1 isn't even that horrible for them. It at least gives them a little bit more access into the top area. You also see that at least for now, Satanic was forced out of this. Doesn't mind too much, but at least it means that Mouse have a bit of breathing space.
Oh, he's chilling. And okay, so I'm going to ask you now again.
Yeah.
Notice 0 deaths. No one 0 deaths. Game 1 and Game 2. Will that continue throughout this Game 2?
Ooh, I mean, I don't want to be a downer, but I do think it's possible. If P-Vision play clean, and if I look at their quick buy, notice he's currently queuing up a pipe. And I think you get the good old, I like to call it the 33 tactic. You know, kind of matching a pipe timing into a Radiance carry. which they absolutely can be looking for here. And if they play it nicely and clean, like if they want to, and if they make it happen, they absolutely could end the game with 0 deaths. As we are cursing them.
Maybe caster curse coming. They get the Sunstrike with the Fiend's Grip as well. Pango dead. No one. First death of the series. Mouse need a lot more of that. The roar coming out from Notice onto the Darkseer. Not wanting to go through the wall. Panto gets bursted down. Boom. On the other side of the wall, there are some arrows coming for you with Satanic's name on it. So they do find 2, but it's probably still worth it for Mouse, I would assume.
What do you want to have happen next?
What do I want?
Yeah, we just cursed the hell out of them. No one just took an instant death.
Well, Noticed hasn't died yet.
Okay, but no one did. I thought it was about both of them.
Oh, I see. I meant either one. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
what's the over-under on Noticed dying this game?
Okay, he will... I don't know, this seems lame. Now I'm just saying he won't die and they just auto-win. But I do think there's a high chance he will not feed.
Okay.
They will do everything to keep him alive. They're going to give him the Aegis. He's going to buy the pipe. It's easy.
Yeah, definitely getting the Aegis here. 11k lead for P-Vision. They can go at whatever pace they want now. I mean, how early do you want to Roche if you're on their side?
Honestly, anytime. Like, whenever you feel like you're playing around the area where Roche is, like for now, you can just take, you know, the easy towers, take the outposts, which they did already, clear out the last towers. Because right now what feels nice is you take this top side of the map, you eventually swing to bottom because you know that's where Mouse are.
Yep.
We'll claim a kill on Ducalis.
Takes a full meteor. It's going to be the cost of Yamich as Satanic was still on the outskirts. I always get tripped up when Ghost Walk is activated and he's just so slow.
Yeah, he's so giga slow.
Oh, Crystallis does get off the stun in time. The gut's a little bit too late. Satanic getting ice walled now, getting beat down as well. The Sunstrike, not quite enough, but they should have the damage to finish the job.
This is good.
Crystallis getting a much needed kill. No one, though, with the Rolling Thunder might be able to take out Crystallis in tow. Gets off the quick concoction, but no one looking to try to get the kill onto Crystallis, and it's way too easy. Panto follows suit. Noticed, still deathless.
Very important.
BT dubs.
BT dubs. But it is good for Mouse. Like, honestly, any trade, even if it's a 1-for-2 trade, I don't know if I really care. Like, perhaps at this point, like, Chrysalis is just going to be bottom net worth, even with an Alchemist.
That's holy shit.
Yeah, it's not great. But at this point, that is what the game kind of is. He needs to get this Radiance, and they need to give him some of the space on the map.
If you're this low on net worth, is there any plan to go Ags for your
don't
team?
think so. Like, because even then, like, their draft doesn't function if you...
I mean, normal punch pretty damn good this game.
It's not good enough. And like then
Cataclysm, it's a YOLO play, you know?
I think even so. Like, it's an all-in that I would hate it, actually.
You'd hate it?
I would hate it.
Well, I think I'm hating this current alchemist. Something needs to change.
Something definitely. Maybe you can play for like the Radiance Blink, BKB, AC. Obviously, that's far away, but I do think that is the highest chance of you winning, because Cataclysm into Beastmaster, into Manta style, like, man, I don't know. it's rough.
It's like polishing a turd. Only so much you can do.
Still shit after all.
Satanic with the Aegis, and we'll see what they opt to do next. I believe there's only one tier 2 remaining. It's in the bot lane.
It's in the top lane, I think.
Or top lane, rather. I was looking top and I said bot.
Top and bottom are difficult concepts.
I'm from NA. Math is not our strong
Up is down, down is up.
Well, it kind of is back home.
Yeah. 2 + 2 is 6.
Triceratops going to work.
Knock knock, who's there?
Nobody, apparently.
We'll check in again in 10 seconds.
Yeah, Crystallis. So he has Radiance, and he's only 800 into the eventual BKB. I mean, are you just giving this up at this point?
Well, it looks like it. No, he's coming.
Okay. Oh, they're going to pounce right onto Panto. Gust was there. Surge is going to keep him alive for the time being. The grip right now onto no one. It's going to be the second death of the game. Sunstrike to follow. The heals are not enough. The pipe doing a good amount of work, though, as Crystal is just getting slowed from afar. They get the nice cog on 2 heroes. Deafening Blast pushes them out, though.
Okay,
that
good
P-Vision can just reset and still go for this melee Rax.
Yeah, that's the one problem. They had to use a lot of spells. Chemical Rage and obviously also Vacuum Wall.
Oh my god, the multi-shot just kills Panto. Very casually done. And Boom now is going to have to surge away. Crystallis joining the party again. This barracks is certainly dead. Triceratops will be the sacrifice. It's a big one.
They have a chakra soon for Satanic. Can top him off again with the mana.
Yep, good timing there. Concoction will only hit one, so one set of barracks for P-Vision as they find mid. One able to find the cover of darkness to get away, though.
I mean, they get to... I guess you can't even call it a hold, as they did lose their racks. Now no one is back up, and they can just go straight back.
Their ancient was held.
True, true. Depends how you swing it, I guess. We are casters, so we get to decide what the story is.
That's right. It's a close one here.
Actually a banger. Yeah, 14k lead at 20 against Alk. You know, maybe Knoxville or some of the bros are watching that know all about the stats, but I would assume that it has been a while that a team had this net worth lead against Alchemist at minute 20.
True. That is definitely true. Okay, they're not going to stop now. I mean, there's still 2 minutes on this age. I thought it was about to expire, but not the case.
Well, it's a very fast-paced game. Panto did get off a good ward. They might be able to use this because P-Vision, they're a little bit cocky here.
Good call. Is stuck inside the cogs. From below, Satanic.
Good wall.
Walled up. He's in. That's going to be the first life of him. So Aegis down and out. No more Ogre to work with. Panto gets taken out in the meantime. No one with the rolling thunder. Satanic gets to the other side. And no one. Not going to make any meaningful connections, although the hook shot onto a teammate.
Nice.
Going to help get the double roll now from no one. And Yamich getting swashbuckled, trying to stay alive with a Ghost Scepter. As they get the roar onto the Darkseer, trying to surge up, but the multi-shot just doing so much damage and no more surge to work with. He's dead. They're going to lose the support on the side of P-Vision, but the cores are falling for Mouse. 4 dead, only the Alk survives, and he's the lowest net worth of them.
I mean, even with a nice try, like, you know, Panto got to place that ward, but there's the Aegis, they have time to come over, and honestly, Mouse are just lacking damage. Like, Clock and Bane, they've got all the lockdown in the world, and sure, Invoker has like a couple of spells, but he's not the highest level, he only has Travels and Meteor Hammer. You're just lacking gold. Because, like, look how far away the rest are. Like, no one notice are, like, at least 10 to 15 seconds away from this entire play.
Yeah, they burn the Aegis, but that's literally all they get other than the Ogre.
And he got to dodge the Meteor with the Manta, pikes up to the high ground. And at this point, it's just a free fight for P-Vision.
Back to live we go. Satanic, despite not having Aegis, still pretty confident. The heal is starting to come out.
Yep. Glacier to get some high ground vision as well and some more attack range.
Looks like he'll get the range racks uncontested. Mouse, do they have any defense ready to go?
They have vacuum wall again, so you could look for potential play. Of course, there is no Aegis.
Concoction's coming. They're going for the big wombo combo. Vac wall into Concoction, but
self-stun.
They get nothing. Yeah, self-stun by the Alk. He's just
into
dying.
Depression.
Primal Roar, dead. 45 seconds, no Crystallis. It was a YOLO play for Mouse. Did not work out as Yamich dying on the other side. Satanic will survive, although he's dying to his illusion. GG's come out. This was an Omega Stomp, as some would say.
This was an ultra Gaben level shellacking, as they really wanted to kill Satanic before ultimately calling it. But I don't blame them. I think this game got out of control way too fast. Kind of all the lanes are bleeding, none of the moves are working out. Just full-on free game here from P-Vision.
Yeah, how many deaths did Notice have? Oh, that's right, 0 in the entire series. What a performance from the Beastmaster. He took over in that bot lane very early. I mean, it's not like he went any crazy items. It's just the cookie cutter Helm of the Overlord. But if you get off to that good of a start, you pressure out Crystallis from... Anytime you pressure out an Alchemist from their own jungle, it's hard to come back.
Yeah, and I think already from if you look at it from like a drafting standpoint, you know, they get this beast on 18, all it takes is 2 bans, and then at minute 7, he still kicks you out when you last pick the carry. Your bottom net worth for the majority, and honestly, it's just difficult. Yeah, also, like, mid-ones Invoker couldn't have the best time in the mid lane. You are outmatched by the Pango, you're playing a double melee into a Drow Ogre up on top. I think they're not set up for success here, and I don't think the gameplay helped them either.
Yeah, for sure. P-Vision. I believe they're 8-0, I want to say.
Still undefeated.
Undefeated. They are looking extremely good. Honestly, in the games that we've seen, they haven't really broken a sweat. Like, the games haven't been even remotely close after a certain point, maybe the laning stage a bit. But mid-game and beyond, it's been all P-Vision from what we have seen ourselves. We're seeing some highlights now, and it's going to be a lot of members of Mouse dying.
They're just overall very clean, I think, with how they play, right? Like, you can just see, and it comes from its individual play, but then it comes together at the right time when it comes to the team play. Like, there's top net worth, there isn't that much with, like, you know, some guy dying randomly here. It's always, even though one guy dies, they have enough time on the rest to, like, come on over and, like, make it all happen. And yeah, I think P-Vision definitely the team to look out for at the moment.
And this, the end of the game here. They finally call GG after this fight with Satanic going down at the very end, but yeah, it was all P-Vision all day. Shiver!
Thank you so much, my friends. Yes, we are here with Tukalis. What an incredible series there, my friend. You guys got someplace to go? What's the rush? What, you want dinner? How come that game was so unbelievably fast?
I mean, we kind of have lunch too early, so if we play too long, we're gonna be hungry, so yeah. I mean, I think after this game, we are not hungry as well, so yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys were feasting on Alchemist, feasting on everybody. Do you like playing games like that, where it's just you're steamrolling, and I know you win, but there's some nerds out there that are like, oh, about the challenge, you know, I want to learn something, it's gonna be a good victory. Or do you like steamrolling?
I think overall we like as a team to do what's working the best, and if it's like working to push down the people like until they get any items, yeah, we will do it.
All right, speaking of you guys working well, you're doing extremely well together and have not been beaten yet. You guys seem super, super powerful. You got to be full of confidence right now. Do you think anyone out there at this tournament can beat you?
I mean, there's a lot of decent teams like Yandex, Falcons, BB, and like I think just our group, not like the top knots of the tournament, and like we're gonna play with Spirit, we will see, but we are feeling ourselves kind of confident, and yeah.
Oh, you deserve to. Who do you think is the MVP on your team right now? Who do you think is putting in the most amount of work? A lot of people would not say you because you're a support, even though they're wrong. I would say you as a fellow support player. Who do you think is the best?
I think Satanic because he micromanaging 5 people in the voice chat, so he is the MVP of this game.
Micromanaging all 5? That doesn't annoy you? You like that?
Yeah, like we all like this, and he is very good at it, so yeah.
Okay. What's his communication score in the real game?
His?
Yeah.
I mean, 10 out of 10. Like, he's like, you know, he's the GOAT. He's the next Nightfall.
I definitely believe it. Thank you so much. All right, incredible game. Can't wait to see you next. And we'll throw it back to the desk for some more information on our next series.
Thank you very much. We will have information on our next series, but first we're gonna stick with this one. This was brutal. This was painful, and this was P-Vision steamrolling over Mouse. Effie, it was not pretty. Well, it's pretty for P-Vision.
It was very pretty for them. They're happy with that. Like they said, you know, I learned a lot about P-Vision this tournament that I didn't think about when it comes to these players. But Tukalis just said, we love being told what to do. We love that Satanic micromanages 4 of us. And then we heard Nolan in his interview with you, Sheeves, say, well, we were begging Puppy to draft for us and make decisions for us. It seems like...
Please sit down and click the buttons.
They're like robots that are perfectly tailored to play Dota, but they don't want to make conscious decisions. They're like perfect soldiers, Bran.
I mean, I think one of the hardest parts about adulthood, Mira, for me at least, was at some point, nobody's telling you what to do anymore. You know, you're told I got to go to middle school, then high school, then go to college, then get a job. And then you're, as like an entrepreneur like we are, where we kind of just roll with it, you're like, what do I do now? And I feel like there has to be some element of this in Dota. It's like, you know so much, you've gotten here, there was like a path to get where you are now, and you're like, well, yeah, we're really good players, but I think they've been struggling with like a leadership lacking even for like the last year and a half. I think that's always been a constant struggle for them. When I remember seeing like the behind the scenes of one of the tournaments, and it seemed like their discussions, there was no like person to rally behind, a vision to rally behind. So I'm learning it too, but it's one of those in hindsight, it checks out. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you just need to turn your brain off. I guess for some reason, I thought the players on P-Vision were very individualistic types of players, but it turns out no. They just want to be pieces on a chessboard and they want to be told what to do. But honestly, this was fantastic. This one was an outclass from the laning stage until the very end. They got diffed on every lane. All of the movements were hard to respond to, and no point did it feel competitive for Maus in this game too.
It did not. I believe there was a 7k net worth advantage for P-Vision at minute 10. I believe, Brian, that's already a big oof.
Yeah, I mean, the Invoker pick was interesting because like you wanted to enable it with the Bane and the Sunstrikes on the side lane, but we've already seen it time and time again that when you pick Darkseer into Drow or these other like Shadow Fiend range carries, you are going to lose your lane. So Invoker is not, like, he didn't see his matchup, so he's not put in a favorable position either. And I felt, I didn't want to say it during the draft, but I didn't know exactly how to articulate it either. I had this like doom and gloom feeling for Maus as I was watching their heroes come out. I'm like, oh God, you know, like, are we going to see one of those games? And we did end up in it. I think that's just something that P-Vision has done better than anyone else thus far this tournament is, once again, there's so many ways to lose the game of Dota 2, and against P-Vision, I think you just have to be accounting for everything, and if you miss one thing, even like the 5 to 10 minute window, the game's just over.
Yeah, normally maybe in a situation like that, you can fall back on the carry, but I think that P-Vision did a very good job at making sure that there was not a single carry that Crystallis could be playing here that would be able to make a stand, because all 7 bans were targeted towards the carry and Crystallis, and that put him in a tough position too.
It did, and I imagine for Maus's last matchup, they'll probably do the same thing. I feel that if they're being watched, that's an easy to replicate formula against them, and I would hope that there's 1 or 2 picks that are still deep in the pocket that maybe they could bust out tomorrow.
Yeah, put a higher priority on his pick potentially as well. It will be Vici Gaming that Maus is facing for their last series, not tomorrow, the day after that. Very true. And the one man that we haven't mentioned yet is the man that Brian wants to highlight a little bit in his clips as well, because the Beastmaster had quite a field day.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about countering Beastmaster in the draft with like the overall last pick. They banned out the Gyro and the Bristle, and the reason they banned those heroes out is because they're the best safe laners for protecting this first tower. And this doesn't seem like that big of a deal where you're losing at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Like, it's not the earliest tower ever, but like when you have a hero like Beastmaster, what are the implications of this? This is going to be 30 seconds later. He's now in the mid lane, killing mid one's tower. And, you know, Pango's not a mid laner who traditionally takes your tower, so Invoker, he heavily relies on keeping that tower alive. He's decent at defending against a lot of heroes. Sometimes we'll see like a support Enchantress come over and take it, but because they lost the safe lane tower, you know, now mid one's feeling it. And then if we fast forward, they took a bit of a break because he didn't have his Helm of the Overlord yet, but then right when they got this at 12 minutes, now Crystallis is at his own tier 3 tower, dying, and then losing his tier 2 tower at just over 12 minutes into the game. And this is all because, like, when there's certain games where you're focused on, do we draft for the laning stage? Do we draft for the mid game, the late game? Like, there's a bunch of things to be considering in the game, but against Beastmaster specifically, especially in the hands of a player like Notice, you just have to counter this portion of the game. And I think that by banning all of Crystallis' heroes, these are the spots that I think P-Vision is putting you in. Like, they just know we're giving you a problem. We don't think you can solve it. And I think they're better at that than anyone else that I've seen so far.
Yeah, Puppy's drafting has been very much on point this tournament. And from what I've seen so far, it does feel like the strongest drafts have come out of P-Vision. And of course, there are other contenders in this tournament that can draft very well too, but I think that this is one of their strongest suits. And a big difference for me in this game too compared to game one was game one, P-Vision had a more defensive draft. They needed to withstand the early game and then group up and win later. In this game too, they were the aggressors, and the difference between them being the aggressors and the defenders was night and day. I thought that it was a closer matchup in that game one, but now I wonder if Maus were playing that game one with the enemy draft, would it also have looked like a stomp for P-Vision?
Oh, that's something we might never get the answer to. What we do get the answer to is who is the MVP of this game, because there's only one player that through both games did not die a single time. I'm of course talking about the newest addition to P-Vision in Noticed. He is seemingly the perfect addition for this squad, stable and very much delivered on his Beastmaster performance today.
He really did, and the coolest thing about him is he really does it all, which is exactly what you want out of your offlaner. In this game one, we mentioned defense, right? He went for that early Lotus Orb before the Ags on Lardo, which was a huge difference maker, and in this game too, takes over an entire game on his Beastmaster. I feel like at Dream League as well, we've seen insane performances come out of him, where he can pop off, put the game on his back on heroes like Bristleback, and when he can just chill and be a subdued Largo, like in that game.
Yeah, there's a lot of players who you'll hear it in interviews, you'll see it like in the gameplay, that they thrive in specific scenarios. And I honestly think what makes the most world-class players right now is that you can't say that. You can't say they thrive in this type of scenario. I think that we talked about no one having the same characteristic prior to this series starting, and I think there's a reason why this team is so good, and that adding a player like Noticed, I think you had that in a lot of your, basically everyone else in the rest of your lineup. And if you have like one player not able to do it, that's going to so drastically limit the strategies and like the scope of how many different approaches you can take to the game. As Mira said, game 1, played it slow. Game 2, ramped up the pace. They can do it all.
They can do it all, and they have been doing it all. They have 2-0'd every single opponent so far, and that puts them at the top of the group. We can take a look at Group C. It's not completely done. There's still one series going on right now, I believe, but 2 of the series are at least complete, and we have got P-Vision at the top with an 8-0. I believe mathematically there's still a chance Team Spirit catches up to them, especially knowing the matchup. Not tomorrow, but Sunday, that will be P-Vision versus Team Spirit, so that will be an epic one. The other 2 teams at the bottom, I think that this group is looking pretty clear, and actually, you know what? It's looking pretty clear all round, because the thing that still needs to be decided is the 3rd, 4th, because that will decide whether you're up against a 4th or 3rd team from other groups in the survival stage. But for all important slots, Brian, it seems like this one sorted itself out quite nicely so far.
Yeah, just the Team Spirit versus P-Vision. They have to 2-0 in order to overcome them. It's funny, I think Mouse might have thrown the biggest wrench in this entire tournament, or entire group, because they took a game off of Team Spirit in I believe the first series. So that might come back to bite Team Spirit, because I think it's very likely that series between P-Vision and Team Spirit will go 1-1. I think it's incredibly unlikely for Team Spirit to 2-0 them. Like, I think they're capable of taking a game, but I think it's more likely that P-Vision would 2-0 that. So honestly, losing that game to Mouse early on in the group stage, Team Spirit might have shot themselves in the foot there.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that they almost got 2-0'd by Mouse, because the game that they won against them was a mega creep comeback, which shouldn't have happened.
It was a bit more dramatic version of what we saw from P-Vision in game 1.
Just a little bit. And of course, Mouse and Vici, as you saw, they're tied, and they're actually playing not tomorrow, but Sunday. So that will also be a very exciting match. But for now, that is done. And we are soon moving forward to our next group, and I wanted to show that already as well, because this is the only other group that has a team that is undefeated. 1W is doing really well. They're up against OG, and I believe that match is soon to start. It's not on this stream, but just in case you're curious about that one, keep your eyes peeled on the other streams. The team that I think a lot of people were expecting to be undefeated would be Yandex, but they did drop a game earlier on. Overall, this group also, similar fashion, Effie, seems to be fleshing itself out.
It does, but this was, in my opinion, the most competitive group in this entire tournament. And while there is an upper team and a lower team, any team in the middle could beat any other team on any given day. So it's still a bit up in the air for me outside of ICX Insanity or Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Virtus Pro, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to perform and you have to work with the situation you're given. But I think in all the other groups that I've seen, I think Virtus Pro would have been top 4. I think that this was definitely a really tough group, specifically going, like, it felt like there were 3 teams that I would slot as like 9th to 16th place teams in the tournament, as opposed to most of the groups had 2 qualifier type stacks that had a chance to prove themselves, but definitely didn't have the veteranship that a lot of these teams have. And so, yeah, sucks for Virtus Pro. They still have a chance, and they can come back today. But we'll
they take away a lot of information, I think, as well, from a tournament like this, just like all the other teams that might potentially get eliminated over the next few days. And we can take a look at what's still coming our way here on this stream, because I already spoiled where 1W versus OG was. That means that we should be having another blockbuster, because it's LGD versus Yandex. A very important match, as you just saw the scores. A lot is still possible, and this is also one of those series that has said anything can happen. Anything. LGD, they have what it takes to take down even the biggest dogs, which Yandex definitely are, according to a lot of people, players included. They are the team to beat, and they are the team to look at. They didn't get their clean run though. It's 1W that is the one that is undefeated, and they only need to have like a couple more wins in order to complete their quest to invulnerability. But speaking of questing, we're gonna check in with Chris. He is questing here in Paris at EWC.
All right, if some of you were paying attention a couple of days ago, we were talking about the quests you can do here at EWC. I'm so involved in it and so keen about it, I'm actually going to come give it a go myself. You just got to roll up on one of the verified booths, get yourself amongst it, and we're going to give it a go in a second. This is either going to be incredibly impressive and everyone's going to have a lot better perception of what kind of person I am here, or it's going to be extremely embarrassing. So the idea is, you got the football, of course you have to hit the crossbar, that is one of your quests. I get 3 opportunities and I only have to hit it once. And not many people are doing it in these, all right? That's all I'm saying. Right, most people are in train. Let's see where we go. Bad start, bad start. Terrible start, terrible start. All right, okay. I get a bit more loft on it. I've not really played much football in loafers before. It's these shoes. It's these shoes, I swear to God. Normal football boots will be fine. Right, last opportunity. Everyone's laughing at me. Don't laugh. You couldn't do it in these shoes. Ah! Right, no, as an Englishman, this is incredibly embarrassing. So we didn't manage it. You ain't doing it in these shoes. I'm not having this. Right, we're going back. We're going to try and do the basketball next. I don't think that'll go any better. Well, if we thought it was going to get any worse, now we're doing basketball and probably one-handed. So, right, I have to hit 5 3-ish pointers in a minute, which I think is harder than the crossbar, actually. Yeah, okay. Right, this is going to be embarrassing. Right, I'm ready. Let's get it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's a good start. Whoa, watch the camera. Well, okay, we got this. We got this. Ah, okay, okay. He's got me. He's got me. He's got me. I can do this one-handed. No, I can't do this one-handed. How long have we got? My goodness. There we go. There's one. Right, what do we need? 5. I've got it now. No, we do not got it now. Hold on. Ah, this is not very good. You've never seen this guy play basketball in his life. Oh, my goodness me. This is looking extremely embarrassing now. There's another one. That was all basket, that one. That's what they call it, isn't it? I don't know. Oh, he's so close. I don't know why I'm lunging for that. I tell you what, Mike, here we go. Okay. How many more do we need? 2? Oh my God! I nearly killed it on volunteers. Oh my God! I'm trying to kill the ball. No, this is terrible. That wasn't that bad of an effort, all things considered. I'm woefully unfit, honestly. I know, I'm sweating. All right, back to you lot. You can do some work. I'm just going to have a lie down. Well, albeit that was an embarrassing attempt on both cards, we do have to discuss how you actually managed to claim your points. So this is the quests that you have to go through. This is one of them. We're going to be keeping to do more as much as we possibly can. You have to download the EWC app. You then come along, you scan the code if you win. I can't scan it because I didn't win, because it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. He's agreeing with me. Either way, I'm coming for the top of that leaderboard throughout the rest of the week. I'm here the entire time, so I can just keep going. But you lot, you have to come along, compete in all the challenges. You have the rest of the week to get it done. We're going to be trying this every single week. I will get myself a PlayStation 5. I will do it. I will do it.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Well, what do we have here? We got the best match of the day, which we said yesterday, and it didn't end up being the case, but that means today it will be. LGD versus Yandex. Yandex, I think, have lost a single game as of this recording. LGD have come in kind of but they have potential to be very good.
They looked good yesterday, even though they ended up losing. They showed us like a pretty good early game. LGD, that is. So I've got, I got hopes in them, but I do think that Yandex are the slight favorites. I think overall, I'm just expecting a pretty good matchup. And like you said, it should be a good one. So it should be a doozy.
A doozy?
Yeah.
Well, let's see who comes out victorious. Is it the tallest player in Soxa or the most attractive player in KJ? You ruined my outro. We're done.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We're getting ready for our final series of the day here for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup live from Paris. And it's day 4 of the group stages. That means it's all starting to fall into place where everybody is going to go. And for our upcoming series, it's 2 teams that are doing very well. We got LGD and we got Yandex. LGD has been doing good, but not winning every game. I know that was previous. You know what? The series are going so fast today. We're trying to keep up with the speed that these teams are playing. Okay, I want to know what kind of speed the 2 teams that are playing today have, Brian.
Yeah, so speaking of P-Vision versus Mouse, no, I'm kidding. For LGD, I think that, they're a team that does represent a lot of speed, generally speaking. From Yuma, he's been picking carries like Necrophos. They are willing to play for the Tai Long Beastmaster. Very, very mid-game focused, but also sometimes will fall a bit flat against the best teams. We talk about the chaotic nature of the SA region time and time again. These guys do have a bit more of a refined approach that offers them the chance to take games and sometimes series. They've made it to the finals this year, but I think for a team like this, they're going to struggle always against the top 6 like Team Yandex.
Yeah, because that finals that you mentioned was actually also against Yandex, and that it was not a pretty ordeal.
It wasn't, but they took a game off of them, right? It was.
I think it wasn't a 3-0.
Was it a 1-3?
Maybe it was a 1-3. I hope so.
So it gives me hope. And the foundation is there. Brian will double check first, just out of curiosity. But I did want to mention, we talk about speed. Yandex are actually probably the fastest team in this tournament. A lot of strong teams have been playing a slower style of Dota, but I checked Yandex's average win duration, and it's at 28 minutes. They win fast. And they've been drafting very strong lanes. They'll have an unusual pick here and there. But what happens is they'll get 1 or 2 item timings on Watson, just group up as 5 and close it much earlier than any other team.
Yep. It was a 3-1, so at least they did take a game.
Yes.
And I mean, we heard from P-Vision that they're the team that loves to, they just know how to get a gold lead. I feel like that's the same thing for Team Yandex. Like, they're so much about the efficiency, and I think that's just always going to be a Watson team. I think Malady fits in really well with that as well, and there's a reason Sox is there for.
There is a reason success therefore. It works out beautifully for Yandex, but we're focusing our attention first on the challengers. It is LGD, and LGD has been doing well. We have high expectations from them also because they are considered the best team coming out of South America, especially since they are the one also eliminating Playtime from TI later down the line. So high expectations there for sure. Let's find out how they got to be here, how they got to EWC as we're checking in their road to EWC.
In the history of Dota, LGD has consistently been among the top of Chinese Dota. Until now. Not because they're no longer at the top, they're just at the top of South America instead. This current iteration of LGD formed when the org picked up the South American roster of Heroic, Yuma, Tai Lung, Whisper, Theorlicore, and KJ. Since the team didn't have enough points to qualify to EWC directly, their road to EWC involved playing in the qualifier for their last chance to make it. Since LGD was already in Europe to play another tournament, they decided to play on hard mode through the Western Europe qualifier instead, which they managed very easily, only dropping one single map against Navi in the process.
Massive congratulations to them as well. They will be going to play at EWC 2026.
Clearly, despite lacking the points to directly qualify, LGD has earned their spot to be here. And with very strong results in the past few months, they're definitely a top team to look out for here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
They are for sure, and they're also having a player that is worth it to look out for. We mentioned it yesterday, and I think it's cool, so I'll mention it again. Tai Long is our youngest player here for Dota 2 in Paris, and he is the exact same age as the organization he plays for in LGD, which is another cool little fact I wanted to throw out there. It is also a player that we should be looking at in the game, Effie, because I feel like he does have a lot of impact, and he is a star player.
He really is, and he had a bit of a quiet day yesterday where we couldn't see what he could do. But when he gets a good lane and he gets the tempo to play with him, it feels like he's the type of player to just dominate the entire map. You know, he's a classic playmaker.
I think what 1W did so well against them was not really give them the plays based on the heroes that were in the draft, and we've seen Tai Long really pop off when he has those opportunities. So I think coming into today, they got taught a lesson by 1W. Like, they really dissected. They picked Centaur against these burst damage heroes. Tai Long was Beastmaster. He can roar him every time, but he can't kill him. But if Tai Long's buttons kill people, like, effectively within the two drafts, then this guy will pop off. Yeah.
And I do want to re-emphasize that while we talk about LGD as an aggressive team, and they are, and a skirmishing team, which they are, they tend to play longer games. You'd think with a high-tempo team that eventually the wins would kind of amount to, okay, you're going to win around 30, 40 minutes. No, they go all the way to the late game, and they find themselves in those situations very often. And maybe that's what they should aim to do today against Yandex, because Yandex, they win really fast.
You want them to try and hold the door.
Take him all the way to the end, team.
Take him to late game. That is a tough ask. There's not a lot of teams that have been able to do so. I do think that the one game that they lost was against OG, where that exact scenario happened.
It was the ultra late game, and I just checked the average match duration of EWC so far has been around 41 minutes, which feels lower than I thought because so many games have been 60 plus minutes. But Yandex are winning in a 28-minute average. That is so impressive. I cannot overstate how fast they play and how late game is actually not their forte.
Is it possible for you to look up how long the game against OG that they lost was? Because if this is the recipe to success, we cracked the code, guys.
It's 55.
We solved it. We solved it.
The rule against Yandex is if you survive longer than 33 minutes, you will win.
Is it 55 minutes, you said?
Yeah, it was 55 minutes in the loss, and the other games are all 33 minutes or less.
Solved.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's that easy.
We should be out there.
I mean, this is like a zombie horde mode where instead of like ever having the end of the game, you just need to survive to a specific point.
It sounds so simple. Yandex is, of course, an incredibly strong team. And according to a lot of people, including a lot of pro players, they are the strongest team here. Also said by a lot of people that scrim Yandex. So we are having high hopes. They might have dropped that one game, but they are still considered to be a top contender in a group that also has 1W. They will face each other tomorrow, by the way. You know, that's not tomorrow, Sunday. Keep forgetting that we're skipping a day for Group D, but that is a match that you do not want to miss. But how come Yandex is so strong? We're gonna find out from Saxa.
I think the reason we have a lot of good results is just, first of all, everybody on the team has skill. Like, you can see everybody's like, all the core players are like top 20 rank, top 10, high rank. Melody is also like top 100. So I think we had the skill from the beginning to do that. Now we just need to kind of mix it together and make sure we have like a proper plan. I think that's what I brought to the table. I tried to get us to be on the same page mostly and not just be like 5 pop players. So I think, like a combination of skill from the beginning and then being on the same page in terms of our goals, our gameplay, and just being a proper team.
He doesn't give anything away. I mean, they're just good. You know, they are all good players. They just need to come together. That's the same for every team. He doesn't say it's all why he's better than everybody else, but Brian, he is.
I know exactly as much about Saxa now as I did prior to that interview, Shiver. Mira?
Back to you, Brian.
Back to me. Okay. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Sox is a very quiet guy, but he gets the job done. And this team, I think all the best teams have like their own flair that they offer, whether it's the way they draft, the heroes they're willing to whip out. For this team specifically, I think that they're able to actually get away with greedy heroes on Watson. Like they're the only team picking Phantom Lancer, for instance. And I have to imagine that somehow comes into play with who they're picking for DM and Soxa and the offlane. And I think this bigger picture stuff, like that's really hard to understand until we watch it today. I'm really looking forward to watching this, how they pull that off. Like the fact that they're picking like greedier lineups and then winning at 28 minutes, that's kind of just confusing to me.
Do you think Yandex would like to have later games? Because if you always win before minute 30, that means you don't get to practice the late game.
You don't get to savor the victory, Shiver.
Well, I'm sure they like winning.
But it's like a snack, you know. It's not.
Not a big meal.
Exactly. They need the whole hearty chicken and potatoes. And
yeah, I mean, everybody's played a game of Dota where you win in 20 minutes and you're like happy that you won, but winning a 60 or 70 minute game, I see Effie already knows. She knows.
No, Mira,
Nothing feels like
the 5 30-minute wins or the 1 60-minute loss. What do you remember more if you're Yandex?
The 1 60-minute loss.
Exactly.
That one feels really bad. But no, these are players that are very familiar with the late game from their other teams. They've just been owning so hard. They haven't been making it there that often. And if there is a team to pull it that far, it is LGD. But for this game, I really think it's going to be very draft dependent. There are a lot of similar heroes, again, between these teams. The main one that I can think of being Enigma. DM played 2 Enigmas yesterday, looked so good on it, and I think heroes like that really do contribute to fast victories. Things you can group up around, push with, buy auras, threaten the mid-game team fight. I wonder if LGD are looking to pick it themselves or just going to be banned out.
But sounds like Beastmaster might also be part of the contested one, also because LGD likes Beastmaster as well.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, the round robin of the meta right now, because you have the chicken and the egg discussion that Seb was talking about, where was it the melee supports or the ranged carries that came first? But either way, you end up in ranged carry meta, and all the best heroes against this are the summons guys. So whether it's Lone Druid, it's SF, it's Drow, they all suffer against Beastmaster and Enigma, so Lycan as well that we're seeing, and DM loves playing his Enigma and his other summons guys, so I think that's always going to favor the offlaners. Whisper, it's like he can play those, but I'd rather see him on the Pudge. You know what I mean? I want to see that kind of thing from him again.
Yeah, I have a very important question because we heard from DM yesterday. I think it was yesterday, and he said a lot of his heroes are in meta. One of his heroes that I don't think is in meta, but maybe I'm wrong, is a Death Prophet. He really enjoys playing Death Prophet. Is there a chance? Because it fits in the box of they want to push early.
I could honestly see it if it were a good game for it, because the flexes with mid also seem to be so high value this patch, whereas it's like the Earth Spirit flex, the Snapfire flex, the Coddle flex, the Slardar flex, which is something only Yandex are doing right now, picking Slardar it seems. Death Prophet fits into that. And Coach Sheaves, you're nailing it.
Hey, there you go, there you go. Well, there's a person that has to play against all the heroes that DM likes, and he likes a lot of heroes, and they're all very annoying. But if there's any carry that can deal with that, with those shenanigans, it is the most stable carry player that we know, especially from the South American region. It is Yuma, and it is Purge that found him and talks to him.
Hey, I'm here with Yuma of LGD. Yesterday, you guys had a really tough 0-2 against 1W. You and Whisper were beyond godlike. What went wrong after that point in the match?
Yeah, yesterday was a tough day. I think that we just misplayed a lot around the second rush, I would say, that game. And that's kind of one of the main reasons we lost, I would say. But I don't count game 1 so much, yeah.
Okay, that game doesn't exist.
That game doesn't exist. That was what we concluded as a team. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to put those out of your mind sometimes. Everyone has those games. Is it difficult to emotionally reset after losses? Because especially because you're only playing 1 series a day, it feels like you might just ruminate on it a little bit.
I mean, to be honest, like we have the last slot of the day, right, for games. So I think it's like to answer the question is it was not so hard because we knew. It was just lane fuck-ups. Like sorry, but we just we misplayed a lot in the early game. But when it comes to like having the last game, it's like the whole day you're like basically thinking, oh, we need to play, we need to be mentally prepared for this game later on, and then I think it helps, like, you know that at that time you're going to be playing, and it helps reset on. Like, for us, at least it does.
Does it hurt focus-wise to be on standby the whole day?
It kind of does a bit, yeah. Because I feel like if you're the first or second series, like, you wake up and then you know you're going to play in a few hours, you play, and then you have the rest of the day to just chill a bit, right?
Into focus.
But for us, have to, we need to be ready all the time.
Yeah, it's a bit harder. You've got a tough match ahead with Yandex. A lot of teams say they're maybe the best team at the tournament. Do you have anything spicy prepared or just normal prep stuff?
I mean, it's a bit of a revenge, right, from Blast for us. I see it a bit like this. I don't think we have something special for them. I think that as long as we show up individually and we do the things we've been practicing for the last few months, it should be I would say it should be a close game, in my opinion. And I'm just excited.
Okay, well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and he talks about needing to have the focus for the full day, and especially, of course, around this time slot, because that's when Group D plays. And I think Yuma might need focus for a little bit longer than that as well. And he also needs to finish this series probably pretty fast, because Belgium is playing at 9 p.m. against Spain. And that's one of the nationalities he's holding. I'm sure he's rooting for his squad, but he's probably more focused on the Dota, so are we. Don't worry. And according to him, it is a rematch, and he does, Brian, feel it as revenge a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, Yuma, we talk about him being stable, but it's also, he's not the kind of guy that seems emotionless by being stable. He's more the guy that just keeps it together, but I like to hear his inner thoughts. He definitely shares them, whether you're watching his stream, whether you're watching his interviews. Definitely a fun guy to listen to. And another guy I'm looking forward to walking out on the stage, Shiver, the guy with the best walkouts, is King Jungles.
Well, I could not say it better myself. So keep your eyes on KJ there on that stage. Keep your eye on Yandex on that stage. And to be fair, what are you still doing here? Head over to that stage.
We're right here. Come on over, Shiver. We're always got lots of space for the entire panel to join us, but actually it's going to get a bit crowded in just a moment. Hi, Milosh, Sir Action Slacks, and we just went through P-Vision versus Mouse. That ended a bit quickly. P-Vision really showing why they're at the top.
Absolutely, man. You were talking about Mouse before. I guess they got caught in the trap there. Wow. Oh, that is one that you had. I will say, though, that that was the Tom and Jerry episode I always wanted to see, where Tom just got that mouse and just crushed him. But yes, quite sad for those boys. But while that one was a little bit more one-sided, this is sure to be a pretty even banger, in my opinion.
Absolutely. So how about we introduce our teams for this one?
Absolutely. Let's bring out our first team here. It is going to be a team that is very unexpected. Will they win games that they shouldn't? Sometimes. Will they lose games that they shouldn't? Sadly, sometimes. Let's bring out LGD. An incredible squad that knows not only how to play the game, but how to play the audience. Such great personalities, and watching them grow over the course of this year has been an absolute pleasure. So many changes, from getting the squad dropped to picked up to one of the biggest orgs, and they are certainly a team that deserves not only your respect, but your attention. I cannot wait to see how they fare against the biggest team in this group. Thank you so much.
They definitely have a great walkout. I'm going to tell you that, though, on the other side, it is an uphill battle. Team Yandex! Call them Team Spandex, because they've been stretching every single point here in the groups. 5-1, only a singular game that they have dropped. But so far, this game against LGD is going to be their biggest challenge of the group stage. Will they be able to top the group and really go deeper into the bracket is yet to be known. But we all know Saksa, the Giant, is on the squad, and he's going to be stomping all over LGD.
Well, we will see about that. I have high hopes this will be extremely competitive. I know our boys are ready to go to battle. You guys ready to fight?
Yeah.
All right, put your keys in there, my friends. Let's get those keys in. Let's get this game started, and let's head back to the panel to get some information on the action you're about to see.
Oh, Milosh and Slacks absolutely crushing it with the intros. We are so ready for LGD versus Yandex. I'm going to name them by their actual name. Milosh, thank you. Looking forward to this one. It is definitely a chance for an upset, but the reality is also there that Yandex hasn't lost a single game since losing that one to OG. On the bright side, LGD yesterday, they maybe learned a lot from 1W, and tomorrow they also have a little bit of an easier, not tomorrow, it's Sunday, have an easier opponent against IC Insanity. So this is their toughest opponent to come out of the group stage still, and I think they got this. I think they at least got a tie in here somewhere, Effie.
For sure. I mean, you heard it in the interview. Yuma said, we've been practicing a lot. We are good. We just need to play a little bit better. We're not even thinking about our losses from yesterday. We have got this in the bag. Just focus on what we do well. And I just want to see them channel that LGD spirit where everyone's free-flowing. They're picking their heroes, and it doesn't matter who they're playing against, Brian.
Yeah, I truly want to believe right now, and I'm just going to... I think by a lot of people who are watching the tournament may be thinking this, there's been a clear divide thus far in the group stage between the top two and the middle two and the bottom two, where, you know, the common score line is like 8-0, 4-4, 1-7, and I want to see LGD break it. I really do. I think they're probably one of the best teams capable of doing so, kind of breaking that barrier, but I think it's going to be tough, Chiefs.
It is tough. We got to be realistic as well. I do think that LGD can push to later games, and if that is the recipe to success against Yandex just overall, then they got a good shot of doing it. I think in that sense, maybe Yandex and 1W are different for LGD to face, whereas Yandex might be a little easier for them to break, because maybe LGD is able to deal with the calculatedness of Yandex a little bit better than 1W, because there's definitely a difference in there, even though both teams, 1W and Yandex, can also be called similar, but there's a difference.
There's a difference for sure. The thing is, Yandex have their own stylish and chaotic heroes as well that could catch any team off guard. Like a special flair that they've been doing is this Witch Doctor 5 that we really haven't seen be all that popular outside of Yandex's hands this tournament, but Malady's been cooking on it. We have CJ on his hero pool of 200 heroes, Brian. He can sometimes bust out the Invokers and the Vipers, but other times he'll be these Earth Spirits and these Embers and whatever his team needs.
Yeah, just when I was looking over the drafts for Yandex, I really like... There's been heroes that I've thought, oh, people might go for this, but then because they're good against what's good, not because the hero itself is particularly OP or anything. And when I was looking through, one of the heroes that came to mind was PL against all these ranged carries. It feels really awful to play Drow or SF into PL, which they've done twice in the last 4 games. And then also the offlane Kunkka is very good against these ranged carries as well, because oftentimes these melee heroes cannot meaningfully harass ranged carries, but that's what Tidebringer's for. So I think that they're clearly willing to pick comfort zone heroes that are not particularly good right now, that they have a good grasp on the meta where they're countering you. And I think the best teams in the world, what they usually do better than these tier 2, I don't want to say tier 2, but like this one echelon down, is that they have more experience and more versatility from previous patches that they then bring into relevance at this stage of the tournament.
If you're gonna delay a game, what's your go-to? What are you going to do?
I would pause the game, Sheever.
Okay. If you're going to delay the game while the in-game timer is ticking, what are you going to do?
I mean, I would be thinking that we want to have something like Keeper of the Light, or, you know, Ghost Pushers would be the way that I would delay the game. I think that's like the most reliable way to do it. I don't think you want to... You're not going to go into this game saying, let's pick Coddle, Sniper, and every way to delay it, but I think if you have reliable ways to clear the waves, and you have reliable duos, maybe trios that get kills on the map, those are the ways that teams often delay the game. You know, you see the lone druid archetype of play where you're just split pushing like crazy. This can be done on other heroes, and we see the best teams do it. I also don't think that's necessarily LGD's playstyle, though. I think they want to bring the fight to you, and I think it was shown yesterday from 1W that if you dangle the candy in front of them, they will go on it, whether that's a Centaur or more ideally a support. So I think that that's just something that LGD will have to keep in mind. Maybe exercise a little bit more patience, looking for the windows of opportunity, because these better teams, they just don't give you nearly as many of them.
Yeah, something that Yuma mentioned in the interview is that he thinks that everyone needs to step up individually for them to do well that day. And yesterday he did feel like the most stable player, and it feels like nerves haven't gotten to him at all. His TV was as good as it could be in a losing game, and his Drow Ranger was beyond godlike for a big portion of the game that they were losing. I wonder if nerves are coming into play for LGD a little bit, because every time I see Tai Ling, it does feel... It feels like there's a little bit of stress there.
I feel it too. There's a lot of body language, I guess you could call it, that you can read when you see somebody playing their hero and the movements they're making in the game. And a lot of the mistakes that I have seen from Tai Long yesterday did not look characteristic of him as a player. And I would imagine that's a little bit of pressure. I'd imagine, some nerves in there. But I also think that he's got the right group of people around him to support him and encourage him through all that, because at the end of the day, that like a combination of the up-and-comers and the veterans is often the success formula for the best teams.
Yeah, and he talks about it yesterday too, right? Where when he was playing in Blast, that was for a big LAN tournament, but there's no crowd there. It's a very different setting in a studio setup compared to the Esports World Cup. This definitely gets some extra pressure with it. So if you already talked about having some pressure there in a studio setup, I can only imagine that he's feeling that extra pressure now as well. But we also are already at day 4. I think it's about that time where I feel like those nerves should be gone, and maybe especially so because it's against Yandex, and he's played a best of 5 against Yandex. This is not... It's not uncharted territory, right? They have even taken a game off of Yandex, so they know they can do it. And I hope that he can push the nerves aside if those are indeed there. Because we want to make them see a deep run. Of course, the previous tournament they played in was the first time that a South American team made it to a grand final, so there's a lot of achieved already, but we want them to prove that it's consistency that will carry them through here as well, and that they will be able to make a deep run into any Tier 1 tournament, especially at the Esports World Cup here in Paris. As we are in game number 1 of this 2-game series, we have got Yandex on the Radiant side, we have got LGD on the Dire side. First couple of bans already out. Notable heroes still in, very similar to previous series with the Drow Ranger, Shadow Fiend, Lone Druid, all still in the pool. The Treant Protector was also in the pool, but now picked up by Yandex themselves.
Now, do you break the combo of Treant plus Drow by taking Drow for yourself, or did they plan something else on LGD, something they prioritize more?
Yeah, I mean, Lone Druid's always still the option. Last series we saw the Drow get prioritized because it is good against Lone Druid, but I was thinking this would likely be a Lone Druid because of the fact that Enigma was also taken out by Yandex themselves in the first round. I'm actually finding it quite peculiar that they banned Enigma and then did not pick the Lone Druid. Another team, I can't remember who it was, showed that it was Underlord, also does incredibly well against Lone Druid because of the global teleport with the I think that's P-Vision. With the Ags really early, offers you that extra +1 that kills the bear in the mid game before he's got the Shadow Blade and +1 defensive item. So I would be keeping an eye out for Underlord specifically. I don't think there's anything else that has really shown strong promise against Lone Druid in the offlane, and I assume Yandex has a plan here.
Yeah, I think Yandex without a plan is which analogy do you want to go for, Brian? You're the one that wants to go for analogy. What is the most obvious thing that something can have?
That Yandex without a plan?
Yandex without a plan is like a bear without fur.
Is like an ice cream without a cone, Shiver.
Oh, that's actually very common because people have it in a cup nowadays.
Shiver.
Sorry.
Between Shadow Fiend and Drow, one of them is making it through here.
Sure.
And I think if you're picking either SF or Drow, and you have a Lone Druid, and you have to think about Slardar as well, which Yandex have shown they're willing to play. I don't necessarily think this Night Stalker ban was their optimal ban here. Sure, it can cover a puck for them later, but are you really willing to give away SF and Drow when Darkseer's been banned by Yandex, and you're not going to have the Darkseer solution yourself?
Well, the Night Stalker was banned first round, right? I think that's what happened.
Okay.
So it makes a little bit more sense. I agree with you. But now you are in this hole of, once again, we're in this a little bit of uncharted territory for these teams because people are now leaving all the broken stuff in, which is a weird evolution that we did not see in the first couple days, where it's like there's kind of a lot of bait and switching going on, where a lot of the popular heroes had the 1 or 2 counters that gave them problems, and then teams are banning out 1 or the 2 of the counters, and then now you're like, do we ban that too? I'm actually a bit surprised they didn't ban the Underlord. I think that's going to be the hero that comes out for Yandex. I think the Drows and the SFs are under consideration, but because they have 2 to pick from, I think that every pick that LGD is going to go for, like clockwork, is going to be good against these range carries. So you might even be... the question is, are you going to hold off on the range carry because there's other heroes that are higher priority, or are you just going to show your cards because it's kind of predictable at this point anyway? I would also mention the Terrorblade and PL as options that are both very good against what we see so far for LGD. So yeah, I was going to say it might be worth to hold the Watson pick here. Centaur, I don't think Centaur does great against Lone Druid. I think one thing he does offer, though, is Lone Druid doesn't deal the best with lane cutters. Like, at some point, you just don't want to lane against him anymore. So picking, like, the Axe or the Centaur could be a way to deal with it.
Yeah, and they suffered very heavily on LGD versus Centaur yesterday, and maybe Yandex watched that game and talked about it and what this hero could provide for them. I do feel that this hard Centaur running around mid-game is going to kind of pose a huge problem for LGD, who are going to want to play the map themselves with their Lone Druid. Because yesterday, all it took was that Centaur being the only one that showed to bait them into a few bad fights, and the game looked really hard from there. And then I'm looking at the tree, and he's not showing. The Hoodwink is not showing either. She's hiding in the tree line. So far, it is only the Centaur that they're going to play with.
Do we ever get the King Jungle Zeus?
To also not show?
I'm actually serious. Like, he's real. Like, he likes this hero, and I think they have damage problems right now in the early to mid game. I think you can get away with it in the laning stage, and it reveals like Zeus ulti hits Invis heroes now. So not only does it reveal them, but it also does damage to them. I'm ready, King Jungles. Whip it out, man.
Would you pick it here though, or just?
I think you want to save your last core pick to overall last. I'd be surprised if they picked a core here. I think Whisper has a lot of options, and if I would not skip getting a counter pick if I could. Come on, that's not a Zeus.
How do you feel like
it is damage though?
Is it going to be Clock with the Lone Druid or Techies with the Lone Druid?
I was like, Clock could be either, but I think at this point Techies is more likely to be in the off lane. It's very good against the range carries because of the taser, just lets you prevent the all-in kill threat on the offlaner.
And it's a dispel for the living armor. So if you're fighting into Train Protector lanes, you need a way to fight through the armor, and you can just remove it. With the Techies, it's a pretty solid solution. He has no setup to play with right now, though. And the Slardar does come out. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they play Slardar on Yandex, and you are picking Lone Druid, and there are multiple ranged carries left in the pool that can chunk down the bear. The Slardar is also an excellent mid laner versus the Puck. Like, I really do hope that they can cover all their bases in the end here with LGD, because if a Drow were to come out, it would be beyond devastating.
I think it was a bit of an oversight to pick Puck here, because yeah, they don't have any instant disables for you, but like you said, Mira, Slardar has traditionally been one of the melee guys that has the sustain of the river and also just out base damages you and does quite well against Puck in lane. And even though Slardar is not the most amazing Puck counter in the game, I feel like Lone Druid's, when you pick a right-click carry here, which you always do, the Lone Druid Bear is going to be pretty much negated. And other than Clockwork, there's not much that prevents Slardar from having free reign in fights, like terrain-wise. He can, whenever Slardar's move speed is allowed to be played around, which I think it will be this game, this hero is insanely scary on the map.
Mm-hmm. The Slardar also just opens up potential for Watson's hero pool. We talked about Drow and Shadowfiend being the big ones, but the Templar Assassin with the Slardar becomes twice the hero. The TV coming out with the Slardar also becomes this objective taker early on. The options are there, and you can't cover your bases fully as LGD now.
Would you still remove Shadowfiend and Drow and then just deal with the Templar Assassin, or would you actually rather ban Templar Assassin?
I think those are the big ones, because you could always go for some DOT damage on one of, Whisper's signature heroes, like a Bat Rider or something, potentially, to deal with TA.
Yeah, I think it's really tough. I've been in several spots. I think it was the second round as well for LGD, where I was like, I think they need a couple more bans, which is just not a good feeling to have, because that means that Yandex has a particular archetype of hero that's very good, that there's also several options of. I feel like that's the opposite of what we saw last series for Mouse, who, like, okay, they need one of these heroes, and there's only 2 of them, and they ban both of them. They end up banning the Kez, which is overwhelming physical damage, and he's like a pseudo-ranged hero in the sense that he offers the follow-up damage to Treant from gap closing. But I mean, they're kind of calling your bluff by giving you Drow. I honestly would pick TA myself here if I were Yandex, because they don't really have meaningful damage over time, and I also think it's a bit better of a blind pick because it can recover if it has like a even lane. Even though I don't know if Drow Treant ever loses in lane.
I mean, the one thing that Drow offers you that TA doesn't is the faster silence for Puck, which can really come in handy, but TA might create more difficulties for the overall last pick on LGD if they have to solve with damage over time. Because Batrider not necessarily looking like the easiest pick.
It's already banned out. That's the thing. These are the things. Like, these are the things we have to factor in. Is
from the very first.
The fact that Batrider and Darkseer were taken out earlier. I think TA looks premier here. I think Drow's better on paper, but in this exact scenario, I would lean TA. Is there a third hero we can't think of? Okay, they do go Drow.
It's just that silence is too high value to give up, I think. While TA also would have been great. Just the fact that they had 2 really good options here means that they did something right inside of their draft.
Yeah, and the multi-shot is one of the few physical damage spells that can hit reactive taser. So that's important to keep in mind in like the mid-game as well.
Yeah.
Drow can meaningfully dish out the damage to the taser target.
It's really tough looking at these drafts because, yes, they do have Lone Druid on LGD, and Lone Druid has been a devastating hero this tournament, but I see a draft with Treant Protector and Drow Ranger, and I feel like it's so hard to beat just from the laning stage alone. And Mars is a typical counter for ranged carries with his Bulwark, with his Arena, but a lot of players have talked about Mars as not being the hero he used to be and not feeling that good.
I just want to say, Mira, in this hypothetical world, if we could skip the first 8 minutes of the game, I think LGD is looking great. But sadly, we cannot skip the first 8 minutes of the game. I think they picked a lot of game counters. Like, ignoring the Lone Druid, that hero just got kind of slammed in there. They picked like a Puck against no stuns, a Mars against a ranged carry, like Techie's reactive taser against the living armor. I feel like they've got a lot of answers on paper, but if like every lane was played individually, I think the Lone Druid lane would be like 60-40. But like Centaur's gonna start cutting at some point. But then I think Puck is under duress, and I think Mars is under duress, and I think that it's just gonna be difficult for them to get past that early stages.
I mean, the map play is there for LGD. Like, they've got the Puck, they've got the Mars, they've got the Techies, they've got the Lone Druid split push. They have a lot of means to drag this out and play late game. The issue with going up against Yandex is they've never really played for late game this tournament. They will win their lanes, they'll get the first Aegis, they'll get a couple of items and end the game as fast as possible.
How is LGD going to deal with gate rotations from Treant Protector? As I have been told that he is one of the best to rotate towards the offlane. How are Mars and Techies, not Mars and Techies, how are Lone Druid and Clock going to deal with that?
I think it's actually a pretty hard lane to boot out. If I had to guess for Yandex, I think there's going to be very little priority put on DM's lane. I think he's just going to be expected to cut and trade farm, and I think there's going to be a lot of pressure put on the Puck as well as the Mars. I think Slardar's game is by far the most important out of all the cores, because this split push drawing out the game that Mira was talking about for the side of LGD, there's just no such thing as hiding from a farmed Slardar. The hero's just too fast, runs around the map, no cooldowns, BKB piercing disabled, no nightfalls to be happening. I think that LGD is in for a tough one, but if they get out of the laning stage somewhat even, then they can absolutely, like, they have to be splitting the map not down by 5k.
I don't know, the way you were talking about that Slardar, I mean, did make me excited to watch it, though.
It's fun to watch. When it's like popping off, Slardar is a high octane non-stop hero.
We also know that even though on paper we want LGD to, you know, delay and stall and make that go late game, we know, Effie, they are a team that loves aggression. They might be able to react to this. Like, are they able to bait the Slardar into a trap and fight anyway?
Of course, you always can. You also have the threat of Techies. You know, you drag them into a fight that's a little bit too deep onto their side of the map, and all of a sudden Techies could turn the tides of an early game fight. But for the most part, the laning stage on Yandex is really solid. They got really good heroes for themselves. LGD have to be able to stall it out, because if they stall it out, they can do it.
What's the lane where Yandex has most chance to do well?
Drow
I mean,
plus
I think Whisper is going to be suffering. Like, if he is top 5 net worth at minute 6, I will be blown away, Shiva.
That's the most miserable lane of all time, actually.
We're gonna find out. Is indeed Whisper gonna suffer? Is it gonna be sad? Is Watson gonna be very happy playing this Drow on the safe lane? We're finding out with Sunspan and Kezu.
Welcome to game 1. Why do you always look at me and smile, Kezu?
You're a
Not
funny
very
guy, dude.
professional. Yandex versus LGD, game number 1 of this 2-game series. And yeah, we have some interesting heroes. The first one I want to talk about, let's get the negatives out of the way, okay? I know I'm a very negative
You mean like the
person,
fact that they smoked on a ward?
Okay, that's well, we're going to piggyback off of that.
Continue.
And the hero that was just on the screen, Mars picked. I forgot that was a hero.
I'm glad he's picked, but I mean he's gonna suffer early on. I mean Brian did say if he will be top 5 net worth at minute 6, he'll be blown away.
Okay.
That's take a lot of energy to blow away Brian. But it is a very hard lane to play into, so there's some merit to his statement.
Okay, why is Mars? Is it the lane that's bad, or is the hero bad right now? Because we're not really seeing it all too often.
Well, I guess it's kind of connected, right? If the hero is bad, then his lane is bad in a way. So Mars traditionally has damage problems later on, and yes, his laning isn't incredible. And there's a lot of good carries. There's a lot of like strong like carries and 5s. Like especially also like if you look at Lone Druid, if you lane against this guy, you have like no game to be played either. So I do think the hero is slightly underpicked because he is good against range carries, but he does suffer in the lane against them.
All right, well, we get to see Chira Jr. playing the Slardar in the mid lane versus Tai Long. The panel kind of talked about how this hero can sustain a lot in the river.
Yep.
Love seeing this hero mid, actually. In fact, off lane feels quite underwhelming. I mean, not that we see it that often anymore, but good to see it in the mid lane. Like, what in terms of the mid game, not even mid game, let's say the rune timer, like 6 minute, 8 minute, 10 minute, is he very dependent on getting these runes to be able to gank, or does he just sit in the mid lane? What's his style of play?
Yeah, he prefers to be a bit more static compared to others. You look for moves more around like if you connect through the river and like sprint, maybe you get a haste. So yeah, he is reliant on runes, but not as much as others. I think like the moves for Slardar itself, they're a bit more special, like finicky maybe. Like in a way, you know, it's more about the situation that comes up, not especially because you're like, oh, when I'm level 6, I'm gonna TP. Like you wanna chill in your lane, farm, if something comes up, you take it.
Do you think LGD can win a game where Whisper does not do well at all? Because I feel like he is connected to like all their wins.
So,
obviously it's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean.
No, they can. LGD are a team that have leveled up over time, where it's important, especially at like this level of Dota, you need to have multiple players that can take over the game. I think if he does okay, it's fine. If he's a non-factor, obviously that's going to be difficult, but I do think it's possible. And also on Mars, you don't need to overperform. Like a good Blink Arena could be enough later in the game for Yuma to, you know, go ham in the fight against a Drow Ranger. So I think they can win a game in this tournament.
I mean, they're one of my favorite teams to watch, to be perfectly honest. Especially this guy in the mid lane, Tai Long, coming out of nowhere. That Zeus game from not too long ago, definitely something that's going to be a core memory for a lot of Dota players out there.
That was a nasty one. He was like the one to... He kind of... he premiered, rather, the Enchanted Bobber, of course, as you like to call it.
Bobbler.
It's been a while since I've seen like one thing just like auto-win a game.
Yeah.
It was... I mean, it was amazing.
I mean, what do you think about that? Out of curiosity, because there was some dissension about it. Like some people really didn't like it, like Sundar, of course, always a negative Nancy. I loved it though, personally, because it's not something that you can repeat that easily.
So I like that they nerfed it a little bit, because they nerfed the Timeless Relic, which is like the spell amplification one that you kind of, you know, you re-roll it over and over and over again. What made it so strong is that I didn't know after minute 70 there is no timer on the re-roll. It's more about you need to farm like the Mad Stones, which is like you need 40. But it means that every like 3, 4, 5 minutes, if you're getting all the space, you can re-roll it very quickly. So I thought it would take longer to reach the state where Zeus double ultis and kills everyone as Yuma.
Yeah, we'll pop the Lotus to stay alive. Saksa doing a good job of harassing there. And we would talk about Lone Druid, but we've seen it 1,000 times and we know exactly what he's going to do. As long as he survives the first 8 minutes or so, gets that Maelstrom at some point after that, just disappears for the next 40 minutes, especially once he gets that Aghanim Scepter.
But looking at like some of the other stuff, because you talked about Slaughter in the mid lane, which is a very cool hero, and it's a very good matchup against the Puck. You have higher damage, you have high armor, you have good sustainability, and also in the game, you're obviously one of the heroes that you have innate tank ability, you rush the Blink Dagger, and Puck is not a very high armor hero. So if you get the Blink, Bash, into Stun, into Corrosive Haze with any follow-up, you will threaten the Puck throughout the entire game.
Bottom lane right now, no first blood yet, which is a little bit surprising considering I feel like LGD in general, just very aggressive team.
No, they are, but maybe this is where like your point I think about Whisper is a little more, I would say, maybe apparent. I think this guy is always on the very aggressive hero, and I think with Mars in this lane, it's not that easy to like play for a win or even a kill. I would even say it's the complete opposite thing of what you should do, because what they need to be doing in this lane is surviving. He doesn't even have a level in Spear, he has Bulwark, he wants to chill. Theolicor is currently turning this lane into a 1v1, so I think they're getting quite a lot out of this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, he is bottom CS for the core, but it's not like he's that far behind at all, so considering how grim it sounded based on the panel and you being negative Nancy's, of course, I'm the positive influence here. DM, Hoof Stomp will get him out for now. Yuma continuing the pressure, though, is KJ. No cogs to work with, but only will need a couple right clicks to take him out. 5.5 minutes, so no Wisdom Shrine quite yet.
Got the root.
Yep, the root comes through as Yuma, he's really low, so he does have to be a bit careful. The bowling comes to fruition. DM goes down as Yuma gets the first blood, and they'll get Soxa on top of that.
That's a base play. Even Theolicor somehow made his way all the way over, and I do like it. You just leave Whisper down bottom with the skill build. It definitely helps him. You go up top as... Yep, just a little suicide mission on the tier 2 tower, nothing too crazy. Does mean he's a little bit late on the 6-minute route.
Yeah, Whisper, all right, you had to say something good about him. I mean, it was a matter of time, it feels like. As no Bash comes out onto Tai Long. It's crushed as well, has the orb to try to get away. Soxa doesn't have anything left in his arsenal, but Tai Long would love to get this rune. Malady doing all he can to get to it first, but the cogs, KJ at it again.
No, that was very, very good. As Tai Long, of course, he kind of needs that because you are not winning this lane against the Slaughter. Of course, he's not really like losing it, in a strong manner, but it's going to allow him to just go full HP, full mana. They still have the coil available. Could see if they maybe have a play in their book. Can always look for a TP down bottom on Tai Long, or maybe even go for the Wisdom Shrine.
We have a little team-up situation here for LGD as the Wisdom Shrine about to pop. Soxa is going to be in their way. They're going to mostly ignore him, it seems. DM shows up with the Hoof Stomp as KJ has the cogs ready to go. Nicely done. Chira Jr. TP's in to cancel out this Wisdom Shrine. It's going to be close. KJ not going to be able to get it here. So the amplified damage applied to KJ. He's going to get destroyed from Chira Jr. They lose Soxa in turn, so it's a 1-for-1. Chira is going to continue on here. That Corrosive Haze is nothing you can ignore. Although the Shrine taken by Yuma in the end, so they did have to sacrifice a little bit, as Whisper will have to sacrifice his life as well. So LGD losing 3 across the board.
At least, so I believe that, yeah, Malady also in the meantime, he took the enemy Wisdom Shrine, as of course Yuma's Bear got the other one, so a 1-for-1 trade, but yeah, dropping a lot of heroes here in the early game. And Watson is having he's having a nasty game. And we've seen Drow Ranger. You've been seeing her for a while. This hero is straight up nasty if she has high net worth.
I feel like you can say that about any hero, but Stampede comes out. And Crush onto Tai Long, so he's killed off in the mid lane. Was not expecting that one.
Oh, definitely must have been Soxa from the sidelines, getting off a good bushwhack into the follow-up stun there. And it is true that most heroes with high net worth are very strong, but I will definitely put Drow on like the high up there.
Theolicor needs to take these bounties, trying to deny himself potentially. Not going to happen. Does get taken out at the very least. Does secure the bounties. That would have been pretty bad, actually. 2K lead for Yandex pretty early on here.
Now also a little bit of XP being given to Malady here in the mid lane.
So, from Whisper's side, what's the... He's going for Blink after the Soul Ring, and it looks like he's already queuing up Yule, so I guess I don't need to ask you anything.
Cool.
No analyst needed here. Coil in the mid lane. Malady, pretty thick boy, but KJ will connect, and you would think that he's still getting healed up by the Leech Seed, but Illusory Orb is enough to eventually get the kill, as Chira will get the trade.
Yeah, he made them work for it. It does give them a return
Another
kill.
bushwhack from Soxa. Tai Long, Corrosive Haze upon him, has the orb though. And Chira. Not going to go to it actually, so the right clicks will continue to rain upon him from Soxa. DM will connect. Orb will be jaunted to.
Will be fine, but still very annoying, of course. They do spot him all this time during the Corrosive. And yes, Whisper's early game is difficult as Theodacor now in trouble. Fast enough with the taser movement speed.
Look at this Soxa reading Tai Long like a book here. He will eventually get back to bed. He's wasted a lot of time.
And this is a problem too. They have an aggressive ward if Soxa wants to continue to be an asshole here. He might just continue to do so.
Only an asshole in the game. In real life, a real sweetheart.
He's a very kind soul.
A gentle giant, as some would say.
Oh, and he could not be he could one-tap a lot of these people.
KJ trying to go for the 10-minute rune. Let's see if it pops it down here or not, or up here rather. Amp damage taken by KJ, but he will die right afterwards.
Since you haven't mentioned it yet, DM has a very cool set on the Centaur. I'm really surprised you didn't mention it a single time.
I was actually thinking about it, but I was like, you know what? This time I'm going to refrain. I'm glad you brought it up. You're correct. It's a really good set. Thank you for bringing my attention.
Oh, that is... It's so nice. I like it.
Nice to have a co-caster that can appreciate fine art.
Yeah, fine art is a good way to talk about it. It's nice to look at, so I do appreciate it. As Watson, of course, as well, his whatever hero he's playing, it's always burning. I don't know how much his cosmetic costs where you put your hero on fire.
Yeah, that's
but it's
worth
cool.
a lot, I'm sure.
Yep. As he is very, very uncontested. And to talk a little bit about like the matchup of Drow and Lone Druid, it is fairly Drow favored for a long time. I do think eventually when Lone Druid gets a couple of slots on his bear, you know, like the Mjolnir, the axe, but then you need like at least Silver Edge +1. It can swing one way or the other, but generally it is Drow Ranger favored.
Yuma's bear taking some damage, not much. He's got a lot of armor on him. And that's another thing I wanted to bring up. What do you think about Slardar against the Lone Druid, the bear specifically? Because that used to be a very hard counter to him, like way back in the day. I know it's not as much now.
It still is. It's honestly a big deal because the bear is oftentimes annoying because obviously it has 2 lives, you can resummon it. But the moment the bear like dies very easily and you take his first life away, it is so much easier to just like really commit to it and kill it because Lone Druid is not about the hero, it's all the bear. So Slaughter is incredibly good. It also always helps your carry to have the Aegis advantage. So yeah.
Do you remember range Lone Druid?
Oh, of course I do.
It was brief.
Yeah, like Mjolnir.
Powerful.
But that's also yet a level 10 talent that gave you attack range, and Dragonlance was ultra good back then. Yeah. Obviously it still is, but it was even better.
Do you miss those days? Now you get AFK Bear.
I mean, I feel like we just have the extremes, right?
Yeah.
Like you have the range guy, which is the only way to play. Now you have this way to play Lone Druid, which I don't really know if there's a different way to play. I don't think so, just because this one is... It's so strong to play it in this form.
Yep, that is true. It's a hard one to balance, honestly.
Yeah.
Blink Dagger online for Chira, as we have a smoke from LGD. Looking for a... I was going to say a potential hook shot, but we're 12.5 minutes in, which means Clockwork's not level 6, as we know.
There's too many games where neither sub has ult at like minute 12 or 13.
Yeah, it's very standard
happening
now.
So much. And the Wisdom Shrines didn't get stolen. It was a 1-for-1 trade this time.
Yeah.
This is where you got to give one of the subs. KJ, take the top wave. Screw you, Yuma. GTFO, this is my lane. Because the only thing that really changes what happens right now, obviously you can have Tai Lang run over and like get the coil on someone, but you need an arena or a hookshot to start one of the plays off.
Indeed. And for Whisper, he's still around 700 away from the blink, so they're not going to have any initiation without that level 6
and
clock.
I would say, like, to go back to Mars a little bit. First of all, this is one of the things that can happen to him, that he has a bad early game. It's both nature of the hero, but also that they left him alone a little bit. And the secondary thing is, it's very tailored what he's going to do, right? You know that he hasn't been buying any items. He's having a bad game. He's going to buy a Blink Dagger. So that is the one move that he will go for. And I think even then, the follow-up damage isn't particularly crazy here.
Malady trying to set up for this eventual 14-minute Shrine. Whisper going to get Overgrowth, and now the rest of the team will connect to get the Sharpshooter. They get the kill. TP too late. Wouldn't have mattered for Theodacor.
That really did not. Just good move here overall by Yandex, you know. This is also another strength of Centaur. He can just play offlane, farm the neutrals, you use your Dominator to pull everything around. And if you look at the vision of Yandex, very aggressive. While Watson is hitting the bottom tier 1 tower, they smoke over, get the Wisdom Shrine. Very, very textbook play here from them.
Yeah, definitely a good start for Yandex. 4K lead now. And I think a big part of that is the fact that you have this Mars that needs to get that first item.
Gem on Mars?
No way. Wow. Okay, so
Holy Basado.
That puts him behind on the blink even more. Wow. That is, I mean, that's early in general. He's just so tilted that there's this sentry.
Well, I'm trying to think about it because I love Gem. But this is this is rushed. Because to me also the way I see it is that one way to change this game a little bit, of course, would be the arena. He should be able to get like most of the wards now, which is nice. So one of the good things about Gem is that it can pay off quite quickly. Because nowadays obs, you know, they give a lot of gold.
Yeah.
But I do want to see also how does he work around the gem. I think offlaners are generally the best ones.
Let's see what works out better, that gem or this blink on Chira Jr.
I mean, come on, dude. That's doing
going to start things out onto KJ. I mean, for LGD, that's probably the exact target you want to go on. Is the arena comes out first of the game for Whisper onto Chira Jr. He gets the crush onto 2, still stuck inside the arena. They just don't have the damage. Stampede to follow though, as Mally going to try to connect. Tai Lung with the coil. Still the Slardar is healthy because he's in this river area. They get the connection onto Tai Lung. KJ follows suit to the grave. And Chira, I mean, he's happy to be in this water.
Yeah, he's happy. Good team fight from Radiant. Good thing though, still have the gem on Whisper.
Yep,
so he can keep dewarding and get the money back that he injected.
That would have, if he lost that.
Oh, I think it's...
Just get out of the game at that point.
Because they're so tanky on all of the heroes. And even here, like the problem is that Whisper couldn't pin CJ to the arena because there were cogs that like pushed him back.
Yeah, that's true. A little counter synergy there.
Yeah, and also with the Stampede, it's just nice for Watson to connect. Like you can see it even though he's late. Oh, no. Yeah. Keep that shit alive.
Whisper, careful now, young man. Gets off the spear, but it's not going to save Theolacor. I mean, I kind of want to see the gem being lost just to see what kind of impact it has.
No.
It's
we kind of have to be that bad.
You're talking about extreme levels. You're buying the gem this early. We got to see the other extreme. Is they're going to get the gust into the crush, into the kill on Tai Lung. Tier 2 tower. Going to be fortified.
We've been seeing some incredibly one-sided games today in like 10 minutes of time.
What's the common denominator here? Drow Ranger, maybe?
That's one of them. Oh yeah, so Whisper got a secondary ward, which is quite good. He is drawing around on the top lane. He's more of a like global D warder. This one could be hard to find. Nope. Very nice.
Right.
That's 3 wards down.
Wowee.
And he's pinging it. And if you're just like you're starting to get vision back, Blink is nearly back up. So he got back half of the gold that he spent on the gem, and he took out 3 wards. So at this point, MVP, baby.
Okay. All right. I mean, would have had Blink and would have had a team fight maybe going their way.
Yeah, but probably would have lost it anyway.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that could be the thought process as well. It's like, yeah, I get Blink, but then we have no damage yet. So
True.
What are we doing? It's not like they have the sharpshooter on there, and that's what having Hoodwink is great to have.
No, you're definitely
level 6, you have all that burst damage.
Yeah, or Snapfire. And this time around, you know, they have a techie, so you can jump in, drop the triple bombas. You have some good damage there, which is fine. It's not incredible, but it's good.
Chira was being hounded a bit by KJ, just sticking around there, but they will again steal some creeps from the enemy side of the map. As what's the status on this young man? So he has the Mjolnir for Lone Druid, and is Ag second?
Oh yeah, you are not
and
buying
Silver Edge third, Cookie Cutter to a T.
Yeah, and then you'll see maybe you need MKB for the butterflies.
Into the overgrowth, and another death for Tai Lung. KJ, he would have gotten flamed by his team if he didn't use the hook shot.
So he had
to get him killed. Yeah, it's one of those situations where, hey, I tried to help you.
You can't blame me.
Got to keep the young blood in the mid lane happy.
Yeah, did want that they went up a little bit aggressive. Whisper is showing his blink.
Yep, Chira. Okay, might have the burst damage this time, especially with Theolacor here. So
That's a good
LGD
move.
get the biggest kill that they've had in quite a while, for being honest. But now you can see bigger items coming from the other side. Yandex DM with his heart at 19 minutes.
It's very early on,
good.
but he can still die, as there are eyeing Yuma.
Bushwhack into the Gus. Goodbye.
Just an easy kill for them. Still continuing with the good map play. Got off another pretty decent ward up here. But at least when it comes to the vision, you know, LGD do have a bit of an advantage. Of course, with the gem that they've been using from Whisper, and also some good observer wards from themselves.
Do you think his team knew that he was buying gem, or he just like rage bought it?
He just bought that one.
It was a rage buy, you think?
I wouldn't necessarily call it rage buy, but it's definitely... I mean, it is influenced by bad feelings. Because the game is not going well.
Yeah.
But honestly...
What would your reaction be if you were on their team?
You just gotta roll with that. I will definitely, like, you know,
so somebody, it's like playing with Eternal Envy. You make some stupid-ass decision. Like,
no, but you...
Yep, that's great. Let's go. Let's do it. That's a great idea.
You know the Nisha eyebrow raise? That will be me. Like the, oh. And then you just roll
Very
with
brief
it.
emotion, and then you're like, yep, that was the plan all along, of course.
Because, you know, sometimes you gotta let people cook. Sometimes they cook like garbage, but sometimes they cook good stuff. You just gotta roll with that.
Yeah, these pro players don't know how to cook, that's for sure.
Most of them don't. KJ probably does. He's a healthy young
Yeah,
lad.
he's healthy, he's attractive, he's got everything going for him. Is now Blink Dagger coming online for Malady. Still yet to be delivered, but, I mean, I feel like every time we've seen a tree, we've seen the Froggy, and we don't have that this time around. So the overgrowth is actually going to be pretty powerful as Theolacor killed off. And now Watson working on the tier 2.
Okay. Whisper is looking. Did get flipped by one. And that might just be it for now. It's certainly still... They can kill heroes, but the LGD still need to be aware of like how they do it. I would say that you have enough damage to kill 1, maximum 2 heroes, depending on who it is. So if you go for the play, you gotta kill 1 or 2 and then back off. Don't overplay it by any means.
By the way, this is a dream cart game. Just throwing it out there. I don't know if he goes at third item. He's going to hold that thought. KJ with the initiation.
Holy shit,
and he dies.
Yeah.
Great hook shot into immediate death. Happens to the best of us.
Like, this is definitely the point where like you're going to think twice before the next hook shot. It's like, guys, let's farm. Let's wait for the high ground. I'm level 7.
12k lead for Yandex. And... trying to look at... Okay, let's go back to the Centaur conversation. It's always fun.
Oh,
he's going Shard first, which actually makes sense. Tai Lung. They have Vision. They have Hoof Stomp. They have Kill.
What's the Centaur? The card.
I mean, it doesn't. This is snowballing out of control for Yandex.
Oh, they see... Whoa, the shortest blink in the history. No way.
And TP successful.
He didn't have Saboteur? I guess not. Well, nice TP, because with that blink, honestly, look kind of like... hilarious.
Watson's going to need to dodge this. We'll do so. Working towards his BKB next.
Yeah, one of the next things on the menu for Yandex definitely should be Roche eventually. I do like that they're currently holding on to this tier 1 tower. I cannot stress it enough. When you're behind and you cannot open up a single tier 1 in the game, it feels very oppressive to play the map. You have so little space. It's so easy continuously for the other team to just back each other up through all the tier 1 TPs.
Oh, now they get some vision, although there is a gem on the other side, so already pre-countered by Whisper. He was thinking ahead.
He knew we're going to give up this Storm. But yeah, definitely just going to continuing to help Yandex here.
I mean, how good is this Shard these days? It got nerfed considerably.
It's good. I think from this stage... it's obviously very good because you're ahead and it all just depends on... Because all LGD can do really is try to dodge you. So if you have more small areas here or there where you see them, it's very worth it. But the Shard, it was put into a normal place. I think this is where it should be. Not bad, not terrible.
I mean, I would say it's better than a lot of support Shards that we're used to seeing, at least from back in the day.
Oh yeah, I mean, back in the day, you had Tiny, where he gets fucking 3.
Yeah,
or Bad Rider, who gets sticky napalm on attacking. No one wants that on a support.
Yeah, there was Warlock. It was pretty underwhelming. Pugna, ugh, God. Yuma's Bear is in some trouble. Gets off the fear, but it's only on the 1, so down goes the Burr. 16k lead for Yandex, and I mean, they can go for Roche anytime they want, feels like.
And they will do so.
Does he have Ags yet on the bear?
Oh, he does. Okay. He did, right? Did just pick it up. But yeah, Roche dies very, very quickly. And also, killing the bear nowadays is a lot more useful than it used to be. Like, when Lone was at his strongest, it's because he had a level 10 talent, where the bear had 25-second less cooldown. Now the bear got nerfed multiple times. They did remove that talent. And a 16k lead at 24 minutes. We'll have to see where they take it from here. Into a kill on KJ.
That's right, it's time. 0 and 9 for KJ.
Tier 1
gone. Scoreline last game. Do you remember?
From yesterday?
No, last game. Oh yeah, I guess
this is game one.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so yesterday they had a duo support of 0 and 27.
So he was like probably between 12 and 14 deaths.
They've had a lot of goose eggs.
That means a lot of deaths?
A lot of zeros.
Okay. Good to know. Jackal and Hyde type situation, of course.
Stop saying Jackal. It's Jekyll, all right? Jackal is like a hyena.
Okay, Jackal and Hyde.
Jekyll.
Yeah.
You can look up that lore after this. Uh-oh. Whisper in the air, and now gonna be in the grave.
He didn't give up the gem because it's somewhere else. So this I like. Whisper knows his way around the gem. Also, if you knew Kung Fu Panda, it's kind of obvious that they couldn't win because Tai Lung playing together with the bear, which is the main guy, it doesn't really make sense.
Is that villain and hero?
Yeah, it's like villain and hero. So putting Tai Lung on the same team with a lone druid, I think lore-wise it just doesn't check out. But we'll get there.
And it is a panda too.
Yeah. So I think they were destined to take the L on this one.
I see. Good to know.
And Saksa, he's hunting.
Yes, he is. Or is he the hunted? Seems to be the case. So LGD will get something. But feels like they're getting scraps at this point. Yuma, or Watson rather, with the Aegis. Has Manta, Hurricane Pike, BKBs in his backpack, actually. So the wand is more important, apparently. Okay,
swapping out some items.
Well, Butterfly will be next.
What LGD have going for them? Let's see what they can, like, what defense they can mount. You do have techies for the high ground, which is good. And you have a couple combos you can play for, like Coil into Savage Roar to break it. Of course, it's very nice. Maybe you can look for some, like, displacement with the cogs or, like, a good spear back. Yeah, he's being hunted.
They need a follow-up for this kill. Gonna farm the neutrals as Chira actually opting for the bear instead.
I do like what LGD are currently doing on the map. Like, if you have a look, top lane is being pushed in. They're doing a pretty good job on the bottom lane as well. No one's really in a position where they can die. Saxa, of course, is trying to hunt to kind of stop this pesky movement. Well, I say that they can die, and they die.
Saxa. Is that just him alone getting that kill? Just the bushwhack?
So.
Sharpshooter, yeah. That's it?
Just setting it up. Doesn't even, he doesn't even have the shard. Yeah. Well, he's just toying around with his food there for a bit, as Yuma's bear.
Yeah, we'll get crushed, and that's with the shard, so Corrosive Haze will be applied.
Well, we're setting up a little field here.
Yeah, that's one way to prevent the push. Watson's like, yep, I'll tank it. Good stuff. Bear, Yule's up, and the crush with the multi-shot is enough. So second bear just summoned again. If they can get it again, then, well, LGD and our World have hurt, but I think they already are in that place.
They definitely are. And the NX are playing Minesweeper at the moment, but even so, like, if DM just walks in, you have a hard with some living armor, and you clear the rest of them, which honestly, there aren't even that many left at this point.
Yeah, it's not like the old days. What did MAD stand for again?
Mutual something disaster.
Mutual assured destruction.
There you go.
Thank you to a terrific spectator here
who
today.
loves techies.
Loves techies, so he's a disgusting human being. But he
and you
corrected
signed
us.
his sock, so I will not say anything else.
That's true.
We'll leave it at that.
That's true. That's a techies player.
Yeah.
Not surprised. Melee Rax is gonna fall here, so LGD just give up this lane. The issue, of course, is that, well, actually, the Aegis is going to be expiring in 45, so the second lane is not going to happen. At least not yet. KJ,
nice.
Tempted TP, and
he got out. That's a W.
You're really committed to
We
that.
take that.
Whisper in the meantime. Not able to steal the shrine. And he's going Ghost Scepter now.
Yeah, that's not a good
Every
sign.
build from You know, I blame Amar for Mars being bad now. Because he's so good at it, they nerf it. Everything he's good at, they just nerf the crap out of.
Well, the hero he has been receiving some buffs. I think on like your arena deals a bit more damage, but even so, I think it has like a lot to do also with the carries that are currently being played. They're just very oppressive when it comes to the laning. Like, and I'm not saying that by default that his game should have been this hard entirely, because I think it also has to do with the rest. Like, there's a lot of other things that also didn't go correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mars is he's not an S tier hero currently.
What tier would he be?
C, B minus, or C?
B minus.
Yeah,
that's not that bad.
Maybe
what about this game?
Maybe you see that.
Bear dead.
Okay.
Henry summon will do so. Now the focus on a Watson, but look at the damage coming out. Everyone is dying from LGD. Lone Druid, no way to get back in. They lose KJ yet again.
I think now that
10.
KJ died, you might want to call it.
Yeah, only because of KJ.
Like, what do you do here? You're dead. Still another 35 seconds on your Lone Druid. It's a butterfly completed on Watson. Even if he didn't have, like, even if CJ wasn't in this game, I think Watson would still carry it.
Yeah, this will be a second lane for Yandex, who not really sweating at all this game.
Yeah, they're not contested. Playing very well.
Maybe physically they're sweating, but not in the game.
Oh, definitely not. There's no pressure on them.
Yeah, why not go for the Megas now? I mean, there's no bear still for 60 seconds, so this is basically 5v4 anyway, and they know that.
Yeah, they are in a little bit of trouble. Let's see what they mount up here for their last defense.
And let's see the Wombo combo as Whisper gets initiated on, pops the BKB. Gets off the arena. The DM already has a BKB on Centaurs. The double edge comes, socks the dead. Yuma in his fatty form will walk away without his bear. And they're going to get KJ on the back line as well, although he does get the hook shot. Big hook shot from him. Fortification comes out as Watson just going for objective-based gaming. Totally understandable. Chera pops the BKB, greets the Olacor with open arms. And this will be Megas.
Yep, godlike for Watson. Don't think he will end with godlike. It should be a beyond godlike. As LGD will look for a little more for defense by buying back the Olacor.
Yep, good stuff.
All right, KJ is ready for the last hurrah.
Yep, and he's not hurrahing anymore.
Nope.
Does have buyback. But yeah, Mega Creeps now. And in terms of their push, how would you rate this? Let's just do tier lists here. The
Yandex push?
No, the LGD push against Megas.
Oh, they have Mjolnir. I mean, the problem is it's very early in the game.
Looking for a letter.
You're looking for a letter? B minus.
You really like the B minuses, huh?
Because it's too early. If it was like minute 50, then they would have like an A minus.
Okay. Smoke from Yandex looking to close the door on this game number 1. As a Daedal is delivered for Watson. Hoof stomp onto the techies. Easy kill, 5v4.
For 70 seconds.
That's right.
Thailand with a good dodge.
Is going to be dodged here, but Watson does a lot of damage to buildings. Where's that bear going? Was thinking about doing something. Just hovering, sniffing, as do creatures of the like. And Overgrowth comes out just to delay, so that means the tier 4s are dead, and Ancient will be exposed completely to Yandex. LGD refusing to GG out, but we all know what's going to happen here. Kira Jr. getting some nice focus here. There's a huge arena from Whisper as he goes back into the fountain and drops dead immediately as GG's come out. Game 1 to Yandex.
Damn, we are having some one-siders today.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's just you have what seems to just be, the stronger team coming in. I think also that when you look at the hero composition, Watson's Drow Ranger, 0 contests on him, ending the game 13-0. Centaur has looked very good. I think also the Slaughter mid against the Puck. Very, very good matchup. You can talk a little bit about the heroes of LGD. Mars, we don't see him too often. I do think this hero can work. But then like Puck and Mars together, they lack damage. Safe lane Lone Druid. The hero's still very strong, but he's a little bit figured out. And Drow, to me, still just seems like the most S-tier hero available.
Yeah, I mean, he ends the game 13-0. I don't understand. Drow, you know more about the bans than me in terms of what is favored. But they get Tree, which seems to be very highly favored. Centaur's been in a lot of games. I know that was later in the draft.
Yeah.
But the drought keeps getting through, and it feels like it keeps winning, or at the very least has a huge impact on the game.
You need better answers. We've seen some Darkseers that have worked very well. I think also the Lycan lineups and the Centaur lineups that we have seen, like 33 showed the Lycan yesterday. We've seen some Centaurs against Drow Ranger. Because the problem is the hero is very good in the lane, but if you don't contest her at all, like Drow Ranger games will look like this. And Watson is a specialist on range carries. Like this is his wet dream.
Really? Okay.
Oh, it is.
Well, that's good to know, and kind of disturbing as well that you would know that, but we can see during this game, there was not much to speak of from LGD, unfortunately, and it's kind of unfortunate because I feel like they're one of the more entertaining teams coming into this tournament, but they're now 3-4, so they've dropped a lot of games already. As we can go to Shiver correctly this time.
Thank you very much, Suns fan and Kesu. Indeed, it is me, and we are going to talk here at the desk about LGD and Yandex Game 1. Was it a game? Was it a slaughter? I don't know. This was a bit of a painful one, but they did make it very late. They made it like past the 30-minute mark, and Effie, that was close. They were so close.
They were so close. I think, Brian, you counted the seconds until the very end there.
Yes, we were talking.
Officially the longest loss against Yandex.
Yeah, we were talking about them playing zombie survival horde mode, and they did make it to wave 32-minute 55. And the previous longest loss was 32:50.
You know, that's really good. They broke the record. Not OG's record because they beat the game, but
yes,
they broke the record.
Yes, if they'd be solidly in second place. Because of the record for losing. I don't know what place that puts you in, Shiver, but I don't think it's the best place mentally right now.
No, I don't think so either. There's a lot to break down from that game. I think we saw the writing on the wall already during the laning stage, but I think I want to start by talking about something that I don't think, Effie, I've seen ever. An offlane Mars 14 minutes in buying a gem.
Yeah, I mean, conceptually, I kind of understand where he was coming from. They were getting snowballed. There was a train protector. He's going to be hiding in the trees very soon. He's going to be placing his wards with his shard very soon as well. But getting the gem before the blink dagger, I do feel that at that point, you just kind of make that call yourself and you're frustrated. Because while it sounds cool, if you get the gem that early, you can't really take fights. Because if you lose the gem, the game is essentially over at that point. So your Mars suddenly is too afraid to commit early on, and that's an indicator of how bad the game was going up until that point.
Yeah, I'd say it was maybe a message to Valve to bring back True Sight, Shiver, by buying the Gem of True Sight.
Good one.
That was very far-fetched. That's how you know it's bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's very unorthodox, I think, to say the least, and I think it's important to try to think about why he would do it, and all things, like, genuinely, and I think Mira hit likely why that's the case. The Treant Protector, it's incredibly annoying if you ever try to walk your way out to a lane and you're anywhere outside of a tower and you just get rooted from Invis, but at the same time, I just don't think there's anything he could have done to win that game. So yeah. I'm fine if you're on the approach of like, everything I've ever done normally, I know doesn't work here. So what's the problem I'm having? Treant, screw it, I'll buy a gem.
What could I have done in this game? Because it was pretty grim, and as I said, it looked pretty grim from the get-go already, and I know there's a Lone Druid farming, so you always kind of think like there's a shot because Lone Druid is such a strong hero, but even that felt like a long shot at some point.
Yeah, honestly, I don't like to say that it's a draft loss, but it is a massive draft loss, and it felt that way ever since they traded the Lone Druid for the Treant Protector, and they didn't ban out Drow or SF at any point. They had to use a Night Stalker ban in order to protect their own puck, and they forgot about the Slider that comes out of Yandex, which is a CJ specialty. I think the factor that caught them off guard here was the Slider, but they have played it on Yandex in this tournament. It wasn't unusual or unorthodox for them.
I think if we see it coming normally, then I feel like pro teams should also see it coming.
I think it's a bit of a blunder, not only because of the Slardar for Yandex, but we saw yesterday LGD lost with puck mid, where what 1W did was pick Earthshaker, which is a similar realm to Slardar in the sense that it's a melee stunner that has a lot of bad mid matchups, one of which is not puck. And by picking the puck, you're allowing them to pick a hero that is very snowbally, Earthshaker and Slardar, in very different ways. Earthshaker, always going to blow you up with Echo Slam. Slardar is going to hunt you down on an ultra low cooldown. And both these heroes, like, there's a reason we don't see them. But the situation you can pick them is puck specifically. And we saw LGD, like, yeah, puck is broken. Like, a lot of teams are using it, winning with it in free puck games. But I think they're displaying, quite frankly, a like 1 or 2 rung lower understanding of puck. Because teams that understand it better than you, they're going to have the extra layer of, we know when you're allowed to pick it and when you're not allowed to pick it, and they're revealing the weaknesses of the hero right now.
I think we saw the strengths of the Slardar as well. I want to focus a little bit more on that because before the game started, Brian, you already gave a spiel about how Slardar was going to hunt you down, get a blink, hunt you down, kill you, and basically snowball like that. And I just did like seeing Shearer Jr. on that Slardar. It seemed to be very well fitting, and obviously it looked very good, so everything seems very well fitting then. But that was quite the showing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a player I didn't get to watch too much before this year, but he's fitting in really well with this team. I think from the mid lane, I wouldn't consider him very flashy either. I would consider him quite reliable from what I've seen thus far. And yeah, he played quite a performance on Slardar. Slardar is one of the, I think he's actually the main hero in the game where you just see people blow up. Like, there was a clockwork there, you know, he gets blink stunned, and even like a hoodwink acorn shot is like a third of somebody's HP with all of that minus armor. So very devastating to play against when you're behind like that.
For sure, and the thing about Slardar with a player like Watson is you are enabling some of his best heroes. And we saw that for LGD, like they were in a situation in the end where they couldn't really ban out everything, so they had to decide what they thought they have the best answers for. And at the very end, they end up banning the SF. Okay, because the Darkseer is banned out, they don't have the answer for SF. Then they end up banning the Kez, because maybe they just don't have a hero that they play consistently that's good against Kez. So to them, of all 3 of those picks with the Drow in contention, they thought they could solve Drow, which is quite wild because Treant plus Drow is the strongest lane in this patch. And maybe they were confident in Mars, maybe they saw something in it and they were like, never mind, scratch that. Let's just ban out the Drow next time and let the Kez through.
Yeah, it felt like maybe in this draft, from the get-go, it was Yandex in the driver's seat dictating what would happen in the draft. And thinking back about yesterday when LGD was up against 1W, that felt very similar. What's something that LGD can do to be in the driver's seat themselves to make sure that they don't have to have these weird reactions that end up costing them a game?
Honestly, I think they should reconsider their position on puck. Like, I really do feel that this is where a lot of the draft was messed up. Because what's been happening this tournament is that if another team has first pick, every team is going to that draft thinking to themselves, will they pick puck on 18? And 18 is the pick that closes out the second phase. And LGD were like, well, if we don't take the puck before they do, we're going to get 18 pucked and we have to solve that. But them picking the puck there and forcing the Night Stalker ban just made their draft really weird. And I've seen Tyling have really great games outside of conventional mid laners. Like, he plays Huskar, he plays Necrophos, he plays Beastmaster. He's looked good on all of them. I think shelf the puck if you don't have first pick yourself.
Yeah, and I guess I agree with all of those points. And I think when you're coming from a team like LGD's perspective, you always have to pick your poison. There's all of these heroes you have to consider in the draft. And when you have a hero that's as prevalent in the meta as Puck is, and you feel like you have to, like, it doesn't benefit you that the hero's in the pool, that just, if you get 3 or 4 of those, suddenly you just lose all your drafts. And so I think you can do that. And I think it's an approach, like, I think the Puck was a big part of the problem as well. But it's not one of those where you put out the fire and it's done now. It's more like we're putting our attention over here and there's another fire that's going to spread out over here because we're not, it's off our radar right now.
Yeah, it's one step at a time, I guess.
Yeah, but I just have to bring it up again because yesterday they also picked Puck before they didn't have 18. They were second pick, so they picked Puck in a position where it gets countered by the enemy team. Yesterday they got Earthshakered. Today they got Slardard. So they're getting Puck, they're getting lane countered, and they're unable to play off of it. And I really think that they should just stop trying to force this Puck unless they have 18 pick themselves. Like, truly, it's ruining their draft.
Yeah, I guess for this game, we just witnessed they banned Night Stalker in the first phase of ban, and then they only get that one ban in between phase 1 of picking and phase 2 of picking, and they chose to ban the Ember, which is another pick to protect a possible puck. But if you just ban out the puck in the first phase, then you would have had an extra ban to potentially ban out the Throw Ranger, and everything would have looked different. Sunny.
I mean, if your first pick, like if they're first pick in this next game, then they can have that puck on 18 that Yandex have to address and are scared of. But I'm talking about it from the second pick position.
I just want to speak about the previous series where we had a Treant Protector opening for Mouse, and then P-Vision responded with, we thought was going to be a Lone Druid, but instead it was a Drow. And I just want to say, I think that's a perfect example of the top tier teams being one step ahead of the teams below, because I think all the things we're talking about, I actually think that might have been something that happened to P-Vision in a scrim, where they were like, oh, we should respond with Lone Druid, and then it's like, wait a minute, there's Drow in the pool. We only have so many bans. You know, we have to worry about all the other 4 roles in the game as well. And it's so interesting to me how these games play out, because when you talk about the puck pick, it's also because you pick Lone Druid in response to Treant. Like, there's so many factors that led to that happening that it is important that that's identified as the problem, but it's not as simple as don't pick puck.
Yeah.
Right? It's like a full rewind in the draft.
We're going to find out what they're going to do in the draft for game number 2 that is coming your way very soon. But first, we're going to find out how Shira Jr. was feeling going into this series.
Hey, I'm here with Shira Jr. of Yandex. Your guys' group, Group D, seems really scary when I look at all the groups. You guys have yourself, Yandex, 1W, LGD, even OG's pretty good too. Do you guys think that you're going to come out on top on the group?
I mean, we just trying our best. That's it.
But do you think you're going to win the group?
We can.
So maybe. Okay, all right, just maybe. That's fine. I've been asking a few players which teams they think are the best at this tournament. A lot of teams are saying you guys, you're very skilled. Do you agree with that? Do you think you're the best team at this tournament?
I mean, I can say this, but a lot of teams here is good.
Yeah, there are. But are you the best? Maybe.
Yeah.
Still maybe. That's fine. To my knowledge, you guys declined to play some tournaments throughout the year to have breaks. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So why do you do that?
Maybe, I mean, just some players just burn out, or how to say it correctly. So we just need a break.
Yeah, burnout is correct. Is it a strategy, or is it just like keep stress low because avoid burnout?
Just want to chill.
Just want to chill. That's a really good thing that you can do if you're also still very skilled at the game. Do you ever fear that it's going to keep you behind? Because I feel like there's 2 ways to look at it, maybe.
I mean, I don't think it's bad.
You don't think it's bad?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you think it's good, other than avoid burnout? Any other reasons?
Because it's fine to chill from Dota. Just
do real life stuff?
Yeah,
what do you do instead when you're chilling?
I mean, meeting with friends. Just
friends? You have friends? That's not, most Dota players don't have friends. That's really good. That's good.
And what else? Maybe just play games. Not much, but usually.
It's very well-rounded. That's good. I'm glad you guys are like this. That's probably, your mentality is probably very safe. So, okay, great. Thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We learned a lot from Shira Jr., absolute chatterbox there with Purge. For example, he does have friends, and that's really nice. I hope that also the people that he's on stage with are his friends. Only the people on his side, of course, as this is a true rivalry, the rematch of the Blast Slam Grand Finals. But it seems to be fairly similar result incoming, with the first game going the way of Yandex quite convincingly. We're hoping for a little bit of a change in pace for LGD. Hopefully a little bit different draft coming out, and a lot of that is already decided in the first bit of the draft, I think. When we find out who's banned and who is first picked, is that the Treant into the Drow Ranger, or is that the Lone Druid once again? I already am spoiled. I see a Lone Druid on a gigantic screen. I do not know yet which is for, but it is for LGD there. Oh, it's so different. We have an Underlord. Sorry, I got way too excited for that one.
Who's first pick? LGD's first pick. Okay. So they actually have a chance, if they're going to play Puck again, to close out their phase with it and not get it counterpicked. Because Tylung's been getting countered on this Puck pretty heavily, and it's looked bad. There's also potential for... Is Huskar banned? It's banned. It's like, what other 18 picks does he have where he can crush the mid lane? Because what they need to do is win lanes versus Yandex. Yandex, if they win the lanes, they're going to end the game in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lone Druid, he's obviously going to be a strong laner. I think the only hero Enigma being Enigma that counters him in the laning stage. The thing about Underlord that he represents is the Ags, or a lot of people are just rushing it over something like Greaves or Pipe or Crimson. We're seeing the Ags Underlord, which gives you the Pit of Malice on your gate, which means you have a global route, effectively. So what I'm looking for with Yandex, which they pretty much always have against Lone Druid with the Underlord, is some duo that offers enough damage to kill the bear by following up the route. And that's the problem with the bear against this strategy is, it's like, in theory, yeah, it's great. You have a global route against any hero in the game that you could ever catch. But the whole thing about the bear is that he makes it inconvenient for you to go kill him. Yeah. And that's what makes the Underlord so strong here.
We've seen a lot of people try Winter Wyvern against it.
Yeah, that's looked solid a lot of the times. I think there needs to be another condition to picking the Wyvern, like for it being really strong in lane or counter-picking a particular hero. I think Snapfire also can work pretty well against Lone Druid. Snapfire is a hero you can flex to 4 also.
Very true, as we have the Hoodwink and the Shadow Fiend banned out in the second phase by LGD, and we're seeing what Yandex wants to ban out as their only one ban that they have. Out of the usual suspects, and especially maybe out of the bans that we saw in the previous game, most heroes still are banned. The one odd one out might be the Earth Spirit, that we have seen being so highly contested in a lot of teams. And the Doom is also one of them, but I do not think we're going to see a Doom anymore, at least not on the side of Yandex. Taking their time here to think about what to ban out. What might they be considering?
Yeah, they've led Lone Druid through the last 3 games in a row on Yandex. They've beaten it both times. They had Slardar plus Drow and then Slardar plus Kez. So I'm pretty shocked that they didn't ban out Slardar on the side of LGD, because we saw it last game. It seems like I talked about having enough damage to take down the bear conveniently. Slardar plus 1 is always enough damage. So I've got my eyes on the Slardar. Maybe it's not nearly as good when you don't see something like the Puck to punish.
Yeah. I think the ability to pick Slardar right now versus the first pick Lone Druid would be at the very end of their draft on Yandex 24. Because if you pick Slardar early on, now you'd have Tai Lung being able to counterpick mid for the first time in a few games for him.
Yeah, another hero I got on my radar is Necrophos for either side. I know Yandex, it's usually DM that plays it, but I think it's both good against Underlord and Lone Druid. So I think if you were to pick Slardar, for instance, for Yandex in the second round, it would probably get Necrophos, which, now that I say that out loud and you were talking about Amir, I wouldn't want to pick Slardar here.
Yeah, and of course there's the question of Puck, because the 18-pick team will always pick Puck if it's favorable. So is puck solved within the Underlord plus Coddle? I mean, the root is very helpful, but you want at least one more disable on the side of Yandex right now. And they actually take the Sapphire in LGD, which is a good shout because that's a good flex that Yandex could have picked for themselves.
Yeah, I think there are two ways to counter puck. One is to have disables, and the other one is to do what P-Vision did earlier, where you just have a 5-man ball that they can't kill. And I think Lone Druid also suffers against the 5-man ball. So with Coddle, Illuminate, Sustain, plus Underlord, I think you're already facing that like straight down the barrel. So I really hope they like Snapfire is likely to go mid, but it could be flexed. I really hope it's not a puck mid in response to this, because even if they don't have disables, you're just going to be tickling them. They're going to have so much heal. Puck relies on the Witchblade, plus the Strength Blink later on, the Ags, the Shard. Like, we're not seeing like Mjolnir Rapier Puck anymore. You're just seeing slow but sure whittle you down, and that's just not going to work against this lineup of Yandex, even just looking at 2 heroes.
I wonder if you could go Witch Doctor here for the Maledict damage on the bear, or if you pick Witch Doctor, you're susceptible to the puck and it just doesn't defend you enough.
I mean, Malady using Maledict, it just makes sense.
Very true.
Be poetic for sure. I like Witch Doctor a lot. I mean, I like, this has always been, ever since they made it so the flag bearer creeps don't give health regen anymore, I think cores have always been starved for sustain of some kind. That's why a lot of the offlaners end up going like drums, like Enigma does, where just this early game item that gives you some form of sustain. Helm of the Dominator. Carries don't often have this. I think one of the reasons that Kez is strong is because he builds into Mage Slayer, one of the few items that actually gives you early sustain as a carry. And we were talking about the heal for something like Witch Doctor. They go for the Wyvern. Shiver, you mentioned that as a nice counter to the Lone Druid. So right now they've got, I would imagine there's going to be some movements from the Wyvern and the Kez where they, like, you get the Kez Desolator, and that's probably going to come out about the same time as the Underlord Ags. And I would be careful if I'm Yuma with my bear there, because at any point past that, you will die to 2 heroes plus a root, and Kez often plays off map. And a lot of these top tier teams are, I mean, all of them are really good at the vision manipulation side of things. The thing about this Kez is you literally never have to show yourself. You have Coddle, you have Wyvern to push waves, you have Underlord to push waves. So the bear, sadly, does have to reveal itself. So I wouldn't mind if LGD gets some lane clear of their own.
Are they going to reveal where Snap is going with this pick, or are they going to try to keep it as ambiguous as possible?
I wouldn't mind. I mean, the thing about the Wyvern also is, you were talking about it for last game, Mira, is, or maybe last series, is to go Axe against Kez.
Yeah.
And Wyvern actually makes that not a very good matchup.
Okay, I like this.
You like the Storm Spirit?
I do, because it's not the puck, number one. No, it would have been fine, but to see tiling on a hero that's going to be able to scale into the late game but also play in the early game without the pressure of being the one hero to play the entire map, I don't think I've seen him have a game like that in a while. And this is just completely psychological, Brian, but I do think he's been a little bit anxious, and something like Storm vortexing in, having the follow-up damage of the Snapfire, that is such an easy combo to hit in the early game.
I agree. I mean, he definitely looks a little bit off in his gameplay, and the one thing Storm gives you here is you're against Coddle, Wyvern, these backline supports that absolutely need to be jumped. And so far you had Clockwork, which is decent, but having a core that's very reliable to jump them, and you said they have the automatic follow-up damage already built into their kit. I am a bit concerned about like the lane counters that could be coming out. We already see the Viper being banned out. I actually don't know how cheesy of a player Chiro Jr. is.
He can cheese for sure, but I think Ember Spirit is the obvious one with the Coddle being there. But he's cheesed many a time.
Yeah, I guess we talk about cheese, but this is a good point you mentioned. I think they're going to prioritize the Coddle synergy. So we're probably looking at Ember. We're probably looking at Pangolier. I still think Necrophos is like insanely good here for Yandex specifically.
Why can't Yandex go puck?
You could.
Yeah, you can. There's no reason not to.
I don't have a good reason not to.
If your Ember gets banned out, it's just that you want to have the most ideal Coddle pairing to take advantage of that hero, and typically it's the Embers and the Tinies and the Pangos and the melee heroes, but if you don't have a good pick there, then puck for sure fits.
So they got overall last, so they have some time to think about it. We're first looking at the pick for LGD.
Yeah, I guess like it's funny you asked that question, and on paper I think Puck is really good, and they might end up picking it, to be honest. But when I was looking at Yandex's draft, also the way they play, I think that Storm and Lone Druid are both vulnerable to having the map collapsed on them very quickly. Like Lone Druid doesn't really do much for the map in the first 20 minutes, same with Storm. So when I see like Underlord Coddle and then this Kez threat of rotating with these early items, I view them being able to suffocate LGD very quickly. And that's why I thought Necrophos, just like a mid laner who just creates this relentless pressure on you. I wouldn't mind Puck, like that means they do scale a bit better. But I also could see them just picking a Waddler.
Ooh, Venomancer. Now the question is Snap the offlaner or Veno?
I would hope that it's Snap. I think Veno offlane just is not that strong anymore. Because his ulti just doesn't do enough damage, I think, to justify being an offlaner.
And it's dispellable. I think that's the problem with Veno nowadays, is that your ult is dispellable, and even like Kez, you can just push your ulti on a 35-second cooldown.
Yeah, it was actually DM that talked about Veno, and he didn't like it as an offlaner anymore. He also said it was just maybe a support, but even that wasn't really good. What do you do with Veno nowadays? Do you go into the jungle? Are you actually able to properly lane?
I think he's going to lane with Lone Druid for the first couple levels, and then once they get ahead with this, I think you do want to play the macro game. I think Veno, as a support, the thing he does offer is that ability to jungle without really... Like, a lot of the supports, if they were to do that, would lose a lot of health and mana and then be completely useless on the map, but he can do both. So if they're going to... I mean, obviously, they did pick it. By picking it, I hope that's what they do.
And it gives them vision advantage, right? With his Serpent Words, or whatever they're called, the Plague Words. You Plague Ward, and then you have the instant follow-up from Storm and Clock. Like, maybe it allows you to be the ones taking the initiative constantly.
It's a weird pick to me. I think it's strong for the lane, but I think there's a reason we haven't seen too much Veno. They did nerf his new spell. The second one, it basically does no damage in lane, so a lot of people are just skipping it. And they go for the Invoker. That is like a scaling option. I wanted a Boots of Travel hero that could just have kind of free reign of the map and capitalize on it in some way. And I thought Necrophos was the premier one, but now that I think of, like, Invoker, in my opinion, is a scaling version of Necrophos for what I wanted for the draft. So I like it a lot in that sense. And I think that he is going to be set up to have a good lane. I think it's going to be difficult for them to roam on him with the heroes that they currently have. But if the other core can make it happen, then I think that's going to be really important.
Yeah, you know, I actually think LGD have a very solid draft in this game. I think their Storm Spirit is still a really strong BKB timing in this game, and he's going to be able to play very well, and they've also got the scaling on their side, and they're not on a timer the way that it felt like they were in Game 1. Like, they can play the map, and they can play the lanes. Oh, my eyes are on Tai Lung. I need him to deliver in this game, too, because he can do it.
There's only one thing in the game that's more BS than Kez, Shiver. It's an Alacrity, Kez.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Beastmaster. I really was expecting a pun.
There's Kazoo.
Oh, Kazoo. Yeah. That was a great throw that I wasted this time around. I'm sorry about that, guys. But yeah, I think Alacrity Kez is going to go off here because, yes, they have Clockwork, but he's pretty much their only form of control. And whenever I see lack of control, you have like Storm Spirit pull too, but I'm talking about like BKB, Kez going on you. I'm fearful of their ability to ball up on the side of Yandex, and they also have really good map play too. And I feel like we're going to be seeing LGD playing this weird split push game with Lone Druid that we often, have been accustomed to. And I think they have a better chance in this game on LGD than they did in Game 1.
Okay, that's
I agree with Mira that like this is a better draft. But like it's not going to be as one-sided as the first one, but something just tells me they're going to play this chill map farm. The bear is not really going to have any meaningful presence in the game, and then eventually they're going to 5-man, and it's just like after like one bear kill.
I have a worry. I think that Venomancer, if the enemy team, if the Yandex gets a little bit ahead, Venomancer is dead frequently. And we already saw KJ yesterday had a bad game. He had 17 deaths.
Can he do the Malk?
He better not die then. I mean, when you're picking heroes like this, it's time to individually step up, like Yuma said in the interview. The Lone Druid is not countered the same way it was in Game 1. Storm is not playing against that many disables, and they pick a Veno here at the very end. They better have a good plan, Chiefs.
All right, well, all that energy, I'm sure LGD felt that too, and we're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 2 with Sunspan and Kazoo.
Kazoo at it again with me, Suns fan. Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 2, as we might already have first blood. Theolokor already super low, and the first blood goes to Malady on the Wyvern. So already a good start for Yandex. Not good news for LGD, who got mega stomped in game 1.
Oh, yeah. And I don't want to be a downer, but Yandex, this is the 3rd game in a row now where they play against a Lone Druid. They beat it yesterday in 20 minutes. They beat it just now in 30. And this is going to be round 3 against the Lone Druid. So I'm a big Veno enjoyer, and I don't really know yet why there's a Veno in this game. So, like, I am open to ideas, okay? Because the hero is a lot about the small things and so on, but I don't think you're particularly good against Koro. This hero dodges the lane against you. You have very low damage, which Koro is very good against, because he heals a lot.
It's going to be a double root, so KJ already death number 1 for him.
Well, let me keep going.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
He's very susceptible to dying. But anyway, the one thing I can see, or what I would hope for, is Lone Druid gives you a very good early lane, and you know that Caudle and Underlord want to like play for potential stacks. So you can go over there and like block them with your wards yourself, or you can farm the jungle to like kind of abuse that Lone Druid gives you a free lane. But other than that, I think the other people will have to do a lot of heavy lifting. You know, they talked about Tai Long. I do agree he's set up for a good game. But the same with Whisper, because if you want to kill, I think Tai Long is going to need Whisper in most of his plays.
So, yeah, let's talk about Whisper. Snapfire off lane, how does this work exactly? Oh boy, don't tell me it's happening again. Blinding Light not available. Oh, there it is, but not back into the pit.
How does offlane Snapfire work? It's a very good laner, especially with Clockwork. Whisper is also one of the OG Snapfires. Like, I mean, we all know, like this guy even 5-6 years ago, you know, offlane Bad Rider, that's his jam. Offlane Snapfire, that's my bro's jam. And laning that, you know, with the Clockwork, he's gonna be A-okay. It's a pretty good Snapfire game.
Okay. And it feels like I don't need to ask this question. Is it a good Kez game? It's always a good Kez game.
It is,
Is there
absolutely.
such a thing as a bad Kez game?
There definitely are bad Kez games. I think if you lane up against, I would say heroes like Doom are very annoying for you. They talked about the Axe as well, which was a little bit nullified by the Winter Wyvern. If there's like a lot of random stuns, like I think Lone Druid you don't interact that much with that hero. So in short, it's a very good Kez game. And there's Alacrity. And there's a Winter Wyvern.
Oh, Sunstrike not going to hit. Whisper was still trying to get in on this action here onto Malady. As he's getting really low, we'll have to Cold Embrace himself. Whisper still wants to stick around. Scatterblast only hitting 1, not including the dragon right in front. So now Whisper has to run away through this bridge. And the Arctic Burn's going to find him. So pops the fairy, stays alive, but popping the fairy is the Wyvern still. The cookie onto the other side of the tree. It's a 1v1 battle for the Aegis, and Whisper comes out victorious and then dies swiftly to Watson on the Chicken Man.
Well, the good thing is for LGD is I believe that Yandex lost way more creeps there in that entire engagement. You still see the entire wave here is right in front of Whisper's tower. Well, overall, very weird plays all around.
Talk to me about the Underlord now. I love this here. It's a big fatty.
I love Underlord, and he's, in my mind, he's one of the best counter picks to Lone Druid. Lone Druid, he's a lot more about how he plays the map later, right? With the Aghanim Scepter, you're just split pushing and so on. First of all, Underlord is a super good laner against Lone. Firestorm is always good against the Bear. The Pit is incredibly annoying. And later, when you have Aghanims, you can just start using it to kill the Bear around the map as well. So no surprise that we saw that as a return pick.
Yeah, another double root thanks to the blinding. Oh man, KJ, second death now. Yeah, I'm struggling to see the purpose for the Venomancer as well.
But it might be for Yandex.
Possibly. Malady is taking quite a bit of damage. He will fall as Whisper getting gone on by Watson. Trying to finish the job here. Cogs not going to help out though. Good attempt from Theolokor, but you're just pushing him towards the end target anyway. Tough position to be in.
Kez just has incredible base stats, like good move speed, good attack animation, great early damage, great armor as well. But yeah, we need to keep an eye on Tai Long. He is set up for success. They didn't, like when you pick Invoker in this matchup, you're not picking it to shut down the Storm. You're picking it for your own game, further on, you know, make yourself like have better late game. But you're definitely not stopping Tai Long here in this early game.
So for offlane Snapfire, what do you even build?
You have
is
a
there a
couple
standard
of
thing, or
options.
is there? Okay.
It's you can generally, I think early blink is quite nice. You can also still just go the normal build of like travels. Like travels, blink shard is generally like some of the tri-core that you are looking for. I've also seen some players that like to go in ATOS early on to give themselves a bit more catch. It's also one of the strengths of like Snap. Like even when this hero was an offlaner many years ago, you'll go like mech early on, you can go it into Guardian Grief, so the hero has nice options.
Right, some root action onto DM.
Yeah,
as
root
he's
on
going to
root.
get his Pit of Malice down. Very annoying hero to deal with. We'll see what he wants to itemize with. If it's going to be Aura heavy or maybe an earlier Ags. Love to see the Gleipnir, but I feel like we're not seeing that as often
You
anymore.
can see it like later on, it's fine, but I think other items are just way better. You know, you have your Shivas, for instance, Aghanims is always core. This to me for Underlord just looks like a pipe into Ags game. Like I think pipe is way too good. Ain't no way.
Yeah, he got him. Shira. Beast mode activated. Tai Long, first death of the game, and it's a solo from Shira.
That was incredible spell usage by him. You know, the cold snap into a diagonal ice wall. Not gonna lie, that one is not easy to land like that into a great Sunstrike. Not something that you are allowed to have happen here if you're Tai Long. So that's a very big setback.
He's been struggling a bit the games that we've cast.
Yeah.
Has he been on LAN? He has.
He has. They played it last. I guess there wasn't like a real crowd, but he doesn't strike me as the type of player who has like nerves or like, you know, issues when it comes to being nervous.
How would you know such a thing?
He strikes me as a very confident young lad.
Sometimes you're just hiding it all of it inside. Just like I do that all the time, you know?
True.
Like I secretly despise you, but you don't know that.
Oh, you're playing it off very well.
Thank you.
You keep that up.
You're great. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, so do you. Keep it up.
So we have the 6-minute rune about to pop. Viola Core might have to grab it.
Yeah.
We'll do so. Regen rune. Tai Long going to be very angry about that, and we'll bring Malady back with the Electric Vortex and the bowling to follow. Chira is going to work on KJ in the meantime, so it looks like a support for support, although Plague Ward's making it a little bit more difficult, wrapping all the way around.
But
Malady, not... Okay.
How did the third cog not hit him? I swear to God, that looked like a hit on my screen. Again, either I'm blind or there's some cog interaction where sometimes it just doesn't connect.
Back.
Back? There he's cheating? the anti-cog hack.
So Chira, I assume, is working on the Meteor Hammer now.
Yeah, it's kind of just the only build you can go. I mean, they just butchered Midas overall. You can't really buy it. It's only good for gold. Whereas Meteor Hammer has a good build-up. You build it out of Kaya. You're happy. Helps you farm. You can always get some double camp. This Malady kills 2 couriers. Pretty cool.
I love Wyvern. Very, very cool hero.
It's a great hero. I think Wyvern's always been like fun to watch, and I'm happy that the hero is good. It also lanes so well with Kez. Like, he's generally a low HP hero. He wants to play aggressive. The heal is great. And yeah, I think this is something that Yandex do very well. I think they understand when they need to play aggressive, when you need to take a step back. And of course, Kato, amazing at stacking. And yeah, I mean, I've yet to really see...
Feels like Kato has been the support of the tournament so far in a lot of ways.
I think it's also that Kato just does a lot. First of all, he buys great items. I mean, you can rush Holy Locket, which is a great item. He has Solar Bind when you use your ult. His innate is quite good with higher movement speed. You also have incredible sustain, which makes you good at tormenting and roaching. So yeah, there's very few things that Kato doesn't do. Doesn't have a lockdown, I guess, but you make all your other heroes stronger.
Yeah, you can't be Kez. You can't have every mechanic.
True, not every
game.
hero can be Kez. Only carry heroes can do that.
That's right. Fiolacor will snag another rune, this time the Invis.
So they do have Whisper's ult. I want to see where they use the first kisses here. Generally, it's nice if you can slow down a Invoker game or also play into the snap lane. Yes, Theolicor, of course, is hunting the Ice Dragon here.
Yep, if only he had Battery Assault.
You gotta
Really
wait
strong
a couple patches for that one.
Pit of Malice now onto Yuma's Burr. Gets brought back in. I mean, that's such a cool combo, actually. Not something I would have thought about. As we see Mortimer's doing a decent amount of damage. Won't find a kill, though.
But that's the first kisses.
It is.
Like, when you play Lycan or Snap, your first ult, it's supposed to do a lot. Like, it's supposed to give you kills. It deals like 2,000 damage all around. So I have to question, why isn't there a third hero? Why don't they wait for Storm to connect and then you get a free kill and you actually turn it into something?
Well, you can go ask him right now if you want to walk over.
I would love to do that. But obviously, we will try to stay a little bit professional.
You'll be remembered forever if you do that. So.
Yeah, I would like different ways to be remembered than being the asshole who did that.
You don't want to be the guy that pours energy drink on your head?
Shout out to Eternal
Remember
Monster.
him forever. Sunstrike, Yuma. Ooh, dodges it. Not sure if he was aware. He's going to turn into the big bad bear now. And Watson's going to try to chase him. Soxa nearby as well with a blinding light. Kind of puts him to the side, and they even using the Fiend's Gate to get a little bit ahead. And now the Pit of Malice holds him in place. Still not much damage to follow it up with. In fact, Watson's the one taking the brunt. As KJ's there with the slows, and now the zip in by Tai Lung. They get the Chicken Man, and they'll find the Wyvern as well. So a double kill for Whisper, much needed.
All Yuma, baby. He does that one little step to the side where he doesn't die to the Sunstrike, and they just got a bunch of return kills.
Yeah, they needed this badly. Not just for the game, but for their mental, if we're being honest, after last game.
It does hurt. I did check some of KJ's KDAs over the last couple of games. It's not pretty. It's like 2 to 40.
Okay, good. That's... ow.
They've been having a last couple of rough games. We all know that they can do way better, and I think right now with that one play, they turn it around quite a lot. Yes, we...
Oh, man.
Look at that range.
Imagine that hits. I mean, how this changes.
Yeah, this whole play doesn't exist. Like, he just dies for free, and most likely they wouldn't even chase him. They have very needed stuff. Tai Lung getting some galvanized stacks.
So skill or luck?
Gotta have both.
Okay.
Sometimes you need to have skill to create your own luck.
Tai Lung, level 9 right now. Malady at 11 minutes. Only level 4, actually.
Yeah,
definitely struggling in the levels.
Right now, if you're Yannick, you gotta be careful. I like that Whisper is running to the top lane. He's keeping his TP ready, because if any fight here breaks out, you just immediately TP as a Snapfire, and you keep the fight going. Whereas Yandex do what a lot of heroes just love to do, which is... So, I think it's good that you can stack and everything, but I still feel like stacking is too good. So many, like, you get so much gold and so much XP from it. It's not that easy to contest a lot of the times. A lot of heroes, of course, are very good at clearing it.
Yeah, DM will get the Atos, so we're going to be seeing lots of roots. He can double root just by himself, and that's not including a blinding light on top. To see some... Man, what does Storm buy against Pit? You just have to go BKB at some point?
You kind of play, yeah, like you play around 4 staffs on your supports. That's definitely the first thing you ask for, but we can see that he already has a BKB queued up. Which, honestly, it makes sense. It's not just that. It's also going to be, like, Keds has a silence.
Tai Lung leaves the Arcane Rune behind. Trying to go for the kill onto Malady.
Yeah, he's dead.
Whisper had to use the ult for that, though, as Soxa kills off KJ.
Must have been with the help of a Sunstrike, I believe. Otherwise, that kill is quite crazy, coming out by Soxa.
What do you think of the body of this Underlord?
It looks cool. I like this set.
That's our set.
That's your set. What the Dota Cinema said?
That's right.
Or Relic Arena set.
I wish that was a thing. Watson getting bounced around.
Yeah, good bowling.
Not a whole lot of mana to work with, but DM with the Fiend's Gate. The Olakor, nice hook shot to the other side. Sunstrike does clip him, though. Not sure Watson can catch up. He does have a grappling claw. Yeah, won't be going for it.
Yeah, was a short hook, but long enough to get him the hell on out of there.
DM now has the Atos. That would have been 100% a kill.
Mm-hmm. He's having a good early time here, of course, on the Underlord. Which means if they have any way of setting up one silence into an Atos, that's one way to, you know, try and shut down Tai Lung a bit more. Don't mind this deviation by DM. Definitely still a fantastic pipe game, so he's queuing it up next.
I would talk about this Yuma build, but we don't need to.
Nope.
Never changes.
Nope, because people know there is only one real way to play Lone Druid, at least when it comes to the first couple of items. Going for smoke as Yandex are taking the enemy safe lane tower.
And they get the big zip onto the Chicken Man. Sunstrike's coming. He heals up a good amount with Raptor Dance, so completely out of mana. And the TPs are coming. Cold Embrace saves him. Tai Lung with the Arcane Rune. Should be fine. The Olakor not so much. Okay, hook shot. Okay, very nice. And the cookie to follow. Whisper has the blink. That's the Olakor with the cogs. Going to be pretty annoying to finish off. Sunstrike.
Misses.
Not there, but now you got Malady. We'll be able to claim the kill eventually. As Whisper also not out of... Okay. They actually try to go for this. The Sunstrike is there, and the ult coming out from KJ. Watson in a world of hurt. Cold Embrace not going to save you from all this magic damage. As Soxa trying to get to the other side of the bridge, Gandalf style, and well, he will survive.
Did get one turn kill on KJ, but Watson did have to pay with his entire life for this one. I did like their initial play. Like, I think that Whisper was just slightly too late on the cookie, because Watson did get the ult off and they didn't have the chain connect on the stun.
Yeah, will be a pipe from DM. What do you want to see after that then?
Definitely Ags.
Like Ags?
Yeah, just the Ags is way too powerful. This is a top 5 Ags of the game. I think in terms of the impact that it has.
I mean, global route, yeah.
Yeah, like it just changes the game. It's a little bit... I like to see it like Tidehunter. Like Tidehunter makes you not teamfight him, and then he buys the shard and he catches you. It's a little bit similar, I think, with Underlord. It's very hard to teamfight against this hero when he has like 1 aura, sometimes even 2. Yeah. Then his next natural item is that he catches you on the map. It's just like a 1-2 punch. It's really hard to play against.
Yeah, I can see it. We'll make a tier list after this event.
Yeah, sounds good.
Book it.
Booking it.
Can finally be on your podcast.
I want to be on your podcast.
Not interested.
Okay.
Boots of travel now there for Chira. Still waiting for that Ags on Invoker at some point.
You're going to have to keep waiting.
Cataclysms.
It's just very greedy as Tai Long. He's eyeing for another play, as LGD have many members here.
And Zip in with the Electric Vortex into the hookshot. Not the best layering as Chira gets off the Tornado. And they're going to set this up with the Pit of Malice as well. So the Sunstrike just gets a kill outright. And the first ult coming out from Malady of the game gets deleted by the Scatter Blast.
Chicken Man.
And KJ healing up thanks to the urn as, yeah, Chicken Man makes an appearance. Going on top of the bear. It looks like Theolacor will be the last member to fall.
These moves are supposed to be good, but there's a little bit of like a rush going on. Like Yannick's had a nice turn play, of course. You know, you have CJ who gets off the tornado into a pit, but at that point, like Tai Long, he's just incredibly out of position. Whisper.
And grappling claw upon him. Cookie, nice stun. Fiend's Gate. Yeah, he's a goner as well. Did you know the Fiend's Gate was Cinderan's idea?
He came up with this spell?
He came up with it. They asked him.
And then
they gave him no credit, of course.
Well, that's why you're here.
That's right. I'm giving him all the credit.
It is a very, very cool spell. I'm also not going to lie, it took quite a while because Underlord was not a good hero for a very long time.
Yeah, his old ult was very boring too.
What's the
Dark Rift.
Oh, that one. That was really difficult to use.
It's a shitty TP version of what it is.
Yeah, it was really difficult to use. Meteor Hammer from the fog.
Okay, into the... Ooh, does get off the ult, but he's burning to a crisp. Chira with a solo kill. Not what you want to see if you're LGD.
He didn't even attack. Like, he just immediately ran away after throwing all the spells. Yeah, but cool guys don't look at explosions. And LGD, these are the type of moves that they give up too many times in some of these games.
Hookshot's going to miss from Theolacor. That will likely put this to an end. And Whisper's going to be found, though. We'll blink out.
It's an immediate
shows up. Tai Long. Uh-oh, is this another repeat? The Sunstrike, they have the Atos as well. Another death for the Storm Spirit. Tai Long is having a couple of rough games. 4 rough games that we've cast, at least.
Yeah. Nah, they need to take a breather here when they respawn. The game is still super chill. Game is super okay. Obviously, you are behind, like, what? It's 2,000 gold. It's, like, not that bad. You're holding on to your tier 1s. You have a good draft. You have all the damage that you want and that you need, but there are some of these plays that you cannot give up. You go mid, you overplay, you die. We see it here. Solo kill from the fog. Invoker on Lone Druid. This is not normal. Whisper goes to the top tier 1. He gets caught off by just running into the tier 1 tower. They're still fine, but they gotta reset because Yandex, if you give them a couple more of these plays, I think you can give up this game.
We've seen it so many times. Feels like a rinse and repeat situation. There's DM. No way this happens from afar. Surely another Sunstrike into the Atos, into the continual route. Finally zips away. Help with the cookie was needed. I mean, it's not like that much was even expended from Yandex to force out this rotation from LGD.
No, just a couple of cheap spells, and it definitely does. Like, so when Yandex have this position in the game, they like playing 3 heroes mid with 2 guys on the side. They will like attack you on the tier 2. They will commit if it's a kill, but if it's not, they just force all of you there. And once they do, now they spread out and go back on the map. They farm everything. Then they wait for you to spread, and then they attack again. It's honestly very, very cool macro moves here in their mid game. So we've got a Vessel completed on KJ, trying to make a bit of use, you know, of the fact that he has been able to farm a little bit of the neutrals. We'll still say I don't think this pick has done what they may have wanted it to, at least not yet. But now that the Vessel is out, that does help quite a bit, especially against the heals from the Wyvern and the Kato.
I will say, I do like Snakebite as a spell. Not that it's important in this game at all.
It hasn't done any... And that's one of the small other problems to me is that Kato is very good at cheating the lanes, right? You can push, you can blinding light and not trade. Veno wants to trade with you. He wants to like play against heroes that want to cut the wave or melee guys.
Yeah.
Kato is like one of the perfect heroes against Veno, both in fights but also in the lane.
How does that work against Focus Fire?
You destroy yourself.
Good.
So you better be careful.
That's good.
It's like hitting into Blade Mail.
Yeah. Is there any build that prioritizes that spell? I feel like I've not seen that at all.
Snakebite Max?
Yeah.
No, because, I mean, the counterplay is just... They don't hit.
Give it another year, it's going to be the build.
I mean, it's going to get... Okay.
It's going to get buffed, obviously. Theola Core
gets pushed back into his cogs.
Yep. Another free kill for Yandex. Does take them a while.
It does. They did pick up a gem.
What are they close to on both sides? Any big power spikes coming?
Watson is gonna... He's closing in on the Agams. And by the way, we were talking... I think you asked yesterday or the day before, who are the best Kezes? I think Watson, he ranks up there.
Did I ask that?
You did.
You sure? You sure I wasn't asking what the best chicken to get is?
Probably you asked that too. But we didn't get quite into that conversation. Because this guy is good.
Oh boy. Another pit. Sunstrike at half HP will walk away.
Just a bit of poking.
Just constant action here. KJ, he was there and now he's not. The zip in with the help of the Mortimer's Kisses, so they get the trade as DM shows up. Tai Long completely out of resources. Another death for Tai Long.
They are just owning on the Yandex. Like CJ's net worth too. I don't know if he's supposed to have this many items. He has Meteor Hammer, Travels, BKB. Oh no, this is not even. Got the gem as well. They are looking very good. It's even got the shard with the upgraded Ghost Walk. Yeah. Radiant are in some trouble here. Because the thing with Lone Druid too is that, sure, he's very good at like, you know, playing the map later and picking people off, but this hero doesn't like when he does not have the scale. I don't think LGD have the better late game in this game. You're playing up against Invoker, Underlord, Winter Wyvern, and Kez. All of these heroes are very durable, can play on long range, multiple team fighting. I'm not liking their chances right now.
And what's the positive way to say that?
Like what LGD can do? I think it's a tough one at this point. They had a freshly picked up gem here that they dropped into the dire hands too. I think what they can be or need to be looking for is you need Thailand to get his BKB. He is quite close to it. You still have a bunch of follow-up damage from the Snapfire ult. And Yuma also has his 2-item combo, right? You have the Ags and the Mjolnir. But you have to find ways to play the map properly and get the fights that you want. So far, it's only been on Yannex's terms.
Well, this tier 1 tower will be taken out now that the Agnum Scepter is online for Yuma, but it'll be a trade of sorts for the Tormentor, which Malady will get the shard. So Cold Embrace, cooldown reduction, and gaining the damage after the fact, which we kind of talked about. Kind of hard to use that properly, but
would be good with Kez. Like, I think it's good with the type of carries that can drop low, but then can fight after like the healing burst.
Right.
And I think honestly, like melee agi carries probably fit that build the best. They don't have the highest HP pool. Like if you get them to half HP, they can usually turn it around. As DM, just being very annoying to the bear. This is like another one of the reasons that this matchup is so toxic to play.
Tai Long looking for a free kill for once this game.
This is a good one.
Find it in Saksa. 9k lead though for Yandex, and I guess the question is, when do they want to go for Roche?
They definitely could be looking at it very soon. But if you're LGD, you were quite happy about that pickup. It now means Tai Long has his BKB, gets himself another galvanized charge as well. Just keep his own region going a bit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's
got the Fiend's Gate coming. Don't even think the fatty is needed. DM will watch Whisper get blown up. I think he spotted him. Hit does hit, but doesn't have vision for the Atos.
Trying to spot the bear. Watson is on it.
Chicken versus bear. Who wins?
Generally, the chicken will win this one.
Correct.
Plus 330. So it looks like DM is not going for the Agnums just yet. Wants a bit more auras. Just feels like, okay, we've got enough catch. We don't need that much more. Shiva's, of course, quite good against the Radiant Draft too. Or, I mean, you know, mainly against the bear. Lowering its attack speed is quite nice.
All right, so for LGD, let's see what is coming up next. So for the Storm, he has BKB Kaya. Nothing really on the horizon quite yet. And Whisper, BKB is about to come to be, just 1,000 away from the recipe. And on the other side, 4 charges on the Deso so far for Watson. He has the Ags, and he's only a recipe away from BKB as well. Which is going to align with the Gleipnir on the Invoker. And for Underlord, it'll align with the Shiva. So actually, that's a triple threat power spike from Yandex, as if they needed it with this 11k lead.
It definitely did not. They are eyeing KJ currently on this mid lane.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, just a long-range artillery. No committal. Just playing it very cool. Because it's also, when you look at heroes like Storm and Snap, they, like around the 20 to 30 minute mark, you start running into some trouble. You know, people get some dispels, there's a pipe, glimmer, force F, people get BKBs or higher HP pools. And I think even if you do commit with like a good jump into a Snap ult, it's not a guarantee anymore that those heroes actually die. You need to find a way for maybe Yuma to get activated, either by forcing some of the Yandex heroes around.
And trying for again here. Oh my god, Tailang has to pop the BKB just to live. Everything is just defensive from LGD. They cannot get a foothold in this game at all.
No, and Yandex are doing this very nicely too. It's similar to what I mentioned earlier, like this 1-3-1 split. And also the way they attack you, they don't commit. They play on the highest amount of range possible. They poke something out of you without really risking their own life ever.
Yeah. And they can do that to Theolacor as well. And when it's a support, they just burn. Tier 2 down as well. So they have 2 Atoses now. Which means BKBs have to come out in full force for LGD.
And it is very difficult to play Lone Druid in this type of game. Of course, you want to keep splitting the map left, right, and center and try to get away with it. But like you said, you have multiple forms to catch the bear. You have Atoses. Let's see if Whisper can get out of this one. Nope.
Yeah, Tornado hits and does pop the BKB. But here's Malady from the other side. Nowhere to go. Still not going for Roche, which is a little surprising for me.
I guess what they feel like is that it just gives a little bit too much space to LGD. And honestly, I don't mind it. When you're very far ahead, you want to make sure that you have a very good grasp on the map first, have enough items that Roche doesn't take so long, and then you take it.
There's the Shivas for DM. As Chira looking for more.
Yeah, you can just keep hunting.
Yep, KJ shows up, will pop his ult, and will die for it. Nothing to be done as the Venomancer.
I'm really starting to get more and more impressed, like, by CJ overall. Let's hold that for now.
Fiend's Gate, Curse comes out as well, keeping both the Bear and Clockwork in play. They'll get both.
That is 40
Yandex.
seconds.
I mean, it just feels like they're on another level today.
I think they are. Also, like, no bear now for 40. Even when you go for a respawn, we're seeing how quickly this bear just dies.
Yeah.
And I think,
this
like,
is without the Slardar from last game.
Yeah, like, there's too many problems. I think, like, when you think about CJ, like, 1 year ago, I think he had a lot of games where he did struggle. But the more and more you see this guy, I think he's really starting to feel like very comfortable, very normal. He's starting to own people in a lot of games. Very, very improved player.
As the high ground will come now for Yandex. Again, have not gone for Roche yet, but don't fear anything at the moment. And you can't really blame them.
Yeah, and it's honestly, it's quite easy for them to just continue this if they want. You have Kato, You can keep healing up. If you do feel like it becomes risky, you can fall off. You can fall back to the roach if you want to.
And the zip in with the hook shot as well, but now the counter initiation comes out from Yandex. Pit into the triple meteor. The clockwork just melts, and the bear as well, down and out. And how many seconds for the next one? 103 seconds, no bear, as Whisper on the back line all alone. Delete that. Honestly, this could be it.
How are you supposed to play Lone Druid with this deficit against Underlord and Invoker? Like, even disregard the other heroes. There's multiple pits flying around. There's a Tornado, Death Blast, Ice Wall, EMP, like all this random garbage that's just flying around.
Only thing defending LGD for now is the fact that they have 2 tier 2s still up on the bottom and top, respectively.
That's true.
Otherwise, this would have been a second lane, knowing that that bear is down for that long.
They won't even have time. So you will maybe get 1 bear by the time you move to the next Rax.
Yeah, that Cold Embrace shard is no joke.
No, it's honestly, I mean, Wyvern is already a very, very strong hero. Also very happy to see it. And I've talked about this Kaz-Wyvern combo before. Like, both from laning and the mid game is so strong in so many different ways.
I mean, it's the Cold Embrace buff plus Alacrity on top. It is disgusting, actually.
Yeah. And
all they need is an Ogre Magi.
Yeah. And honestly, this hero doesn't even need buffs to own.
All right, what's happening here?
All right, we're getting a Regen Rune. That's a good start.
Okay. No, they're losing a second set here pretty soon.
Cloak of flaming the neutrals.
They're going to show the mid lane. And yeah, they're not going to defend this, it seems. So 2 lanes down for LGD. Both games have been complete outclasses in favor of Yandex.
Yeah, honestly, like Yandex and 1win seem like incredible teams from this group. Also means if Yandex are to win 2-0 here, which it seems like, you know, they may get away with, it's going to lead up to a very, very important game later down the line in the group stage.
And now DM has his Aghanim Scepter, so it can be everywhere and get that global root. And the fact that the Invoker has the Gleipnir means he'll be able to get the double roots himself.
Yeah. And I think he also has a full Octarine core on CJ as Yuma.
Goodbye. Okay. Not a good game here for LGD. The bear is still surviving. Tornado not going to clip him. Oh,
not the other guy.
Whisper, wrong place, wrong time, my friend. The bear dies, and now Snapfire will as well. Just such a rough one. And Yandex can just push down whatever lane they want.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're playing very fast. I mean, not going to say it's like ultra complex, because I think we're watching a lot of games where one team isn't very much pressured. And if there's no pressure on you, it becomes very easy to make right decisions, to be quick on movements. You're always full mana, full resources. You see more than you should. You have more gold than you should. And everything just flows. It feels so easy. Oh, we'll see the clip here of the Tornado.
Oh, man.
Oh, what a grief.
That is rough.
That one hurts double. You can see it on Whisper. He's like, man, come on. Drop him a little smirk.
That's hilarious. All right, well, Aegis goes to Watson. He gets a shield rune as well, and this tier 2 is not going to be up for much longer.
I like that they're currently drawing on the mid lane, like to, you know, maybe go there through the mid, because you expect them to be on the top racks. I mean, to be fair, I don't really know where LGD are, because they're not that ready to defend their last lane of racks, even if a fight were to break out here. Someone died.
Okay, Theolocor randomly dying to a Sunstrike, I assume, or a Meteor.
Or something.
Yeah, something. And Watson looking to finish this game in style. Last tier 3 down, and Mega Creeps incoming. Where is this defense from LGD? Do they have anything in their tank? Tai Long, not going to get rooted. Yeah, they didn't GG until basically the very, very end, as they are now Mega Creeped. Second game in a row in a pretty early stage of the game, I would say.
Yeah, around the 30-minute mark. It's definitely not easy to replicate this.
Watson gonna team up on the Tai Lung, has to force out his BKB, and now he has to go in on Chira, who's just gonna pop his own. Brush off all this damage. Theolocor, that's a dieback. Gleipnir into the curse, and that bear is beating the absolute shit out of their mid laner. Tai Lung dead for the last time this game. 70 seconds, no way to get back in. Yuma's bear does technically survive, but LGD will not survive as the GGs come out, and Yandex, again, not to beat a dead horse or bear in this case.
Yeah.
They got smacked.
No, they just look good. I think LGD maybe a little bit disappointing. I think similar mistakes where their mid game just falls flat. I think their early game in some of these games is actually quite good. Yesterday especially too, but then one pick-off here and turns into another pick-off there. And I think Yandex, this is some of the beauty of top-tier Dota as well. Some teams, they can give us specific heroes. They have their answers. This is a very tough Lone Druid game. I think CJ played phenomenal on his Invoker. And yeah, honestly, Yandex and 1W, they just look really damn good in this room.
I can't wait for that matchup eventually. And we can just look at the score lines here. I mean, I feel like every game we've cast today, somebody's been deathless, if not multiple people.
Yeah, all the time.
Shira Jr. 12-0, DM 4-0, and Watson, he did die twice on Kez, but they didn't really need it. I mean, just any generic carry would have done this game. I feel like they were just outclassing every step of the way.
Just feel like a level above compared to some of their opposition, I think, really. And for LGD, their early game, honestly, it's good. But then eventually later, they just fall flat a little bit. I don't know whether it's focus or that they lack a clear plan of what it is that they want to do. But you can definitely tell that when you play against a team like Yandex and you give them some space, you give them some of their comfort stuff, they just run away with it. The game just explodes from 1 minute to the other.
I think this is the biggest surprise of the tournament for me so far is LGD. Again, small sample size. The 2 games we've cast have gotten 0-2'd, and it's been pretty bad.
Yeah.
Because they've come into this tournament, I feel like I was having them top 6 at the very least. Like, I have them highly rated. I don't know about you.
No, I still like this team, but they're just a little inconsistent, I think, with what they're doing. Hope they can, step it up a little bit. But yeah, Yandex just looking better.
And let's go to the stage for one more interview.
Thank you very much, my friends, over at the caster desk. And yes, we continue on with our interview. Team Yandex victorious. DM joining me on here. Let's talk about game 1. That was clean, 33 minutes, closing it out. I think at 27, you had like a 20-something K gold lead, kills all over the place. What made that game so clean from your perspective?
I think we got draft we kind of wanted. And I also think that this team exactly is not that good with LD. In my opinion, that's why we give it away, and the game felt really in control.
Very good, you definitely had it. Now, one thing is that you made Underlord look fun, which is pretty crazy. Do you enjoy playing it, or what's the deal with your pick?
I don't really play it in pops because hero is quite weak, I would say, but situationally this exact game it was good.
Is it to counter a Lone Druid, or what's going on?
I think it's one of the heroes which can make Lone Druid life not so easy during the early game, and later on it's still annoying, so yeah, I think it's just kind of one of the heroes we could have into Lone Druid. We couldn't have many, that's why game 1 we don't pick it, right?
It's good to have a million options to play on the side, right? And finally, you're, I guess, officially on the team now as of just under 2 months ago on Team Yandex. How does that feel? Do you feel like you're all gelling well together? You feel good with the boys?
Yeah, of course. Feeling being part of this team is really good because organization is quite cool. It's like my national organization kinda, from Russia. That's what I mean. And the team itself is very chill. People are really nice to each other, and people are really good at Dota. It feels really good to be a part of it.
What do you think also from your own experience over many years of competition that it takes to build good rapport with your teammates so that you can thrive and compete at the top level in Dota?
I think first of all you need to have people which are skilled enough to compete against the best. Some players, let's say, I don't know, P Rangers, right? They can just come into the lobby and it will be really hard to play to people like Amar, or other Grants. Like Idoro, Watson, it's really hard to play against them for some of the players. But also chemistry is very important, and I think in this team we have this really chill atmosphere which making chemistry look good.
I mean, it's looking great. It's going to propel you deeper into our tournament. Very much looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Jan, for joining us. Congratulations on the win. Last one for the evening. Let's send it back to our friends at the commentary, or actually, no, at the panel. They're over there. Shaver, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos, and thank you, DM. P Rangers catching strays there. Unfortunate for them, but Yandex, everything is gentling very well for them, and they look very good on that stage. We did have LGD break their own record again, Brian.
Yeah, not to name any names, Shiver, but P Rangers. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, LGD, I mean, at the end of the day, we were joking because Yandex's wins have been so fast. this tournament. Like we were joking that no other team has survived past the 33-minute mark. They made it to 32-55 in game 1. And then they made I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was
34 something.
34 something in game 2. But that game it felt like it was over from minute 5 to 10. And I'll just say, I think the way these groups are shaping up, we're just seeing a clear divide between the tier 1 teams and the tier 2 teams. And this series was no exception for me.
Yeah, Yandex was so clean in this series, but I want to point out CJ in particular. I feel like he's blossomed into this ridiculously good mid player who can fill in many roles, but when you give him something like his signature invoker, he's just styling. Like, this game felt entirely his game. He was solo killing Storm in that mid lane. He was getting solo pickoffs on the Lone Druid. He was then connecting with DM. They did an excellent job at that, by the way, the Underlord and the Invoker playing together. They were connecting 30 seconds after a pickoff on Lone Druid and getting a kill there. He was on point today.
Yeah, and we have once again the mid and the offlaner without any deaths. It makes me wonder if people might be focusing too hard on trying to shut down the safe lane and therefore forgetting a bit more about the other two cores, or maybe that's just a coincidence, which is also very much a possibility. But this game was very solid, and I do want to talk about the first 5 minutes a little bit, because at some point, I think it was you, Brian, that said, or maybe it was Evie, said they might actually win this game.
Yeah, their laning was so much better than the last few series we've seen LGD take, and at some point when the laning stage was over, they actually had like the 3 green bars at the top, and I was like, oh, could this be the one where we see LGD win? But I don't know, man. CJ just was not feeling it today. He did not want to let them breathe. I love how the Underlord pick worked out for them as well. Every time I saw a hero trying to farm on the map, there was an Underlord just gating there, there was an Invoker connecting. Even Watson on his Kez, he didn't feel like the primary factor of victory in that game, which is really unusual because typically it's the Watson show.
Yeah, this time it was the Shearer Jr. show, to be fair, though. That's why we chose him as the MVP for the series, Brian. I think, especially with that Invoker performance, very well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, catching a player like Yuma off guard multiple times where you just basically solo kill him, and I don't know, all these professional Dota players, they have such clear vision of exactly what their thresholds are and where they can be on the map. And when you have a player like Shearer Jr., who is solo killing some of the best players in the world in a way that he just looks like he's better than you, and that's just something that we don't often see in individual plays. Like, we'll see it amongst teams when they're executing macro on the map, and yeah, just an overall this is an example right here. Like, this is like Tai Lung, he knows his limits pretty damn well, but Shearer Jr. predicted exactly where he was going to walk with that Sunstrike. This is the other one on Yuma. I mean, these are the type of plays where, like, you're just shaking your head as the opponent. You're just like, he got me. He's a little bit too good for me.
What can you do?
What can you do? But it is really great to see this evolution of Shearer Jr. because he's always been really good, but I wouldn't have called him the most consistent mid laner 6 months ago. But now it feels like every time I see him perform, he looks up there with the likes of Malrine in terms of you're not really able to shut him down on lane, and he's always going to have impact.
Yeah, he should call himself Shearer Meteor, and then after he wins EWC and or TI, he should be Shearer Senior. That should be trajectory.
Is that because he's getting older, Shearer?
No, it's because he's no longer a beginner.
That's true. I think he's leveled up at this point. I think we can remove the junior. I think he should just be Shearer. Yeah, just Shearer.
We can take a look at today's results with all the games of today being done. We have 4 series on this stream, and these are their results. It's another repeat of yesterday, basically, where it's only 2-0s, and I think a large portion of the reason to that is that everything is just falling into place. The power levels are kind of established. With that in mind, we're also going to take a look at some of the group standings. Now, keep in mind that we're actually with Group D done, but there's still 2 series going on. So once we get to Group D, just know that that's not fully up to date. But we're gonna see a very similar style in almost every group, where there is a relative clear divide, Brian, between all the teams, with at least one clearly on top, and also there clearly being a bottom.
Yeah, I think there's 2 groups with the 3, 4, 5 close contention, and one of them is Group A. I'm excited for the prospects, I guess nervous also for the prospects of Extreme Gaming, Rune Eaters, and Gamer Legion. I think this is where most of the competition is going to be happening as we see the end of the group stage 1, or the group stage. As we see, there's going to also be potential tiebreakers between the first and second in this group, but I think it's C that also has the third, fourth, fifth situation going on here. But this is for me the most telltale style of win-losses mirror in the groups.
Yeah, this one's decided, nothing can change too much here, but my biggest and most pleasant surprise is how well Nigma have played this tournament and how they've shown up, because they look like they could be a podium finish as well.
Yeah, they very much have leveled up and are looking solid. We can take a look at C as well. P-Vision still undefeated, and I believe... hold! I got a spoiler for you guys. I got clear view on whichever stage OG and 1W are playing at, and it's on the side. And this is out of date! I literally just saw the GG call, so, forgiveness for the production. But OG won game 2. I see big, unless the LEDs are wrong, but in the LEDs it says OG the winners. So
that would be really funny if they were wrong, Shiver.
And yeah, that was 1-1.
1L for 1W.
Yeah.
1L for 1W.
They're locked in at 7W. This is actually Group D that has the third, fourth, fifth.
Yeah.
So we've basically got an interesting... 2 of the groups have a 1-2. That the winning the group is a big deal, because a lot of times it's top 4 or top half go to the upper bracket, but in this group stage format, if you get first, you're automatically in the playoffs, and if you get second, you have to play an extra round of single elimination. So everything after the group stage is your 1 loss and you're out, and by getting those extra placements, you are effectively skipping chances to be eliminated.
How cool is it, by the way, that OG is the only team to have taken games off of Yandex and 1W?
Yeah.
That is, I'm sure Seb is smiling from ear to ear somewhere right now.
They're good. Honestly, OG can really stick it to the best teams here. They just have a little bit of draft issues. And if they can solve that, and they get to just persist throughout this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if they're the dark horse that catches everyone off guard.
Yeah, and unfortunately for us and for all the OG fans, you can't watch them tomorrow. Let's take a look at what is coming tomorrow. It is Group A and B that will be decided by the end of the day. That also means that we will send 4 teams home by the end of tomorrow. Spooky times. This is the schedule for our stream. There will still be 3 streams live, with the first line of games all being Group A games, and then all being Group B games, and then the tiebreakers of Group A, and then the tiebreakers of Group B, should there be any. We're going to have Extreme Gaming versus Falcons and Aurora versus Liquid, Effie.
Well, sorry, Shivas. My brain is still on the OG winning that one, because that means Yandex and 1W both have 1 loss, and they might have to play tiebreakers for first place, right?
No, I think they are actually playing each other tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Sunday. Oh my goodness, I keep doing this. Sunday is when Group C and D will be solved, and for Group D, the final match on this stream is Yandex versus 1W.
That's hype.
So, yes.
Then you're just definitive first place.
Yes, unless it's a tie.
Well, then they go to the best of 5 in the tiebreaker.
Yes. All right, final thoughts of today, Brian?
I'll say it again. The teams are clearly slotting themselves in, and I am eagerly awaiting the first big upset that is not a single game.
Oh,
that's exciting to see OG take a game off of 1W.
So this win, that happened right here, almost underneath our eyes, before our eyes, is not enough for you.
That is an appetizer, Cheever. I want to see one of these teams in the middle of the groups step it up. I think there are several of them that have the potential to do so. But right now, we have been seeing a slaughterhouse from the tier 1 echelon teams. On the ones that are in contention, but not quite there yet.
Yeah. The interesting thing is these middle of the group teams in a best of 3 could actually be the ones that catapult to being top of the group.
Absolutely.
Because you never know what happened in a proper and full series like that.
You're absolutely right. OG and the 1W, if there was a game 3, they could have just taken the whole thing. We'll never know, because it is not a best of 3. Thank you both for your thoughts today. That was it for today on this stream. Keep your eye out. I don't know if it's B or C, but one stream is still live with some Dota 2 if you want to check that out. Tomorrow, of course, we'll be back with a lot more Dota 2 action, but if you missed any of today's action from this stream, don't worry about it. We got you covered. We will be back tomorrow, but we're going to leave you not empty-handed, but with the STC recap.